The man had merely picked up a notebook casually in the research lab when he was chased by a group of fully armed personnel for 3 days and 3 nights. Just as she was about to be caught, the man raised his middle finger and said flippantly, "Fuck you, baby, bye-bye." Then, a mysterious door suddenly appeared in front of him. He walked in without hesitation, and the door disappeared, leaving the group of pursuers standing there, full of doubt. In fact, just a month ago, Lin Chen had been laid off by his company and was lying in his rented apartment contemplating life. At that moment, a mysterious entity called the Dimensional Gate System descended from the sky and directly bound itself to him. This system has a bizarre setting: as long as Lin Chen absorbs enough powerful, one-time explosive energy to charge himself, he can open a portal to other worlds. These worlds include those where a single punch can shatter mountains and rivers like in martial arts novels, those filled with high-tech biohazards and fraught with danger, and even those resembling future dimensions from Star Wars. During the charging period, Lin Chen will gain 30 minutes of absolute invincibility. The intensity of the energy directly determines the size and duration of the portal. However, the randomness of the world, the frustrating tasks, and the extreme demand for energy, all of this made Lin Chen completely give up the idea of making a fortune through the system. So, carrying the martial arts manual he'd acquired during his first transmigration and a genuine amount of internal energy, he headed towards the nation's gates. He was going to hand over the system. "What did you say, another world? What the hell is that?" In the interrogation room, dim light shone on the cold metal table. A man in uniform stared intently at Lin Chen, his eyes sharp as knives. "Are you sure you're not a spy, or mentally unstable?" Lin Chen leaned back in his chair, his hands cuffed in front of him, but a helpless smile appeared on his face. "I've explained it 800 times, officer. My mind is very sharp, and my political affiliation is as clean as a blank sheet of paper. I, Lin Chen, an ordinary college graduate, unexpectedly awakened a system called Dimensional Gate. This thing can open doors to other worlds, you understand." The uniformed man remained silent, while the recorder beside him paused at his paper, his expression unusually grave. 3 days ago, this young man suddenly ran to the gate of the Eastern Theater Command military base, shouting that he possessed strategic secrets that could change the fate of the nation, and demanding that they be handed over to the state. If it weren't for the fact that the handwritten manual he carried with him was preliminarily identified by experts as an internal energy cultivation method with revolutionary theories, he would have been sent to a mental hospital by now, instead of sitting here being interrogated. "All right, I understand your concerns." Lin Chen leaned forward slightly and lowered his voice, saying, "You just think what I said is too mysterious, and you're afraid I'm a spy or a madman. But actually, verifying this is very simple." He looked up, his expression becoming extremely serious. "Find an open space and blow me up with high explosives. Don't worry, it won't kill me. Once I stand up, I'll open a portal for you to see, and then everything will be clear, right?" The moment the words left his mouth, the air in the interrogation room seemed to freeze. Blow him up? Was this man insane, or did he have some other scheme? Lin Chen glanced at the shocked expressions on everyone's faces, but sighed inwardly. Sure enough, communicating with these rule-abiding people was a hassle. If he hadn't personally experienced the system's absurdity, he wouldn't have come here to invite trouble. Just then, the interrogation room door was pushed open. A middle-aged man with a commanding presence, bearing the rank of a general on his shoulder, walked in. His name was Lin Chen, and he was the head of this military base. Behind him were several elderly men with white hair but sharp eyes. They were top experts from various scientific research fields. "Lin Chen, we have reported your situation to the highest level." Lin Chen's voice was steady and powerful as he flipped through the report on the table. "The cultivation technique you brought back has been preliminarily verified and is theoretically feasible. The intensity of the bioelectric current in your body is indeed far higher than that of ordinary people." An elderly scientist adjusted his glasses, his voice trembling with excitement. "It's more than just feasible. This exercise opens a new world of human science. Once it becomes widespread, the physical fitness of our people will experience a leap forward." Lin Chen remained nonchalant, shrugging and saying, "That's why I told you I wasn't lying. This is just the tip of the iceberg of a martial arts world. What if we went to a technological world? Like Starship Troopers? The Wandering Earth? Bring those technologies back, and let alone a technological leap forward, we could even break out of the solar system without any problem. Thunder's gaze swept over the report, his voice calm but firm. We have carefully discussed your proposal. Testing with high explosives is too risky and absurd. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a young man in a lab coat couldn't help but speak up, his tone laced with obvious skepticism and academic arrogance. That's utterly absurd. Absorbing the energy of an explosion? And being invincible for 30 minutes? This completely violates the law of conservation of energy and the fundamental principles of modern physics. He adjusted his glasses, pointed to the report on the table, and turned to Lei Ting and the experts, continuing. Distinguished leaders, senior colleagues, in my opinion, there is only one truth. His gaze finally settled on Lin Chen, filled with pity and certainty. He has most likely damaged his brain through excessive exercise. Lin Chen, far from being angry, laughed instead. Hey, this bespectacled guy, I'm not sure if he's aloof, but he's definitely arrogant. Going against physics? Trying to talk to him about physics? Lin Chen pointed to his head. The thing in his head could open a door to another universe, and the other person is still arguing with him about the conservation of energy on Earth. That's a really narrow-minded view. Besides, it doesn't matter if the other party suspects he has mental problems. He's here to deliver a package, a huge package to the country. If no one signs for it, he can only find someone willing to sign for it, like that American next door. Lin Chen deliberately dragged out his words, giving off a smug look that said, If you don't want it, there are plenty of others who will. How dare you! Lei Ting roared in fury, his murderous aura instantly enveloping the entire interrogation room. However, Lin Chen was not afraid at all, and instead laughed even more happily. See, you're getting anxious, aren't you? He shrugged and said in a relaxed tone. General Lei Ting, I am an orphan with no parents, I have nothing to lose, and I have nothing to lose. I dared to come here, which means I have already given my life to the country. I just want to tell you that you only have one chance. Trust me, the future is a vast universe. If you don't believe me, at worst a bomb will send me to heaven, it won't be a loss to the country. These words, a mix of persuasion and coercion, tinged with a touch of roguishness, silenced everyone present. Just then, the interrogation room door opened again. An elderly man in a Zhongshan suit, with gray hair but a sprightly demeanor, slowly entered, surrounded by a group of people. He wore no military insignia, but as soon as Lei Ting saw him, he immediately straightened up and saluted. Old Long! The newcomer was none other than one of the highest-ranking leaders of the Dragon Kingdom, codenamed Old Dragon, a pillar of strength. Old Dragon waved his hand, his gaze gentle yet profound, landing directly on Lin Chen. Young comrade, I know about your situation. On behalf of the nation, I express my gratitude for your courage and patriotism. Lin Chen dropped his slightly frivolous demeanor, a deep respect rising within him for this legendary figure. But he knew this wasn't the time for formalities. Elder Long, time is precious. Practice is the sole criterion for testing truth. Let's get straight to the point. Elder Long nodded slightly, a decisive glint in his eyes. Thunder. Here. Prepare Theater 10, clear test site number 3, highest security alert. What? Thunder exclaimed in shock. Elder Long! Thermobaric 10-foot is our latest thermobaric weapon, with destructive power comparable to a small tactical nuclear weapon. What if... Elder Long interrupted him directly, his tone calm yet unwavering. There's no what if. He looked at Lin Chen and said, word by word. If what he said is true, let alone a single thermobaric 10, we'd be willing to use our entire nuclear arsenal. This concerns the future of our entire dragon nation. If he's a fake... Old Long's eyes suddenly sharpened. Then let's treat it as a live-fire exercise, and incidentally, we've eliminated a dangerous individual who was trying to harm society. An hour later, deep in the Gobi Desert, at test site number 3, Lin Chen stood alone in the center of a vast, empty sandy area, the surrounding 5 kilometers already cleared. In the distance was a makeshift observation post. Elder Long, Lei Ting, and a group of top scientists and generals gathered together, intently watching that solitary figure through high-powered telescopes and multiple high-definition cameras. He's really just standing there? The young researcher with glasses had sweaty palms and a trembling voice. A madman! A complete and utter madman! Thunder gripped the walkie-talkie tightly, veins bulging on his forehead, repeatedly confirming the procedures. Target in position! Thermobaric 10 ready! Countdown! 10! 9! Lin Chen took a deep breath, feeling the dry wind of the Gobi Desert. Nervousness was certain. This was a super bomb comparable to a tactical nuclear weapon. But even stronger was the excitement, the anticipation. He was about to personally open a door to an infinite future for this country and this nation. 3, 2, 1. Launch! The missile, trailing a long plume of flame, roared out of the launch pad, tracing a perfect arc in the air, and accurately struck the target area above Lin Chen. The next second, there was no deafening roar, but rather, a moment of silence. Then, an extremely dazzling white light suddenly burst forth, like a sun exploding out of thin air in the Gobi Desert. A terrifying heatwave swept in, igniting the air and melting sand and gravel. A massive fireball rapidly expanded, blossoming into a deadly mushroom cloud that slowly rose into the air. The shockwave, like an invisible wall, swept in all directions, tearing everything apart and blasting it away. Inside the observation post, everyone instinctively closed their eyes. The blinding white light caused temporary blindness. When they opened their eyes again, their gazes were all fixed on the screen, and they all gasped in shock. The epicenter of the explosion was a scorched wasteland. Yet right at the heart of this inferno, that figure still stood tall. Lin Chen was completely unharmed. A nearly invisible, transparent shield isolated him from the outside world of hell. Energy absorption complete. Cloudburst 10 thermobaric bomb, energy level assessed, 100 points. Current energy value, 100. Invincibility remaining, 29 minutes and 47 seconds. Portal duration, 30 days. Increased probability of drawing a high-level world. World drawing in progress. Ding! Please choose one of the following 3 worlds. 1. The Source of Calamity. 2. The Matrix. 3. SpongeBob SquarePants. Lin Chen stared at the 3 options that popped up in his mind, his lips twitching involuntarily. The Source of Calamity? Goodness, this is a good one. The Matrix? High-tech, but extremely risky. As for the last one, SpongeBob SquarePants? What the heck? Go catch jellyfish or become a cook in Bikini Bottom? This system, as expected, is still unreliable. Inside the observation post, the young researcher's legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground, muttering, "Impossible! This defies everything! Impossible!" Lei Ting snatched the communicator, his voice slightly distorted with shock. "Lin Chen! Report your situation! Are you still alive?" Lin Chen stretched his unharmed body, took out a special communicator from his pocket, and replied in a relaxed tone. "Living very well, better than ever before." He paused, his tone solemn and resolute. "Elder Long, General Thunder, everyone, the door can be opened. The world options have appeared, 3 in total. The first one is called the Source of Calamity. When the words, "The Source of Calamity," echoed clearly through the observation post via a special communicator, the entire world seemed to fall into a deathly silence. Thunder's hand, gripping the communicator, trembled slightly. It wasn't out of fear, but rather a burning emotion surging from the depths of his blood, indescribable. "The Source of Calamity," he murmured, his eyes flashing with shock, ecstasy, and overwhelming fighting spirit. Old Master Long simply stared silently at the lone figure standing amidst the scorched earth on the screen, his deep gaze seemingly shimmering with starlight. He said nothing, but calmly gave an order to the guard beside him. "Bring our hero back." Location: Blue Star. 6 hours later, in the deepest strategic conference room of the Eastern Theater Command. Seated around the long conference table were the pillars of the Dragon Kingdom in various fields. General Thunder, with his gleaming star insignia, sat there like a schoolboy. A group of top scientists, with their white hair and hailed as national heroes, formed a temporary think tank. The light emanating from their eyes shone brighter than the stars in the sky. Lin Chen, as the central figure in this incident, is enjoying unprecedented treatment. He has been seated next to Elder Long, with a steaming cup of Dahong Pao tea and a plate of sliced fruit on the table. He had just changed into a clean training uniform, and listlessly forked a piece of watermelon, mumbling, "So, that's the situation right now. The energy from the thermobaric bomb has been exchanged for 100 energy points. These 100 energy points are enough to keep the portal open and operational for 30 days. After 30 days, the portal will automatically close, regardless of whether the mission is completed. Currently, we are presented with 3 world options. He cleared his throat and, mimicking a television presenter's tone, read aloud with dramatic intonation. The Source of Calamity. A fictional science fiction work about the Federation's resistance against mutated beasts, telling the story of... We know that! A middle-aged man in charge of intelligence analysis excitedly interrupted Lin Chen. Old Qin's quantum combat team! Political Commissar Lin! Commander Wei! We have a complete database, and we've even done in-depth analysis of their backgrounds, personalities, and classic battles. General Thunder slammed his fist on the table, making the teacup jump. Go for this! We have to go for this! I've been dreaming of giving those high-level aberrations a goat's shot. Lin Chen glanced at him, slowly swallowing the watermelon in his mouth. General, don't be in such a hurry, let me finish. Number 2, The Matrix. This one is a bit complicated. It's mainly about humans living inside computer programs, and there's a savior named Neo. A gray-haired physicist immediately pushed up his glasses, his eyes burning with fervor. Virtual reality. Matrix. Artificial intelligence. If we can bring back even a tiny bit of source code from this world, our country's computer science, no, the technology of all human civilization, will advance by 100 years. But the risks are also enormous. Another sociologist added in a deep voice. How do we determine whether we are entering the inside or outside of the Matrix, and how do we ensure that the warriors do not suffer mental death in the virtual world? The philosophical paradoxes of this world may shake the foundations of our materialism. A hushed discussion filled the meeting room, and the atmosphere grew heavy. All right, there's number 3. Lin Chen paused deliberately, a strange smile playing on his lips. Its name is SpongeBob SquarePants. The entire conference room fell silent. General Thunder's expression froze. He slowly turned to look at Lin Chen, as if to confirm whether he had misheard. What the hell? SpongeBob SquarePants. Lin Chen repeated, adding thoughtfully. A yellow, square sponge who lives in an underwater pineapple house. He works as a chef at the Krusty Krab and his best friend is a pink starfish. A highly respected strategic analyst raised his hand tremblingly, looking completely bewildered, and asked, what strategic value does it have? Is the Krabby Patty recipe some kind of high-energy nutrient? Or does the underwater pineapple house involve space-folding technology? The marine biologist next to him had already stood up excitedly. The seabed. Intelligent creatures that can breathe and survive freely in the deep sea. This is simply a treasure trove for underwater genetic engineering. We can even study how they survive in the high pressure of the deep sea. This is crucial for our submarine technology and deep sea exploration. A soft cough interrupted everyone's wild imagination. Elder Long picked up his teacup, gently blew on it, and slowly swept his gaze across the room before finally settling on Lin Chen. Young comrade, you've worked hard. He put down his teacup, his gentle voice carrying an undeniable authority. The world of the Matrix is too risky, with too many variables. It's not suitable as our first attempt. As for that, SpongeBob SquarePants. Elder Long paused for a rare moment, as if considering his words. Its uncertainties are too great, so we'll shelve it for now and list it as a target for observation. Therefore, the only option at present is the Source of Calamity. A setting we are familiar with through movies and TV shows, a world where we have an absolute technological advantage. There, we can test our cross-world combat capabilities, integrate our teams, and accumulate experience with minimal risk. I agree, Lei Ting responded immediately. Seconded. The scientists in the think tank nodded in support. This was the safest and most unifying option at the moment. Elder Long turned his gaze to Lin Chen, his eyes questioning. Young comrade, then please confirm your choice. Lin Chen nodded, mentally locking onto the option flashing red light. World selected, Source of Calamity, main quest being generated, main quest generated. Please choose one. Lin Chen's pupils contracted slightly as he stared at the 2 lines of cold text that appeared in his mind, his throat going dry. He raised his head, surveyed the expectant faces in the conference room, took a deep breath, and read out each word clearly. Mission 1, Turn the Tide. Help the Federation defeat the source of calamity on Yuanqing and expel all the mutated beasts invading Yuanqing. Mission reward unknown. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone in the meeting room instinctively straightened their backs, their eyes burning with excitement. Then, what about Mission 2? Lei Ting pressed, his voice slightly hoarse with emotion. Lin Chen's gaze gradually became complicated as he slowly uttered the second option, which sounded like a devil's whisper. Task 2. Eradicate the root of the problem. Use swift and decisive means to completely eliminate the core of the source of calamity that resides on Yuanqing. Task reward unknown. Boom! It was as if an invisible bomb had quietly detonated in everyone's mind. If the first mission symbolized victory and glory, then the second meant eliminating future troubles. Comrade Lin Chen, Elder Long's voice echoed in the silent conference room. What do you think we should choose? Lin Chen was startled by this sudden call to action, but quickly regained his nonchalant demeanor. He scratched his head and grinned. Chief, you're really flattering me. I'm just a doorman, responsible for serving the dishes. As for which main dish to order, that's still up to you, the head chef, to decide, isn't it? He paused, then changed his tone. However, if I really have to give some advice, this errand boy. He figured that since the system dared to offer such an option, the higher the difficulty, the better the reward. After all, although this system is a bit idiotic, it probably won't be too stingy when it comes to giving out rewards. After all, to completely destroy a giant mutant beast's nest within 30 days, that KPI, TSK, the pressure is immense. Cut the weeds and wipe them out completely. General Thunder spat out these words through gritted teeth. He agrees with the second one. The second one must be chosen. In this work, the blood debts they owed must be repaid with interest. If they aren't made to pay, Thunder will die with regrets. He jumped to his feet, the chair groaning under his weight. General, please calm down, an older strategist said in a deep voice. The risks of Mission 2 far exceed those of Mission 1. Completely eradicating the war potential of a source of calamity is not merely a military operation, it involves extremely complex follow-up. He paused slightly, then rephrased. I mean, the follow-up issues. After all, their understanding of that world is ultimately limited to details from movies and television shows. Details? General Thunder's eyes widened. What details could be more important than killing aberrant beasts? Are we supposed to reason with a bunch of aberrant beasts? Ahem. The commander coughed lightly twice, and all eyes turned to him again. He picked up the slightly cooled cup of Dahong Pao tea in front of him, took a small sip, and then slowly put it down. Time is a mirror. The leader's voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. It revealed their glory, and it also revealed their scars. Some scars, though seemingly healed, will still bleed and hurt at the slightest disturbance. His gaze lifted, sweeping over General Thunder, the think tank, and finally settling on Lin Chen. Some malignant tumors, if not uprooted, will only spring up again with the spring breeze. They are not only trying to make up for past regrets, but also to ensure a future that will never be disturbed again, a future where we can look up at the stars in peace. The leader's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable determination. The lessons learned from this incident cannot just be written in books. They must be etched into our very being and integrated into every future decision. He looked at General Thunder, a hint of approval and a deeper consideration flashing in his eyes. So, the commander said, each word firm and resolute. They chose Mission 2. The mission is time-sensitive, with only 30 days. He turned to his operations staff officer and ordered in a deep voice. Effective immediately, the 3 major theater commands of the East, North, and Central regions shall select their most elite forces to form 2 fully equipped heavy combined arms brigades, codenamed Kunlun and Taishan. All personnel and equipment must be assembled in the designated areas within 12 hours. At the same time, the Strategic Missile Force has entered a state of high alert, and some Dongfeng Express missiles have been repositioned to ensure the absolute security of our territory and to effectively deter any external forces that dare to act rashly. Command: activate Project Panga with the highest level of authority. All relevant research institutions shall provide comprehensive technical support for this trans-global operation. The think tank shall be responsible for intelligence gathering and strategic planning. As orders were issued from the commander's mouth, the entire underground strategic conference room seemed to be a precision war machine that had been activated instantly, and it began to operate at high speed. Lin Chen clicked his tongue, thinking to himself, "Wow, this efficiency, this determination, no wonder they can make such a big deal out of national will." He loved this decisive and efficient feeling. "Commander." Lin Chen raised his hand, like a primary school student eager to answer a question. "Well, their teleportation portal has limited energy, just 100 points, which can only stay open for 30 days at most. So all these troops, nuclear weapons, no strategic missiles, have to be ready before the portal opens. If the portal opens on one side and the troops haven't even been assembled on the other side, that would be a huge mess." General Thunder had calmed down by now, but the flames in his eyes burned even brighter. "Don't worry, kid. 12 hours, 2 heavily armed combined arms brigades, plus those big guys you mentioned, will make sure everything's perfectly prepared for you. When you open the door, you'll have the strongest backing on this planet." The next dozen or so hours were an extremely strange period for the entire planet Earth. Within Rabbit territory, several strategic transport lines suddenly became unusually busy. Under the cover of night, a stream of advanced equipment, never before revealed, converged on a secret inland region like a steel torrent. Countless military satellites adjusted their orbits, and the national communication network entered an unprecedented state of encryption. The international community was instantly in an uproar. American satellites were the first to detect some vague disturbances, and the Pentagon remained brightly lit throughout the night. CIA intelligence analysts drank coffee like water, trying to deduce from the smallest clues what China was planning. Who are they targeting? The Russians to the north? Or Japan to the east? Wait a minute, the scale and the direction of this operation don't seem like a conventional military operation at all. Could it be that they've discovered aliens? Are they planning to send troops for a friendly exchange? One analyst, whose imagination was running wild, was hit on the head with a folder by his boss. Meanwhile, those clowns, who usually liked to jump around Rabbit, were now sitting on pins and needles. A certain country held an emergency meeting overnight, condemning China's irresponsible military expansion, which seriously threatens regional peace and stability, and stated that it would appeal to the UN. Well, never mind, let's just complain to our US daddy first. The White Elephant, meanwhile, urgently mobilized a motorcycle stunt team to patrol the border region, attempting to demonstrate its powerful military strength. Japan, on the other hand, was trembling with fear. Its leaders held a meeting overnight, with the official residence brightly lit. They changed their contingency plans 3 times in just a few hours, fearing that if the Rabbit, China, were displeased, it might really eliminate them completely. However, the Rabbit remained unusually calm in the face of the turmoil outside. The Foreign Ministry spokesperson responded in his usual mild yet firm tone. "This is a normal internal adjustment for our country, aimed at safeguarding the core interests of the nation. We hope that relevant parties will not overinterpret it, and will remain calm and restrained." This nonchalant attitude of, "Guess all you want, I'll admit defeat if you guess right," only made him more enigmatic to outsiders. For a moment, the entire international community fell into an eerie silence, and even the most vocal forces dared not utter a sound. Everyone can see that this time, China is serious. And it's going to make an unprecedentedly big splash. 12 hours can feel like an entire year to an ordinary person, an anxious, suffocatingly long time. But for efficiently functioning state apparatus, it's just a fleeting moment. A few instructions and schedules can turn the tide of a crisis. Deep underground in a secret military base somewhere in China, within a vast, brightly lit underground space, everyone was working intensely. This place, capable of housing dozens of aircraft carriers, a true, underground megacity, was now dedicated to only one thing. Operation Mending the Sky. Kunlun Brigade reporting. Taishan Brigade reporting. 2 heavily armed brigades, arguably the strongest on Earth, have quietly completed their assembly. Tens of thousands of personnel and thousands of main battle vehicles are lined up and ready to go. Tanks, infantry fighting vehicles, self-propelled artillery, and air defense systems were all present, forming a silent, steel torrent about to traverse time and space. The soldiers looked puzzled. No one knew the specific details of the mission, but everyone understood. This was a top-secret national mission. At this moment, the core of everything rested on Lin Chen. He was standing in the center of a cleared area, surrounded by nothing, yet the air seemed to be frozen in place. "Ready, kid?" An excited voice came through his earpiece. It was General Thunder. Lin Chen shrugged and gave an "okay" sign to the air. Tiger Thunder, making such a big fuss, are you planning to shove in a Dongfeng missile? Enough talk, open the door first. Making sure you get back is the priority. The thunderous roar made our eardrums tingle. Then, another, gentler voice rang out. It was Elder Long. Young comrade, according to the plan, you open the door first and lead the Dragon Flame team to test the safety. Lin Chen curled his lip, thinking to himself. This old man is truly meticulous. He took a deep breath and communicated with the system telepathically. System, open the gate. Target world, the source of calamity. A second later, ripples appeared in the air, spreading out in concentric circles, as if a small pebble had been thrown into a lake. Within seconds, a dark blue light suddenly appeared, rapidly expanding into a gate about 200 meters high. Runes flowed across the door, a blend of technology and mystery, resembling an entrance to another world. Lin Chen was stunned. Wow, this door is way more impressive than that dilapidated one from last time. Inside the control room, everyone watched the screen with tense expressions. A young researcher couldn't help but exclaim, The door's open! General Thunder waved his hand without hesitation. Dragon Flame Squad, move out! 20 Dragon Flame Special Forces soldiers immediately followed, each fully armed, their eyes sharp as blades. Lei Ting walked to Lin Chen's side, grinning. Kid, you go first! Lin Chen rolled his eyes. Don't fall behind, okay? This gate only allows one person to enter at a time. As soon as he finished speaking, he was the first to step into the light gate. It was like passing through a thin membrane. His body disappeared in a flash. Thunder and Dragonfire team members followed closely behind, quickly entering the other world. The moment they landed, they were enveloped in the fresh scent of grass and trees. Lin Chen cautiously looked around. Safe! They appeared at the edge of a sparse woodland, with an endless expanse of lush plains in front of them. Behind them, the dark blue portal stood silently, incongruous with the natural environment, exuding an imposing aura. Thunder exclaimed. Tisk, even more exciting than that portal from interstellar travel! The Special Forces soldiers immediately spread out and established a perimeter. Thunder's deep voice came through the communicator. Target world safe, coordinates stable, portal functioning normally. At the other end of the base, cheers erupted in the observation room, instantly dispelling the oppressive atmosphere. Elder Long opened his eyes, breathed a sigh of relief, and looked more relaxed than ever before. Order the first echelon of the Kunlun Brigade to proceed and construct the forward base. With a command, a torrent of steel surged toward the portal like a tidal wave, initiating full-scale deployment. The world of the source of calamity. Main battle tanks were the first to advance, their tracks grinding across the alien land with a heavy roar. The infantry fighting vehicles that followed opened their hatches, and squads of soldiers jumped out and quickly took their positions. Self-propelled anti-aircraft guns, radar systems, and air defense missile systems were all in place and immediately began to provide alert. Engineering vehicles began digging pits in the ground, and a modern field camp rose from the earth at an astonishing speed. In the air, swarms of drones scattered and flew, conducting reconnaissance in unknown directions. Lin Chen marveled at the highly efficient operation before him, saying, This pace is so fast, even a movie couldn't capture this level of visual impact. Lei Ting, meanwhile, stared intently at the drone's screen, his face serious. General, we are 30 kilometers from Rock Town, a team member reported, handing over a tablet map. The Battle of Rock? A glint flashed in Thunder's eyes, as if he could smell blood. Lin Chen was squatting on a rock, munching on a compressed biscuit. Hearing this, he almost choked. General, your reaction is a bit too excited. He coughed a few times and said helplessly. According to the plot, those mutant beasts won't arrive for another 3 or 4 days. We're just getting in early. Lin Chen narrowed his eyes and smiled. However, should we strike first? A good start. Lei Ting flashed his signature smile, revealing his gleaming white teeth. That's exactly what I'm thinking. Order Long Yan to prepare for battle. He added, Let the think tank analyze whether our actions will affect Commander Qin's chance of getting married. Lin Chen slipped and nearly fell to the ground. This general's focus is just too bizarre. Could it be that beneath his iron-blooded exterior lies a gossip-loving soul? Inside the Star Federation Command Center in the main world, the head of the think tank, a middle-aged scholar, pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and stared at the data in front of him with a solemn expression. At this moment, on the large screen in front of him, the bonus question, sent by General Thunder, was prominently displayed, a special inquiry about Commander Chen's marital status. He muttered to himself. According to big data simulation analysis, if we forcefully intervene, it is very likely that Comrade Linglong's life trajectory will be seriously deviated. In other words, Commander Chen may not be able to marry her. These words, delivered in a calm, almost academic tone, entered Thunder's earpiece. Thunder General, who had been radiating murderous intent, involuntarily twitched his lips, seemingly somewhat embarrassed. He turned his head and saw Lin Chen next to him trying hard to suppress his laughter, his face almost turning red. Lei Ting was instantly enraged and roared into the communicator. What a joke! We sent them equipment, medicine, and canned food to the quantum combat team, and even took care of the Viper Commando team for them. The conditions are 100 times better than before. If he still can't find a wife under these circumstances, then he can only blame Commander Chen for his own incompetence. Don't try to smear our Mending the Sky project. Before he could finish shouting, a tactical report came through the headset. General, we have locked onto the Viper special mutant beasts through the Sky Eye system. Target quantity, 184, rapidly approaching the quantum battle group. Live feed. Thunder's expression immediately changed as he looked down at the tactical tablet unfolding on his wrist. In the video, countless red dots were moving rapidly through the dark forest, each carrying clear physiological data and movement trajectories. Upon closer inspection, you could even see the face paint on their skin and their cold, impersonal optical goggles. Lin Chen leaned closer and said casually, We're so wealthy now, why would we fight them in street battles and bayonet charges? Isn't that just bullying them? Thunder grinned, revealing his gleaming white teeth. That's right, these beasts don't deserve our dragon flame brothers to fight for them. He raised his head, gazing at the inky black night sky in the distance, as if he could already see the arrogant face of Viper Chief. Order! Activate the Swarm Drone Attack System and execute Heavenly Justice Plan 1. Target Viper Commando. Requirements: eradicate them from this world within 3 seconds. A synthesized voice responded. Received. A moment later, the top of a tracked combat vehicle at the forward base slowly slid open, revealing hundreds of hidden launch ports. In an instant, countless streaks of light ripped through the night sky, like a swarm of startled fireflies, silently flying into the darkness. In the northwestern mountains, Viperhead was leading the mutant beasts swiftly through the forest, their figures like ghosts. A cold smile played on his lips, radiating confidence. As the ace commander of the Source of Calamity, he was confident he could easily infiltrate the Divine Dragon Army's defense zone. His target this time was Commander Chen's Quantum Battle Group headquarters. He aimed to decapitate it and completely paralyze this local armed force. Speed up! We need a victory celebration at their command post before dawn. Viper commanded in a low voice. The team members remained silent, their eyes cold and obedient. Suddenly he stopped in his tracks. A strange buzzing sound came from all directions. It wasn't the wind, nor the chirping of insects, but rather, a murderous intent descending from the sky. He looked up abruptly, and in his enhanced compound eyes he saw a blue and white meteor shower. It was a dense array of miniature unmanned attack devices, each precisely locking onto its target, like a net of death silently spreading out. Viper was startled. This thing had never been mentioned in the intelligence. Could it be a sanction from the Deep Space Council? Impossible! Before any thoughts could be transformed into commands, the killing intent arrived. The next second, the entire forest was engulfed in white light. There was no explosion, only deathly silence. Then came a low, rumbling sound, like scalding sand scraping against glass, dense and chilling. 3 seconds later, the white light dissipated. An entire hillside was transformed into a scorched, circular clearing, over 300 meters in diameter, like a massive, gaping scar. The trees, rocks, and mutated beasts that once stood there, including the Viper head, were all gone, leaving only a layer of metallic-looking ash swirling in the wind. In the main World Command Center, in front of the giant screen, all 180-plus red dots representing the Viper Commando team simultaneously went out. On the tactical map, the lifeline monitoring line became a dead line, completely still. Everyone held their breath. The air seemed to freeze. After a long while, the scholar with the gold-rimmed glasses finally spoke. Reporting to Elder Long, Heavenly Justice Plan 1 has been successfully executed. The target has been completely eliminated from the physical realm. General Thunder stared intently at the tactical screen, which was charred black and as clean as if it had been erased with an eraser. His eyes were slightly red, and his jaw was clenched, but he showed no emotion whatsoever. Lin Chen stepped forward, offered him a cigarette, and said softly, "General, congratulations, you've avenged your great grudge." Lei Ting didn't take it, but slowly exhaled a long breath, as if the pent-up emotions that had been weighing on his heart for many years were finally being released. "Notify Long Yen to clean up the battlefield." His tone was calm, yet carried a chill. "I want to see if there's anything else that can prove those beasts were ever here." 10 minutes later, 20 Dragon Flame Special Forces soldiers in black combat uniforms arrived at the target area. Their footsteps were as light as feathers falling as they trod on the scorching ashes. The thermal imager found nothing. Apart from the residual heat of the ground, there were no signs of life. Report, no remains found. Report, no biological tissue found. Nothing but ash, nothing at all. A soldier crouched down, used a tactical shovel to remove a pinch of ash, and carefully put it into a special sample bag. The ash gleamed strangely in the moonlight. 20 kilometers away, at the quantum warband's base, Commander Chen stood with binoculars, staring blankly at the direction of the earlier burst of white light. "Which idiot set off firecrackers? The noise was so loud, it was like midday. It scared the hell out of me." Political Commissar Lin also came over. "Is it our friendly forces testing a new weapon?" Commander Chen shook his head. "It doesn't seem like it. The light was eerie, and the sound was muffled, like it exploded underground. It doesn't seem like our equipment." He pursed his lips, feeling an inexplicable unease. Strange things happen every year, but this year there seemed to be more than usual. An intuition beyond reason reminded him that some enormous change, which he could not comprehend, was quietly taking place on this familiar land. On a hillside outside the Quantum Battle Group's command post, Commander Chen kept his eyes glued to the battlefield through binoculars. He muttered to himself, "This is really weird, it's like seeing a ghost." The scout stumbled back from afar, his face contorted with panic, his lips pale. "Reporting, Commander! I found a steel helmet." Commander Chen abruptly lowered his binoculars, his face filled with disbelief. "What the hell? I sent you to find the mutant beasts, and you brought back a tattered hat?" The scout explained incoherently that it was found in a remote mountain ravine, with not a trace of blood at the scene. Not only was there no body, but there wasn't even the smell of the mutated beast. All that was left was this helmet. Commander Chen, refusing to believe it, kicked him and took the strangely shaped helmet, which looked like a military product. The helmet was heavy and cold, made of some kind of black composite material with a matte, non-reflective surface. He tapped his helmet, his voice muffled. "This isn't ordinary equipment, it's the standard helmet for the Viper Special Mutant Beasts." His face was grim as he tossed the helmet to Political Commissar Lin beside him, his voice low. "Looks like those monsters really did come, but over 100 elite mutant beasts just vanished like that." Political Commissar Lin speculated that perhaps other continents had developed new weapons, causing the enemy to vanish overnight. Commander Chen spat and scoffed. "Those guys in straw sandals? If they were really that capable, the mutant beasts would have been taken down long ago. I think it's most likely that kid, Commander Wei, who just came back from the Steel Country. Maybe he brought some advanced technology with him," Commander Chen said to himself, immediately, finding the truth, his face full of smugness and disdain. Meanwhile, in the command room of the Fuxing Regiment, Commander Wei was staring intently at the telegram in his hand, his brow furrowed. "Brother Ligong, what do you think of this situation?" Fang Ligong pushed up his glasses, a hint of unease on his face. "That white light came too suddenly, and its power was incomprehensible. Could it have been the work of the Quantum Battle Group?" Commander Wei shook his head, his tone firm. "If Qin really had this thing, he would have ascended to heaven long ago." He stood in front of the map, his gaze falling on Rock City. "This power is like an invisible hand reaching out from the sky." Meanwhile, the Aberrant Beasts Command Center was in complete chaos. The entire Viper Commando team had been wiped out, leaving not even a corpse behind, which turned their commander pale. Fear spread like a plague. No one knew what had happened or what methods the enemy had used. "This is a conspiracy by the Divine Dragon Army!" the commander roared, his eyes bloodshot. "The enemy has weapons we know nothing about. We can't wait any longer. We must take the initiative." He immediately issued the order for all aberrant beast units to launch a full-scale attack on the forward positions of the Quantum Chapter and the Revival Chapter. Boom! Boom! Artillery fire rained down, covering the front lines without any warning. Commander Chen wiped the mud off his face and roared, "Hold on! Give them a good beating! Heavy machine guns! All of them, push forward!" The mutant beast charged forward like a madman, even stepping over the corpses of its comrades to continue its advance. The quantum battle group's positions were increasingly strained, and casualties began to surge. A key firing point had been destroyed, creating a fatal gap in the front line. Commander Chen, his eyes red, roared, "Guard company! Go up and plug the gap!" But before reinforcements arrived, something strange happened. The mutated beasts that had charged 30 meters away suddenly froze. There were no explosions, no gunshots. Their bodies began to convulse, and then they collapsed like scarecrows. 3 seconds of deathly silence enveloped the entire battlefield. Commander Chen nearly dropped his binoculars, his mouth agape, wide enough to fit an egg. My goodness, this is too bizarre!" The next moment, bursts of fire erupted from the distant artillery positions of the mutated beasts, yet the explosions were silent. It was as if some unseen finger had touched each cannon, turning them into scrap metal. Commander Chen, witnessing all this, slapped himself. "Ouch! It's not a dream! Ha ha ha! It's our own people! Reinforcements have arrived!" He excitedly raised his gun, roaring to the sky. "Brothers! A god has descended! Charge! Don't let anyone else steal our kills!" Meanwhile, Commander Wei felt a chill run down his spine. He had planned to send a suicide squad to charge the enemy artillery positions, but now the enemy's artillery fire had been completely extinguished, leaving only charred remains. A cold sweat broke out on his back. "Commander!" Fan Ligong's voice trembled. Commander Wei lowered his binoculars, his gaze as deep as the night. "This is not war, this is divine punishment." His previous conjecture about the mysterious force had been completely confirmed. This force was silent and insidious, yet it could determine life and death, utterly devoid of logic. In the command center of the forward base, Lin Chen looked at the large screen, a lollipop dangling from his mouth, his expression relaxed. "See? This is called a dimensional reduction attack. This isn't war, it's targeted poverty alleviation." General Thunder laughed heartily and slapped him on the back. "Well done!" He waved his hand. "Order the swarm system to enter roll call mode and wipe out all those commanders and heavy machine gunners. Let the think tank infiltrate the mutant beast command chain. I want them to be completely disoriented overnight. And while you're at it, give Commander Wei some support too, so he doesn't think we're being biased." He stared at the big screen, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. "This battle was fucking awesome!" Instantly, the battlefield changed completely. The mutated beasts didn't even have time to react before being precisely targeted and killed. Some had just raised their binoculars when their heads were gone. Others hadn't even had a chance to fire before turning into a cloud of blood mist. The lower-level aberrations looked around, unaware of where the enemy was or why they were dying. Deep-seated fear destroyed their will, utterly robbing them of their fighting spirit. Commander Chen and Army Commander Wei's troops encountered almost no resistance, and easily stormed into the enemy's position. This was not a battle at all. It was more like a one-sided crushing and purge. In the end, this battle quickly ended in a suffocating silence. In the Quantum Warband's command post, the dim, yellowish oil lamp flickered, casting a grayish hue over the battlefield images. Commander Chen slammed his hand on the table, causing it to creak and the oil lamp to nearly tip over. The atmosphere in the room tensed. "This battle is too bizarre! Those mutated beasts are collapsing wave after wave, like they're having a collective convulsion." Political Commissar Lin frowned, nodding thoughtfully. He felt that this strange outcome was probably related to the complete annihilation of the Viper squad yesterday. Could it be that some unknown force is secretly behind the scenes? Commander Chen wasn't one to overthink things. He picked up the sweet potato liquor on the table and took a big gulp. Who cares who he is? As long as he can kill monsters, he's my father. If this father shows up again, I'll worship him as my ancestor. As they were talking, a communication soldier rushed in, his face filled with panic. Reporting, Commander. Political Commissar. There's a situation outside. Commander Chen raised an eyebrow, his voice low and irritating. What happened? Has the sky fallen? The communication soldier, panting, stammered. No, someone asked you and the political commissar to come over. They said it was the friendly forces who helped us fight the mutant beast yesterday. Commander Chen and political commissar Lin exchanged a glance, a hint of surprise and wariness flashing in their eyes. They didn't say which unit it was? What's their unit number? Commander Chen pressed on. They didn't specify, only that they guaranteed safety. The location was designated, and they also said Commander Wei would be there. Upon hearing the words, Commander Wei, Commander Chen's eyes lit up, and he stood up. This is interesting. Prepare the horses. We want to see just who this mysterious friendly force really is. An hour later, Commander Chen and Army Commander Wei arrived at the designated location almost simultaneously. It was a spacious river valley far from the battlefield. The surrounding mountain shadows were blurred, and a group of soldiers in unfamiliar combat uniforms stood upright and motionless, like iron sculptures. Commander Chen reined in his horse, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. The formation was strangely unusual, like a fighting force from another world. Commander Wei was more cautious, his hand already discreetly resting on his holster, ready to draw his weapon at any moment. Suddenly, several blinding beams of light descended from the sky, illuminating the entire center of the valley. As the light faded, rows of massive metal chariots appeared before them, their surfaces gleaming black, their sharp edges radiating a chilling aura. These colossal, iron lumps, stood silently, larger than any tanks they had ever seen, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. Accompanied by a muffled roar of engines, a fully armed army slowly emerged from behind the tanks. These soldiers wore black armor and sealed helmets, completely obscuring their faces. The weapons they held had sharp lines and a futuristic feel. The entire column moved almost silently, yet it exuded a powerful, almost oppressive aura that seemed to freeze the air. Commander Chen wanted to swear, but upon seeing this scene, his throat went dry and he couldn't utter a word. Commander Wei's expression also grew increasingly grave. He had clearly realized that this unit was something that no existing military organization could explain. 2 rows of soldiers spontaneously separated, and 2 figures stepped out from between them. Leading the way was a young man with a gentle smile, wearing a dark combat uniform but no helmet. Beside him stood a burly middle-aged officer with rugged features, an old scar on his brow, and eyes as sharp as a knife. Nice to meet you. The young man spoke first, his tone steady yet approachable. My name is Lin Chen, and this is General Thunder. Commander Chen looked them up and down, then glanced at the mysterious army behind them, his heart pounding with shock. Just who are you? This formation doesn't seem to belong to the Federation or any allied forces. Lin Chen smiled faintly. We come from the Dragon Country, a place you can't understand yet. This sounded mysterious, but when he saw those rows of steel torrents, Commander Chen swallowed his words of charlatans. Commander Wei also spoke up. You are neither a Federation subordinate force nor an allied force, so what exactly do you want? General Thunder stepped forward, his voice steady and powerful. We have only one purpose for this trip, to assist you in eliminating all aberrations as soon as possible. And to completely eradicate them from certain levels. Commander Chen repeated. Certain levels? Which, though not entirely clear, was still incredibly exciting. Lin Chen smiled slightly and continued. Simply put, we need to eliminate all the culprits behind these calamities, not just the monsters, but also the high-ranking members of the conglomerates behind them. Look at those chariots over there. As long as we make our move, all the mutated beasts within Dragon City will disappear within 24 hours. Commander Chen's eyes lit up. He was as excited as a hungry wolf seeing meat, rubbing his hands repeatedly. Really? More real than real gold. Lin Chen snapped his fingers. Of course, we're not conscripts. We have to make some conditions. What do you want? Gold? Territory? Lin Chen shook his head, his expression meaningful. You can't give me these things. We only need one thing, full cooperation and acceptance of unified command. We will provide supplies and equipment that you can't even imagine. You just need to follow orders and take down the mutant beasts. General Thunder added. We will establish a joint command headquarters, led by us, but your original structure will remain unchanged. Commander Chen's mind raced after hearing this. Taking orders was unpleasant, but with this kind of firepower, even being subservient was worth it. Commander Chen chuckled and asked, feigning ignorance. Well, could you demonstrate the effects of physical level cleanup first? Lin Chen and Lei Ting exchanged a glance, and the latter nodded. Lin Chen pointed towards the distant Hangzhou continent, his tone relaxed. Let's go big, let's show you what divine justice really means. Although they couldn't see anything in sight, Commander Chen and Commander Wei's hearts raced and their blood boiled at that moment. They knew that what they were about to see might completely overturn their understanding of war. Good! Commander Chen licked his lips, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. As long as those mutated beasts can be completely eradicated, I'll do anything. Commander Wei also spoke with a deep gaze. I await your good news. Lin Chen suddenly smiled mysteriously, appearing confident. He glanced at Commander Chen and Commander Wei, his tone as relaxed as if they were just having a casual chat. I have a suggestion, he said. Why don't you call your superiors right now? Perhaps they'll thank you for your foresight. He abruptly changed his tone, his words sharp and startling. Take those slightly higher-level mutant beasts in Dragon City, for example. Not one of them will escape. They'll all have to obediently line up and get their Menchu's numbers soon. Before Lin Chen could finish speaking, Commander Chen's brows furrowed, and he was about to explode in anger. But upon hearing what Lin Chen said next, he was speechless and could only stand there dumbfounded. Also, a reminder to get your troops moving. We need to organize a small armed parade, circling around Dragon City, to wrap things up. After all, someone has to clean up the mess, right? Upon hearing this, Commander Chen nearly jumped up, his eyes bulging as he roared. What did you say? Dragon City? Do you know how many mutated beasts are in Dragon City? That's the lair of the source of calamity. Are you crazy, or do you think no one will care if you spout nonsense? Commander Wei was also stunned, unable to believe that Lin Chen had spoken so casually. Dragon City was a severely affected area, a gathering place for mutant beasts. Attacking it was practically suicide. Lin Chen, however, seemed completely unconcerned, laughing leisurely. He grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, his tone full of teasing. Commander Chen, please don't get agitated. Getting agitated at your age makes you prone to getting angry. As for Longqing, to be honest, it's just SOSO. He stretched out his hand and gestured in the air, as if selecting menu items. Several key targets, command posts, biological airfield, arms factory, and several barracks of mutant beasts. Cleaning them up shouldn't be too difficult. At this moment, the usually taciturn General Thunder suddenly spoke, his voice as calm as ice. Combat orders have been confirmed. The first round of strikes will officially begin in 15 minutes. The objective is to destroy high-value targets and enemy assembly areas within Dragon City. Commander Chen opened his mouth, wanting to retort, but he had no idea how to begin. He stared blankly at the two of them, his mind filled with only one thought: have they gone mad? Commander Wei's gaze deepened as he stared intently at Lin Chen and Lei Ting, trying to discern whether they were bluffing. But the result only unsettled him further. Their faces showed no sign of panic, only a serene, unwavering calm. That was the composure only someone truly in control of the situation possessed. Lin Chen pulled out an oddly shaped tablet and swiped his finger across the screen. Come on, you two, take a look at what a future heavy armored brigade's firepower demonstration looks like. The screen lit up, showing a dim night sky dotted with only a few stars. Commander Chen couldn't help but frown. What is this? Lin Chen replied casually. Satellite footage transmitted back in real time, directly over Longqing. Don't worry, the show is about to begin. A brief silence fell over the valley, broken only by the sound of the wind and the breathing of the people. Commander Chen felt a tickling sensation in his heart, glancing repeatedly at his tablet, then looking towards Longqing, though it was pitch black there. Suddenly, streaks of red light flashed across the screen, like shooting stars falling from the sky and landing precisely in a certain area of Dragon City. The light trails became more numerous and denser, as if a red rainstorm was falling from the sky. There was no sound, but the scene was breathtaking. Commander Qin and Army Commander Wei seemed to hear the silent roar of destruction. Lin Chen pointed to a burning area on the screen, his voice calm. That's the flying creature group of the source of calamity. Now, there shouldn't even be any ashes left. He swiped his finger, and the screen switched to the other side. This is an arms depot. Thousands of tons of ammunition have gone straight to the sky. And look at this, the Aberrant Beast Command Center, probably just an empty lot right now. Each time a location was clicked, that area on the screen would burst into a blinding white light before quickly fading into darkness. The precision was like an invisible giant hand erasing patches of targets from the map. Commander Qin and Army Commander Wei were utterly dumbfounded. The scene before them far exceeded their understanding of war. There were no shouts of battle, no chaotic fighting, only swift and deadly destruction. This didn't seem like war. It was more like a god casually reshaping the world. Commander Qin swallowed hard, his throat dry and hoarse. How many cannons would that take? Lin Chen chuckled. Cannons, no. You can think of them as giant rockets that can find their own targets. A range of thousands of kilometers, with an error margin of less than the size of an office desk. Is that accurate enough? Commander Qin's face darkened, and Army Commander Wei's expression was also complex. If this really was a firework, who would dare to fight on the battlefield? Just then, a red light appeared on the distant horizon, growing brighter and brighter until it quickly illuminated half the sky. Immediately afterward, a thunderous roar resounded, and the ground trembled slightly. Commander Qin and Army Commander Wei looked up sharply and saw flames shooting into the sky from the direction of Longqing. Like the end of the world, the horizon seemed to be ablaze, with countless pillars of fire shooting straight into the clouds. My God! Commander Qin murmured, dropping the riding whip from his hand. He had been a soldier for decades and considered himself knowledgeable, but this scene made him feel utterly ignorant. Commander Wei adjusted his glasses, a genuine sense of awe appearing in his eyes for the first time. He finally understood what Lin Chen meant by physical elimination. It wasn't a metaphor, it was the literal meaning. They didn't even have a chance to fight back, not even a chance to scream. Lin Chen closed his tablet, stretched, and acted as if he had only watched a boring news report. All right, you two, the performance is over. It's your turn to go on stage and reap the rewards of your victory. He patted Commander Qin on the shoulder, his usual smile on his face. Dragon City is just an empty shell now. The mutant beasts are probably scared out of their wits. Be careful when you go in, don't break anything valuable. Commander Qin was startled, his eyes suddenly burning with excitement. We're rich! This time we're really rich! He leaped onto his horse, as excited as a teenager. Signalman! Sound the horn and assemble! Target, Dragon City! Anyone who dares to steal this credit from me, I'll shoot them! With that, he spurred his horse away, leaving a trail of dust, so excited he almost flew away. Commander Wei watched his retreating figure, then turned to look at Lin Chen and Lei Ting, his heart filled with mixed emotions. He knew that from this day forward, the landscape of the war had completely changed. This young man, Lin Chen, and the troops behind him, would forever rewrite the future of this continent. He bowed respectfully, his tone solemn. Wei Mao, I admire you. Such divine might is probably beyond the reach of ordinary people. I will personally report today's events to the command headquarters and await your orders. Lin Chen smiled and nodded. Commander Wei, you're too kind. We're all human, with the same goal, so let's not talk about such formalities. We still need your help to maintain order in Dragon City, and we're short-handed. Commander Wei nodded. He had realized that they were no longer facing simple reinforcements, but a force capable of controlling the battlefield and changing the course of the war. He gave Lin Chen one last deep look, then turned and led his troops away. In the valley, only Lin Chen, Lei Ting, and the steel torrent from the future remained, standing silently. General Lei Ting stood in front of the battlefield command platform, his eyes fixed on Lin Chen. Seeing the kids' mission accomplished, time to go home attitude, he felt a surge of irritation. Lin Chen stretched lazily, his bones cracking, his face relaxed. General, this thunderstorm plan 1 certainly didn't disappoint. It was executed brilliantly. Don't you think we should bring out plans 2 and 3 for practice as well? Lei Ting merely glanced at him, his tone tinged with helplessness. You just love making things as chaotic as possible. Meanwhile, inside the core command center of the Dragon Kingdom in the main world, the scene was quite different. Old Master Long held his teacup, his expression calm as still water, but a slight upturn at the corner of his mouth betrayed his true feelings. That Shaolin, he always manages to stir up some unexpected trouble. The advisor in charge of the think tank pushed up his glasses, his eyes gleaming. Elder Long, we just received a report from the front lines. The preliminary assessment of the battle situation in the Dragon City direction is out. The main force sent by the enemy's calamity source has been basically decimated. Their command chain, logistics system, and biological outposts have all been destroyed. According to model simulations, the mutant beast forces on the outskirts of Dragon City are in complete chaos, leaderless. This news was like a massive bombshell, completely upsetting the atmosphere in the conference room. Elder Long gently set down his teacup, his voice steady. How is Commander Chen's reaction? Report. Commander Chen has led the quantum battle group into Dragon City, encountering virtually no resistance along the way. His exact words were, "Damn, this battle is more exhilarating than robbing a bank." Commander Wei has also been mobilized and is cooperating with the operation. He sent back a telegram saying, "Witnessing a miracle, the stars shall rise." Upon hearing this, Elder Long laughed heartily, his face full of satisfaction. What a miracle! What a glimmer of hope for the stars! Meanwhile, at the Red Rock Command Post, in a cave command room, the atmosphere was extremely heavy. The commander held a newly delivered encrypted report, his brows furrowed deeply. Several high-ranking military and political officials sat in a circle, their faces filled with contemplation and disbelief. Dragon City, just like that, gone? A bespectacled cadre muttered under his breath, as if asking someone else, or perhaps asking himself. The report says divine intervention, that they used skyrocket rockets to blast the main force of the mutant beasts into the sky. Is Commander Chen just bragging? The commander was silent for a moment, then said in a low voice, I believe this report. Moreover, Commander Wei's intelligence also confirms the same result. It seems that there really is a master in our Xingqian region. Back at the core command area of Fog Fortress, another storm was brewing. Absurd. Utterly incomprehensible. The commander slammed his fist on the table in fury, the contents of the telegram pressing heavily on his chest like a nightmare. Dragon City fell overnight? The main force of the source of the calamity was wiped out. What divine soldiers descended from the sky? Who is controlling all of this? His face was ashen as he roared. Investigate! We must find out whether this force is friend or foe. In the far reaches of the calamity's core, the situation was even more dire. Inside the main lair's command center, the high-ranking aberrations were all nearly rendered inoperable. Dragon City was out of contact, the main battle group was utterly annihilated, and one piece of bad news after another followed. It was as if overnight, the entire strategic defense line had been severed. Impossible. How could this be? Is our system malfunctioning? Or has the will of the Overlord abandoned us? Fear spread among these monsters like an invisible plague, eroding their remaining sanity. Meanwhile, on the battlefield in the river valley, Lin Chen, looking utterly bored, yawned. General, the news is really slow. Should we give them some more special medicine? Lei Ting glanced at him, a hint of amusement in his eyes. What tricks are you up to now? Lin Chen smiled mysteriously, pulling a small notebook and a pen from his pocket. We were busy making plans the other day, and now everyone's eyes are wide open. The global satellite network is fully deployed, covering the entire planet, with high-definition live streaming and real-time tracking. The logistics are also excellent. A reinforced armed brigade has just been delivered, along with a whole brigade of giant rockets. He made an exaggerated explosion gesture. The firepower is more than enough. I'm just afraid they won't be able to withstand it. Lei Ting frowned. Get to the point. Lin Chen's expression turned serious, and his voice turned cold. While the various regions are still processing the impact of Dragon City, let's launch a ruthless attack. We'll target all those scattered calamity strongholds and aberration beast gathering areas. Of course, we need to be cautious with city targets, striking precisely to avoid collateral damage. Thunder pondered for a few seconds, his voice low. You mean, a full-scale attack? Lin Chen waved his hand. Not a full-scale attack, but a targeted elimination, giving priority to the tough nuts to crack. Give the aberration battle groups in the Central Plains, Southern Ports, And northern ice fields a surprise package. Lei Ting's expression gradually turned serious. Does Elder Long know about this? The report has been sent over, and we're waiting for his approval. Just as Lei Ting was about to speak, the communicator rang. It was Elder Long's voice. Thunderclap Plan 2, approved for execution. Control the impact, prioritize our safety. Lin Chen laughed and snapped his fingers. All right. Let them meet their master ahead of time. He turned to the missile force commander and roared. Coordinates sent. Same old routine, quick and decisive. Yes, sir. The commander saluted and quickly left. Immediately, the mountains on both sides of the valley roared. Hundreds upon hundreds of rockets shot up from the ground, streaking across the night sky with fiery trails, like a vengeful meteor shower, hurtling towards the source of the calamity. This night was destined to be a nightmare for the world of calamity. As dawn broke and the first rays of sunlight pierced the horizon of the star continent, the flames of war had already engulfed every region. From north to south, from east to west, countless mutated beast lairs and enemy strongholds were uprooted. The flames of the explosions lit up the sky, tearing apart the symbols representing the reign of calamity in the inferno. Inside the Red Rock Command Post, the deep purple area on the battle map rapidly diminished. Each time an enemy stronghold was destroyed, the commander removed a small purple flag. This is simply a miracle! A veteran cadre's voice trembled. Meanwhile, at Fog Fortress, the command center's communication lines never stopped. One intelligence report after another poured in, like death knells, completely shattering the nerves of the enemy's high command. In the Overlord's Hall at the heart of the calamity, the high-ranking aberrations were gripped by widespread panic. First main force. Destroyed. Central plains severely damaged. Southern port node out of contact. Northern chapter. No response. One piece of bad news after another swept in like a tsunami, completely destroying their confidence. The source of calamity is coming to an end. From the depths of the control core came intermittent mournful cries, as if some kind of will was dying. Chapter 11, Proud and Spirited. The smoke of battle had not yet cleared over Dragon City when new orders arrived. Take Commander Qin to the Qian command post. Lei Ting frowned slightly and glanced at Commander Qin, who was grinning widely and dreaming about how to divide up the spoils of Dragon City. Is it necessary? He was used to expressing himself in the most concise language. Of course. Lin Chen waved the tablet in his hand, the screen displaying a map of the direction of the Red Rock command post. We're here to help, so we should at least greet the hosts and put their minds at ease. Besides, Commander Qin has such a fiery temper. If we don't let him see the leaders at the command post in person and report on the great achievements of the heavenly troops, he'll go crazy. Commander Qin, with his sharp ears, immediately leaned closer upon hearing this. What? Meeting the leaders? His eyes widened, his large, fan-like hands rubbing together excitedly. Brother Lin, are you serious? Taking me, old Qin, to Qian? Lin Chen nodded with a smile. Of course, a private jet will be provided. Specialized chicken? Commander Qin scratched the back of his head, looking completely bewildered. What kind of chicken is so precious? General Thunder's lips twitched almost imperceptibly, and the scar on his brow bone seemed to twitch as well. He decided to remain silent, out of sight, out of mind. Half an hour later, a dark green armed helicopter, accompanied by the deafening roar of its rotors, landed on the makeshift open space in Longqing. The blast wave nearly blinded Commander Qin, and his military cap was blown far away. Damn it! Commander Qin picked up his hat, pressed it tightly to his head, and stared in shock at the iron bird before him, which was more bizarre than any aircraft he had ever seen. This thing can fly. It had no wings, but a huge propeller spun rapidly above its head. Lin Chen patted the helicopter's metal hull. Commander Qin, this is called the Falcon Assault Vehicle, our air taxi. It's fast and stable. We guarantee to get you to Qian comfortably. Commander Qin circled the helicopter twice, touching and tapping here and there, marveling at it. It looks much sturdier than the corrupted wings of the source of calamity. He had only ever seen the flying aberrations or transport ships of the source of calamity from the sky before. This was the first time he had come into such close contact with friendly forces' aircraft. Lei Ting had already boarded the plane first, his movements efficient. Lin Chen gestured for him to proceed. "Commander Qin, please don't be late." Commander Qin took a deep breath, as if he were going into battle, gritted his teeth, and climbed into the cabin. Inside, the modern seats and various instruments flashing indicator lights made him feel like he had entered another world. The helicopter slowly ascended, and the scenery on the ground rapidly shrank. Commander Qin gripped the handrail tightly, his face pale, but his words remained defiant. It's all right, more bumpy than riding a horse." Lin Chen handed him a cleaning bag. "Commander Qin, use this if you get airsick, don't be shy." Who got airsick?" Commander Qin retorted stubbornly, but his eyes were fixed on the broken mountains rushing past the window. During the flight, Lin Chen gave a brief introduction to the otherworld, Rabbit, leaving Commander Qin completely bewildered. Modern cities, orbital defense platforms, personal cars, he felt like all his decades of fighting the source of calamity had been for nothing. The outside world had become completely unrecognizable to him. Qian Command Post. The entire base was in an uproar when the helicopter landed. Countless eyes were filled with curiosity, shock, and a hint of wariness towards the unknown force. Several leaders and comrades personally came out to greet them. They had already learned of the dramatic changes in Longqing and the existence of this heaven-sent army through special channels. Commander Qin practically scrambled off the plane, his legs still a little weak. Looking at the familiar yet somewhat unfamiliar officers before him, he was overwhelmed with emotion, his eyes welling with tears. "Commanders!" He greeted them with a crisp military salute, his voice loud but trembling slightly. The leading officer grasped his hand, his gaze gentle yet profound. "Comrade Qin, you've worked hard. You fought exceptionally well in Longqing, displaying the might of our resistance forces." After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Commander Qin was invited into the sturdy cave conference room. Lei Ting and Lin Chen, as representatives of friendly forces, sat in attendance. Commander Qin's report was full of his personal touch. "Reporting to the commander. With the help of Brother Lin and General Lei, our quantum regiment has wiped out that big cancer in Dragon City. Those mutated beast bastards, how arrogant they used to be. They were so tough and timid, causing trouble everywhere. And now, with a bang of Brother Lin's big firecracker, they're gone without a trace." He gestured wildly, spittle flying everywhere, as if he were back on the battlefield. The atmosphere in the conference room was somewhat subtle. The leaders listened attentively, nodding occasionally, but mostly observing Lin Chen and Lei Ting. One of these young men was all smiles, the other had a resolute face, yet both exuded an undeniable aura of absolute power. When Commander Qin spoke of those giant rockets that could find their own way and hit their targets precisely, the eyes of several leaders lit up, for they saw a glimmer of hope for turning the tide. The report lasted a long time. Finally, the commander looked at Lin Chen and Lei Ting. "Thank you for the selfless assistance of our allies. We, the Crimson Rock Resistance Front, and all the people of the Star Continent who are resisting the source of calamity, will forever remember this friendship." His tone was solemn, carrying the weight of seeing a glimmer of hope in a desperate situation. Lin Chen smiled slightly. "You're too kind, Chief. We are all fighting to protect our homeland. Our goal is the same, to completely eliminate the source of Calamity Consortium and its henchmen from the Star Continent." Lei Ting added, his voice firm and powerful, like the clash of steel. "Those who invade my homeland will be punished." At this moment, the atmosphere in the conference room reached its peak. It was a resonance between the steel torrent of the future and the indomitable will of the people. Meanwhile, the entire Star Continent was already in an uproar over the news of the fall of Dragon City and the precise strikes against the source of calamities in various places. From the icy plains of the north to the dense forests of the south, from the Gobi Desert in the west to the broken coastline on the east. The order for a full-scale counteroffensive issued by the Qian Command Post was like a spark that ignited a prairie fire, instantly setting a long-suppressed flame of hope in the hearts of all the ravaged people. On the central plains, poorly equipped resistance militia, carrying rudimentary rifles or melee weapons, used the familiar terrain to lay traps and ambush the transport mutated beasts and supply convoys of the source of the calamity. In the broken ridge mountains surrounding Dragon City, the main force of the Divine Dragon Army split into several routes and launched a fierce attack on the secondary strongholds and small nests occupied by the source of calamity. In the southern Emerald Jungle region, Nova Corps soldiers moved like ghosts through the dense vegetation, using environmental advantages and flexible tactics to engage in fierce guerrilla warfare against patrolling aberrant beast squads. Even in some areas controlled by the Fog City Army, after receiving Commander Wei's telegram that read, "Witness the miracle, the stars will rise," some commanders finally couldn't hold back and began to tentatively attack the nearby, weak outposts of the Source of Calamity. "Charge! Avenge our compatriots who died in Dragon City! Destroy the Lair of Calamity! Reclaim our land! The divine weapons have arrived! The aberration beast's doom has come!" The rousing shouts, the hissing of energy weapons, and the roar of explosions echoed across the scarred land of the Star Continent. The anger and will to survive that had been suppressed for far too long erupted violently at this moment, like a volcano that had been accumulating for thousands of years. Caught off guard, the forces of the Source of Calamity were plunged into unprecedented chaos and panic by this sudden, all-out counterattack from all sides. Their fortified strongholds were destroyed, their scattered battle groups were divided and surrounded, and their once invincible rule began to crumble under the united resistance of the people of the stars and the thunderous blows from the future. Chapter 12. That day, the Air Force blotted out the sky. Their prized intelligence system proved utterly ineffective in the face of Operation Thunder. One moment their stronghold was impregnable, the next it was engulfed in flames. With command nodes precisely destroyed, coordination between battle groups was lost, and they were like mutated beasts with severed nerves, blindly rampaging across the battlefield. The once invincible mutant beasts have now become frightened birds, and their morale has plummeted to rock bottom. They didn't understand where those attacks, which seemed like divine punishment, came from. They couldn't understand why, overnight, all those docile sheep had turned into fierce jackals. Location: Yuanqing Planet. At the heart of the calamity, within the lair of the aberrant beasts, cries of despair filled the air. Countless battle damage reports came in like snowflakes, each one like a heavy hammer blow to the core processors of those war-mutated variants. "It's over! It's all over!" The aberrant deep-sea admin sat slumped in his chair, his face ashen. One of the warband lords, with bloodshot eyes, let out a furious and desperate shriek. His tentacles lashed the ground as he roared that he wanted to self-destruct his core. But he was firmly suppressed by another lord next to him. The ruler, seated on the central throne, whose massive, twisted, and constantly pulsating core consciousness felt for the first time a chilling fear originating from the deepest level, a fear called destruction. Inside the Star Federation's forward base, Lin Chen looked at the huge map spread out on the table. On the map, the blue markers representing the invading forces are decreasing at a visible rate. The red arrows surged fiercely towards the blue area from all directions. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly. "Old Long, our first move was quite well played." Thunder stood beside him, looking at the map with sharp eyes. "This is just the beginning." Lin Chen stretched and loosened his muscles. "Yes, it's just the beginning." He picked up a red pencil and drew a large X on the map at the core stronghold of the Calamity Source Consortium. "Next, it's time to give them something more exciting. For example, let them experience firsthand what a real core nest defense battle is like." A cold smile appeared on his face, but the chilling killing intent contained in that smile made Lei Ting, who was standing next to him, feel a chill. General Thunder stared at the large X, drawn on the map by Lin Chen in red, and the scar on his brow twitched slightly. That cross precisely covered the most twisted and darkest core deep within the endless sea of corruption, the throne of the ruler. He didn't speak, but the murderous aura emanating from him unconsciously intensified. "Stimulate?" Thunder's voice sounded like it was being squeezed out of his chest, low and hoarse. "Not enough." Lin Chen's lips curled into a smile, his lazy demeanor vanished, and a chilling madness shone in his eyes. "General, please be patient. Good dishes should be served one at a time." He tapped on the map with the tip of his pen, the first point landing on a hatchery. "The first step is to remove the claws. Their biological warships no longer need to go to sea." The pen tip moved and landed on several locations marked as corruption sites. "The second step, breaking wings. Their flying mutants, whether newly emerged from their cocoons or preparing to take off, turn them into piles of burning organic waste on the ground." The pen tip finally came to a heavy stop in the center. The third and most crucial step is decapitation. Lin Chen raised his head, looked at Lei Ting, and smiled sinisterly. Eliminate their command center, the core of their main nest, and that so-called throne of domination from a physical perspective as quickly as possible. He paused, then added, the kind in the physical sense. Thunder's Adam's apple bobbed, but he didn't utter a sound. However, his eyes were already blazing with fury. Lin Chen turned around and said something into the communicator. Elder Long, I've finished explaining my plan. Are you satisfied with this menu? There was a few seconds of silence on the communicator, followed by Elder Long's gentle yet authoritative voice. Let's do as the young comrade says. Operation Code Name, Divine Retribution. The skies of the world of the source of calamity have never been so noisy. The 200-meter-tall, dark blue light gate was now like an endless teleportation node, frantically spewing out steel artifacts. It was no longer an armored torrent on land. It was the Air Force. One after another, fighter jets painted with bright red military insignia roared out of the portal, like ancient behemoths awakened, trailing long blue flames. The Shillong Aerospace Superiority Fighter Jet, with its futuristic canard layout and diamond-shaped fuselage, gleams with a cold metallic luster under the sunlight, forming a sharp spearhead. Following closely behind was the Thunder multi-role attack aircraft, armed with a wide array of ground attack munitions, each one representing destruction. Finally, there's the massive Taishan strategic bombing platform, resembling a moving mountain, whose internal bomb bays carry the ultimate power capable of rewriting the surface of a planet. They did not land at airports in this world. They simply passed through the portal, formed formation in midair, and then turned without hesitation, heading straight for the endless sea of decay. The entire skies above the Star Federation continent were shrouded in this overwhelming swarm of aircraft. Survivors who were collecting supplies from the ruins stared in disbelief at the sky. The city's residents flocked to the streets, pointing at the massive, overwhelming torrent of steel, their faces filled with shock and ecstasy. My God! What is that? It's our divine weapon! It's the divine weapons plane! So many planes! Are they heading to attack the home of the mutant beasts? An elderly man with white hair, leaning on a cane, with 2 streams of hot tears flowing from his cloudy eyes, knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times heavily in the direction the planes had flown. Countless Shillong Army and Nova Army soldiers who were fighting against the remaining mutant beasts stopped what they were doing and looked up. The roar that tore through the air was the most beautiful symphony they had ever heard. The outline of each aircraft is like a totem etched in their hearts. Hope. An unprecedented hope. The airspace surrounding the core of the calamity. The piercing air raid siren echoed mournfully over their nest for the first time. Countless rotten wing airports, built on giant organisms, are in complete chaos. The low-level aberration engineers frantically injected high-energy biofuel and acid spore bombs into those bloated, rotten wing interceptors. The wing claw riders rushed frantically toward their biological vehicles, many without even having time to synchronize their neural links with them. Enemy attack! Destroyers from the sky! Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Enemy aircraft! How is that possible? How could they possibly fly here? A high-ranking winged claw pilot lord, through his compound eye sensory organs, watched the dark mass of machines rapidly approaching on the horizon like a metallic storm. Its core was fluctuating violently, almost out of control. Quickly! Everything that can fly! Take off! For the sake of the Dominator's will! Intercept them at all costs! One after another, the rotten wing interceptors, with their twisted shapes and covered in biological carapaces and slime, struggled and staggered as they soared into the toxic air, attempting to form a desperate defensive line with their flesh and blood. However, they are facing a dimensional reduction attack from another dimension. Dragon Squadron, lock onto all airborne targets and hunt them down at will. Maintain altitude and don't let these filthy creatures pollute Mount Tai's route. The cold command echoed in the encrypted channel. Above the stratosphere, in the cockpits of more than a dozen Shillong fighter jets, the pilots did not even perform any major maneuvers. They simply watched calmly as red triangles representing high threats were instantly locked onto and pinpointed by the advanced fire control system on the holographic tactical interface. Starburst 15, launch. The pilot pressed the button. One by one, beyond visual range air-to-air missiles detached from their racks and silently pounced on their targets. Below, the pilots of the rotten wing interceptors couldn't even see a shadow of the enemy. Their neural connections are filled with destructive interference noise, and the instinctive fear of their biological vehicles throws them into chaos. The next second, clusters of dazzling fireballs exploded with a deafening roar within their formation. There was no prolonged fighting. There was no pursuit. There wasn't even a single shot fired. This was a one-sided, cold, and efficient massacre. Within minutes, all the rotten wing interceptors that dared to take off, along with their pilots, were reduced to burning wreckage and fell from the sky. Airspace threat cleared. Taishan formation, target coordinates have been transmitted, execute purification protocol. Chapter 13 Mushroom Cleansing. The massive Taishan strategic bomber formation resembles a group of elegant yet ruthless Grim Reapers. They crossed the endless sea of decay and entered the skies above the core layer of the source of calamity conglomerate. On the ground, countless mutated beasts stared in terror at the sky, the shadows cast by the enormous wings enveloping their city. Fear spread like a plague. Just then, the red warning lights inside General Thunder's command vehicle began to flash. Elder Long's voice came through quantum communication clearly. Divine Retribution Plan, the final step. Authorized to use Dongfeng Express. Thunder's pupils contracted sharply, he clenched his fists, and roared into the communicator. Coordinates sent! Strategic Missile Forces! Prepare! Inside the Star Federation's forward base, the camouflage netting was instantly torn off. Dozens of massive missile launchers raised their menacing heads. That's not a conventional missile. Each warhead bears a striking mushroom symbol that makes the entire planet tremble. Lin Chen stood not far away, wearing sunglasses and with a lollipop in his mouth, and said indistinctly, General, tell me, which is more beautiful, the mushroom cloud or the fireworks? Thunder did not answer him. He just stared intently at the screen, his eyes reflecting the flames about to rise into the sky. I choose to eradicate the root cause. He pressed the red button in front of him, which represented the final judgment. Emission! As Thunder pressed the red button, the entire base seemed to tremble. Dozens of Dongfeng Express missiles, trailing tail flames more dazzling than the sun, tore apart the sky of the world of the source of calamity. Their goal is the deep-sea nest in the endless sea of decay. Lin Chen adjusted his sunglasses, making a crunch sound as he chewed the lollipop in his mouth. General, do you think the recipient will give this package a 5-star review when they sign for it? Thunder ignored him, staring intently at the dozens of red dots representing missiles on the main screen, the scar on his brow bone seemingly burning hot. I only care whether or not they deliver to my door. Location, Yuanxing Planet. Endless Sea of Decay, Deep Sea Nest. The remaining Abyssal Beast class biological motherships of the United Deep Sea Fleet, like crouching behemoths, rested quietly in the harbor. The mutants were still lazily wiping the biocannon barrels on the deck, completely unaware that their master had already backed down. The sea surface of the harbor reflects a false calm. The next second, the sky brightened. It wasn't sunrise, but a pale light that defies description. After the light comes destruction. A gigantic mushroom cloud, a mixture of vaporized biomass and molten organic metals, rose slowly from the center of the abyssal sea nest. The Abyss Devourer, a biological warship symbolizing deep-sea dominance, was moored in the harbor and was instantly vaporized in the intense heat of billions of degrees before it could even utter a mournful cry. The sturdy skeletal dock and the thick biomass breakwater were torn apart and blown away like paper in the face of the shock wave. The seawater boiled violently, and the resulting tsunami reached a height of 100 meters, crashing down on the ruins of the nest. At the same time, all the major layers of the Deep Sea Legion, the source of all great calamities, received a warm greeting from another world. The United Deep Sea Legion, which the Source of Calamity Consortium was so proud of, became, at this moment, a physical entity synonymous with the River of Time. Step 1, removing claws, is complete. At the valley base, Lin Chen whistled, his tone as relaxed as if he were commenting on a fireworks show. Thunder's fist slowly loosened and then slowly clenched again, his eyes burning with a century-old flame of revenge. Meanwhile, above the core layer of the source of calamity, the real performance had only just begun. The massive Taishan strategic bomber formation, like a dark cloud pressing down, flew with unstoppable force over the core city of the mutant, which had been completely terrified. Taishan formation begins execution of Broken Wings operation. The chilling command was the final death knell tolled for all targets below that still bore the mark of the source of calamity. The bomb bay under the fuselage slowly opened. Countless aerial bombs, cluster bombs, and incendiary bombs rained down like hail from the Grim Reaper. A corrupted wing distribution center that had just urgently repaired its takeoff and landing platform using rapidly proliferating biological tissue was completely covered by a dense rain of bombs before it could even launch a corrupted wing interceptor. The explosion of the stored biofuel turned half the sky red. The core of a creature hidden deep within a writhing mountain of flesh was precisely hit by a bunker buster. The next moment, the entire mountain of flesh trembled violently, and then its top was ripped open by an irresistible force, and a raging fire dragon soared into the sky. One after another, living arsenals that transformed organic matter into weapons of war were blasted into twisted, burning organic metal remnants in a series of explosions. One after another, the hubs of the flesh and blood conveyor belts, composed of huge nerve cords and biological tubes, were blown into countless broken pieces of waste, flowing with pus. The anti-aircraft firepower, consisting of bioacid cannons, fired a few symbolic shots into the sky before being silenced instantly by the accompanying thunder attack aircraft that picked them off one by one with missiles. There was no air combat. There was no resistance. This cannot even be called a war, but rather an extremely efficient, precise, and ruthless ecological purification. The core of the calamity, the emergency shelter beneath the throne hall of the abyss. The Overlord and a host of high-ranking aberrations and chapter lords huddled together, trembling like ducks with their necks being choked. The shelter's sturdy walls, made of high-density biocrystals, groaned and cracked under the relentless, devastating blows from above. The ear-piercing explosions, even through the thick bunkers, still struck the core processors they depended on like heavy hammers. The end, the era of the source of calamity, has ended. The aberrant archetype responsible for strategic simulation had its core aura completely extinguished, collapsing to the ground like a candle in the wind, and the data stream fell into complete silence. No more aberration lords are clamoring to detonate the core, because they discovered that the other side didn't give them a chance to perish together, but would only scatter to ashes, the very foundation of their world that they had distorted and corrupted. Inside the Star Federation's forward base, Lin Chen clicked his tongue as he looked at the real-time footage transmitted back by the drone, which resembled a hellish scroll. Lei Laohu, the efficiency of our cleaners is quite professional, in my opinion. He paused, then added, the noise is a bit loud. I don't know if it will affect the neighbors. A faint, cold smile finally appeared on General Thunder's lips. He turned his head and looked at Lin Chen. Inform Elder Long that the claw removal and wing breaking plans have been successfully completed. We can proceed to the final step now. Lin Chen grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. Drew a more conspicuous and forceful X on the map at the core coordinate point marked as the throne hall of the abyss, located at the deepest part of the endless sea of corruption. Receive. He spoke into the communicator in a light-hearted tone, as if he were ordering takeout. Old Master Long, the appetizers and soup are all served. Now, it's time to serve the grand finale. Chapter 14. The Liquidation, the World Shocked. Chapter 14. The Liquidation, the World Shocked. On the communicator, Elder Long's voice was as gentle as ever, as if he were simply asking about the dinner menu. The main dishes need to be substantial enough to leave a lasting impression on the guests. I approve it. This approval carries more weight than any military order. General Thunder did not roar again, but used all his strength to utter two words. Ignition. The earth trembled in the face of this final judgment. The sky was torn open, revealing cracks leading to destruction. This is no longer Dongfeng Express. This is the final judgment of a civilization from another dimension and another timeline, on an ultimate being who has committed heinous crimes and corrupted the star continent for countless years. The core of the calamity, the emergency shelter beneath the throne hall of the abyss. The dominant core consciousness throbbed and twisted violently, emitting mental pulses of chaos and despair. The rhythmic, slight tremors on the ground were the aftershocks of heavy strategic bombers dropping bombs in the distance, like the footsteps of death, slow and steady, yet drawing ever closer. Inside the shelter, all was deathly silent. All arrogance and all will to rule crumbled completely before that irresistible ultimate power. Suddenly, all the shaking stopped. The lights flickered violently for a moment. An extreme, deathly silence enveloped the core processor of the high-order aberration variant. Immediately afterwards, an indescribable, pale white light stubbornly penetrated the thick biological crystal barrier. The light had no temperature, yet it seemed capable of freezing the souls of even high-level aberrations. Outside the bunker, the colossal main lair of the calamity, composed of countless writhing mountains of flesh, twisted crystal towers, and biological conduits, silently lost all its form and structure in that instant. Following closely behind was an enormous, ever-expanding, omega flower, so vast it blotted out the entire corrupted sky. It heralded the complete end of a decadent era. Inside the shelter, the last glimmer of light went out completely, plunging into eternal, absolute darkness where even consciousness could not exist. Star Federation Forward Base, Tactical Command Center. On the main screen, the satellite image representing the core layer of the calamity turned into a blinding snowflake. Immediately afterwards, the backup signal was switched in. That cloud of destruction, symbolizing ultimate annihilation and churning as if it possessed a life of its own, filled the entire screen. The image possessed a suffocating, cold, and absolute beauty. "Report!" An intelligence analyst jumped to his feet, his voice distorted with excitement and shock. "In the last second before the signal was lost, we intercepted an unencrypted, high-level emergency psionic broadcast from the throne of the abyss. The content is the core consciousness of the Overlord, releasing its final, desperate, and pleading unconditional termination pulse." The entire command center was completely silent. Everyone stared at the Omega flower on the screen, which was devouring everything, with strange expressions. Surrender? Termination of the request? Lin Chen took the lollipop out of his mouth. The stick was already chewed up beyond recognition. He curled his lip and let out a soft sneer. "Only now do you think of surrendering? It's a bit late. Who are they planning to surrender to?" He looked around, his gaze finally settling on General Thunder's face, which was flush red with extreme excitement. "We can't just surrender to the laws of the universe themselves, can we? I estimate that, on the other hand, the laws need to be assessed first to see if their existence violates fundamental physical constants." General Thunder's tense body finally relaxed completely at this moment. He seemed to have all his strength drained away, leaning heavily against the back of the chair and letting out a long, satisfied yet complex sigh. He wasn't smiling, but his eyes were frighteningly red. This bombing did more than just flatten a nest. It also completely burned away the dark clouds that had accumulated over generations, woven from blood, tears, and despair, that shrouded the star continent. At that moment, the whole world went completely mad. The heart of the furnace, the capital of the Iron Alliance continent. Inside the presidential hall, a tall figure covered in a metal exoskeleton violently slammed a holographic projection of a battle report from the star front onto the ground, turning it into scattered data streams. "Useless! A bunch of useless trash! The Alliance's most powerful potential collaborator was wiped out from existence in such a short time?" A general carefully picked up the battle report and whispered. "Supreme Forger, according to data from our monitoring stations, a burst of energy far exceeding the equivalent of any known explosive has been detected at the core coordinates of the calamity. That is not the kind of war we understand." The roar of the Supreme Forger came to an abrupt halt. He was stunned, and then an emotion stronger than anger surged into the core of his logic. That was fear. For the first time, he discovered that there existed a power in this world that he could not understand or control. Tracing the source. Trace it back to its source. The origin of this power. It must be located. Are they enemies? Or a new forge? Northern Alliance, Frost Crystal Council. Inside the crystal pipe, icy blue energy mist flickered, reflecting a face as if sculpted from ice, devoid of any expression. You mean, in our strategic assessment, a force has emerged on that ravaged star continent, powerful enough to reshape the planet's landscape? The temperature of the intelligence mastermind in front of me has soared to a dangerous threshold. Yes, High Speaker. Their power is immeasurable. The speaker slowly stood up and walked to the huge world map. His gaze did not linger on the corrupt abyss that had just been marked as purified, but was fixed on the vast land that symbolized the Star Federation. A power rose from that land that even made his heart tremble. His fingers, made of pure energy, gently traced across the map. After a long silence, he finally spoke. It seems that our frosty crystal torrent needs to be replanned in terms of its flow direction. Star Federation Forward Base. The cold system notification finally arrived in Lin Chen's mind, albeit belatedly. Main quest, purification of the root. Task status, completed. Completion rate, 512%, exceeded target. Lin Chen was stunned for a moment. 512? Was this math system taught by a PE teacher? How can it be calculated like this? Final reward calculation is underway based on task completion progress. Settlement in progress. Chapter 15 Reward. Choose 2 out of 5. Absolutely amazing. Bite. A crisp beep sounded, as if the abacus beads had settled into their positions. Over rewards for exceeding targets have been calculated, and 5 top-tier rewards have been generated. Please choose 2 rewards from the following 5 options. 5 dazzling virtual options instantly appeared before Lin Chen's eyes, each radiating an alluring glow that made one's heart race. Part 1. The Anchor of the World, Permanent. Reward description: establishes a permanent two-way portal between the world of the source of calamity and the overworld. The portal has stable coordinates, is self-sufficient in energy, and can be opened or closed at any time. Lin Chen's eyelids twitched. This reward was simple and unpretentious, but priceless. Part 2. Space-based kinetic strike system, blueprint. Reward description: a complete set of design blueprints and core theoretical data for the Rod of God space-based weapon system, encompassing a comprehensive technology package from materials science to orbital deployment. His breathing quickened slightly. This thing was a strategic deterrent that major powers dreamed of. Part 3. Directed nuclear weapon suppressor, complete product. Reward description: a strategic level device capable of covering a radius of 3,000 kilometers. Within its force field, all nuclear fission and fusion chain reactions will be forcibly terminated. Simply put, it's a super, golden shield that renders nuclear bombs duds. Lin Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. This is no longer strategic deterrence. It's a powerful tool that directly overturns the table and changes the rules. Part 4. T-800 Humanoid Robot Production Line, complete set. Reward details: the complete T-800 production technology and assembly line equipment, including liquid metal-shaped memory alloy technology. Also included is 1,000 pairs of Schwarzenegger-style sunglasses. Lin Chen's lips twitched. The system's perverse sense of humor remained as consistent as ever. He could almost see the bizarre scene of a group of naked robots walking off the production line and then lining up to put on sunglasses. However, when he saw the last option, he completely lost his composure. He felt as if he had been struck by lightning, and froze on the spot. 5. Strike Freedom Gundam, complete technology kit includes 1 physical unit adapted for the Chinese market. Reward details: includes complete technical data on the mobile suit, Dragoon system, beam saber, high-energy beam rifle, PS armor, compact nuclear fission engine, and applied materials. Lin Chen opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. Gundam? Or should we attack Freedom? The strongest coordinators vehicle, which boasts magnificent wings, traverses the universe 7 times, and slices through people like vegetables. He turned around abruptly, looking towards the distant base, his heart pounding uncontrollably. Young comrade, what's wrong? The old man's gentle voice pulled him back from his great shock. Lin Chen swallowed hard, feeling his throat as dry as the Sahara Desert. Dragon. Elder Dragon. System, the bonus has been issued. Choose 2 out of 5, let us choose ourselves. Half an hour later. The main world, the strategic conference room deep underground in the Eastern Theater Command. The atmosphere was even more eerie than when the decision to launch the nuclear missile was made. General Thunder stared intently at the 5th option on the projection screen with his large, bell-like eyes. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down, and his breathing was as heavy as an old, broken-down blower. Gundam? He turned his head and looked at Lin Chen, his eyes filled with the discipline of a soldier and the last stubbornness of a middle-aged man. Is this thing really made with oil? Meanwhile, the scientists in the think tank, who had been urgently summoned, had completely gone mad. PS armor! Phase shift armor! My God, this means that physical attacks are almost ineffective within the limits of energy. A leading figure in materials science was so excited that his face turned red and his white beard trembled. And that compact nuclear fission engine! Such a small size, yet it can support such high-intensity combat. This is not scientific. This is simply theology. A nuclear physicist clutched his nitroglycerin pills tightly, as if he were about to faint from bliss at any moment. Dragon Rider System. Wireless Separable Assault Unit. This is the perfect combination of quantum communication and highly intelligent AI. Give it to me. Give it to me. I'm willing to exchange all the research results of the rest of my life for it. The computer expert who had previously been fascinated by the Matrix was now trying to rush onto the stage to embrace the cold projection screen, but was held back by 2 guards. The entire conference room was as chaotic as a vegetable market. Only Elder Long remained calmly seated in the first position. He picked up the teacup and gently blew on it. Then, he turned his attention to the 3rd option. Directed nuclear weapons suppressor. He slowly uttered those words, his voice not loud, but it instantly silenced the noisy conference room. All the excited, enthusiastic scientists seemed to have been paused, turning their gazes to Elder Long. Old Master Long put down his teacup and glanced around the room. With it means that there is no force on this planet that can pose a devastating threat to our homeland. The militia of the US, the poplars of the Russian Bear, the trident of Gaul, will all become a pile of expensive scrap metal. His voice was soft, yet it carried a weight that could change the course of the world. General Thunder calmed down. He glanced at the Gundam on the screen, then at the Golden Bell shield, and a conflicted expression appeared on his face. On one side is a man's ultimate romance, an invincible spear. On one side is the absolute security of the country, an indestructible shield. Lin Chen cleared his throat, breaking the suffocating silence. Ahem, esteemed leaders and experts, let's not get agitated. Each of these 5 awards could be said to be enough to change the world. The world's anchor is like giving us an absolutely safe backyard and resource-producing area. The Rod of God gives us the ability to strike targets globally with conventional weapons. The T-800 production line solves the labor problem for future high-risk environment operations, and can even form a steel army that is not afraid to sacrifice itself. As for Gundam and nuclear weapons suppressors, Lin Chen shrugged. One is to forcibly raise our technological level by at least 200 years. One is to directly overturn the chessboard and announce that from now on, we will only play the game according to the rules we set ourselves. His words made everyone fall into deep thought. This is a choice that is both a blessing and an incredibly difficult one. Each one is indispensable. I choose 3 and 5. The computer expert suddenly roared. With nuclear weapons suppressors, we will have nothing to fear. Then, we can spend 100 years studying every single screw of the strike freedom with peace of mind. I object. A strategic analyst wearing gold-rimmed glasses stood up. I choose options 1 and 3. The strategic value of the world's anchor is long-term. A stable rear area is more important than a weapon that cannot be mass-produced in the short term. Security is the primary factor for development. Bullshit. What do you mean by cannot be mass-produced in the short term? We have the complete technology and prototypes. If our think tank can't figure it out within 3 years, we'll all hang ourselves. Old Zhang, calm down. Let's bring your blood pressure down first. The meeting room descended into chaos once again. Lin Chen watched as these pillars of the nation argued heatedly over the prize he had brought back, and a strange sense of satisfaction welled up inside him. Just then, Elder Long gently tapped the table. "Comrades." The noise stopped abruptly. As Elder Long looked at the 5 options on the screen, his deep eyes seemed to hold countless stars in their calculations. After a long while, he raised his head, his gaze falling on Lin Chen, and his signature gentle smile appeared on his face. "Comrade Lin Chen, you're the one who opens the door, and you're also the one who serves the food. Now, the head chef wants to hear your opinion as a waiter. Which 2 dishes do you think would be best suited to our rabbits' palates?" Chapter 16 Lin Chen chooses freedom. Even Elder Long is convinced. All eyes in the room were focused on Lin Chen, like searchlights. Lin Chen scratched his head, revealing his signature, slightly irritating smile. "Old Master Long, you're putting a lowly soldier like me in a difficult position. I'm just the one who opens the door and reads out the prizes that the system generates. When it comes to ordering food, you, the chief designer, have to take charge." His words eased the tense atmosphere in the meeting room somewhat. Lin Chen abruptly changed the subject, his smile fading, his eyes becoming more serious than ever before. "However, since you asked, I will dare to say a few words of layman's opinion." He extended the first finger. "I choose number 1, the World Anchor." This choice surprised many people. An expert responsible for strategic resource assessment immediately frowned. "Comrade Lin Chen, although the anchor of the world can provide resources, that world is ultimately just a film and television world. The total amount of its resources and the difficulty of extraction are probably..." Lin Chen did not directly refute, but instead asked a question. "What is our purpose in going to the world of the source of calamity?" General Thunder answered instinctively. "Cut the weeds and eliminate the roots." Lin Chen shook his head. "No, that's just the mission objective. Our real purpose is to make up for the regrets and to help the people who struggled in our time and space." His voice wasn't loud, but it sent a slight jolt through everyone present. "We went there and, with swift and decisive action, wiped out the invaders, both physically and mentally. We felt great, and we got our revenge. But then what?" Lin Chen's gaze swept over everyone present. "We flipped the table, leaving a mess. We poked a hole in the sky, then just packed our bags and left. The Star Federation in that virtual world has just experienced a devastating war and is in dire need of reconstruction. What we left them was a huge power vacuum and a vision of hatred that was forcibly amplified. We're gone. Our deterrent power is gone. Will the Aurora Alliance, which has been lurking in the north and eyeing the Star Federation covetously, take advantage of this situation? Will those scattered remnants re-emerge and trigger new internal strife? We lit the flame of their hope with our own hands. Are we going to blow it out with our own hands?" The conference room was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. The scientists who had previously only thought about Gundam and cutting-edge technology were now silent. What they see is technology, data, and rewards. What Lin Chen saw was responsibility. "The world's anchor is not just resources," Lin Chen said word by word. "It is also a responsibility, a promise, and a guarantee that we leave behind. We will ensure that the Star Federation of that world can lick its wounds and rebuild its home under our protection in peace until they have the power to truly protect themselves. We can't save them and then abandon them." General Thunder's resolute face held a complex expression. He let out a heavy sigh, as if to expel all the pent-up frustration in his chest. "I agree." His voice was hoarse, yet unusually firm. Old Master Long picked up his teacup, took a small sip, and a hint of approval flashed in his eyes. He didn't speak, but simply gestured for Lin Chen to continue. Lin Chen extended his second finger. "My second choice is..." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the incredibly cool Gundam model, then looking at the Golden Bell shield. That represented absolute defense. Everyone in the room held their breath. This is the real problem of the century. "I choose number 5, Strike Freedom Gundam." Whoosh! This choice instantly ignited the entire audience. The computer expert was so excited he almost jumped out of his chair. "That's right! We should choose Gundam! Absolutely! It's a technological marvel!" The strategist then stood up abruptly and retorted loudly. "Nonsense! Utter nonsense! Why choose a flashy but impractical lump of iron when there are 5 nuclear weapons suppressors available? Comrade Lin Chen, do you know what the number 5 means? It means that we have finally broken free from nuclear shackles and have absolute national defense security. This is a vital national asset. It is a pillar of stability. Lin Chen remained calm despite facing a strategic expert who was practically spitting fire. Expert, you are absolutely right. Nuclear weapons deterrent is indeed a stabilizing force. But right now, what we need most is not a needle to ward off evil spirits, but a sword that can cut through everything and open up new territories for us. He walked up to the screen and pointed at the Strike Freedom Gundam. Everyone, do you see, is it all show and no substance? Its nuclear-powered engine has solved our energy anxiety. Its phase transition armor is the ultimate revolution in materials science. Its Dragoon system is a perfect combination of quantum communication and drone swarm technology. Its operating system may even involve the field of brain-computer interfaces. This isn't just a lump of iron. It's clearly a complete technology tree that's traveled back from the future. Lin Chen's voice grew louder and louder, filled with a seductive power. With this, we can use it for several years, even a decade or more, and completely master it. By then, how many years ahead of the rest of the world will our Dragon Kingdom's technological level be? 200 years? Or 300 years? By then, the US's aircraft carriers will be nothing more than toys under our Gundam's feet. The Russian Aspen will be no match for the Great Wall of Space that we have built using phase transfer armor technology. He turned around, looked at the strategist, and grinned. Will we still need nuclear weapons suppressors by then? When your fist is more powerful than someone else's nuclear bomb, do you still need to worry about whether he will take you down with him? No, you're only worried that your fist might accidentally punch a hole in the planet. The strategist opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. He was completely silenced by Lin Chen's rogue logic of, as long as I am strong enough, a threat is not a threat. Lin Chen then delivered a concluding speech. Therefore, my choice is very clear. The anchor of the world is our benevolence, our account of the past, and our responsibility as an ancient civilization. The Strike Freedom Gundam represents our courage, our investment in the future, and our ambition and confidence to break out of Earth and head towards the stars. The way of the king is to combine benevolence and courage. After saying that, he returned to his seat, picked up the watermelon on the table, and took a big bite. It was as if his historic speech had nothing to do with him whatsoever. The entire conference room was eerily quiet. General Thunder looked at Lin Chen, and for the first time, his eyes no longer held his rage, but only the shock of looking at a monster. The smile on Old Man Long's face grew wider and wider. He slowly stood up and gently clapped his hands. Smack! Slap, slap! Crisp applause echoed in the conference room. Immediately afterwards, thunderous applause erupted. The experts and professors who had been arguing fiercely before were now applauding with all their might, their faces filled with conviction and fervor. Elder Long walked over to Lin Chen and gently patted his shoulder. Well said, young comrade. He turned to the operations staff beside him, his voice gentle yet carrying an undeniable determination. Let's do as Comrade Lin Chen suggests. We'll choose number 1 and number 5. Almost simultaneously, the cold system notification sounded in Lin Chen's mind. The prize has been selected, Anchor of the World, Strike Freedom Gundam, with complete technical data and a dedicated maintenance team. Rewards are being distributed. Chapter 17 A Man Should Pilot a Gundam. I Don't Want a Zaku. The prize has been selected, Anchor of the World, Strike Freedom Gundam, with complete technical data and a dedicated maintenance team. Rewards are being distributed. As soon as the cold system notification tone fell, another, more urgent electronic voice exploded in Lin Chen's mind. Please select the deployment location for the Strike Freedom Gundam immediately. Deployment countdown, 29 minutes and 59 seconds. Lin Chen almost spat out the big mouthful of watermelon he had just stuffed into his mouth. He suddenly stood up, his face filled with disbelief. No! What the hell is this idiotic system? Giving out a reward comes with a limited time flash sale? This sudden outburst brought the thunderous applause in the conference room to an abrupt halt. Everyone was looking at him with a strange expression. Lin Chen didn't care about anything else. He was so anxious that he spun around in circles. Elder Long, General Lei, something has happened. That big guy, the express delivery has already been sent. It's SF Express. If it's not signed for at the designated location within half an hour, then it will be automatically returned. General Thunder's eyes widened instantly, like copper bells. What the heck? Return the goods? He couldn't imagine what an outrageous operation it was to return a Gundam. Lin Chen pointed to the dome of the huge underground space, and then to the most open central area under his feet. There's no time to explain. I'm thinking, this is fine. It's big enough and sturdy enough. General Thunder suddenly slapped his thigh, his eyes flashing with an even more intense light than before. He snatched the communicator from the operations staff officer next to him, and let out a deafening roar into it. Attention all units! This is not a drill. Repeat, this is not a drill. Everyone, clear out Area G7 immediately. 5 minutes, I only need 5 minutes, clear that area cleaner than my face. Hurry! 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 The entire massive underground base seemed to be instantly infused with the soul, and piercing alarms blared through the sky. Countless soldiers and vehicles, like the most precise gears, began to operate at an almost insane speed. Looking at this familiar chaotic scene, Elder Long gently shook his head and turned his gaze to the strategic analyst who had previously opposed choosing Gundam. Xiao Wang, look, we're facing a new problem now. The strategic expert known as Xiao Wang was still immersed in the shock of the impending arrival of Gundam, but upon hearing this, he immediately stood at attention. Elder Long, please give your instructions. Once the anchor to the world is established, it means that we have established a long-term and inseparable connection with another world. Despite the cacophony of alarms, Elder Long's voice remained calm and composed. We can't always rely on Comrade Lin Chen to open the door, nor can we always rely on General Lei Ting to lead troops to cut the weeds out at the root. Subsequent aid, construction, cultural exchange, technical support, and even the restoration of order all require a dedicated agency to be in charge. I suggest we establish a brand new department called Office of Interstellar Connectivity and Development. What do you think? Analyst Xiao Wang pushed up his glasses, his eyes behind the lenses gleaming with intelligence. Old Master Long is a man of profound wisdom and foresight. This department must be established, and it must be of a high standard and have high authority. It will be responsible for handling all our affairs with all other worlds in the future, which is not just diplomacy, but also the development and management of civilizations. I suggest that you personally take the lead, with General Thunder in charge of military security, the think tank providing comprehensive technical support, and top talents drawn from various ministries to form the first transnational management organization in the history of the Dragon Kingdom, and even in human history. Elder Long nodded in satisfaction. That's how it'll be done. You take the lead and come up with a set of rules as soon as possible. Yes. Just as the massive war machine of the rabbit was running at full speed to welcome a toy from the future. On the surface of the main world, a storm is brewing. UN Nuclear Powers, Emergency Security Meeting. The representative of the United States, a middle-aged man with blonde hair and blue eyes, was slamming his fist on the table with a loud bang. Unacceptable! Without any prior notice, the rabbit has conducted an unprecedented military mobilization. Their armored torrent is converging inland, and their strategic weapons are on high alert. We demand that the rabbit provide a reasonable explanation immediately. Otherwise, we will consider it the most serious provocation against world peace. Beside him, the representative from Japan, pale-faced, kept wiping the cold sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief, trembling as he echoed his sentiments. Yes, yes. We strongly condemn this irresponsible behavior and urge the rabbit to exercise restraint. His voice was trembling so badly that it sounded more like he was begging for mercy. The representative of the Northern Bear, a man as burly as a bear, leaned back leisurely in his chair. His fingers tapped lightly on the table, his eyes filled with amusement, as if he were watching a good show. Oh? Our neighbor has something new going on. How interesting. Faced with the impassioned accusations, the rabbit's representative, a middle-aged man with glasses and a refined demeanor, simply picked up the blue and white porcelain teacup in front of him and gently blew on the steam. He didn't even look up. Only when the noise in the hall gradually subsided and everyone's eyes were focused on him did he slowly put down his teacup. "Everyone, please calm down." His voice was gentle, yet carried an undeniable calmness. "As our foreign ministry spokesperson said, this is just a normal internal adjustment for our country. You can think of it as a large-scale spring cleaning aimed at getting rid of the old and welcoming the new. We have no ill will toward any sovereign state." He paused, adjusted his glasses, and a meaningful smile appeared on his lips as he added a sentence. "Of course, it refers to sovereign states on this planet." The words fell. The entire conference room was deathly silent. The eagle's anger froze on his face. The cold sweat from the foot basin started flowing even faster. The bear, representing the finger tapping the table, also stopped in midair. "On this planet? What does that mean? Could it be?" An absurd and terrifying idea began to frantically grow in everyone's minds. At the same time, Rabbit, a secret inland base, 300 meters underground. The G7 area has been completely cleared, and thousands of high-intensity searchlights have illuminated this area, which is larger than a football field, as bright as day. Lin Chen, Elder Long, Lei Ting, and a group of core members were standing on the high observation platform, holding their breath and looking down. In Lin Chen's mind, the cold countdown had come to an end. Deployment countdown 3. 2. 1. Deployment begins. Chapter 18 Assault on Freedom, A Dream Come True. The moment the words fell, all the light sources in the entire underground space seemed to be instantly extinguished by an invisible hand. Immediately afterwards, a point of pure golden light appeared out of thin air in the very center of the G7 area. The light was not dazzling, but rather carried a sacred warmth. It rapidly expanded and stretched, outlining a human-shaped silhouette in the air. The outline gradually solidified, first appearing as a semi-transparent skeleton, then as a complex mechanical structure, with countless tiny blue arcs of electricity leaping within it, like surging nerves. Then came the armor. The armor, composed of pure white and deep blue, appeared out of thin air, precisely covering the skeleton with a soft click sound, possessing an indescribable sense of exquisite beauty. A pair of folded wings, seemingly composed of countless azure crystals, slowly unfolded behind it. Finally, when the head armor closed and 2 emerald green lights shone from the eyes, the light source in the entire space suddenly returned. A steel giant, 18 meters tall, exuding power and streamlined beauty, stood silently before everyone. Under the light, its surface armor reflected a peculiar luster, somewhere between metal and ceramic, as if it were not of this world. "Oh my God!" A young staff officer's lips trembled as his tactical tablet fell to the ground with a thud, shattering the screen. Nobody paid any attention to him. Everyone's breath was taken away at that moment. The giant's figure was reflected in General Thunder's copper bell-like eyes. His thick arms trembled slightly, not from fear, but from extreme excitement. In Elder Long's deep eyes, the countless stars he had deduced were now transformed into pure awe. The scientists in their think tank have gone mad. Phase shift armor! It's phase shift armor! Look at that sheen! It's active even in standby mode! The leading figure in materials science was so moved that tears streamed down his face. He tried to climb over the railing of the observation platform, but was held tightly around the waist by 2 guards behind him. "A nuclear engine! Its nuclear engine is silent! Not a single trace of radiation is emitted! This defies physics! This is a miracle!" The nuclear physicist stuffed his nitroglycerin pills into his mouth like candy, but his eyes were fixed on Gao Da's chest, as if he wanted to see through it with his gaze. "Dragon Rider system! See those wings? Those are 8 independent wireless assault units. My quantum entanglement theory has been realized." The computer expert broke free from the guard's restraints, knelt down, and prostrated himself in the direction of the giant. The entire underground base is completely out of control. Lin Chen's throat was dry and tight, and he could clearly hear his heart pounding wildly. Men should pilot Gundams. He turned his head sharply and looked at Elder Long. "Elder Long, I want to go down and touch it." After recovering from the immense shock, Elder Long glanced at the scientists who looked like madmen, and then at Lin Chen, whose eyes were burning with fire. He gave a meaningful smile. Go. You opened this door, so this first-hand feeling should rightfully belong to you. General Thunder grabbed Lin Chen's shoulder and roared hoarsely. I'll go with you. His gaze toward Elder Long held the last vestiges of a soldier's stubbornness, and a hint of pleading. Old Long smiled and shook his head. You're not good enough, Comrade Thunder. Your task is to stop those crazy little devils and prevent them from dismantling our heavenly sword. Lei Ting turned his head and saw that the experts from the think tank had formed a charging formation and were trying to break through the guards' defenses, shouting the slogan, "For science!" General Thunder's face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Receive! He roared, like an enraged lion, and led his men down the mountain. Lin Chen, alone, took the elevator and slowly descended to the ground of the G7 area. He walked step by step toward the steel behemoth named Strike Freedom. The closer you get, the more you can feel the overwhelming sense of oppression. He reached out, his hand trembling, and touched the cold white armor on the Gundam's calf. The feel of it is smooth and delicate, yet it contains an unimaginable hardness. The moment he touched the machine, Gundam's emerald green eyes flashed slightly. The cockpit door opened slowly with a slight hydraulic creak, and a soft beam of light shone from inside, enveloping him. Lin Chen felt his body lighten, as if he were being lifted up by an invisible force and slowly sent into the cockpit. He watched as the 360-degree panoramic screen lit up, countless data streams swept across his eyes, and finally settled on a simple operating interface. He sat in the soft driver's seat, his hands resting lightly on the control lever. An indescribable sense of satisfaction filled every cell of his body. It was worth it. This journey was worthwhile. 1 month later. Dragon Kingdom, Office of Interdimensional Liaison and Development, First Plenary Meeting. Lin Chen yawned, sitting listlessly in his seat, listening to the newly appointed office director, Little Wang, give a lengthy report. He had a very fulfilling month. Every day, apart from eating and sleeping, I was dragged around by that group of crazy people in the think tank to conduct various mental link tests, operational data analysis, and endless simulated driving training. He gets to touch that Strike Freedom every day, but they won't let him drive it. In General Thunder's words, don't even think about touching that joystick until you've dealt with all 10,000 unexpected situations in the simulator. The repair costs for that thing are so high you couldn't afford to pay for it even if you sold yourself. This made him feel extremely resentful. Meanwhile, the group of veteran experts in the think tank seemed to have been injected with adrenaline. Within a month, half of their hair had turned white, but their eyes grew brighter and brighter. They established more than a dozen special task forces, working day and night. The atmosphere in the Materials Science Group's lab was even more festive than during the Chinese New Year. When a palm-sized piece of degraded PS armor material, replicated from existing data, is subjected to continuous barrages of 12.7 mm special armor-piercing rounds, not even a trace of white was left. The bullets were simply flattened into thin iron discs. The leading expert in materials science immediately threw away his bottle of nitroglycerin pills. Why would I need nitroglycerin pills? This stuff works better than any other medicine. The arguments in the energy team's office never stop, 24/7. The theoretical data for the compact nuclear fission engine were right before their eyes, but the incredible energy conversion efficiency and safety redundancy design completely overturned their decades-old understanding of physics. It was less a scientific discussion and more like a group of the most devout believers arguing heatedly over a detail of their doctrine. The quantum communication group is making the fastest progress. Based on the technical data from the Dragoon system, they have built a small quantum communication network. When two secret laboratories, hundreds of kilometers apart, achieved instant communication with zero latency and absolute confidentiality for the first time, the computer expert who once wanted to embrace a projection screen hugged his own monitor and cried like a 300-pound child. The entire technology tree of the Dragon Kingdom is climbing upwards at an unreasonable and frantic pace. At the same time, the international war of words has reached a fever pitch. Chapter 19 Charging? Gundam picks people up. A crazy plan. The US routinely cries its sorrows in the UN every day, accusing China of engaging in secret military expansion and posing a threat to world peace. The Mountain Empire condemned the situation daily, its voice growing louder each day, as if trying to mask its own guilty conscience with sheer volume. The grizzly bears, on the other hand, watched from the sidelines, occasionally offering a helping hand, seemingly eager to stir up trouble. The representative from China remained as nonchalant as ever, offering the same standard reply every day. Our country is undergoing a profound internal transformation aimed at improving the well-being of all people, and we have no intention of engaging in conflict with any country. As for the evidence you mentioned, do you have any? In short, the American representative nearly suffered a heart attack from being so choked. Evidence? They used every spy satellite and every infiltration method imaginable, but they couldn't even find a trace of that underground base. All that is known is that in the heart of the Dragon Kingdom, there is a huge, bottomless sinkhole and a military exercise, restricted area that is always closed to the outside world. In conclusion, the international public opinion pressure we are facing has reached its peak. Analyst Wang adjusted his glasses and concluded. Wang, the analyst, pushed up his glasses and finished his hour-long report, long enough to put an entire armored brigade to sleep. He closed the folder, and the air in the conference room seemed to freeze. Lin Chen yawned widely, and a single tear even welled up in the corner of his eye. He felt even more tired this past month than before the college entrance exam. So what? Lin Chen slumped in the chair, like a boneless salted fish, and asked the question listlessly. Those guys outside, they can't possibly crawl over the internet cable and bite us, can they? The analyst was quite taken aback by his words, and his expression looked like he had been constipated for half a month. Comrade Lin Chen, please be serious. This is a meeting that will determine the future strategic direction of the country. General Thunder glared at him with his large, round eyes, his voice carrying a warning. Sit up straight. Lin Chen immediately sprang up from the chair like a spring, sat up straight, and placed his hands obediently on his knees. He muttered to himself. They only let me simulate, but won't let me drive. I'm getting bored to death. His complaints weren't loud, but they were exceptionally clear in the quiet conference room. Old Master Long picked up the cup of jasmine tea in front of him, which had been brewed countless times, and gently blew on it. Comrade Xiao Wang is right, the pressure from public opinion is immense. The U.S. 7th Fleet has arrived at our doorstep, and the U.S. has also increased its deployment of 3 heavy divisions in the north, saying that it is to assist us in maintaining regional stability. His gentle voice recounted military developments that were enough to make the world tremble. They're all waiting for us to slip up. Old Master Long put down his teacup, his gaze swept across the room, and finally landed on Lin Chen. So, we can't wait any longer. Comrade Lin Chen, get ready, we're about to embark on our next time travel. Lin Chen's eyes lit up instantly, and he straightened his back even more. Received. Mission accomplished. But he immediately deflated. But Elder Long, we ran out of energy last time, and the system is now just an MP3 player without power, it can't even play songs. General Thunder frowned as well. That's right. To open the portal, a huge explosion of energy is needed. The commotion would be too great to hide. The entire conference room fell silent once again. It's likely that 2/3 of the world's spy satellites are now monitoring China's hinterland 24/7. Any large-scale explosion will be captured instantly, and then it will not be a matter of public opinion pressure, but a threat of war. The old man's signature gentle smile appeared particularly unfathomable at this moment. Who said we were going to keep it a secret? He tapped the table lightly and spoke slowly, word by word. Don't they keep saying that we're secretly conducting nuclear tests and threatening world peace? Then let's be frank and open, and detonate a nuclear bomb in our own home to show them. The entire conference room was deathly silent. Everyone seemed to be frozen in place, forgetting even to breathe. Wang, the analyst, dropped his glasses on the table with a thud. General Thunder's mouth was so wide open it could fit an egg. Lin Chen felt as if his brain had crashed. Ruthless. You're really ruthless, old man. When they get ruthless, they'll even blow up their own house. Dragon. Elder Dragon. General Thunder's Adam's apple bobbed up and down, his voice hoarse. You mean, use a nuclear bomb to power the system? Old Master Long picked up his teacup and took another sip. Killing two birds with one stone. Firstly, it solves the system's energy problem. Secondly, it also addresses the concerns of the international community. Let them see if our Dragon Kingdom has the confidence to light a firework for the future on its own soil. These words, spoken casually, sent a surge of heat through everyone present, rushing from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. That's insane. This plan is insane. But damn it, it's incredibly exciting. Lin Chen was the first to react. He raised his hand, like the most enthusiastic elementary school student in class. I have a question. If it were detonated underground, wouldn't my 30 minutes of invincibility be buried alive hundreds of meters underground? Old Master Long gave him an approving look. Therefore, we are not underground. The location will be in the desolate Gobi Desert, the place where we conducted our first nuclear test. Detonate on the ground. General Thunder suddenly stood up. No! The shockwave and radioactive fallout from a ground-based nuclear explosion are terrifying. Even if Comrade Lin Chen is unharmed, the subsequent recovery work cannot proceed. That's the epicenter of a nuclear explosion. Old Master Long smiled slightly and turned his gaze to the huge model covered by a velvet curtain in the corner of the conference room. Who said we need to use people to recycle it? All eyes turned to that direction. General Thunder's breathing instantly became heavy. He understood. Use a Gundam to pick people up. Is there any plan in this world that is more outrageous, more romantic, or more insane? 1 week later. Lop Nur, the heart of the Sea of Death. The boundless desert, under the scorching sun, steamed with distorted air. Beside a huge launch silo, Lin Chen, dressed in a simple white protective suit, stared blankly at a massive, metallic-looking bomb in front of him. This thing, codenamed Dongfeng Express, has the destructive power equivalent to 1 million tons of TNT. I said. Lin Chen complained to the command center, which was 100 miles away, through the communicator in his helmet. Can we go somewhere else next time? There's not a blade of grass here, and there's no cell phone signal. It's so boring. The voice of General Thunder came through the communicator. Relax, do you think this is a spring outing? We'll talk about it when the country is bigger. You have 3 minutes to do one last check of the equipment. Lin Chen pursed his lips and circled the treasure. That was enough to flatten an entire city. He even reached out and tapped the cold bullet. Bang, bang, bang. The sound was quite crisp. On the distant horizon, a steel giant with a streamlined aesthetic stands silently. Strike Freedom Gundam. Behind it, the pair of Azure Dragon Rider system wings were slightly folded, reflecting a dreamlike luster in the sunlight. Like a guardian deity who stepped out of mythology, waiting to witness the creation of the world. In the command center, a huge screen is divided into dozens of images. One is Lin Chen's first-person perspective, which is filled with boredom. One is the standby screen of the Strike Freedom Gundam. More frequent were emergency notifications from countries around the world. Report! The U.S. has issued a red alert. Report! The White Bear Strategic Rocket Force has entered Level 1 combat readiness. Report! Japan is giving a televised address, urging our country to exercise restraint. General Thunder looked at the report and said speechlessly. It's not like we're bombing them, what's the panic? Chapter 20 Absorbing Energy. Gundam is here. Location: the desolate Gobi Desert of China. 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. There was no earth-shattering noise. The world seemed to have been instantly muted. A white sphere of light, 1,000,000 times brighter than the sun, burst forth before Lin Chen. Ding! Extremely high-intensity explosive energy detected. Absorption initiation. Energy absorption efficiency, 100%, 200%, 500%. Host's invincibility state has been activated. Remaining time, 29 minutes and 59 seconds. Lin Chen stood still, bathed in light and heat strong enough to melt steel. He felt no burning pain whatsoever, only an unprecedented, warm and powerful force surging wildly into his limbs and bones. As the light faded, A huge and terrifying mushroom cloud slowly rose into the sky with unstoppable force, obscuring the sun. The ground beneath his feet had completely transformed into a crystal-clear sheet of glass. Energy absorption complete. Total energy absorbed this time, 1,000 units. The light faded. Lin Chen stood still. The ground beneath his feet had completely disappeared, replaced by a glass mirror surface formed under high temperature and pressure, gleaming with an eerie green light. In the distance, the enormous mushroom cloud continues to rise slowly and steadily, like an evil god connecting heaven and earth, silently announcing its birth. He could not feel any heat, only an indescribable warm current flowing through his limbs and bones, rushing wildly into the deepest part of his body, nourishing every cell. Energy absorption complete. Total energy absorbed this time, 1,000 units. The system has detected that the host's physical limits have far exceeded expectations, and is automatically strengthening the body. A series of system notifications rang in my mind. Immediately afterwards, a light blue, technologically advanced virtual panel appeared clearly in front of his retina for the first time. Name: Lin Chen. Physical fitness: 33, the standard for a typical adult male is 10. Strength: 32, standard for average adult male is 10. Agility: 31, standard for an average adult male is 10. Mental strength: 33, standard for average adult male is 10. Overall rating: humanoid beast, beginner. Lin Chen's eye twitched. Previously, his various data points hovered around 10 points, just like an ordinary office worker. Now, it has more than tripled. A humanoid beast? Lin Chen grinned, expressing great satisfaction with his new title. Although it's only a beginner level, it sounds much more impressive than being a normal office worker. He tried to loosen his muscles and bones, and an explosive power surged through his body instantly. Every muscle and every bone seemed to have been reforged, brimming with indescribable vitality and resilience. The ground beneath their feet had completely turned into a dark green glass, reflecting an eerie light in the lingering warmth. The mushroom cloud in the distance continued to roll on the horizon, like a giant beast ready to devour its prey. This is the after effect of a nuclear explosion. It was also a trace left by the big meal he had just eaten. TSK, this destructive power will definitely come in handy in future demolitions. Lin Chen muttered something to himself and began checking his invincibility time. Less than 20 minutes remain. He looked up, but the sky was obscured by thick smoke and dust, so he couldn't see the sun or the precious Gundam that was supposed to come and pick him up. Hello, command center, can you hear me? Hey delivery guy, are you going to take your package or not? If I don't come soon, I'm going to sunbathe on this crystal clear beach. The communicator only emitted a hissing electrical sound, clearly due to interference from a strong electromagnetic pulse. Time passed second by second. Just as Lin Chen began to ponder whether he should rely on his human beast physique to walk out of this forbidden zone of death, a deep and distinctive rumbling sound came from afar. The sound seemed to tear through the air, carrying an unparalleled power. Lin Chen's spirits lifted, and he suddenly looked up. In the distance, a streak of blue and white light was seen rushing towards them at a speed too fast for the naked eye to perceive. It is an attack on freedom. That machine embodies the romance and freedom of countless men. It's here. In the blink of an eye, the enormous machine, standing 18 meters tall, was already hovering above Lin Chen's head. A huge shadow completely enveloped him. The strike freedom descended slowly, its metal feet landing on the glassy ground with a dull thud, yet it remained as steady as a mountain. Immediately afterwards, Gundam's enormous, metallic mechanical hand, with a gentleness that belied its massive size, slowly reached out towards Lin Chen. His palm was outstretched, like a safe cradle, gently sheltering him in its embrace. The pilots selected by Project Sky Sword are really quite skilled. Lin Chen silently gave himself a thumbs up. This operation is much more refined than those AI instructors in simulators. The mechanical hand slowly rose, carrying Lin Chen away from the core area of the nuclear explosion. After flying for several kilometers, we arrived at an area with relatively low radiation levels. A soft click came from the cockpit of the Assault Freedom, and the hatch slowly opened upwards. A soft, orange light shone from inside the cockpit. Lin Chen was smoothly delivered to the cockpit door by the mechanical arm. Behind the hatch, a slender figure sat quietly in the driver's seat. She wore a pure white, tight-fitting driving suit that accentuated her breathtaking curves. Even from behind, Lin Chen could clearly see the impressive figure covered by the special material. This figure is so perfect, it's like it was sculpted according to the golden ratio. The word femme fatale instantly popped into Lin Chen's mind. The driver slowly turned around. A pretty face came into Lin Chen's view. Her silky, alluring eyes were slightly upturned, as if possessing a captivating, bewitching magic. Her full, red lips were naturally rosy without any makeup, and a faint smile played at the corners of her mouth. Her long, jet-black hair was neatly pinned up at the back of her head, revealing her smooth, full forehead and fair, slender neck, adding to her dashing and heroic appearance. It's her. The youngest member of the think tank, and the one who impressed him the most, was Xinhuiyao, a materials science and biomedical expert. At this moment, having taken off her white coat and put on a tight-fitting driving suit, her suppressed allure seemed to be unleashed. Lin Chen could even smell a faint, peculiar fragrance emanating from her, like orchids mixed with some kind of special wood. "Comrade Lin Chen, welcome aboard." Xinhuiyao's voice was soft and sexy, like a feather gently brushing against the heart, leaving a tingling sensation. She extended a slender hand wearing a white glove, her posture elegant. Lin Chen was momentarily stunned. He knew the think tank was full of talented people, but he never expected that even the Gundam pilots were so outstanding. "Ahem, Dr. Shin, I didn't expect it to be you." Chapter 21. Don't look at what you shouldn't. A new world to explore. Lin Chen coughed twice to cover up his lapse in composure, took that soft little hand in his hand, and stepped into the cockpit. The cockpit is not very large, but it is filled with various sophisticated instruments and flashing indicator lights. Xinhuiyao moved aside, giving him some space. Lin Chen plopped down, almost right next to her. An even richer, more delicate fragrance, mixed with the unique warmth of the woman's body, instantly enveloped him. The tip of his nose could even brush against a mischievous strand of hair that had fallen by her ear. Lin Chen felt his heart beat half a beat faster for no apparent reason. "Hold on tight, we're heading back." Xinhuiyao didn't seem to care about the almost ambiguous distance. Her fingers danced nimbly on the control panel, as skillfully as if she were playing a passionate piece of music. The Strike Freedom shuddered slightly, and the Dragoon system on its back emitted a soft hum. The massive machine slowly rose into the air, then transformed into a streak of blue and white lightning, speeding towards the base. Lin Chen leaned back in his seat, feeling the smooth and swift flight of the Gundam. His gaze, however, couldn't help but stealthily drift towards Xinhuiyao beside him. From his angle, he could see the breathtaking cleavage beneath the neckline of her driver's uniform. And as she operated the joystick, the two full mounds in front of her body trembled slightly, caused by her arms. Glug. Lin Chen swallowed hard. "Do not look at what is improper." He silently recited a calming mantra, trying to divert his attention from those indescribable parts. But the eyes, as if they had developed their own will, always refused to obey. The designer of this driving suit is an absolute genius. No, he's a devil. She understands men so well. Xinhuiyao seemed to notice his gaze, and the corners of her mouth turned up slightly, forming a meaningful arc. She didn't spell it out, but simply asked softly, "Comrade Lin Chen, how was the ride in the Gundam?" Her voice carried a hint of mockery. Lin Chen blushed and quickly withdrew his improper gaze, answering in a serious tone. "Fantastic! Excellent visibility, powerful engine, and superb shock absorption, especially for the driver." He paused here. "You can't exactly say the driver is attractive, can you?" Xinhuiyao chuckled, her eyes sparkling with charm. "Especially since the driver's skills are superb, right?" "Yes, yes, yes." Lin Chen nodded like a chick pecking at rice. "Dr. Shin truly lives up to his reputation as an ace selected from Project Sky Sword. His driving skills are simply superb." The Strike Freedom weaved through the clouds, leaving the nuclear blast zone far behind. Lin Chen's heart felt itchy, as if it had been scratched by a cat's claws. He began to look forward to the upcoming exploration of the other world. having such a vibrant and charismatic top scientist and ace pilot as a teammate. This journey to conquer all worlds doesn't seem so boring anymore. He even started to feel a little grateful to that idiotic system. Although it's a rip-off, it occasionally gives out some unexpected perks. The Strike Freedom landed smoothly in the center of the G7 area. The cockpit door slid open, and Xing Weiyao was the first to jump down gracefully. Her tight-fitting pilot suit accentuated her alluring curves. She turned around, reached out her hand, and a half-smile played on her lips. "Welcome back, great hero Lin." Lin Chen grasped that soft, boneless hand, used it to jump out of the cockpit, and inevitably caught a whiff of that unique, orchid-like fragrance. He coughed lightly, trying to hide his slightly accelerated heartbeat. "Dr. Shin, you're too kind. It's mainly because of your excellent skills. You drive this Gundam more steadily than I drive a shared bicycle." Xing Weiyao glanced at him with seductive eyes, her gaze seeming to say, "You weren't so well behaved in the cockpit just now." General Thunder strode over and slammed his large, fan-like hand heavily onto Lin Chen's shoulder. "Hey kid, are you alright?" That force was enough to shatter a brick. Lin Chen merely slumped his shoulders slightly, without even frowning. "Cough cough. General Lei, if you use any more force, I'll have to apply for workers' compensation." He grimaced as he rubbed his shoulder, but he had a better understanding of his current physical strength. Elder Long and his team of experts gathered around, their faces etched with excitement and exhaustion. Clearly, the giant firework that had just risen in the desert had made them quite nervous for a while. "Comrade Lin Chen, you've worked hard." Old Master Long's voice remained gentle, yet carried a hint of relief. "How are you feeling? Are you experiencing any discomfort?" Lin Chen stretched his muscles and bones, feeling the surging power within his body. "Excellent! Better than ever before! It feels like I could kill a bull with one punch now, even an armored one." Although there was some exaggeration involved, he genuinely felt like he had been reborn after his physical constitution broke through 30 points across the board. "Alright, let's take Comrade Lin Chen for a full checkup first. Elder Long has spoken. The rest of you, the meeting room, we have more important things to discuss." Half an hour later, in the conference room, Lin Chen changed into loose casual clothes and sat listlessly in his seat, holding a cup of goji berry and red date tea that Xing Weiyao had personally brewed for him. It is euphemistically called strengthening the foundation and cultivating the source. He secretly glanced at Xing Weiyao, who was sitting upright beside him. She had changed into a white business suit, which made her look even more intellectual and charming. Old Master Long sat in the main seat, his gaze sweeping across the entire room. The fireworks in the desert were quite a spectacle. The Han Hai Alliance and the Kunshan Empire are probably already in an uproar. General Thunder snorted coldly. "Let them argue. If they're so capable, try putting one in front of our house." Wang, the analyst, adjusted his glasses. "According to the latest intelligence, the U.S. Deep Sea Command has raised its alert level, and their reconnaissance aircraft and spy satellites have recently increased their activity frequency on our border by at least 3 times. We must launch the next time travel as soon as possible to acquire more advanced technology in order to completely widen the generation gap and make them give up completely." Elder Long nodded and turned his gaze to Lin Chen. "Comrade Lin Chen, the system's energy should be fully replenished now. We can start a new world." Lin Chen perked up. Finally, they were getting to the point. He put down the cloyingly sweet goji berry and red date tea, and with a thought, the familiar light blue virtual panel clearly appeared in front of his retina. "Energy reserve, 1,000 units. Would you like to enable the global gacha system?" "Yes," Lin Chen silently recited in his heart. The next second, a flash of light appeared on the virtual panel, and 3 options emitting different halos slowly emerged. Chapter 22 of The Three-Body Problem and The Primordial Era terrified me. The first option emitted a gentle cyan light, and 4 large characters were written on it in a flamboyant style. "Demigods and Semi-Devils." Lin Chen's eyes lit up. "The world of martial arts. The 18 subduing dragon palms. The Lingbo steps. The 6 meridian divine sword. And there's also the fairy sister. This is great. It's very safe, And I can even learn some internal energy cultivation techniques to help Elder Long and the others improve their health and prolong their lives. It's simply perfect. He looked at the second option with a smug look. The second option, entirely black, radiates a chilling dark red glow, and the writing on it exudes a cold and deathly stillness. The three-body problem. Lin Chen's smile froze instantly. He blinked silently, wondering if he was seeing things. Watch it again. That's right. The three-body problem. Is that the "don't answer, don't answer, don't answer" version of the three-body problem? The three-body problem with its dark forest, dimensional reduction attack, and Singer civilization? The three-body problem, where a casually tossed two-dimensional foil could flatten the solar system into a picture? Lin Chen felt a slight itch in his back molars. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to look at the third option, still clinging to a sliver of hope. What if the third one is normal? Then he saw it. The third option is the kind that is radiant with golden light, auspicious clouds, and purple clouds stretching for 30,000 miles in the east. The font above is ancient and vast, exuding a primordial atmosphere as if the world had just been created. Primordial era. Lin Chen fell completely silent. All he wanted to do now was to rip this dimensional gate system out of his head, smash it on the ground, stomp on it 7 or 8 times, and then curse the ancestors of the system's designer. Demigods and semi-devils is still considered to be in the mortal realm. What the hell is the three-body problem? Is it just a suicide mission? With its current level of technology, China wouldn't even qualify as an appetizer for the Trisolaran fleet in the three-body problem universe. As for the primordial era, sages are everywhere, but even the most powerful immortals are no match for dogs. Pangu created the world, Hongjun preached the Tao, Yuhua created humans, and the war between the Lich King and the Demon King began. With his current small stature, if he were to lead the entire Star Federation there, he probably wouldn't even be considered cannon fodder. He would be swept away by the aftershocks of a battle between some powerful beings. You idiot system! You're a complete moron! Lin Chen roared inwardly. You're a real genius! The three-body problem? The primordial era? Do you think I've lived too long and want to send me straight to reincarnation? Screw you! Dimensional leap? Dimensional leap my ass! Thank you so much! I thank you to your ancestors for 8 generations. In the conference room, everyone noticed the change in Lin Chen's expression. From initial joy, to freeze, then to ashen, and finally to a twisted expression mixed with despair and murderous intent. Elder Long put down his teacup and asked gently, Comrade Lin Chen, what's wrong? Is there a problem with this world selection? General Thunder frowned. What he feared most was some unexpected trouble. Is it some kind of hellish place where you have a slim chance of survival again? With a hint of worry, Xing Yueyao asked softly. Lin Chen, are you all right? You look terrible. Lin Chen let out a long breath, trying to make his expression look less ferocious. He forced a smile that looked worse than a grimace. Elder Long, General Lei, Dr. Shin, distinguished leaders, comrades. This time the options, how should I put it, are a bit too exciting. He paused, organizing his thoughts. Can the system project the options so everyone can see them? Can. The system's mechanical voice echoed in Lin Chen's mind. The next second, the air in the center of the conference room distorted, and a huge pale blue holographic projection appeared out of thin air. 3 card options, each radiating a different light, were clearly displayed before everyone. The gentle, luminous light of demigods and semi-devils. The ominous, dark red three-body problem. The dazzling golden light of primordial era. The conference room fell into a deathly silence. A rare look of astonishment flashed across Elder Long's deep eyes. General Thunder's eyes, as big as copper bells, were wide open, even bigger than a bull's eyes, and his mouth was agape in an O shape, unable to close for a long time. Wang, the analyst, nearly slipped his glasses off his nose and pushed them up. His eyes behind the lenses were filled with disbelief. Even the scientists in the think tank, who are used to all kinds of high technology, looked like they had seen a ghost at this moment. especially those physicists and cosmologists, when they saw the names. The three-body problem and primordial era, their breathing became rapid, and their eyes were filled with fanaticism and fear. This, an elderly professor with white hair pointed at the option 4. The three-body problem, his fingers trembling as if he had late-stage Parkinson's disease. If this really is the three-body problem, then our civilization is simply no match for them. He didn't dare to continue, but everyone understood what he meant. Another expert on mythology stared intently at the words. Primordial era, muttering to himself. Primordial era. Pangu. Niwa. Tao ancestor. Sage. This? How is this possible? Seeing everyone's reactions, Lin Chen felt a little more at ease. See? I'm not the only one who thinks this is outrageous. He cleared his throat, breaking the eerie silence. Distinguished leaders and experts. I think our choice this time is pretty much a foregone conclusion, right? He pointed to the book. Demigods and Semidevils. That was emitting a gentle blue light. Apart from this one, the other two are up to whoever wants to go. I'm not going. I'd rather die than go. If you're going to leave, then choose a new host. I have elderly parents to care for and children to raise. Well, although I don't have children yet, I'm still a living being, and I want to live a few more years. Lin Chen's impassioned speech almost made him commit suicide on the spot to demonstrate his resolve. The meeting room was eerily silent. Old Master Long paused slightly in his teacup, his deep gaze slowly shifting between the three options. General Lei Ting's face was now so black it looked like ink could drip from it, and the veins on his forehead were throbbing. Wang, the analyst, adjusted his glasses, which had slipped down to the tip of his nose. His eyes behind the lenses were filled with the relief of surviving a close call. The scientists in the think tank wore expressions of, "I knew it," and even looked at Lin Chen with a hint of sympathy. Especially those titans of physics and cosmology, who almost rushed up to hug the projection of the three-body problem, and shouted, "For the sake of physics," now looked terrified. Just kidding, if you actually went to the three-body problem universe, forget about dimensional leaps, you probably couldn't even withstand a drop of water. As for primordial era? That's a field I wouldn't even dare to dream of. Below the sages, all are ants. Their level of technology is so low that they weren't even qualified to be dust under the feet of the great ones in the past. Cough, cough. Old Long cleared his throat, breaking the suffocating silence. Comrade Lin Chen's concerns are reasonable. He put down his teacup, his tone still gentle. In the world of the three-body problem, with our current strength, the risk is indeed too high, almost equivalent to self-destruction. As for primordial era, that's beyond our current understanding, so we won't consider it for now. Elder Long's words set the tone for this choice. Lin Chen let out a long sigh of relief, feeling as if he had come back to life. Fortunately, the leader is reasonable. He didn't want to die young, never even having a girlfriend, and become cosmic dust. Chapter 23 System. Are you serious? System. Select demigods and semidevils. World selection. Demigods and semidevils. Main quest generating. Pale blue light flowed across the holographic projection, and lines of new text began to appear. Everyone in the conference room had their eyes fixed on the screen. What kind of ridiculous, no, what kind of challenging mission will it be this time? Please choose one of the following two main quests. After selection, the other quest will be automatically abandoned, and the reward is unknown. The first task option slowly appeared. Mission 1. Make friends through martial arts and defeat the hidden Shaolin monk honorably. During the mission, you may not use any modern technological weapons or external forces. You may only use martial arts abilities acquired from this world or a similar world. Award? Lin Chen's eyelids twitched when he saw the task. Is there a hidden divine monk in Shaolin Temple? A hidden monk? That bug-level existence? He could defeat Murongbo in one move and Xiao Yuanshan in another. He could destroy a 3-foot-high aura wall as easily as playing with it. To defeat them fair and square? Are you saying we can't use external force? What a joke! With his current rudimentary Wudang 9 Yang skill internal strength, coupled with his basic humanoid beast physique, he wouldn't even be qualified to tickle someone in the past. Lin Chen's lips twitched slightly, and he shifted his gaze with difficulty to the second task option. I hope this can be a little more like the living world. Then he saw it. Task 2. How can a dignified host be alone? Please use your charm to successfully win over Wang Yuyan, the treasure trove of martial arts in this world, and make her fall in love with you and become your partner. Award? Puff! Lin Chen almost spat out his goji berry and red date tea, but luckily he turned his head in time, thus avoiding ruining Xin Yuyao's good intentions. He coughed violently, his face turning red. The others in the conference room also looked bewildered. General Thunder frowned deeply, looking at Lin Chen with a strange expression, then at the task on the screen. What kind of mission is this? Strategy, for Wang Yuyan? As a tough soldier, he simply couldn't understand how such romantic and sentimental matters could become a national strategic task. Analyst Wang pushed up his glasses, his eyes behind the lenses gleaming with thoughtful light. Wang Yuyan, a major female character in demigods and semi-devils, well-versed in martial arts, known as Miss Wang, possessing an encyclopedic knowledge of the martial arts techniques of various schools. In a sense, she is indeed a walking treasure trove of martial arts. If we could acquire her knowledge, it would be of immeasurable value to our analysis of the martial arts system in the world of wuxia. An elderly professor who studies ancient literature stroked his beard and nodded. The book describes Wang Yuyan as a beauty of unparalleled grace and beauty, a rare sight indeed. However, she seems to be deeply in love with her cousin Murong Fu. Xin Yuyao's watery peach blossom eyes now held a hint of amusement as she looked Lin Chen up and down. That look in his eyes seemed to say, "Oh, the humanoid beast is going to pick up girls?" Lin Chen finally managed to stop coughing, but felt like he was coughing his lungs out. All he wants now is to dig this broken system out of his head and see if it's full of nuclear waste. "You idiot system! You're a complete moron!" Lin Chen roared inwardly. "Did you suck in too much energy and completely go stupid? The first task, sweeping the floor, monk? Why don't you let me go arm wrestle with the Buddha? My second task is to woo Wang Yuyan? She only has eyes for her cousin, okay? How can a modern person like me compare to her childhood sweetheart? Besides, I'm going there to build my career, not to date." Lin Chen felt his blood pressure spike again. This system is absolutely toxic. Seeing Lin Chen's frantic state, Elder Long couldn't help but smirk slightly, but he quickly regained his composure. He hesitated for a moment before speaking. "Comrade Lin Chen, which of these two tasks do you prefer?" Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's expression immediately fell. "Tendency? Is it okay if I don't choose either of them?" But he knew it was impossible. The system rules are clearly stated: choose one of two options. Moreover, he already has a record of failing a mission once. If it fails twice more, the system will detach and randomly find a new host. The thought of this possibility sent a shiver down Lin Chen's spine. No! Absolutely not. This golden touch must be preserved for the country, even if it means kneeling. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. The first task is to defeat the sweeper monk. Difficulty level, hell level within hell. Even if he had several decades more to train in martial arts, he might not be a match for the sweeper monk. That old monk was so strong that he was completely unreasonable. The second task is to win over Wang Yuyan. Difficulty level, unknown, but definitely lower than the first one. Although Wang Yuyan already had someone she loved, she was, after all, a young girl just beginning to experience love. Moreover, Murong Fu was only focused on restoring his kingdom, and his attitude towards Wang Yuyan was far from good. With my modern knowledge, decent looks, and a little bit of money power, although I don't know how many energy points ancient gold and silver jewelry were worth, maybe. I really do have a tiny bit of a chance? Most importantly, this mission, at least on the surface, does not pose a life-threatening risk. Sweeping monks can really kill people. If you can't win Wang Yuyan's heart, at worst it's just mission failure, and you can think of another way. That? Lin Chen spoke with difficulty, his gaze shifting back and forth between the two task options. Finally, as if he had made up his mind, he settled on the second option. Elder Long, distinguished leaders. Task 1: Defeat the hidden master monk of Shaolin Temple. With my current strength, the possibility of success is close to zero. I'm not being self-deprecating, it's just that the gap is too big. If you fail, you not only waste precious energy and time, but you also add another failure to your record. He paused, his tone tinged with a sense of tragic grandeur. So, I choose Mission 2. Win over Wang Yuyan. After saying that, Lin Chen felt his cheeks getting hot. In front of so many pillars of the nation, he said he was going to pick up girls, and that it was for national strategic reasons. Why do I feel so ashamed? Upon hearing this, General Thunder's lips twitched, but he ultimately said nothing. Although he felt the task was a bit far-fetched, Lin Chen's analysis made sense. When faced with two evils, choose the lesser one. Xin Yueyao chuckled, her alluring eyes curving into crescent moons. Comrade Lin Chen is ambitious. For the sake of the country, he dared to tackle emotional challenges. I admire him greatly. Lin Chen blushed and coughed twice. Dr. Shen, please stop making fun of me. I was forced into this situation. Elder Long nodded, his expression calm. Good. Now that you've chosen Mission 2, we'll fully support you in completing it. Think tank, immediately establish a special research group for the world of demigods and semidevils to focus on analyzing Wang Yuyan's personality, preferences, and her relationship with Murong Fu, and provide Comrade Lin Chen with comprehensive strategy support. In addition, prepare the necessary supplies to ensure Comrade Lin Chen's living and mission needs in the other world. Receive! Wang, the analyst, and several other experts immediately responded, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Studying how to win over ancient beauties is far more interesting than studying cold, hard science. Lin Chen looked at the group of experts who had suddenly become like they were on steroids, and a bead of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He had a feeling that this trip to another world would probably be very exciting. System, I choose Task 2. Lin Chen silently recited in his heart. Main quest selected, conquer Wang Yuyan. The portal's energy is locked. Estimated duration, 180 days, overworld time. Chapter 24. A little suggestion, not very immature. Main quest selected, conquer Wang Yuyan. The portal's energy is locked. Estimated duration, 180 days, overworld time. 180 days. Lin Chen looked at the clear countdown numbers on the virtual panel and stroked his chin. 6 months is neither a long nor a short time. Elder Long, distinguished leaders. Lin Chen cleared his throat. I have a small, albeit immature, suggestion regarding this mission in demigods and semidevils. Old Master Long picked up his teacup, gesturing for him to continue. General Thunder raised an eyebrow, giving him a look that said, What kind of trouble are you up to now? Xin Yuyao's large, watery peach blossom eyes also looked over with great interest, her gaze shifting with a hint of inquiry. I will go and win over Wang Yuyan. I will do my best to complete this task successfully and live up to the expectations of the country and the people. Lin Chen first flattered himself. But you never know, right? He then changed the subject. What if my charm isn't enough, or Miss Wang isn't interested in my type at all, and the mission fails? We can't have made a wasted trip, can we? Therefore, I suggest that the national team's main players also go in. What kind of place is demigods and semidevils? It's a martial arts world. There must be a lot of good stuff in there. What about 1,000-year-old ginseng, 100-year-old Heeshou Wu, Tianshan snow lotus, and all sorts of rare medicinal herbs? Aren't those treasures that money can't buy in the real world? And those lost martial arts manuals. Although we now have the Wudang Nanyang skill, it's always good to have a few more for reference and to learn by analogy. We can organize a professional scientific expedition team, or a resource exploration team, and once we go in, we'll focus on one thing: search. Pack up all the valuable rare and precious materials that can be taken away. That way, even if my mission doesn't go smoothly, we can at least recoup the energy consumed by the portal, and maybe even make a fortune. Lin Chen became more and more excited as he spoke, as if he could already see mountains of rare medicinal herbs and martial arts manuals. What do you call this? This is called maximizing profits and minimizing risks. Even if the mission fails, We'll at least break even on the resources, so we won't lose money. In the conference room, everyone listened to Lin Chen's twisted logic, with varying expressions. General Thunder's lips twitched. He wanted to say something, but then he felt that what this kid said seemed to make some sense. Analyst Wang pushed up his glasses, his eyes gleaming with a sharp light behind the lenses. Comrade Lin Chen's proposal has a certain degree of feasibility. Although the world of demigods and semi-devils is a low-level martial arts world, its unique ecological environment and martial arts system may indeed contain resources that are beneficial to our main world. Especially in terms of medicinal materials, if we can find some plants with special effects, it will be a huge boost to my country's biomedical research. Old Master Long put down his teacup, a hint of approval on his face. Comrade Lin Chen has considered everything very thoroughly. Personal tasks must be completed, but the interests of the nation must be protected even more. We'll do as you say. Thunder, you are in charge of organizing the troops and cooperating with Comrade Lin Chen's operations. The main objective is to explore and collect resources from the other world. General Thunder snapped to attention and saluted. Mission accomplished. Lin Chen chuckled, finally feeling relieved. In this way, even if he fails to woo a girl, he won't have to bear too much psychological pressure. He feels at ease as long as the country doesn't suffer losses. In the following days, the entire base went into high-speed operation. Preparations for the world of demigods and semi-devils are proceeding in an orderly manner. The experts in the think tank almost all had a copy of the original novel, Demigods and Semi-Devils, as well as various versions of TV series and movies, and conducted a thorough analysis and research. A thick stack of information has been compiled about Wan Yuyan, including her biography, personality analysis, hobbies, interpersonal relationships, and even her cousin Murong Fu's scandals. Lin Chen felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at those strategy guides that were comparable to academic papers. This is even more extravagant than when he took the postgraduate entrance exam. That afternoon, Lin Chen had just finished a round of targeted intensive training in ancient etiquette and language, and was slumped on the sofa in the lounge, feeling completely drained. A delicate fragrance of orchids wafted over. Lin Chen knew who it was without even looking up. Xing Yueyao was dressed in a white casual sportswear outfit that accentuated her stunning curves, and she was holding a drink that emitted a strange fragrance. Here, a specially blended invigorating tea, have a taste. She handed the cup to Lin Chen, then gracefully sat down on the sofa opposite him, her long, straight legs casually crossed. Lin Chen took the cup, took a sip, and a cool and refreshing sensation instantly spread from the tip of his tongue to his entire body, invigorating him. Thanks, Dr. Shen. How are the preparations going, our great hero Lin? A mocking smile played on Xing Yuyao's lips. How does it feel to pick up girls for the sake of the country? Lin Chen blushed. Dr. Shen, please stop teasing me. The thought of having to fall in love with a young lady from ancient times gives me a huge headache. What if we get caught? What if she's in love with her cousin who's obsessed with restoring his kingdom? If my modern methods of picking up girls were used in ancient times, I'd probably be considered a lecher and beaten to a pulp. Seeing his gloomy face, Xing Yueyao burst out laughing, her chest heaving. Oh, even our basic humanoid beast has its troubles? I thought you were fearless. Lin Chen sighed. I'm not afraid of fighting, but I'm afraid of this. This is even harder than confronting the Trisolarans. Xing Yueyao suddenly leaned forward slightly, her watery peach blossom eyes gleaming with a hint of cunning, her breath sweet as orchids. Would you like me to personally give you some pointers? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen's eyes widened suddenly as he looked at the pretty face so close to his, and at the deep, indistinct eyes. Give me pointers? He felt his heart start racing again, much to his dismay. Xing Yueyao extended a slender finger and gently touched her red lips, a gesture that was naturally alluring. Yes. In terms of practical experience, I may not have much. But when it comes to theoretical knowledge and understanding men's minds, I dare say that no one in the entire base understands it better than me. Pursuing girls is also a science. It requires precise calculations and just the right amount of emotional investment. She blinked, lowered her voice, and added a hint of seduction. Want to learn? Lin Chen swallowed hard. This scene feels even more exciting than trying to woo Wang Yiyan in Demigods and Semi-Devils. Chapter 25. Two heavily armed brigades go to rob. Want to learn? Xin Yueyao blinked her peach blossom eyes, her voice carrying a tingling, electric-like quality. Lin Chen felt his Adam's apple bob up and down. Study. This is something I must learn. For the country and the people, sacrifice the individual for the greater good. He nodded solemnly, his expression as serious as if he were about to take an oath before going to battle. Think. Seeing his serious expression, Xin Yueyao's red lips curled into a sly smile. She stood up, her white casual sportswear perfectly outlining her stunning curves. Then watched carefully. She strolled gently, like an elegant and languid cat. Pursuing a girl is sometimes like fighting a war. You have to catch her off guard and take her by surprise. Lin Chen concentrated intently, listening carefully, afraid of missing a single word. This is a girl-chasing guide. From a top scientist, its value is absolutely off the charts. Xin Yueyao walked up to him and suddenly, without warning, stretched out her hands and gently pushed him. Lin Chen was caught off guard. He felt a sudden, unexpected force strike him, and his body fell backward uncontrollably. With a bang, he slammed heavily into the sofa behind him, creating a soft ripple. Lin Chen was stunned. What's going on? Where is the promised theoretical guidance? Why did they even resort to physical violence? Just as he was about to protest, a fragrant breeze wafted towards him. Xin Yueyao leaned down and placed her hands on the back of the sofa on either side of his body, trapping him between the sofa and herself. That pretty face, so expressive of both anger and joy, was right in front of me. Her alluring eyes, like silk, were slightly upturned, carrying a hint of mockery. Her full, red lips were naturally rosy, and a smug smile played at the corners of her mouth. A few playful strands of hair fell from her forehead, gently scratching Lin Chen's cheek, making him feel ticklish. Lin Chen's breath caught in his throat for half a second. He could even clearly see her delicate, fair skin and her long, curled eyelashes, like two small fans. What's even more problematic is the angle from which he's looking up. The slightly loose neckline of Xin Yueyao's sportswear was now slightly open due to her forward-leaning posture. That breathtakingly deep ravine was laid bare before his eyes. Lin Chen felt his mind go blank, as if all the blood had rushed to some indescribable part of his body. A richer, more intense fragrance, a blend of orchid and a unique, peculiar aroma, entered his nostrils. That was Xin Yueyao's unique scent, but now it carried a deadly allure. Do you understand now? Xin Yueyao's voice was soft and alluring, with a touch of seductive charm. Sometimes, a little bit of assertiveness and sudden close contact can instantly break down the other person's psychological defenses. Lin Chen's eye twitched. Psychological defenses? He feels like his physical defenses are about to collapse. This is hardly teaching. This is clearly a live-fire exercise. It's still the most difficult boss battle. Dr. Chen. Dr. Chen. Lin Chen spoke with difficulty, his voice somewhat hoarse. Isn't your guidance a bit too in-depth? Xin Yueyao chuckled, and her chest heaved in a pleasing manner once again. She extended a slender finger and gently touched Lin Chen's lips, stopping him from saying anything more. Sure. Experience it with your heart. Her fingertips were slightly cool, yet they sent a shiver through Lin Chen like an electric current. Lin Chen felt he was almost ready to be a master. This is hardly a basic humanoid monster. This is clearly a basic human-shaped rose-suckling pig. Just as he was about to pounce on her, Xin Yueyao suddenly straightened up, regaining her elegant and composed demeanor. It was as if the enchanting fairy from just now was merely Lin Chen's illusion. She tidied her slightly messy hair, the corners of her mouth still bearing that ambiguous smile. Alright, that concludes today's theoretical guidance. The rest is up to you to figure out, Hero Lin. Lin Chen lay on the sofa, panting heavily, feeling as if he had just finished a marathon. He watched Xin Yueyao's graceful figure as she walked away, his heart filled with mixed emotions. This woman is absolutely a monster. A few days later, the atmosphere at G7 base reached an unprecedented boiling point. His task today was both simple and absurd. Picking up girls? To be precise, it's about going to the world of demigods and semidevils to win over the humanoid AI, Wang Yuyan, who is proficient in all martial arts. Beside him stood a dozen or so fully armed Special Forces soldiers, each with sharp eyes and a calm demeanor. They were elites carefully selected by Elder Long from Thunder's forces to be responsible for his personal security in this other world. Comrade Lin Chen, are you ready? Elder Long's voice came through the communicator, as gentle as ever. Reporting to Elder Long, we are ready to depart at any time. Lin Chen straightened his back, trying to make himself look more like a hero shouldering national responsibilities, rather than a tool about to carry out a handsome man's scheme. Very good. Elder Long paused, a hint of a smile in his voice. Remember, safety first, mission second. If necessary, you can take it easy. Lin Chen's lips twitched. Should we take the easy way out? Using this word here just sounds weird. On the other side, the heavy equipment assembly area of the base presents a completely different scene. Two fully equipped combined arms brigades, like a steel torrent, filled the entire field of vision. The 99A main battle tank's menacing gun barrels point straight to the sky, the Zero infantry fighting vehicles' tracks are menacing, and the Hongjian-10 anti-tank missile launcher is like a lurking scorpion. In the distance, at the airport, the rotors of various helicopters, such as the Z-10 and Z-20, hum softly, ready to take off at any moment. General Thunder, this tough and ruthless man codenamed Thunder, is standing on a tall command vehicle, holding a military megaphone, spitting saliva far and wide. Listen up, all of you! His booming voice, loud as a bell, made people's eardrums buzz. Our mission this time can be summed up in one word: rob. No, I mean loot. It's about transferring strategic resources. Anything that flies in the sky, runs on the ground, swims in the water, or grows in the soil. As long as the expert team says it's valuable, pack it all up and take it with you. What 1,000-year-old ginseng, 100-year-old lingji, Tian Shan snow lotus? If I see them, I'll dig them up for me like I've seen my own father. Those martial arts manuals, whether they're carved in stone or written on parchment, tear down the walls along with the ones you can move, and have the photographers take pictures of the ones you can't move. And what about those rare and exotic beasts? See them? Tranquilizer guns. Aim and fire. If they don't knock them out, use high-voltage electricity. If that doesn't work, just put them on aloe chains and hoist them back to me in a transport plane. If we encounter any fools who dare to block our way, we'll try diplomacy first, then force. If warnings don't work, we'll use the truth to persuade them. General Thunder pointed to the rows of menacing tanks and infantry fighting vehicles behind him. Our motto is, wherever we go, not a blade of grass, cough cough, it's scientific research value first. We must bring back the precious resources of this other world safely, efficiently, and comprehensively to the Dragon Kingdom. Did you understand? Clear! Thousands of soldiers roared in unison, their voices shaking the heavens, as if they wanted to overturn the entire Gobi Desert. Lin Chen's eyes twitched wildly as he listened to the commotion on the other end. Goodness! While he was out picking up girls, Thunder was out raiding houses. The contrast is too stark. Chapter 26 Gundam descends on Sky Dragon. Thunder General opens the gun. Just then, a streak of blue and white light descended from the sky and hovered steadily not far from Lin Chen. The Strike Freedom Gundam, the one named Sky Sword, stood silently, its invisible pressure enveloping all around. The cockpit doors slowly opened, and Xin Yuyao's slender figure appeared at the entrance. Today she changed into a more form-fitting silver-white driving suit, which accentuated her already stunning figure even more breathtakingly, with the curves of her chest almost bursting through the fabric. She smiled sweetly at Lin Chen, blinked her watery peach blossom eyes, and her voice came through the cockpit's communication system, carrying a hint of alluring static. Hero Lin, are you ready to begin your romantic journey? Sister, I'll be watching you from heaven, so don't embarrass me. Lin Chen coughed lightly, trying his best not to look at the dazzling scenery. Don't worry, Dr. Shen, I guarantee the mission will be completed. He knew that in addition to piloting Gundams and providing air support and strategic deterrence, Xin Yueyao also commanded a battalion of troops as a mobile reserve, hidden in the shadows, ready to deal with any emergencies. System, activate teleportation. Lin Chen took a deep breath and gave the instruction in his mind. Receive. World selection, demigods and semidevils. Portal open. The air in front of Lin Chen was like the surface of a calm lake where a stone had been thrown in, rippling outwards in circles of invisible waves. Finally, a 200-meter high, 200-meter wide, oval-shaped light gate, radiating a soft halo, was formed. Through that thin veil of light, one could vaguely see lush ancient trees on the other side. Lin Chen made a gesture into the communicator and took the first step. The 10 Dragon Flame Special Forces members behind him, each equipped with the latest individual combat system, followed Lin Chen in single file. The moment you pass through the portal, an aura completely different from the main world hits you. The air was incredibly fresh, carrying the fragrance of earth and the sweet scent of unknown flowers and plants, along with a hint of moisture. This feeling is even purer and more primal than when I last went to the world of the source of calamity. The air is filled with the crisp chirping of birds, the soft humming of insects, and the rustling of leaves in the wind, all creating a natural symphony. The Dragon Flame team members quickly dispersed, their movements swift and precise, establishing a preliminary perimeter around the portal, their faces showing no sign of relaxation. Lin Chen took a deep breath of the fresh, grassy air, feeling as if his lungs had been cleansed. This is the world of demigods and semidevils. TSK, the air quality is terrible, the PM 2.5 level must be negative. His mission is to win over Wang Yuyan. Just thinking about it gave Lin Chen a headache. It was even more of a headache than dismantling a nuclear bomb. Just then, Thunder General's signature booming voice suddenly came through his earpiece, making his eardrums buzz. Hey kid! What are you standing there for? Get out of my way! You'll be responsible if you block the way and cause Blue Star to revolve. Lin Chen's lips twitched, and he gestured for the Longyan team members to get out of the way. Behind the portal, inside the base in the main world, a massive convoy that had been waiting for orders began to move. The dull roar of the engine could be heard even through the light gate. The first vehicle to rush out was a modified heavy armored command vehicle. General Thunder's imposing figure stood on the open command tower on the roof of the vehicle, one hand on his hip, the other waving, spittle flying everywhere. Hurry up, all of you! Stop dawdling like women! Following closely behind were rows of menacing Type 99A main battle tanks, their tracks leaving deep marks on this unfamiliar land. Further back are the 04A infantry fighting vehicle, various engineering vehicles, and transport vehicles fully loaded with scientific researchers and logistical supplies. Like a torrent of steel, it poured out continuously from that dark blue light gate. In just over 10 minutes, a large clearing was cleared out of the edge of the primeval forests behind the portal. The soldiers worked swiftly to construct fortifications and set up heavy firing positions. The drones took off like a swarm of bees, conducting reconnaissance in all directions. A modern forward base is rising from the ground at a speed visible to the naked eye. Looking at the bustling scene, Lin Chen muttered to himself, "What happened to the infiltration? With this kind of setup, anyone who didn't know better would think we're here to unify the martial arts world." General Lei Ting jumped down from the command vehicle, walked a few steps to Lin Chen, and patted him heavily on the shoulder with his large, fan-like hand. "You brat, take your guards and hurry up and find that Miss Wang." General Thunder's face was filled with disdain for this kind of romantic mission. "I have more important things to do here." He waved his hand, pointing to the vast primeval forest behind him, his eyes gleaming with the light of a hungry wolf. "Resource exploration team, logistics support team, scientific analysis team, all of you please. Remember this. We're here to contribute to the country. Everything that flies in the sky, runs on the ground, swims in the water, or grows in the soil. If the experts say it's valuable, pack it all up and take it with you. What 1,000-year-old ginseng, 100-year-old Hisho Wu, Tian Shan Snow Lotus. If I miss out on these, I'll skin you alive when I get back. Action!" "Yes!" A deafening roar echoed through the mountains and forests. Lin Chen watched as groups of soldiers and researchers, seemingly on steroids, charged off in all directions with shouts of excitement, and his lips twitched involuntarily once again. He sighed and said to the Dragon Flame Squad leader beside him, a burly man codenamed Lynx. Let's go find our strategic resources. The lynx nodded expressionlessly, though there seemed to be a strange look in its eyes. Lin Chen led 10 members of the Dragon Flame team away from the noisy main group. They stealthily made their way towards what the think tank had suggested was either Mantua Manor or Yanzawa. Their modern combat uniforms looked out of place in this antique environment, so they could only try to use the terrain and vegetation for concealment. Along the way, all I saw were simple, rustic villages and people dressed in plain clothes. Occasionally, you can see some martial arts practitioners carrying swords and moving about in a hurry, their eyes filled with vigilance and inquiry. Lynx reported in a low voice. Captain, the living standards of the people here are much worse than those in the base in the world of the source of calamity. However, these so-called Jianghu people do have some unusual air about them. Lin Chen nodded. He could also sense that the eyes and gait of those martial arts figures exuded a sharpness that ordinary people lacked. According to information provided by the think tank, they are currently located near Taihu Lake. Wang Yuyan is most likely in this area. Chapter 27 The Beginning. Wang Yuyan was. They stopped on the outskirts of a lakeside town. The town was quite bustling, with cobblestone streets and wine banners fluttering in the breeze. The tea house was bustling with people from all walks of life. He had just sat down and hadn't even had time to order tea when he heard several men dressed as Jianghu heroes at the next table talking loudly. Have you heard? Nanmurong is about to issue invitations to many heroes again. It seems he's going to hold some kind of martial arts exchange conference called Returning the Water Pavilion at Yanzawo. The young Master Murong's cousin, Miss Wang, is truly a beauty of unparalleled grace and knowledge. She is also incredibly learned and proficient in all martial arts under heaven. What a pity, such a beautiful flower has been placed in. Alas, young Master Murong is focused on restoring his kingdom. How could he have the mind to care about matters of the heart? Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat. The target information had arrived. Just as he was about to get up, a commotion suddenly broke out outside the tea house. Immediately following was the clanging of weapons and a woman's startled cry. Lin Chen's heart tightened, and he immediately rushed out of the tea house. On the street, a group of men in black, wielding gleaming steel knives, were attacking several guards dressed as servants. In the center of the guard, a girl in a pale yellow dress watched the chaotic battle unfold before her with a terrified expression. The girl was slender and exquisitely beautiful, with a scholarly air about her, and was suspected to be his target, Wang Yuyan. At this moment, only 2 guards remained by her side, struggling to hold on. The others had already fallen into pools of blood. A man in black grinned maliciously, and reached out to grab Wang Yuyan. Little beauty, come with us! Wang Yuyan gasped and instinctively closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling violently with fear. Lin Chen's pupils suddenly contracted. Holy crap! This script is all wrong. There was no scene of abducting a woman in the street in the original novel. What happened to the infiltration? What happened to the strategy of outsmarting the enemy? This is a fucking race against time right from the start. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chen had no time to think. Although he didn't understand any sophisticated moves, his basic humanoid beast physique, combined with the faint internal energy from a year of Wudong pure yang kung fu within him, was suddenly unleashed when his adrenaline surged. He shot through the air like a cannonball, crashing directly into the side of the man in black wielding a knife. Get the hell out of my way! Bang! A muffled thud. The man in black felt an irresistible force coming from under his ribs, as if he had been hit squarely by a bull running at high speed. The steel knife in his hand flew out and landed with a clatter on a bluestone slab a few meters away. He flew 3 or 4 meters away like a tattered sack, screaming, before crashing heavily into the wooden wall of a shop with a sickening crack. He then slid softly to the ground, clearly barely breathing. Lin Chen himself was also shaken by the reaction force, causing his blood and chi to surge, but he only staggered a couple of steps before regaining his balance. He shook his slightly numbed shoulders and cursed inwardly. This humanoid beast's physique is truly something else. The other men in black were stunned when they saw their companion being knocked away by a Qing Yaojin who appeared out of nowhere in the blink of an eye. They were first taken aback, then flew into a rage. Where did this brat come from? You're asking for it. Kill him. The remaining 7 or 8 men in black abandoned the 2 shaky servants and charged towards Lin Chen with knives in hand. They looked fierce and menacing, clearly considering him their target as well. Lin Chen felt a slight tingling sensation on his scalp. 2 fists can't beat 4 hands, even a hero can't withstand a crowd. He was planning to rely on his thick skin to withstand a few blows, and then find an opportunity to run away with Wang Yuyan. At that very moment, puff, 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 puff. Several extremely faint, muffled sounds, like tearing fabric, came from the shadows on both sides of the street. The men in black who were charging menacingly toward Lin Chen froze in their tracks. The ferocious expressions on their faces had not yet faded, but their bodies were frozen stiffly, like puppets controlled by invisible threads. Immediately afterwards, a small flower of blood bloomed on the forehead, throat, or chest of each person without warning. Before they could even scream, the 7 or 8 men in black fell backward in unison, crashing heavily to the ground and falling silent. A faint smell of gunpowder and an even stronger stench of blood filled the air. The street fell into a deathly silence in an instant. Those martial arts practitioners who were originally watching from a distance, or preparing to come up and take advantage of the situation, all widened their eyes and opened their mouths wide, as if they had seen some kind of supernatural phenomenon. What just happened? How did those people suddenly collapse? Lin Chen was also slightly taken aback, but then he understood. It was the lynx who made the move. This efficiency, this accuracy, no wonder it's made by Longyan. Their marksmanship is spot on. He turned around and looked at Wang Yuyan, who was still in shock. The 2 surviving servants were also dumbfounded, their hands still trembling slightly as they held their knives. They looked at the corpses on the ground, then at Lin Chen, their eyes filled with awe and confusion. Lin Chen took a few steps forward, trying to make his expression look as friendly as possible, even though he knew that his brutal charge probably hadn't left a good impression on anyone. "Young lady, are you all right?" His voice broke the eerie silence. Wang Yuyan seemed to wake from a dream, her long eyelashes fluttering a few times as her gaze focused on Lin Chen's face. Her voice trembled with the shock of surviving a disaster, yet it was still as melodious as a nightingale's song. "I'm fine, thank you for saving me, young master." She gave a slight curtsy, her movements a little stiff, clearly not yet fully recovered from the shock. Lin Chen's gaze fell on her, scrutinizing her closely. A classic oval face, with naturally dark eyebrows and naturally red lips. Those eyes, like obsidian immersed in water, were clear and bright. At this moment they were wet with a pitiful look because of fright. Their eyelashes were long and curled, and when they trembled slightly, they were like 2 small feather fans, making people's hearts itch. Her delicate, upturned nose added to her elegance. What's most striking is her skin. It was a near transparent white, so delicate it seemed as if it could be broken with a touch. Like the finest mutton-fat jade, it gleams with a faint, warm, jade-like halo under the afternoon sun. Because of the fright and the escape, fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. A few strands of her sweat-dampened hair clung to her smooth forehead and snow-white neck, which, far from making her look disheveled, added to her delicate and pitiful appearance. She wore a pale yellow silk dress. Although it wasn't made of luxurious material, the cut was flattering and accentuated the slender figure of a young girl just coming of age. Her waist was so slender it could be encircled by one hand, and below it were gently undulating curves. Although not as turbulent and thrilling as Xin Yueyao's story, it still possesses the exquisite and graceful charm of a woman from Jiangnan. Especially the scholarly air that comes from being well-read, and a faint trace of melancholy between his brows. Together, they create a unique quality that makes you want to cherish it. Lin Chen thought to himself, if this were in modern times, she would definitely be the epitome of a natural beauty, and the kind that exudes a classical and ethereal aura. No wonder Duan Yu became such a simp the moment he saw him. Her looks and charisma are truly top-notch. Lin Chen silently gave Wang Yuyan a high score in his heart for her hardware configuration, but said aloud, "It was just a small favor, nothing to mention." He paused, then tentatively asked, "May I ask if you are Wang Yuyan, Miss Wang?" Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed in the girl's watery eyes. "Young master, do you recognize me?" Chapter 28 Wang Yuyan, martial arts can be used like this? Wang Yuyan's bright, watery eyes were now filled with surprise as she carefully examined Lin Chen in front of her. His attire was completely out of place with the surrounding environment, and even the overall style of the Song dynasty. The fabric was neither silk nor cotton, its color was deep and calm, yet it exuded an indescribable crispness. The cut was even more unique, clinging to his body without feeling restrictive, perfectly outlining his tall and well-proportioned figure. Especially those boots that covered his feet, with their strange design, yet inexplicably exuded a sense of sturdiness. The think tank's aesthetic sense is indeed on point. Instead of opting for overly flashy or ancient-style attire, they directly adopted custom-made clothing that combined modern casual and tactical elements. The goal is simple. Instead of awkwardly pretending, it's better to openly show your differences and use that uniqueness to attract your target. Curiosity is often the beginning of falling into trap. Lin Chen felt a little uncomfortable under her gaze, wondering if this girl thought he was some kind of strange creature from overseas. He cleared his throat, breaking the brief silence. Miss Wang, my name is Lin Chen. I have long admired your extensive knowledge of martial arts, and it is truly an honor to meet you today. That's half true and half false. He really wanted to pick up girls, but wanting to learn martial arts was also a requirement of his mission. Hearing him say that, Wang Yuyan's cheeks flushed slightly, making her even more shy. Young Master Lin, you flatter me. This humble woman is merely talking on paper and should not be taken seriously. Her voice was soft, like the misty rain of Jiangnan, which was soothing to listen to. Lin Chen thought to himself. The opportunity has come. Miss Wang is too modest. To be honest, I am also quite fascinated by martial arts, but I have been unable to get started because I have no one to guide me. He wore a sincere expression of eager curiosity. I just witnessed your composure in the face of danger, which suggests you come from a family with a strong academic background. Would you be so kind as to offer me some guidance? Upon hearing this, Wang Yuyan frowned slightly, seemingly somewhat troubled. This is not the place to talk, and... She glanced at the black-clad corpses lying haphazardly on the ground, and at the passers-by around her who were pointing and whispering with fear on their faces. She was clearly still shaken. Lin Chen immediately understood. Miss Wang is right. This place is indeed not suitable for lingering. How about we find a quiet and elegant place to enjoy tea and discuss martial arts? Wang Yuyan pondered for a moment, and then nodded gently. Well, all right. Thank you for your trouble, young Master Lin. Upon hearing this, her two servants breathed a sigh of relief and quickly stepped forward to express their gratitude. Lin Chen waved his hand, signaling Lynx to lead his team to follow. The 10 Dragon Flame Special Forces members remained like statues throughout, vigilantly guarding the surroundings. Their futuristic combat gear was a stark contrast to the rudimentary weapons of this era. Ordinary people would avoid him at all costs, their eyes filled with awe and incomprehension. Even those self-proclaimed experts in the martial arts world looked at this team with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. Who exactly are these people? The method of killing without leaving a trace is simply unheard of. Wang Yuyan naturally noticed the unusual nature of Lin Chen's guards. Their steps were steady, their eyes sharp, and they exuded a cold aura that kept strangers at bay, making them completely different from ordinary martial arts masters. But she was simple-minded and assumed that Lin Chen was of extraordinary birth, so his guards must also be exceptional. The group soon arrived at a rather elegant-looking tea house in town. Lin Chen specifically requested a private room by the window, which would allow him to enjoy the lake view while ensuring the privacy of their conversation. Once the tea and snacks were served, the servants tactfully withdrew outside the door. Inside the private room, only Lin Chen and Wang Yuyan remained, sitting opposite each other. The members of the Dragon Flame team, including Lynx, stood guard on both sides of the private room door like gatekeepers, and anyone who tried to approach was deterred by their cold gazes. Wang Yuyan held the teacup, sipping it slowly, her posture elegant and serene. What would you like to ask, young Master Lin? She asked softly, a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Lin Chen pondered for a moment, and decided to start with a point that was relatively easy to approach. Miss Wang, I have heard that when martial arts masters clash, victory or defeat is often decided by the slightest difference. I wonder if there are any common techniques among them? His question, though seemingly broad, actually contains a hidden meaning. Wang Yuyan was indeed intrigued, put down her teacup, and began to speak eloquently. The way of martial arts is profound and extensive. If we talk about common methods, it is nothing more than the unity of essence, qi, and spirit and the ultimate application of strength. For example, the Vajra finger of the Shaolin school concentrates the strength of the whole body into one finger, making it indestructible. For example, the Beggar's Sex 18 subduing dragon palms emphasizes the combination of strength and gentleness, with each palm containing overwhelming power. She quoted extensively from classical texts and effortlessly demonstrated various martial arts techniques, truly living up to her reputation as a human martial arts database. Lin Chen nodded repeatedly as he listened, occasionally interjecting with a word or two. In Miss Wang's opinion, besides force, are there any other clever methods for using strength? For example, could we use some kind of equipment, or change the way we exert force, to achieve the effect of using minimal force to overcome great strength? His words began to steer the conversation, intentionally or unintentionally, toward concepts from modern physics. Wang Yuyan's beautiful eyes lit up. Young Master Lin is absolutely right. There are indeed such methods in martial arts. For example, some acupressure techniques involve precisely striking acupoints on the body to subdue the enemy with skillful force. There are also techniques that use the opponent's force against them, such as the star shift technique of the Murong clan of Gusu, which uses softness to overcome hardness and neutralizes the opponent's force for one's own use. Lin Chen struck while the iron was hot. If we can accurately calculate the angle and speed of our opponent's attack, as well as the best time and part of our own body to exert force, can we maximize the effectiveness of this skill? As he spoke, he gestured with his fingers on the table, trying to explain simple principles such as levers and levers, of course, in language that people in this era could understand. Wang Yuyan's eyes grew brighter and brighter as she listened, as if she had opened the door to a new world. Young Master Lin's idea is truly peculiar. She frowned and pondered for a moment, then seemed somewhat confused. However, the human body is ever-changing, and in the face of an enemy, things can change in an instant. How can one possibly calculate it precisely? Could it be that young Master Lin is referring to some long-lost method of divination? Lin Chen chuckled inwardly. The fish had taken the bait. He took a sip of tea, feigning profundity, and spoke slowly. Miss Wang, do you know that everything in the world operates according to its own laws? From the growth of a single blade of grass to the rotation of the sun, moon and stars, nothing is different. The same applies to martial arts techniques. Wang Yuyan listened intently and pressed for more information. In your opinion, young Master Lin, how should we deduce the patterns in these martial arts moves? Lin Chen smiled slightly and unleashed his trump card, which he had prepared long ago. Chapter 29 Lin Chen deceives Wang Yuyan. Heavenly soldiers sweep through the martial world. I once saw a method of deduction called How is Mao Tai in a fragment of an ancient book. It is said that this method can take into account all the changes in the opponent's moves, thereby finding their weaknesses and winning with one blow. How is Mao Tai? Wang Yuyan repeated the name, her eyes filled with confusion and inquiry. She was well-read and knew almost all the martial arts classics in the world, but she had never heard of this name. Lin Chen thought to himself, of course you haven't heard of this. This thing is from the set of swordsmen next door. It's an upgraded version that I made up. He continued his deception without batting an eye. This method is extremely profound, involving many disciplines such as celestial phenomena, the principles of the I Ching, and mathematical calculations. Only those with great wisdom and perseverance can comprehend it. It is said that when one reaches a high level of skill, one can even predict the opponent's next move and be able to foresee the future. Wang Yuyan was stunned by his words, her mouth slightly open, clearly overwhelmed by the power of how majestic is Mount Tai. Such miraculous martial arts exist in this world? She murmured to herself, her eyes filled with longing and fascination for this unknown realm. Lin Chen felt smug looking at her like this. It seems that this first step has been successful. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away in another mountain range, General Thunder was roaring through a loudspeaker at the entrance of a cave that had just been blasted open. Catch that vermilion toad inside alive! It's extremely valuable for scientific research. Anyone who kills it will be sent back to raise pigs. A group of fully armed Special Forces soldiers, wearing gas masks and carrying special capture nets and tranquilizer guns, cautiously rushed in. A moment later, a commotion of chickens running and dogs barking came from inside the cave, along with a few suppressed gasps. Not long after, a strange toad, about the size of a fist, entirely red, with bulging toad eyes, was carried out from a specially made transparent alloy box and was angrily banging its belly against the box wall. "Report, General! Target acquired! This thing is really powerful!" One of the team members wiped away his sweat, still shaken. Thunder nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand. "All right. Pack it up. Next target, Wuliang Mountains Longhuan Paradise. It's said that there are secret manuals left behind by a fairy sister there, and some kind of lightning sable. I'll bring the sable belt back and make a scarf for myself." A young staff officer next to him, who was in charge of taking notes, twitched his lips and silently added another item to the list of strategic resources: suspected mink fur, the general's personal need. The news, as if it had grown wings, began to spread throughout the entire martial arts world of the Song dynasty. A mysterious and incredibly well-equipped group of heavenly soldiers is collecting all sorts of legendary treasures and martial arts manuals from the martial arts world in an extremely brutal and efficient manner. The places they set their sights on will never listen to reason. Martial arts techniques are carved on the stone wall? We'll just cut the stone wall off and take it with us. Is there a strange beast in the cave? Use tranquilizer darts to clear the way, capture it alive and pack it up. For a time, people in the martial arts world were filled with unease. Those sects that usually acted arrogantly and domineeringly all shrank back at this moment, fearing that these heavenly soldiers might one day collect them at their doorstep. Meanwhile, Lin Chen was still having an in-depth exchange with Wang Yuyan in the tea house about the subtleties of how is Mount Tai. He combined knowledge of modern physics and ergonomics, and in a way that Wang Yuyan could understand, he embellished this martial arts theory that he had made up himself, making it sound incredibly impressive. Wang Yuyan listened with rapt attention, and her gaze toward Lin Chen had transformed from initial curiosity into deep admiration. She felt that the young Master Lin in front of her was simply a walking treasure trove of martial arts, and the things in this treasure trove were things she had never heard of before, yet were extremely profound. "Young Master Lin, how about this Mount Tai? Is it really so miraculous? Can it really encompass all the martial arts in the world?" Lin Chen smiled slightly, picked up his teacup, and remained calm and composed. "All martial arts under heaven, though varied, remain true to their principles. The question how is Mount Tai is about discerning the essence of this principle." He added in his mind, "As long as I exaggerate enough, it can encompass everything." Lin Chen cleared his throat, deciding to strike while the iron was hot, and continued to deepen his theory of how is Mount Tai, while also slipping in some personal opinions to disrupt the world's established perceptions. "Miss Wang, the essence of how is Mount Tai lies not only in prediction, but also in the understanding and application of momentum. Power?" Wang Yuyan's interest was indeed piqued even more, and her beautiful eyes sparkled with a thirst for knowledge. "That's right, it's a trend, or rather, the inevitable law of the development of things." Lin Chen stretched out his finger and drew a crooked line on the tea-stained table. "For example, water flows downhill, which is momentum. If you want water to go uphill, you have to go against the momentum, which requires more effort and may even require external force, such as, well, a clever mechanism that can pump water up." He is subtly instilling scientific thinking in people. Wang Yuyan seemed to be deep in thought. "Young Master Lin, are you saying that martial arts moves also have their own momentum?" "Indeed." Lin Chen snapped his fingers, but people of this era obviously didn't understand the meaning of this gesture. "Some martial arts may seem powerful and domineering, but in reality they are forcibly going against the force. They may be able to cause trouble in the short term, but in the long run, they will inevitably backfire." He glanced meaningfully out the window, as if he saw a tragic figure who desperately wanted to restore his country but ended up alienated from everyone. "The truly superior martial arts are about going with the flow, or even using the flow to your advantage. It's like, well, some families insist that cousins marry their sisters, and vice versa, believing that this way the bloodline is the purest and the families are even closer. Little did they know, this seemingly stable momentum was actually weakening itself, with each generation becoming less capable than the last, potentially leading to, well, strange problems. This was contrary to the natural law of life's reproduction. When Wang Yuyan heard the words, "cousin marrying cousin," her focused expression stiffened slightly, and an unnatural blush inexplicably rose to her cheeks, her eyes becoming somewhat evasive. Lin Chen chuckled inwardly. The fish were starting to bite. His words, seemingly about martial arts, were actually nothing more than a jumble of trivial matters involving Murong Fu and Wang Yuyan. The results were outstanding. For the next 2 weeks, Lin Chen, under the guise of discussing martial arts and exchanging strange tales, bumped into Wang Yuyan almost every day. He told her about the heliocentric theory, saying that the land they were standing on was actually a giant sphere that was flying in the sky. Wang Yuyan listened with her mouth slightly open, looking incredulous, yet she also found Lin Chen's words to be quite convincing, much more interesting than her cousin's grand plans for restoring the country. Chapter 30 The Truth Comes Knocking. A shocking secret. He told her about microorganisms, saying that the air, water, and even the human body are full of countless tiny creatures invisible to the naked eye, some of which can make people sick, while others are beneficial to people. Wang Yuyan frowned upon hearing this, and subconsciously wiped the corner of her mouth with a silk handkerchief, as if it had been stained with something unclean. Lin Chen quickly added, "But don't worry, Miss Wang, all of these on you are definitely beneficial bacteria, the kind that make you feel ethereal." One sentence made Wang Yuyan's eyebrows crinkle into a smile, and her laughter was as clear as a silver bell. In the past 2 weeks, Wang Yuyan has smiled more often than in the entire previous year combined. She discovered that being with Lin Chen always brought her many novel, interesting, and even unbelievable stories. These things were unlike the tedious plans for restoring the country that my cousin talked about, nor were they like my mother's usual repressed complaints. Lin Chen's world seems to be full of endless possibilities and vitality. She even began to look forward to her daily, chance encounters with Lin Chen. Lin Chen, too, was not idle. Besides winning over Wang Yuyan, he also intentionally or unintentionally spread some shocking secrets through various means. For example, "I've heard that Xiao Feng, the leader of the beggar sect, seems to have a background related to the Khitan people beyond the Great Wall. TSK, if that's true, it will cause a huge uproar in the martial arts world." For example, "It is said that the royal bloodline of the Duan family of Dali is somewhat disordered, and behind the infatuated lovers, there is often an unknown melodramatic ethical drama." For example, "The Murong clan of Gusu is so obsessed with restoring their kingdom that they might be possessed. Be careful that they don't end up with nothing and even implicate those around them." These messages, like pebbles thrown into a calm lake, quickly created ripples throughout the martial arts world of Jiangnan and even the entire Jianghu of the Song dynasty. Immediately, all sorts of speculations and rumors arose. Meanwhile, General Thunder's strategic resource transfer operation was in full swing, making such a big fuss that it was impossible to hide it. The rumor that heavenly soldiers descended to Earth and plundered the martial arts world has become the hottest topic in tea houses and taverns. Many sects had their secret manuals taken away, and even their mountain gates were friendly visited. All of this cast a strange, intense atmosphere over the upcoming return to the Water Pavilion Martial Arts Exchange Conference. 15 days later, at Swallow's Nest, returned to the Water Pavilion. The once tranquil and elegant pavilions by Taihu Lake are now bustling with people and fluttering banners. Heroes from all walks of life gathered here. To everyone's surprise, this year's Martial Arts Exchange Conference was far larger than in previous years. Not only were all the major martial arts sects in Jiangnan present, but also some famous figures from the Central Plains, Sichuan, and even beyond the Great Wall came to attend. Among the crowd, a burly man with thick eyebrows and large eyes, exuding an imposing aura, stood out. He was dressed in simple gray cloth clothes, but his gaze exuded a heroic air of looking down upon the world. "Isn't that Xiao Feng, the leader of the beggars sect? Why is he here too?" A low gasp of surprise rippled through the crowd. Xiao Feng's reputation was renowned throughout the martial arts world of the Song dynasty. His brows were slightly furrowed, as if he were searching for something, or perhaps listening to something. The rumors circulating in the martial arts world about his background have naturally reached his ears. Lin Chen accompanied Wang Yuyan, mingling in the Murong family's group. He watched the lively scene before him and couldn't help but marvel. He never expected that his friendship punch with General Thunder would actually bring out so many important figures. Today, Wang Yuyan changed into a light purple silk dress, which made her skin look even whiter than snow and her temperament even more elegant. She would occasionally glance curiously at the martial arts figures around her, and sometimes whisper to Lin Chen to ask about their origins and martial arts characteristics. Lin Chen then leveraged his human search engine advantage, combining his memories of the original work with information he gleaned from the think tank. He answered her questions one by one, occasionally throwing in a few postmodern witty remarks, which made Wang Yuyan burst into laughter. This scene, however, was particularly jarring to Murong Fu, who was not far away. He was dressed in white today, holding a folding fan, still looking like a refined gentleman. However, the look in his eyes when he looked at Lin Chen carried a hint of malice. "Cousin, what is the background of this young Master Lin? He seems to know you quite well." Murong Fu's voice was devoid of emotion. Wang Yuyan blushed slightly and said softly, "Cousin, this young Master Lin is a friend that my daughter met by chance. He has some unique insights into martial arts." "Oh? Unique?" Murong Fu's lips curled into a cold smile. "These days, con artists are masters of deception. Cousin, you're naive, don't let them fool you." He spoke softly, but just loud enough for Lin Chen to hear. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. "Hey, this is blatant slander." He was about to retort with a few words. Suddenly, the sound of gongs and drums filled the air. A retainer of the Murong family announced loudly, "The auspicious hour has arrived. The Huanshe Water Pavilion Martial Arts Exchange Conference shall now begin. Please welcome the Senior Martial Arts Master of Jiangnan, number 1 Swordsman of Jiangnan Zhou Batong, no, I mean Iron Judge of Jiangnan Master Zhang, to come up on stage and say a few words to everyone." Lin Chen stumbled and almost burst out laughing. Zhou Batong has appeared? This timeline is a complete mess. Fortunately, the man changed his tune in time, and an elderly man with white hair and a righteous face came up. The old man rattled off a string of platitudes, nothing more than clichés like making friends through martial arts and stopping when the point is reached. Lin Chen felt drowsy listening to this. Finally, the main event is here. Now, let's invite all heroes and valiant individuals to come up on stage and exchange ideas. The words had barely left his mouth. Whoosh! A figure soared onto the arena like an eagle. The newcomer was a wiry man in his 30s, wielding a ghost-head knife, with a face full of scars and a fierce look in his eyes. Li Batian, the soul-severing blade of the Huainan Thunderbolt Hall. Which hero would like to step forward and offer some guidance? His voice was loud and aggressive. Immediately, some people in the audience were eager to try. On the arena, soul-severing blade, Li Batian had already fought more than a dozen rounds with another swordsman. The swords clashed and the blades moved with fierce speed, drawing cheers from the audience. Wang Yuyan watched intently, her clear eyes seemingly reflecting countless techniques unfolding on their own. Lin Chen whispered with a smile in her ear, "Miss Wang, would you like to give your comments?" Wang Yuyan blushed slightly, nodded, and her voice, barely audible, reached Lin Chen's ears clearly. Li Batian's swordsmanship is powerful and aggressive, with wide and sweeping movements. Its weakness lies in its slow recovery of energy. If the opponent were 3 times faster, he would surely be able to attack the right rib within 30 moves. She then looked at the man wielding the sword. This hero's swordsmanship should be the entry-level skill of the Dianxing school. It is light and agile but lacks power. Faced with Li Batian's fierce attack, he defends more than he attacks. If this continues, his internal energy will be consumed too much, and he may not be able to hold on. Lin Chen nodded to himself as he listened. As expected of a humanoid martial arts AI, its analysis was very logical and insightful. Miss Wang, your insights are far more insightful than those of the old man on stage. Wang Yuyan's pretty face flushed slightly. Young Master Lin is making fun of me again. Chapter 31. You're shameless. Drawing your gun to help? In the following matches, Wang Yuyan couldn't help but analyze in a low voice, explaining the strengths and weaknesses of each person's moves and the characteristics of their respective schools in great detail. She commented on the acupoint striking technique using the judge's pen, saying that the acupoints were not accurately identified and the force was scattered. In my opinion, if his pointing out the landscape move were just half an inch higher, and the force were concentrated by 30%, the effect would be completely different. She then commented on the man wielding the long spear, saying that his spear technique was all form and no spirit, only grasping the surface but not the essence. This man's spear technique is based on the Yang family spear style, but unfortunately he only learned the superficial form and did not grasp even a fraction of the essence of the three words block, seize, and thrust. If one can understand the flow of momentum and combine it with the predictive method of what will happen to Mount Tai, one will be able to reach a higher level. She would occasionally throw in a few twisted ideas from the how to Mount Tai that Lin Chen had taught her, such as optimal attack angle and energy conversion efficiency, leaving the group of martial arts practitioners around her confused yet finding them profound and unfathomable. Gradually, in addition to cheers, there were also some whispers below the stage. Many people began to listen carefully to Wang Yuyan's comments, feeling that this young girl had extraordinary insight despite her young age. Qiao Feng also looked over thoughtfully, his eyes filled with a hint of approval. Just then, a rough, booming voice rang out. "Where did this little brat come from? She doesn't know anything. Trying to show off your skills in front of Grandpa? You're courting death." Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a burly man with a fierce face, dressed in a flashy purple silk outfit, glaring at Wang Yuyan. He carried a large, gold-backed cleaver at his waist, followed by 7 or 8 equally fierce-looking followers. "It's the young master of the Golden Saber sect, young Master Jin. I heard that this man is arrogant and domineering. He has caused a lot of trouble because his father is the #1 knife in Western Zhejiang. This is going to be interesting. Miss Wang is probably going to suffer a loss." A man with a pointed mouth and monkey-like face, who looked like a clerk, was standing next to young Master Jin, waving a fan and speaking in a sarcastic tone. "Our young sect leader is the only son of the invincible Golden Blade Master Jin, and he has mastered the 72 styles of wind-splitting blade technique. How dare some young girls who only know how to talk theory criticize us so casually?" Wang Yuyan was startled by the sudden scolding. Her face turned pale instantly, and she instinctively shrank back, her gaze involuntarily turning to Murong Fu beside her. "Cousin!" Her voice trembled slightly, and her eyes were filled with pleading. Murong Fu frowned slightly. The Golden Saber sect is quite influential in the Jiangnan region, with numerous disciples. Its father, Jin Wudi, is a veteran of the martial arts world, and he intends to recruit him to his cause to contribute to the restoration of the kingdom. If he were to clash with young Master Jin over his cousin Sake, it might jeopardize his grand plans. He pondered for a moment, then forced a smile and cupped his hands in a respectful gesture towards young Master Jin. "Young Master Jin, this is my cousin. She is young and doesn't know the rules. Please forgive her if she has offended you. She didn't mean it, she's just a bit obsessed with martial arts, and there was no malice in her words." Seeing that Murong Fu had yielded, Jin Xiao became even more arrogant. "Humph, young Master Murong, I'm not trying to criticize you, but your cousin is quite pretty, though she's a bit too noisy. Women should stay at home obediently, taking care of their husbands and children. What kind of image is it to go out in public and pontificate?" His lecherous eyes lingered on Wang Yuyan, making her feel extremely uncomfortable and her face turn even paler. Murong Fu's eyes darkened, but he still managed to suppress his anger. "Young Master Jin is joking. My sister." "A joke? This young master never tells jokes." Young Master Jin slammed his hand on the table, making the teacups jump around. "I'm in a good mood today, so I won't bother with this little wench. However, she has to kowtow to me and admit her mistake, and then have a few drinks with me, and then this matter will be over." These words caused an uproar in the room. Wang Yuyan was so angry that she trembled all over, and her eyes turned red. You're shameless!" Murong Fu's expression also turned extremely ugly. "Young Master Jin, your words are going too far." "Too much?" Young Master Jin sneered. "Murong Fu, I know you're trying to win over my father. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. If you know what's good for you today, make your cousin behave. Otherwise, don't blame me for not giving you face. His entourage also drew their weapons, and the atmosphere immediately became tense. Wang Yuyan looked at Murong Fu in despair, hoping that her cousin would stand up and protect her like the heroes in the stories. However, Murong Fu's expression was uncertain, and his eyes flickered, as if he were weighing the pros and cons. The great cause of restoring the kingdom, the power of the Golden Saber sect. Just as Wang Yuyan's heart sank, a calm yet slightly mocking voice rang out. Hey, Mr. Jin, did you forget your brain when you went out? Lin Chen had somehow appeared in front of Wang Yuyan, shielding her behind him. He wore a faint smile, but his eyes were as cold as ice. Young Master Jin was taken aback, and only then did he notice Lin Chen, this strangely dressed, pretty boy. Who the hell are you? How dare you meddle in my business? Lin Chen picked at his ear, looking completely innocent. Oh, me? I'm the one who, when I see injustice on the road, pulls up radishes. Oh no, I draw my sword. Pfft. Wang Yuyan was almost amused by his nonsensical words, and her fear and grievances dissipated considerably. Young Master Jin was furious. You're asking for it. Kill him for me. One of his followers yelled and swung his steel knife down at Lin Chen's head. Wang Yuyan exclaimed in surprise. Young Master Lin, be careful! Murong Fu's eyes flickered slightly, but a cold smile played on his lips. He wanted to see just how capable Lin Chen, whom his cousin called insightful, really was. Ideally, he'd be all show and no substance, and being publicly humiliated would serve as a wake-up call for his cousin. In the blink of an eye, Lin Chen didn't even lift his eyelids. Puff, puff, puff. Several extremely faint muffled sounds, almost drowned out by the noise of the scene, suddenly rang out. The menacing lackey's movements came to an abrupt halt in midair. His sinister smile froze. The steel knife in his hand fell to the ground with a clang. Immediately afterwards, small bursts of blood erupted from his knees and elbows. A piercing scream tore through the air, and the lackey collapsed to the ground like limp mud with its bones removed, rolling and howling in agony. Several other Golden Saber sect disciples who were also itching to make a move let out the same screams at almost the same time. They didn't even see what hurt them. He felt a sharp pain all over his body, and then lost the ability to move. Several gourds suddenly appeared rolling around on the ground. A faint smell of gunpowder wafted through the air. Chapter 32: The Palm Technique That Descended from the Sky. Lynx and his dragon flame team, like ghosts, had somehow already occupied several key positions in the tea house. The specially made weapons in their hands still emitted wisps of smoke from their muzzles, and their eyes were cold and devoid of any emotion. The entire tea house fell into a deathly silence in an instant. Everyone was stunned by this sudden turn of events. What just happened? How did those people fall? The smugness and arrogance on young Master Jin's face instantly froze, turning into astonishment and anger. Hidden weapon. You actually used hidden weapons to injure people. He pointed at Lin Chen and roared, his voice fierce but his heart pounding. Wang Yuyan's mouth was slightly open, her face filled with disbelief. She glanced at the injured on the ground, then at Lin Chen, who remained calm and composed, and at the silent, towering guards behind him. The methods these guards used were simply unheard of. Murong Fu's cold smile froze. A hint of apprehension flashed deep in his eyes. He knew he couldn't do something like killing someone silently. Just who exactly is this Lin Chen? Hidden weapon? Lin Chen felt as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. Jin Datu, which eye of yours saw us use hidden weapons? We call this a precision strike, you know? Besides, do we even need hidden weapons to deal with scum like you? His tone was relaxed, yet tinged with undisguised sarcasm. Young Master Jin was so angry that he trembled all over. You! He kept saying, you, for a long time, but couldn't utter a complete sentence. Just then, a loud, bell-like voice rang out. This young man is right. There's no need to follow too many rules when dealing with petty scoundrels. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound. A burly man with thick eyebrows and large eyes appeared in the center of the field. He was dressed in simple gray cloth clothes, but his gaze exuded a heroic air of looking down upon the world. Chief Chiao. It's Xiao Feng from the north. A low gasp of surprise rippled through the crowd. Xiao Feng's reputation was known to everyone in the martial arts world of the Song dynasty. His gaze swept over the groaning Golden Saber sect disciples on the ground, then he glanced at Lin Chen, a hint of approval in his eyes. Humph, even the beggar sect is meddling in other people's business. When young Master Jin saw Xiao Feng, his arrogance immediately diminished, but he still refused to back down. Xiao Feng raised an eyebrow and spoke in a voice as loud as thunder. Young Master Jin, you allow your men to harass respectable women in public and dare to spout such arrogant words. Who gave you the audacity? He took a step forward, and an invisible pressure emanated from him. Young Master Jin was intimidated by his imposing presence and involuntarily took 2 steps back. My father is Jin Wudi, the leader of the Golden Saber sect. He brought out his powerful backer. Jin Wudi? Xiao Feng sneered. Even if Jin Wudi were here, this matter would not end well today. His words were resounding and filled with unquestionable authority. Suddenly, a commotion arose outside the crowd. A cold, sinister voice rang out. Such arrogance! I'd like to see who dares to touch anyone from my Golden Saber sect. Before the words were finished, a middle-aged man dressed in a brocade robe with a sinister face walked in, surrounded by a group of experts. He had an exaggeratedly designed golden broadsword hanging at his waist, and his eyes, like those of a venomous snake, were fixed on Xiao Feng and Lin Chen. Father! Upon seeing the newcomer, young Master Jin felt as if he had found a pillar of support, and immediately ran over with a mournful face. Father, they bullied me and injured our people. The newcomer was none other than Jin Wudi, the leader of the Golden Saber sect, also known as Jiangnan's one-sword master. Jin Wudi glanced at the disciple groaning on the ground, then at Jin Dashao's pathetic state, a flash of anger crossing his eyes. But he quickly turned his attention to Xiao Feng. Chief Xiao, I have long admired your name. Today's events were due to my son's recklessness, and he has offended us greatly. However, your people are so ruthless, using such underhanded methods to harm my disciples. Isn't that a gross underestimation of the Golden Saber sect? His words, seemingly polite, actually concealed a murderous intent, pointing directly at Lin Chen's hidden weapon. Xiao Feng said solemnly. Master Jin, your son was already in the wrong for harassing Miss Wang in public. It is only right that this young man's guards teach him a lesson. Jin Wudi snorted coldly. A lesson is fine, but what kind of hero would use such underhanded weapons to injure people? If you're so capable, then let's have a fair and square competition. His gaze was sharp as a knife as he swept it over Lin Chen. Boy, do you dare to compete with the people of my Golden Saber sect on the arena? If you win, the Golden Saber sect will forgive and forget what happened today. If you lose, you'll have to kowtow to my children to apologize, and then cut off your own arm. This is a blatant challenge and a threat. Wang Yuyan nervously tugged at Lin Chen's sleeve. Young Master Lin, you mustn't. She knew that the Golden Saber sect's martial arts were known for their domineering and ruthless nature, and that Jin Wudi was a renowned master. Lin Chen smiled. He patted Wang Yuyan's hand to reassure her. Then, he took a step forward and looked directly at Jin Wudi. Okay. Lin Chen's quick and decisive agreement surprised everyone. But... He changed the subject, a playful smile appearing on his face. My martial arts are quite powerful. Have you heard of a palm technique that descends from the sky? A palm technique that descended from the sky? The group looked at each other in bewilderment. What kind of martial art is this? Jin Wudi frowned, pondering to himself. This kid is quite arrogant. Could he really have some hidden secret technique? Lin Chen didn't give him time to think about it. He quietly pressed the earpiece and spoke in a very low voice. Sister Yue Yao, can you do me a favor? Just don't make them look too bad, just give them a token amount. High in the sky, inside the cockpit of the Strike Freedom Gundam, Xin Yue Yao was watching the farce unfolding below with great interest through a high magnification lens. Hearing Lin Chen's request, which had a hint of coquetry, a seductive smile appeared on her lips. Oh, so now you know how to call me sister? Her voice, tinged with a hint of mockery, traveled clearly to Lin Chen's ears through the bone conduction headphones. Lin Chen coughed lightly. But the situation is urgent. Xing Yueyao chuckled softly. All right, I'll grant your request since you're so sincere. Despite what she said, her slender hands were already flying across the control panel, bringing up the weapon system. How would you like to show your appreciation? Lin Chen said earnestly. Let them experience what it truly means to be unpredictable by divine power. Receive. The sky above Yanzhuo was cloudless. Sudden. A beam of dark blue light, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, struck the open ground in front of Huanshe Water Pavilion with incredible speed and precision, like a divine punishment descending from the heavens. Boom! A deep, yet extremely penetrating bang. The entire ground trembled violently. The hard bluestone pavement was instantly blasted into a huge pit several meters in diameter and bottomless. The edge of the pit was charred black, with wisps of smoke rising from it. A powerful shockwave spread out, causing everyone's clothes to flutter and making them unsteady on their feet. The entire Huanshe Water Pavilion fell silent in an instant. Everyone stared in disbelief at the suddenly appearing crater, their faces filled with extreme shock and fear. What is this? Is it divine retribution? Jean Woody's facial muscles twitched violently, his eyes filled with horror. He was closest to the pit, so his feelings were the most acute. For a brief moment, he even sensed the presence of death. That power was simply beyond human capability. Lin Chen stood still, his clothes fluttering, his face still bearing that calm and serene smile. He pointed to the large, smoking pit and said to Jean Woody, Master Jean, look at my palm technique descending from the sky. How powerful is it? Still, want to compete? Chapter 33 Lin Chen, the King of Martial Arts, see you at the Shaolin Assembly. Jean Woody's face trembled like a leaf. He opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a single word. Compare. What's the point of comparing balls? How can you even compare? That's divine magic, a dimensional attack. How could his broken golden sword possibly sever the law of cause and effect? The surrounding martial arts practitioners dared not even breathe loudly, fearing that they would be the next to be purified. That charred crater, like the gaze of an abyss, chilled everyone to the bone, making them feel as if their intelligence and martial arts skills had been rubbed into the ground. This could be the legendary, divine punishment. This is terrifying. This martial arts is way beyond the scope of the curriculum. Someone with sharp eyes suddenly pointed at the Dragon Flame team members standing like javelins behind Lin Chen. Look at their attire! Exactly the same as those heavenly soldiers that have been circulating in the martial arts world lately. These words immediately caused an uproar among the crowd. What? They're the heavenly soldiers who swept through various sects and borrowed secret manuals from all over the place? No wonder it possesses such divine power. This is no ordinary power. Upon hearing the words, heavenly soldiers, Jean Woody's legs went weak, and he immediately wanted to kneel down before the big boss. No matter how powerful the Golden Saber sect is, they wouldn't dare to go against heaven. Lin Chen looked at Jean Woody's expression of existential doubt and asked with a smile. Master Jean, shall we continue fighting? No. I'm not fighting anymore. Jean Woody's voice trembled, and his hands shook like a rattle. A misunderstanding, a huge misunderstanding. I was blind and offended young Master Lin, no, I mean immortal. All he wants now is to get away with his good-for-nothing children, at lightning speed, as far away from this humanoid walking calamity as possible. Lin Chen shrugged, too lazy to look at him anymore. He turned around and looked at Wang Yuyan. The girl's face was still a little pale, but her beautiful eyes sparkled with an unusual light. Shock, admiration, and a hint of dependence that she herself was unaware of. It's all right now. Lin Chen's voice was soft, carrying a calming power. Wang Yuyan gave a soft her gaze towards Lin Chen softening further. Not far away, Murong Fu's face was so gloomy it could drip water. He stared intently at Lin Chen, his heart filled with horror, jealousy, and an intense longing. If such a person could be put to my use, wouldn't the great cause of restoring the country be just around the corner? He was just about to go up and start a conversation. Suddenly, another disturbance occurred in the arena. A tall, thin man with a hooked nose and sinister eyes stepped forward and spoke loudly. Chief Chiao! Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw that the man was facing Chiao Feng, the leader of the beggars' sect. I've heard that Chief Chiao is not a native of our great Song dynasty, but a chitin barbarian dog. I wonder if this matter is true or false? These words caused an uproar in the audience. Chiao Feng raised a thick eyebrow, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. Who are you? And what makes you say that? The man with the hooked nose sneered. My name is Quan Guanqing, the leader of the Great Wisdom branch of the Beggars sect. This matter has already spread like wildfire throughout the martial arts world. Has Chief Chiao not heard a word about it? Our Beggars sect is the largest sect in the world. How can it be led by a mere Khan? Chiao Feng, if you're still a man, give everyone an explanation. Chiao Feng's face was ashen, and his fists were clenched tightly. He lived a life of integrity and uprightness, and had never suffered such public humiliation. Just as he was about to have an attack, Lin Chen's voice drifted over. Hey, Chief Quan, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't just blurt out any gossip. All eyes turned to Lin Chen. What kind of work is this guy up to now? Lin Chen strode forward, a nonchalant smile on his face. Whether Chief Chiao was a chitin or not is indeed a complicated matter, involving the grudges and feuds of the previous generation. However, there's more than just this one juicy gossip in the underworld, and every single one of them is guaranteed to be genuine. He paused, leaving everyone in suspense. For example, the Duan family of Dali. I heard that their succession to the throne was just as dramatic as the love stories in their harem, a veritable epic of family ethics. Among the crowd, several martial artists from Dali showed slight changes in expression. For example, some families are eager to revive a country that perished hundreds of years ago. In order to win people's hearts, they make grand promises everywhere. In the end, they almost cripple their own relatives. It's a pure case of self-pity. Murong Fu's face instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Wang Yiyan also lowered her head somewhat awkwardly. Lin Chen continued to reveal more information. His voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached everyone's ears. And also, some of the high monks of Shaolin Temple appear to be compassionate on the surface, but what they do behind the scenes, TSK, it's unspeakable, unspeakable. Do you want to know the truth behind these shockingly large breasts? Shockingly big secrets? Everyone was so enticed by his words that they craned their necks, all with expressions that said, "Give me one too!" For details, see you at the Shaolin Temple Martial Arts Tournament in a month and a half. Don't miss it. I'll give you a live broadcast of it then. It's all real and amazing. Don't miss it, you'll have to wait another year. Lin Chen announced with a smile. Upon hearing this, the entire Huanshe Water Pavilion fell silent. A month and a half later. Shaolin Temple. Martial Arts Tournament. What exactly is this kid up to? How many secrets does he know? Is he going to expose the entire underworld? Everyone was filled with questions and anxieties. Chiao Feng gave Lin Chen a deep look, his eyes filled with complex emotions. The night was as dark as ink, and a cool lake breeze swept across the pavilions and waterside terraces of Yanzhou. The hustle and bustle of Huanshe Water Pavilion gradually faded away, leaving only the chirping of insects and the sound of water. Lin Chen and Wang Yuyan sat side by side on the railing of the pavilion in the middle of the lake, with sparse stars and a bright moon overhead. Young Master Lin, thank you so much for today. Wang Yuyan's voice was very soft. She stole a glance at Lin Chen's profile. In the moonlight, his features were much softer, not so outrageous as they were during the day. Thank me for what? Lin Chen crossed his legs, idly playing with a pebble he'd somehow acquired, speaking in a lazy tone. If anyone should be thanked, it should be Chief Chiao for speaking up for justice, or my unethical guards for acting quickly enough to launch a sneak attack. Wang Yuyan smiled, amused by him, and the fear she had felt during the day faded considerably. Are they really using palm techniques? She was still bothered by the huge crater that had fallen from the sky, which was completely beyond her knowledge of martial arts. Pretty much. Think of it as a kind of trendy external qigong, which emphasizes the transformation of true qi into form for precise guidance. Lin Chen made it up on the spot, since people in this era wouldn't understand what a particle cannon was anyway. Precision guidance. Wang Yuyan murmured the same words over and over, her beautiful eyes once again shining with the same fascination that a top student would have when encountering a new subject. Lin Chen secretly rejoiced at her appearance. They keep bluffing and deceiving. Miss Wang, let me tell you, martial arts, when practiced to the extreme, are actually the same as the end of science being metaphysics. Look, it absorbs the vital energy of heaven and earth, strengthens itself, prolongs its life, and finally, with the Baiyu, its physical body ascends to immortality. Wang Yuyan was stunned. Physical ascension? Is it really possible? It's theoretically feasible, but the success rate is rather low. Lin Chen was talking nonsense with a straight face. Chapter 34 Ingenious Design. The two chatted casually, from the mysteries of martial arts to the movement of stars, from gossip about the martial arts world to the ideal country where everyone is like a dragon, that Lin Chen had mentioned. Wang Yuyan discovered that Lin Chen's knowledge far exceeded her imagination, and many of his views were unheard of, yet they made her feel enlightened. Just then, a servant from the Murong family hurried over and bowed to Lin Chen. Young Master Lin, my master invites you. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Murong Fu? What kind of trouble is this guy up to now? He glanced at Wang Yuyan beside him, a complex expression flashing across the girl's face. Lin Chen's heart stirred, and a meaningful smile appeared on his lips. He leaned closer to Wang Yuyan and lowered his voice. Miss Wang, would you like to know what kind of person you are in your cousin's heart? Upon hearing this, Wang Yuyan's delicate body trembled slightly. She raised her watery eyes and looked at Lin Chen with a somewhat blank expression. I don't know what young Master Lin means. Her voice sounded weak, clearly lacking confidence. Lin Chen pulled out a tiny metal object from his pocket, smaller than a little fingernail, shimmering with a faint blue light. Its technological feel was out of place in this era. This thing is called hearing the wind. Wear it, and you'll be able to hear clearly what your cousin is saying about you. Hearers that can hear everything? Wang Yuyan looked at the strangely shaped little thing, her eyes filled with curiosity and hesitation. Without a word, Lin Chen gently inserted the miniature earphone into her earlobe with a tender movement. Warm fingertips accidentally touched her sensitive earlobe, and Wang Yuyan's cheeks instantly flushed red, her heart skipped a beat. Young Master Lin, this? Sure, be quiet, the show is about to begin. Lin Chen winked at her, then got up and followed the servant toward Murong Fu's study. Wang Yuyan remained alone in the pavilion, gently stroking the cold little thing in her ear with her fingers, her heart pounding with anxiety, as if she had a rabbit in her chest. Murong Fu's study was brightly lit. He was still dressed in white, holding a folding fan, but his face was even more gloomy than during the day. Brother Lin, please have a seat. Murong Fu pointed to the chair opposite him, his tone still relatively polite. Lin Chen sat down with an air of nonchalance, leisurely sizing him up. Young Master Murong, what brings you here so late at night? A glint flashed in Murong Fu's eyes, and he got straight to the point. Brother Lin's skills at Huanshe Water Pavilion today amazed everyone. He must be no ordinary person. I have a grand plan to restore order to the world and revitalize the great Yin dynasty, and I need the help of extraordinary people like Brother Lin. Wang Yuyan, sitting in the pavilion, heard her cousin's voice clearly through her earphones, and her heart tightened slightly. Oh? To restore order to the world? Young Master Murong, you certainly have quite the ambition. Lin Chen feigned surprise. Murong Fu said proudly. Our Murong clan are of Xianbei nobility. Restoring our homeland is the legacy of our ancestors and the inevitable trend of the world. If Brother Lin is willing to help me, when my great Yen is restored, I will surely appoint you as the imperial preceptor, second only to the emperor, and above all others, enjoying endless gold, silver, jewels, beautiful women, and power. He started making grand promises, dangling all sorts of benefits in front of people. Lin Chen sneered inwardly, but his face remained expressionless. Imperial advisor? That sounds impressive. But what makes you think I'll help you, young Master Murong? Murong Fu took a sip of tea and said confidently. Although Brother Lin has a mysterious background and superb skills, there are always many inconveniences in his actions within the territory of the Great Song dynasty. Your heavenly soldiers' guards are powerful, but their numbers are ultimately limited. If you cooperate with me, the power of the Murong clan of Jiangnan can provide Brother Lin with many benefits. For example, Brother Lin seems quite interested in the martial arts manuals of various schools. My cousin Yu Yan is well-read and knowledgeable about martial arts all over the world. Her mind is a living treasure trove of martial arts knowledge. As long as Brother Lin helps me, I can get Yu Yan to fully cooperate with you, tell you all the martial arts she knows, and even give you all the secret manuals in the returning water pavilion. Upon hearing this, Wang Yuyan's face turned deathly pale. So it turns out. So in my cousin's heart, I was nothing more than a bargaining chip to be used to exchange for benefits, a treasure trove, for storing martial arts manuals. Her long-held admiration and infatuation with her cousin seemed like a huge joke at this moment. A chilling coldness spread from the depths of her heart, making her shiver uncontrollably. Inside the study, Lin Chen chuckled. Young Master Murong has certainly played his cards right, even using his own cousin as a bargaining chip. Murong Fu's face darkened. Brother Lin, you are mistaken. It is an honor for Yu Yan to be able to contribute to my cause of restoring the country. Besides, she was already devoted to me, and she would do anything for me willingly. His matter-of-fact tone was like a sharp knife, piercing Wang Yuyan's heart. Through the earphones, I could hear Wang Yuyan's suppressed sobs. Lin Chen sighed, feeling that the timing was about right. He stood up and looked down at Murong Fu. Young Master Murong, I have no interest in your grand ambitions. You should leave your position as imperial advisor to someone else. Murong Fu suddenly stood up, his eyes burning with rage. Lin Chen, don't be stubborn and ask for trouble. Do you think you can run rampant in this martial arts world with your unorthodox methods? He abruptly changed the subject, his eyes sharply fixed on Lin Chen. I'd like to ask you, you went to such lengths to get close to my cousin, were your motives really that simple? Upon hearing this, Lin Chen suddenly smiled. He laughed so hard his shoulders shrugged slightly, as if he had heard the biggest joke ever. Then, he readily admitted it. Naive? Young Master Murong, do you think that's possible? That's right, my purpose in approaching Miss Wang was not so pure. Upon hearing this, not only was Murong Fu stunned, but even Wang Yuyan in the pavilion stopped sobbing and covered her mouth in disbelief. Lin Chen paced back and forth, his tone tinged with amusement. So what? He shrugged, looking completely matter-of-fact. Is liking someone something shameful? Miss Wang is beautiful inside and out, gentle and kind. What normal man wouldn't like her? I like her, I want to get close to her, I want to understand her, I want to see her smile. What's wrong with that? Murong Fu was speechless, his face turning pale and then red. He had assumed Lin Chen would deny it outright, or at least make up some plausible reasons. I never expected the other party to be so open, or rather, shameless. Lin Chen looked at Murong Fu and continued speaking. As for whether I can get her, cough cough, well, when the time is right, things will naturally fall into place. He cleared his throat and gave a knowing look. Isn't it much better than some people using my cousin as a tool for restoring their country or as a bargaining chip to win people's hearts? Murong Fu was so angry that he trembled all over. Chapter 35 Lingzhou Palace was utterly destroyed by bombing. You're just being unreasonable. My cousin and I grew up together, and we are in love. How could an outsider like you possibly understand? Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, his smile widening. Mutual affection? Young Master Murong, do you even believe that yourself? Should I invite Miss Wang over and ask her in person what she thinks of your cousin now? Murong Fu's expression changed drastically. He subconsciously glanced outside the study, as if worried that Wang Yuyan might suddenly appear. Lin Chen took in his reaction and chuckled inwardly. Young Master Murong, if you want to truly understand my purpose and know what I really want to do, it's very simple. He held up one finger. 1.5 months later, at Shaolin Temple, the martial arts tournament. You will understand everything in time. Who knows, there might be an unexpected surprise waiting for you. After Lin Chen finished speaking, he stopped looking at Murong Fu's fascinating face, turned around and left the study with a flourish. Murong Fu was left alone on the spot, his expression shifting between anger and uncertainty, his eyes filled with surprise and resentment. Lin Chen walked out of the study and came to the pavilion in the middle of the lake. Under the moonlight, Wang Yuyan stood there quietly, her back to him, her shoulders trembling slightly. She had taken off her headphones, and strands of her hair were being blown by the night wind, some clinging to her pale cheeks. Lin Chen tiptoed and walked behind her. You heard everything? His voice still carried a hint of ease, but it also had a touch of gentleness. Wang Yuyan's delicate body trembled, and she slowly turned around. Her eyes were red, and tears were welling up, but she stubbornly refused to let them fall. The moonlight shone on her tear-streaked face, making her look even more pitiful. Young Master Lin. Her voice was choked with emotion, thick with a nasal tone. Lin Chen looked at her, and his heart softened for no reason. He reached out to wipe away the tears from the corners of her eyes, but halfway there, he felt it was a bit presumptuous and withdrew his hand, scratching his head. Well, actually, Murong Fu Sai, never mind, he's just a restorative zealot. What era are we living in, and he's still thinking about restoring his country all the time? Pfft. Wang Yuyan was amused by his modern internet slang, but tears still involuntarily streamed down her face. She wiped away her tears with a silk handkerchief, and her emotions calmed down a little. Young Master Lin, what you just said, is it all true? She raised her watery eyes and looked at Lin Chen with a complicated expression. There was grievance, confusion, shyness, and a hint of expectation? Looking into her clear, bright eyes, Lin Chen suddenly felt that he couldn't bring himself to say those joking words. He put aside his usual nonchalant attitude and looked at Wang Yuyan seriously. Miss Wang, it's only natural to like beautiful things. You are wonderful and deserve to be genuinely liked. He paused, then a familiar wicked smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Of course, my purpose is also to see what kind of sparks can be generated when a living martial arts AI meets modern scientific thinking. Perhaps I can also save a wayward girl, so that she won't have her life's happiness ruined by some dream of restoring a kingdom. Wang Yuyan was deeply moved by the sincerity in the first half of his sentence, but was left speechless by the teasing in the second half. She gave Lin Chen a reproachful look, but a blush crept onto her cheeks. Young Master Lin, you're making fun of me again. Lin Chen laughed heartily, feeling exceptionally relaxed. He looked at the girl before him, who was breathtakingly beautiful in the moonlight. So, Miss Wang, do you now think my purpose is pure? The night breeze grew cooler, and ripples spread across the lake's surface. The blush on Wang Yuyan's cheeks had not completely faded, and her eyes sparkled with a mixture of shyness at first sight and anticipation for the future. As Lin Chen looked at her, the playful feeling in his heart was gradually replaced by a strange sense of responsibility. It seems that Wang Yuyan in this world can truly have a different life. Young Master Lin, what shall we do next? Wang Yuyan spoke softly, breaking the silence between the two. Lin Chen smiled slightly. Next, naturally, we'll go to Shaolin Temple to see an unprecedented spectacle that could overturn the entire martial arts world. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Lingzhou Palace on Misty Peak is undergoing a dramatic, friendly visit. General Thunder, codenamed Thunder, lives up to his name, and his style of doing things is as powerful as thunder. He was standing in the square where the women of the 9 heavens and 9 departments of Lingzhou Palace usually practice martial arts, wearing the latest single-soldier exoskeleton armor. Behind him were more than 100 fully armed Dragon Flame Special Forces members, exuding a murderous aura. Opposite her, Tianshan Tonglao sat on a jade throne. Although she was over 90 years old, her figure was like that of an 8 or 9-year-old girl, and her eyes were sharp as knives, exuding an aura of dominance over the world. Who are you? How dare you trespass on my Lingzhou Palace? The old woman's voice was sharp and piercing, containing profound inner strength, making people's eardrums buzz. The messengers from the 9 heavens, 9 departments, 36 caves, and 72 islands, each wielding a weapon, glared angrily, yet were intimidated by the steel-clad figures of their opponents and dared not approach. These suddenly appearing, armored men put immense pressure on them. General Thunder grinned, revealing 2 rows of gleaming white teeth, his voice booming like a bell. You must be the heavenly child, Granny? I've heard so much about you. We are the Dragon Kingdom's Sending Warmth Cultural Exchange Delegation. We have come to your esteemed land to have an in-depth, friendly exchange with you on a physical level. Upon hearing this, the lips of his teammates behind him twitched involuntarily. General, you call this cultural exchange? This is clearly a challenge, and the kind that comes with explosives. Tianshan Child Granny snorted coldly. Cultural exchange? I think you're asking for death. Her small body suddenly erupted with a powerful aura, and an invisible pressure crushed down on Lei Ting and the others. How dare you act so arrogantly in front of your grandma with just a few tin cans? General Thunder raised an eyebrow and waved his hand impatiently. Why waste your breath on her? Observation point 1, observation point 2, target selected, small tactical fireworks, fire! He gave instructions through the throat microphone. On 2 uninhabited snow-capped mountains dozens of kilometers away on either side of Misty Peak, the Dragon Flame team members, who had been waiting for orders, pressed the launch button. Whoosh, whoosh! 2 fireworks, with a sharp whistle shot into the sky, tracing graceful arcs in midair before landing precisely at their intended targets. The next second. Boom! Boom! 2 earth-shattering explosions occurred almost simultaneously. Even though they were dozens of kilometers away, the people in Lingzhou Palace still felt the ground beneath their feet tremble violently. 2 enormous mushroom clouds rose slowly from the distant snow-capped mountain peaks, both magnificent and terrifying. The peaks of the snow-capped mountains appeared noticeably shorter. Immediately following was an avalanche that surged in like a tsunami, with white waves cascading down from the mountaintop. The square of Lingzhou Palace fell silent instantly. Chapter 36 Friendly Exchange? That's a tactical exorcism. The murderous aura on Tianshan Tonglau's face froze, and her sharp eyes revealed horror and disbelief. The women of the 9 heavens and 9 departments paled in shock, many collapsing to the ground, shivering, instinctively huddling together for warmth, drawing circles on the ground. What kind of martial art is this? Moving mountains and overturning seas? Or is it the wrath of the gods? This is so discouraging. How are we supposed to fight like this? Are we supposed to just run our heads into that mushroom cloud? General Thunder picked at his ear, as if he had just set off 2 large firecrackers. Grandma, this is just a small appetizer for our friendly exchange. There are even more exciting programs to come. He had barely finished speaking. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A muffled rumble came from the sky. Dozens of armed helicopters painted in dark green camouflage emerged from the clouds like prehistoric behemoths and hovered above Lingzhou Palace. The dark, gaping machine gun and rocket launchers, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen, were aimed at everyone below. The wind whipped up by the propellers made everyone's clothes flutter wildly, almost making them lose their footing. Following closely behind, dozens of small unmanned reconnaissance aircraft dispersed like a swarm of bees, hovering around Lingzhou Palace, their red scanning beams flashing continuously. One of the drones flew shakily to a boulder several meters tall, and emitted a thin laser beam. Sizzle! The boulder was instantly sliced open with a smooth gash and slid down silently. Tianshan Child Granny. She felt that her centuries of knowledge about martial arts had been completely crushed at this moment. What's the point of communicating like this? General Thunder looked at the crowd's reaction with satisfaction, then spoke again, his tone carrying a hint of kindness. Grandma, the main reason we came here this time is to borrow your sex's martial arts manuals, especially that 8 Desolations and 6 Harmonies, I Alone Am Supreme Technique, as well as the method for making and dispelling the life and death talisman. In addition, I would like to ask Grandma and all the ladies to cooperate with us in some, scientific research that is beneficial to the progress of human civilization. The muscles on Tianshan Tonglau's face twitched a few times. She took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. The situation is stronger than anyone else's. No, it's much stronger than Grandma's. Who can withstand this? She floated down from the jade throne, a smile that looked more like a grimace squeezed out of her small face. Immortal, no, General, you are joking. Forget about borrowing or not, as long as the General likes it, you can take and use anything in Lingzhou Palace as you please. This old woman, no, this humble woman will definitely cooperate fully, even if it means going through fire and water. Integrity? What is that? Can you eat it? Is it as powerful as a mushroom cloud? In the face of absolute power, integrity is a joke. The women from the 9 heavens and 9 departments standing nearby nodded vigorously, as if afraid that if they were too slow some good stuff would fall from the sky. General Thunder waved his hand. Very good. A wise person knows when to yield. Grandma is indeed a person of great wisdom and understanding. Someone, let's begin this cultural exchange. Remember, we're civilized people, so be gentle. Such friendly and approachable scenes of cultural exchange were staged in turn in the Central Plains, Jiangnan, Dali, Tubo, and Western Xia over the next few days, emphasizing efficiency. In the palace of the Dali Duan family, facing the divine soldiers, who descended from the sky, Duan Zhengchen and Emperor Baoding Duan Jingning, they obediently handed over the manuals of 1-Finger Divine Skill and 6 Meridian Divine Sword, and expressed their willingness to actively cooperate with scientific research. After witnessing a group of dragon flame warriors easily flatten a small hill with some kind of magical weapon, the Tibetan national preceptor Kumarajiva, his heart, which had been pursuing the highest realm of martial arts, was struck by an unprecedented shock, and he immediately exclaimed, Master, I have understood. The flame blade was nothing but a joke in front of Katyusha. He clasped his hands together, respectfully presented the minor formless skill and the flame blade manuals, and took the initiative to request to listen to the teachings of the superior. The Western Xia Yipentang originally intended to rely on its superior numbers and secretly use underhanded tricks like Sad Breeze. As a result, each member of the Longyan team was equipped with a gas mask and a portable air quality monitor. The Sad Breeze was detected before it even reached us. Then came an unreasonable, physical exorcism. The so-called Yipentang was as fragile as paper in the face of heavy firepower. Empress Dowager Li Qiushui of Western Xia, a former leader of the Carefree faction, had no choice but to cooperate after witnessing the terror of modern war machines. With the aid of a supercomputer, Long Yan easily broke the intricate chess game set up by Su Xinghe in just a few minutes by sending a casual advisor. When Wuyazi was invited out of the cave and saw the magical artifacts gleaming with metallic luster, as well as the global live footage playing on the screen, this nearly century-old monster could only let out a long sigh. Enough, enough, times have really changed. He even offered to pass on his life skills to a destined person, just so he could see this new world. Of course, no one dares to take his skills for now, but they will definitely take him with them. After the exchange concluded and most of the martial arts manuals, rare medicinal herbs, mineral distribution maps, and other local specialties were packed up and taken away, all the sects and forces that had been friendly visited received an invitation letter from the Dragon Kingdom's friendly exchange delegation. The invitation was very simple. In a month and a half, the Shaolin Temple on Mount Song will hold a martial arts, it's a world peace and development symposium. Important matters will be announced there, so please be sure to attend on time. There will be a surprise. Don't miss it, or you'll regret it. The letter was signed, Longvor People's Friendship Exchange Delegation, Head of Delegation Lin Chen, acting. The leaders of the various factions who received the invitations looked at their treasure troves, which had been mostly emptied, and then at the smiling surprise on the invitations. Their feelings were extremely complicated. Surprise? I hope it's not a fright. But going is definitely out of the question. Who would dare not go? Not going? Let's look at that mushroom cloud, thermobaric bomb, on the distant snow-capped mountain before we talk about it. Even being stubborn doesn't mean being this inflexible. You'd only refuse to go if you were tired of living. A month and a half is neither a long nor a short time. For some sect leaders in the martial arts world who are used to lording it over others, these 45 days felt like being fried in oil. Every minute and every second was unbearable. I couldn't eat or sleep, and each day felt like a year. For Lin Chen, these days were like a blissful time, like a god descending to earth, carefree and envied by all. At the foot of Mount Song, on the official road, a magnificent chestnut horse trotted along at a leisurely pace, its hooves making a crisp and melodious sound. On horseback, Wan Yuyen sat gracefully in front, wearing an elegant light blue silk dress. Her long, black hair cascaded down her back and was loosely tied up with a simple jade hairpin. A few playful strands of hair brushed against her fair and delicate cheeks. Her cheeks were flushed with a lovely blush, but her eyes were bright and sparkling. When she occasionally looked back, her eyes were full of tenderness and dependence. Lin Chen sat steadily behind her, one arm naturally encircling the girl's slender waist, while the other hand rested seemingly casually on the saddle. He lowered his head slightly, his warm breath brushing against Wang Yuyan's ear, causing the girl's earlobes to turn a lovely pink. "Young Master Lin, aren't we being a bit too conspicuous?" Wang Yuyan's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, carrying a hint of shyness, yet also a touch of sweetness. For the past month and a half, she felt as if she had been living a beautiful dream. In my dream, there was no longer my cousin's great cause of restoring the country, nor the desolate loneliness of Huanshe Water Pavilion. Yes, it was the man beside her, sometimes cynical, sometimes so serious that he captivated her. Lin Chen smiled mischievously, and gently brushed his chin against Wang Yuyan's soft hair. "Shui? Miss Wang, you are mistaken. This is called experiencing life and feeling the simple and honest folk customs. Besides, this horse is fast, which can also enhance our, well, comradeship." Wang Yuyan blushed even more at his twisted logic, and gently pinched his arm that was wrapped around her waist, the force as light as a feather. Glib-tongued. Chapter 37 Shaolin Temple. Let's learn about physical exorcism. Not far away, 10 members of the Dragon Flame Special Forces sat quietly in a modified, unassuming yet sturdy off-road vehicle, maintaining a distance that was neither too close nor too far. The atmosphere inside the car was somewhat awkward. A young team member looked out the car window at the perfect couple ahead and whispered to the lynx beside him. "Captain, why do you think Advisor Lin and the others would choose to ride horses instead of using our comfortable bulletproof off-road vehicles? These ancient horses, don't they bounce around a lot? Doesn't that affect emotional communication?" The lynx was expressionless, its eyes fixed straight ahead, and its voice was cold and hard. "Shut up. Execute the mission." The young team member shrank back dejectedly, not daring to say anything more, but his eyes were still full of gossip. This Advisor Lin is truly a role model for us all. The closer you get to Mount Song, the more people you see on the road. Groups of 3 or 5 wandering swordsmen, each with a different expression, hurried along. A strange atmosphere permeated the air, a mixture of excitement before a grand martial arts event and a vague sense of oppression. Outside the gate of Shaolin Temple, there was already a huge crowd of people, with banners waving everywhere. Almost every martial arts sect with a name in the world sent people. The Beggars sect, Dali, Xiaoyao, Kunlun, even the Xingqiu sect from the far west were invited to send representatives. Not to mention the factions that had been friendly visited. All their leaders, elders, and core disciples, voluntarily, came to participate in this unprecedented World Peace and Development Symposium. At the foot of the mountain, temporary tents stretched out in an endless line, with wisps of smoke rising from them, forming a rather spectacular campsite. However, it was different from the usual lively and bustling martial arts gatherings. The area outside Shaolin Temple was eerily quiet at that moment. Tens of thousands of heroes from the martial arts world gathered together, yet hardly any loud conversations could be heard, and no one drew their swords or started fighting at the slightest disagreement. Everyone had a serious expression, obediently lined up to register, received the conference manual, and were then led to the designated area to set up camp. The scene was less like a martial arts tournament and more like, well, some kind of large-scale group training course. Inside the Shaolin Temple, in Abbot Xuanzi's meditation room, the atmosphere was solemn. The most senior elders all looked worried and sighed. "Amitba. What is going on?" Elder Xuanji rubbed his temples, feeling a throbbing pain in his head. "Those heavenly soldiers outside the mountain gate have surrounded our Shaolin Temple like an iron barrel. And those lumps of iron, I heard they're called something like tanks or armored vehicles. Just looking at them makes this old monk dizzy." Elder Xiannan took a big gulp of bitter tea and smacked his lips. "It's not just dizziness. These past few days, every part of my body, heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, has been aching. A few days ago, those heavenly soldiers came to our library to exchange and learn, saying they were borrowing books. With that kind of attitude, this old monk thought they were going to tear down our Shaolin Temple. Fortunately, they only flipped through those martial arts manuals, took some, what we call photographs, and then return them. Otherwise, this old monk would truly have no face to meet Buddha. Abbot Schwanzi clasped his hands together, chanted a Buddhist prayer, and the wrinkles on his face seemed to deepen even further. Fellow disciples, please calm down. That benefactor Lin, although his actions are, well, unconventional, judging from his words and deeds, he does not seem to have any malicious intent. But I really can't understand what this World Peace and Development Symposium he's going to hold has to do with us martial arts practitioners. An elderly monk with white hair and beard, the most senior monk of the Du generation in Shaolin, couldn't help but speak up at this moment. Abbot, I have heard that those heavenly soldiers not only visited our Shaolin temple, but also friendly visited almost all the major sects in the Central Plains martial arts world. Even Tianlong Temple in Dali, the Tubo National Master Kamozi, Yiping Tang of Western Xia, and Tianshan Tonglao of Lingjiu Palace on Piaomiao Peak are said to have been invited. This display is probably unprecedented and unlikely to be repeated in the future. I wonder what kind of medicine that benefactor Lin is really up to. Silence reigned in the meditation room. Only the autumn wind outside the window rustled the bamboo leaves, adding to the desolate atmosphere. The gates of Shaolin Temple remain open. However, the usually imposing monks and warrior monks have now become volunteers, responsible for guiding heroes from all walks of life. Although no one was maintaining order, it was surprisingly peaceful. Dozens of menacing Type 99A main battle tanks stood with their cannons pointed diagonally towards the sky, as if they could spew out flames of destruction at any moment. Armed helicopters occasionally fly overhead. Rows of 04A infantry fighting vehicles lay dormant like steel behemoths. Even more so, there was the rocket launcher vehicle, privately known among martial arts practitioners as the Deadly Iron Rain, which stood there quietly, silently proclaiming some kind of irresistible force. A fully equipped combined arms brigade was thus openly and brazenly presented to all martial arts practitioners. Who dares to misbehave? Who dares to cause trouble? Perhaps they're tired of living and want to experience the taste of physical exorcism. Therefore, all the heroes and brave men displayed an unprecedented level of high quality. They don't spit, litter, or make loud noises. When they meet, even if they are mortal enemies, they just give a forced smile, nod, and then quickly pass by. They were afraid that if they lost control of their emotions and caused a disturbance, they would be used as an example by those heavenly soldiers, and dealt with them. In this strange yet harmonious atmosphere, Lin Chen, with Wang Yuyan, finally arrived at the gate of Shaolin Temple. He was still dressed in what appeared to be ordinary casual attire, with a nonchalant smile on his face. Wang Yuyan changed into an elegant white dress, which made her look even more refined and ethereal. The two walked side by side, one handsome and extraordinary, the other a stunning beauty, instantly attracting countless eyes. Is he Lin Chen? The head of the Dragon Kingdom People's Friendship Exchange delegation? Looking at it, it doesn't seem like some kind of fierce demon with 3 heads and 6 arms. A low murmur arose from the crowd. Lin Chen ignored the stares around him and walked straight to the heavenly soldier, in charge of registration at the mountain gate, showing his commander badge. The heavenly soldier snapped to attention and gave a standard military salute. Reporting to Advisor Lin, all representatives have basically arrived, and we can begin at any time. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction, his gaze sweeping over the dense crowd in front of the mountain gate, a slight smile playing on his lips. Very good. Then, this unique martial arts tournament should officially begin. He took Wang Yuyan's hand and, under the watchful eyes of countless complex gazes, slowly stepped through the imposing gates of Shaolin Temple. Chapter 38 Heavenly Dragon, a massive social disaster. The square in front of the great Buddha Hall of Shaolin Temple has now been transformed into an open-air venue. A simple platform was temporarily erected in the very center, behind which were the seats for the abbot of Shaolin and the heads and elders of various sects. However, these once high and mighty figures were now sitting upright, looking solemn, with 7 parts unease, 3 parts apprehension, and 90 parts bewilderment in their eyes. The square was surrounded by a dense crowd of martial arts figures from all walks of life. A rough estimate puts the number at no less than 10,000. They stood or sat, clearly dividing the area according to their sex power, yet they all remained eerily quiet. If their eyes occasionally met, they would quickly look away, afraid of causing unnecessary trouble. After all, those cold steel lumps on the outer edge, and those heavenly soldiers, with eyes as sharp as hawks, are not to be trifled with. The sun was shining brightly, illuminating everyone's heads, but it couldn't dispel the chill in their hearts. Holding Wang Yuyan's hand, Lin Chen slowly walked up to the platform under the watchful eyes of countless people. Behind him, Lynx led several Dragon Flame team members, carrying a thick stack of booklets sealed in craft paper, following closely behind. Abbot Xuanzi clasped his hands together and bowed slightly. "Benefactor Lin, may I ask what brings you here today?" His voice, transmitted clearly through several black megaphones, placed in front of the platform, spread throughout the entire square. Lin Chen walked to the front of the stage, picked up a megaphone, and tested the sound. "Ahem, hey, can you hear me?" Waved to the person in the back. The audience looked at each other, wondering why the opening remarks sounded so unserious. Lin Chen grinned. "Good morning, fellow martial arts practitioners, senior figures in the martial arts world, and heroes and valiant warriors. I am Lin Chen, the head of the China People's Friendship Exchange Delegation. Today, the main reason for inviting everyone here is to hold a unique martial arts gossip, a historical truth reveal conference." These words immediately caused a suppressed commotion in the audience. The truth of history? What historical truth? Lin Chen snapped his fingers at the Lynx. Lynx and the others immediately began distributing the booklets they were carrying to representatives from various factions below the stage. What you have in your hands are some carefully compiled, old stories of the martial arts world, grudges and feuds, secrets and anecdotes. Everyone can get a sneak peek. It's guaranteed to be exciting and honest. There's a lot of content and a lot of information, so I suggest reading it from the beginning and not skipping chapters, otherwise you might not be able to keep up. Xiao Feng took a booklet with 4 large characters written in clerical script on the cover. The Secrets of the Heavenly Dragon. He frowned slightly and turned to the first page. Chapter 1. The Mastermind Behind the Yemen Pass Massacre. Who is the boss? Xiao Feng's heart sank suddenly. The beggar sect members beside him also changed their expressions. The booklet in Abbot Xuanzi's hand was none other than The Secrets of the Heavenly Dragon. When he saw the title, his hand holding the prayer beads paused slightly, and his eyes showed a complex expression. Murong Fu also received a copy. He quickly flipped through it, and when he saw the words, "The mystery of Murong Bo's fake death, his plot to restore Yen has come to naught," his face instantly turned ashen. On the Dali Duan family side, Emperor Baoding Duan Jingming and Prince Jinnan Duan Jingchun were sweating profusely as they looked at the chapters in the booklet about the mystery of Duan Yu's origins, and the list of romantic debts of the amorous prince. Tianshan Tonglao, Li Qiushui, who was also invited to the scene at some point, and whose eyes could kill, were far away from Tonglao, and others, when they saw the parts of the love and hate record of the Xiaoyao sect, such as the mystery of Wuyazi's scroll, the story of the sisters stealing husbands, and Ding Chunqiu's betrayal. They were so angry that they trembled all over. There were only a few booklets. Only the core figures of each major sect could receive one. But as these people flipped through the booklet, the changes in their expressions were enough to make those around them who hadn't gotten a copy extremely curious and restless. "I know everyone is very curious." Lin Chen's voice rang out again, tinged with a hint of mockery. "Don't rush, let me briefly summarize the key points for you. First, let's talk about our beloved Xiao Feng, Chief Xiao." Xiao Feng suddenly looked up, his gaze like lightning, shooting towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen didn't take it to heart, and continued speaking. "Chief Xiao, you are actually a Khitan, and your original name is Xiao Feng. Your father is Xiao Yuanshan. Back then, your mother was killed in the Battle of Yemen Pass, and your father jumped off a cliff but survived. He has been hiding in Shaolin all these years. The one who led the trouble at Yemen Pass back then, though far away, was right before our eyes, our abbot of Shaolin, Master Xuanzi." Boom! The entire square erupted in chaos, as if a bomb had been dropped on it. "What? Chief Xiao is a Khitan? Is Abbot Xuanzi the ringleader?" This information is absolutely explosive. Xiao Feng's face turned deathly pale, and his body swayed slightly. He looked at Xianxi with disbelief in his eyes. Abbot Xuanzi closed his eyes and sighed deeply. Amitabha Buddha, well said, everything is cause and effect. He did not deny it. As for the culprit who sent false information to Abbot Xuanzi back then, saying that Khitan warriors were going to attack Shaolin, thus triggering the Yanmen Pass massacre, it was Mr. Murongbo, who was eager to provoke conflict between the Song and Liao dynasties so that he could take the opportunity to restore his country. Lin Chen dropped another bombshell. Murong Fu stood up abruptly and pointed at Lin Chen. You're talking nonsense. My father has long. You faked your death a long time ago, right? Then you hid in the Shaolin Temple Sutra Pavilion to secretly learn martial arts, and casually sparred with your best buddy Xiao Yuanshan, exchanging tips on how to screw over your son? Lin Chen interrupted him with a smile. Among the crowd, Xiao Yuanshan and Murong Bo, the two hidden bosses, also looked extremely grim, but they did not show themselves. They knew that any resistance would be futile in the face of those heavenly soldiers. Next, let's talk about the Duan family of Dali. Lin Chen changed the subject and turned his gaze to Duan Jingchun. Lord Duan, your romantic entanglements are truly too numerous to count. Qin Hongmian, Gan Bao Bao, Wan Xingzhu, Li Qingluo, Kang Min. TSK, they are all beauties, what a pity. Especially Duan Yu, whose biological father is actually Duan Yanqing, the leader of the Four Evils. Duan Xingchun was struck dumb, collapsing to the ground with a thud, his face ashen. Duan Yu was dumbfounded. He looked at Duan Xingchun, then at Duan Yanqing, who had also been invited to a corner in the distance. He was completely stunned. This melon is huge, it's making me feel full. Lin Chen's gaze swept over Tian Shan Tong Lao and Li Qiushui. Then comes the free and unfettered sect. Lin Chen's gaze swept over Tian Shan Tong Lao and Li Qiushui. Grandma Tong, Senior Qiushui, and Senior Wuyazi. All these decades of love and hate between the three of you, was it all worth it for a man? Ding Chunqiu was Wuyazi's disciple, but he attacked his master, seduced his master's wife Li Qiushui, his sister, and eventually set up his own sect and became the Xingqiu Old Monster. Oh, by the way, Senior Li Qiushui, back then, in order to take revenge on Wuyazi, you went around looking for handsome men and even had a daughter named Li Qingluo, who is also the Lady One of Mantua Manor. Chapter 39. Enjoying the show with melon seeds and cola, all the feuds of the martial world are taken to the next level. As Lin Chen finished speaking, he glanced at Wang Yuyan beside him. Wang Yuyan's face was deathly pale, and her body trembled slightly. She looked blankly at Lin Chen, then glanced at a certain direction below the stage, where her mother, Li Qingluo, was sitting. At that moment, Li Qingluo's face was also alternating between pale and flushed. Wang Yuyan's voice was weak, trembling with sobs as she said, How come my mother is here too? Lin Chen gently patted her hand and said softly, It's okay, this has nothing to do with you. You are you, and they are them. He turned to the side of the platform and nodded to the lynx. The lynx understood and issued the command via communicator. A moment later, several members of the Dragon Flame team carried an elderly man with white hair and beard, who looked emaciated, onto a stretcher. The old man had his eyes closed and his breath was weak. He was none other than Wuyazi, who had been trapped in the cave for decades. Senior Wuyazi, stop pretending to be asleep. Your old lover and your granddaughter are watching. Lin Chen called out to Wuyazi on the stretcher. Wuyazi's eyelids twitched, and he slowly opened his eyes. When his gaze swept over Tianshan Tong Lao and Li Qiushui, his expression became extremely complicated. Finally, his gaze fell on Wang Yuyan, whose face was almost identical to the one in the painting that haunted his dreams, and he was terrified. So similar, too similar. Wuyazi murmured. Seeing Wuyazi in this state, and hearing his evaluation of Wang Yuyan, Tianshan Tong Lao and Li Qiushui felt a mix of emotions. Junior brother! Wuyazi! The two spoke almost simultaneously, their voices filled with excitement and resentment. Lin Chen waved his hand. All right, we can catch up later. Where's that old bastard Ding Chunqiu? Bring him up here. The lynx answered expressionlessly. Reporting to Advisor Lin, Ding Chunqiu attempted to resist on his way here and tried to use poison on our personnel. He has been shot dead on the spot. The body has been cleaned up." Upon hearing this, the 3 members of the free and unfettered sect were all taken aback. The Shinshio faction remained completely silent. "Ding Shinshio, just like that, gone?" Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. "Very good, very efficient." He cleared his throat and addressed the crowd below the stage. "All right, everyone, I've already revealed most of the main juicy gossip. No, the main secret. I know that there is deep hatred, love and hate, misunderstandings, and real blood debts between you. I'm bringing these things up today not to watch the show." Lin Chen paused, then revealed a meaningful smile. "The main point is to tell everyone that every wrong has its perpetrator, and every debt its debtor. You can fight, kill, or settle your scores if you want, all of that is fine with you. I have only one request: please do not harm innocent civilians, and please do not damage public property." As he spoke, he pulled Wang Yuyan to the edge of the platform and took 2 small stools, a bag of sunflower seeds, and 2 bottles of iced cola from the team members next to him. "Come on, Yuyan, let's sit here. The view is great, and we can enjoy the melon." Wang Yuyan. The audience. That was some pretty flashy moves. Abbot Xuanzi's lips twitched, and he clasped his hands together. "Amitabha Buddha, benefactor Lin, this." Lin Chen cracked open a sunflower seed and waved his hand dismissively. "Abbot, this is your Shaolin territory, you are in charge. As long as we don't damage the surveillance equipment and, well, the strategic weapons." Following his gaze, everyone saw that the cold muzzles of guns and cannons around the square were silently exuding an aura of death. Anyone who dares to mess around will likely be blasted to smithereens. On the Dali Duan family side, Duan Zhengchun had already collapsed to the ground, his face ashen. Duan Yanqing, leaning on his iron crutch, excitedly tried to step forward. Duan Yu was caught in the middle, looking at this father and then at that father, completely bewildered. Lin Chen called out from afar. "Lord Duan, young brother Duan Yu, you should resolve your family matters behind closed doors. Duan Yu is, after all, of royal blood. The Dali kingdom cannot be without an heir, can it?" Upon hearing this, Duan Jingming gave Lin Chen a deep look, stood up to help Duan Yu up, and nodded to Duan Yanqing. The grudges of the older generation must ultimately be settled by them. At that moment, a masked woman in black suddenly knelt down in the crowd and kowtowed 3 times in the direction of Abbot Xuanzi. Beside her stood a handsome young monk with delicate features and a somewhat simple and honest air. This was none other than Su Zhu. "Yirnyang." She smiled sadly, then suddenly drew the short sword from her bosom, intending to commit suicide. Abbot Xuanzi's expression changed drastically, and he swayed as he tried to stop him. However, another figure was faster than him. Pfft. It was Master Xuanku, who was standing next to Abbot Xuanzi. He appeared beside Yirnyang at some point, and struck her on the top of the head with the palm. Yirnyang's body went limp and she collapsed, but a relieved smile remained on her face. "Senior brother Yu." Abbot Xuanzi was deeply grieved. Master Xuanku remained expressionless. "She committed numerous evils and deserved to die. But Su Zhu is innocent. He is your son and also a disciple of Shaolin." After speaking, Master Xuanku turned around, faced Lin Chen, and bowed slightly. "Benefactor Lin, senior brother Xuanzi is at fault, but Shaolin is innocent, and Shuzhu is innocent. This old monk is willing to bear all the blame." Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, but hadn't said anything yet. Abbot Xuanzi suddenly let out a mournful howl. "Amitabha! All sins originate from me!" He suddenly turned around, facing the golden statue of Buddha, clasped his hands together, and his internal energy flowed in reverse. "Abbot! Senior brother!" The Shaolin monks were greatly alarmed. Abbot Xuanzi coughed up blood, but his face showed a hint of relief. "Benefactor Shao, the mistakes of the past, I will repay you today." He then slowly collapsed and died. Xiao Feng stood there, watching this scene with a complex expression, which finally turned into a long sigh. He knew that with Xuanzi's death, his feud with Shaolin had come to an end. Just then, a loud shout rang out. "Xiao Feng! You chitin traitor! Prepare to die!" Murong Fu, wielding a long sword, charged toward Xiao Feng as if in a frenzy. Xiao Feng's eyes turned cold. "Murong Fu, you're asking for death. The two instantly engaged in battle, their sword energy and palm strikes surging. Ha! Good boy, well done! Forward, your father is here to help you! Two figures shot out from the crowd with ghostly speed. They were none other than Xiao Yuanshan and Murong Bo, who had been hiding for a long time. Xiao Yuanshan struck Murong Fu with a palm, while Murong Bo attacked Xiao Feng with a palm strike. The scene immediately descended into chaos. The four top experts were locked in a fierce battle. Their power and strength were terrifying. The surrounding martial arts figures quickly retreated, fearing they would be caught in the crossfire. Lin Chen ate sunflower seeds, watching with great interest. Wow, this is what real martial arts masters do when they clash. It's even more exciting than movie special effects. Wang Yuyan watched in horror, her little hands gripping Lin Chen's arm tightly. Just then, an old and peaceful voice seemed to come from beyond the heavens, clearly resounding in everyone's ears. Amitabha. That's good, that's good. Dear benefactors, the sea of suffering is boundless, but turning back is the shore. Put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the spot. The voice wasn't loud, but it carried a strange, calming power, soothing the restless killing intent in everyone's hearts. Xiao Feng, Xiao Yuanshan, Murong Fu, and Murong Bo, who were engaged in fierce battle, felt an invisible wall of energy blast them away. Their internal forces surged, and they were unable to fight back. Everyone stared in astonishment. An old monk dressed in a gray-blue robe and holding an ordinary broom appeared in the center of the square. He was thin and unremarkable in appearance, with a face full of wrinkles and eyes that were calm and still, as if he could see through all the illusions of the world. Chapter 40. Lay down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the spot? Bah! The sweeping monk. The true pillar of Shaolin Temple, a legendary existence. He simply stood there quietly, exuding an aura of profound composure that made all the martial arts masters present feel breathless. Xiao Yuanshan and Murong Bo's expressions changed drastically. They had just learned of the old monk's terrifying nature from the pamphlet. For decades, they hid in the library, thinking they were completely undetected, unaware that their every move was under the old monk's watchful eye. Xiao Feng and Murong Fu also looked solemn, feeling unprecedented pressure from each other. Lin Chen continued eating sunflower seeds, observing the legendary sweeping monk with great interest. Oh, the main character has arrived? Wang Yuyan nervously tugged at his sleeve and whispered. Young Master Lin, this man is unfathomable. The sweeping monk's gaze slowly turned to Lin Chen on the high platform, and he shook his head slightly. Benefactor, your actions today have disrupted too much of the cause and effect. This is not a sign of good fortune. His voice remained calm, yet carried a sense of judgment. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow and spat out the sunflower seed shells. Oh? Then what do you suggest? The sweeping monk gently tapped his broom on the ground. Put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the spot. All grudges and grievances in the world are governed by fate. Forcibly interfering will only bring bad karma. If you remain obstinate, I cannot say anything more. I can only ask you to spend some time in the sutra repository to cultivate yourself and dispel your anger. Upon hearing this, many Shaolin monks' eyes lit up with joy, and they straightened their backs. With the help of the sweeping monk, this scoundrel will surely be subdued. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen suddenly smiled. He laughed so hard he almost fell off his stool. Ha 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 ha! Old monk, you're really funny. Wang Yuyan's pretty face paled slightly, and she glared at him reproachfully, signaling him to watch his words. The sweeping monk frowned almost imperceptibly. Lin Chen stopped laughing, but his eyes turned cold. Put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the spot? Easy for you to say. Ask the wronged souls who died unjustly outside Yemen Pass, and see if they agree. Go ask the families whose children were turned into poison by Ding Chunqiu, and whose children were taken away by Yirnyang, and see if they agree to it. Furthermore, Xiao Yuanshan and Murong Bo, they secretly learned martial arts in the Sutra Pavilion, indiscriminately killed innocent people, and stirred up conflicts in the martial arts world. Why didn't you come out to uphold justice? Now that I've laid things out clear and let them settle their own scores, you're jumping out to act all high and mighty? The most disgusting thing is people like you who stand on moral high ground but turn a blind eye to real suffering and only advise others to let it go, put it down, and forgive. Why should I? Just because you're older and have a loud voice? Lin Chen's voice grew louder and louder, and the last few sentences were almost shouted, making people's eardrums buzz. The square fell silent. Everyone was stunned by his earth-shattering remarks. The sweeping monk remained silent for a full half-minute before slowly speaking. When will this cycle of revenge end? My actions are also to avert a bloody calamity in the martial world. Lin Chen scoffed. To put it bluntly, it's just about trying to smooth things over. What you call Buddhism is utter nonsense in my eyes. He stood up and clapped his hands. Today, I'm still stubbornly clinging to my delusions. What can you do to me? A hint of pity, and a touch of helplessness, flashed in the sweeping monk's eyes. Since you are unwilling to turn back, I have no choice but to offend you. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful aura soared into the sky, and an invisible pressure surged toward Lin Chen like Mount Tai pressing down. The people in the square felt short of breath, and their minds were trembling. Wang Yuyan turned pale and instinctively stepped in front of Lin Chen. Lin Chen remained unfazed, instead revealing a playful smile. He gently pulled Wang Yuyan behind him, patted the back of her hand, and told her to relax. Just then, a huge shadow fell rapidly from the clouds at an incredible speed, then suddenly hovered at a height of about 100 meters above the ground. Everyone looked up in shock. It was a humanoid metal object nearly 20 meters tall, its entire body shimmering with blue, white, and gold luster. Several pairs of enormous metal wings extend from its back, their shape both ferocious and beautiful, full of sci-fi-like violent aesthetics. It is the Strike Freedom Gundam, Sky Sword. A slightly languid yet crystal-clear female voice emanated from the Gundam's external amplification system. Oh dear, I'm a step too late. It seems I've missed some exciting parts of the story. Command Center, Sky Sword has arrived at the designated airspace. Should we conduct a friendly fire calibration? Lin Chen pointed to the sky and gave an OK sign. On the abdomen of the Strike Freedom Gundam, the phase-shifting beam cannon named MGX-2235, reappear, emitted a blinding light from its muzzle. Buzz! A chilling energy gathered at the muzzle of the cannon. The next second, a thick, heart-stopping beam of energy shot out at a speed beyond the limits of visual perception. The target was a deserted mountain peak several kilometers away from the square. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only an absolute expanse of white. After the white light faded, the once towering mountain was gone. Razed to the ground? No, it wasn't even level ground. All that remained was a giant, slightly concave pit with smooth, glassy edges. Wisps of smoke rose from the giant pit, as if mocking the fragility of martial arts in this world. The entire Shaolin Square was deathly silent. Everyone, including Xiao Yuanshan, Murong Bo, and even the unfathomable sweeping monk, stared dumbfounded at the wisps of smoke rising in the distance, and the abrupt nothingness in the distance. Their values were shattered at that moment. No matter how high your martial arts skills are, can they surpass this thing? 1-finger divine skill? 6-meridian divine sword? 18 subduing dragon palms? What's the difference between this and children playing house? The sweeping monk's previously calm and unwavering aura suddenly fluctuated violently for the first time, and then dissipated like a punctured balloon. In all his years of life, he had never seen such terrifying power. This is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. It's almost a miracle. Lin Chen stood up from the stool, patted the sunflower seed shells off his hands, and walked leisurely to the edge of the platform. He picked up the microphone, gave the sweeping monk in the distance a kind smile. Come on, you old bald monk, if you've got the guts, repeat what you just said to me again? The sound, amplified by the loudspeaker, clearly reached every corner, like a resounding slap on the stern face of the sweeping monk. The sweeping monk's lips moved, but he couldn't utter a single word. His Buddhist teachings, his martial arts skills, everything he was so proud of, all seemed so pale and powerless in the face of absolute technological power. What? You're too scared to say anything? Lin Chen's smile gradually faded, and his eyes sharpened. Old monk, put away your cliched, lay down the butcher's knife and turn back to shore. This is China. This is our Taoist territory. It all comes down to having a clear and open mind. Your idea of cause and effect, and waiting for divine retribution, won't work here. We only believe that human will can conquer nature. Lin Chen's voice was powerful and resounding, each word like a heavy hammer blow to the hearts of all martial arts practitioners. Wang Yuyan stared blankly at Lin Chen's back, feeling that this man was so radiant that she could hardly open her eyes. Those so-called rules of the martial arts world, and the so-called boundless Buddhist teachings, are all worthless in front of him. Xiao Feng, Duan Yu, Su Zhu, and the others were also deeply moved and could not calm down for a long time. Lin Chen's words undoubtedly opened a completely new door for them. So this is what the world can be like. The sorrow on the sweeping monk's face deepened. He looked deeply at Lin Chen, then at the steel god in the sky radiating cold killing intent, and finally let out a long sigh. He put his hands together and whispered a Buddhist chant. Amitabha. Benefactor, you have won. His voice carried a hint of desolation, a hint of helplessness, and a hint of relief. Chapter 41 Lin Chen, settle all the grudges between Tianlong. His hunched figure, carrying an indescribable desolation, slowly turned around and walked step by step toward the direction of the sutra repository. Every step he took seemed to tread on everyone's hearts. That ordinary broom looked particularly forlorn in his hands at that moment. A symbol of an era has thus come to an end. Lin Chen watched the old monk's retreating figure, pursed his lips, and muttered, "If only he had been this sensible earlier, it would have been fine. He only felt comfortable after getting a beating." His voice wasn't loud, but it was still clearly audible in the quiet square. Many people's mouths twitched. They wanted to laugh but dared not. Their expressions were extremely interesting. Abbot Xuanzi on the high platform, "Oh, he's already dead." The remaining Shaolin monks were all ashen-faced, as if they had lost their parents. Lin Chen cleared his throat and picked up the microphone. "Ahem, fellow martial arts practitioners, senior figures in the martial world, heroes and valiant warriors. The little incident just now was just a small entertainment, so don't take it too seriously. Everyone. What kind of entertainment program is this? You call that entertainment?" It almost scared the souls out of us. "Now, the arena is empty, and the venue is big enough." Lin Chen pointed to the empty square, his smile friendly. "As I said before, every wrong has its perpetrator, and every debt has its debtor. Senior Xiaoyuan Shan, Senior Murong Bo, you two have been lurking in Shaolin for decades, wasn't it all for revenge and to restore your kingdom? Now, the opportunity has come." Two figures slowly emerged from the crowd. They were Xiaoyuan Shan and Murong Bo. They exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with complex emotions, a mixture of deep-seated hatred and a hint of mutual sympathy. "Xiao Feng, my son!" Xiao Yuanshan looked at Xiao Feng, his eyes filled with guilt and love. "Fu, I'm sorry!" Murong Bo looked at Murong Fu, who was filled with grief and indignation. Lin Chen yawned. All right, let's talk about the emotional stuff after we're done fighting, or we can go down to a corner and chat slowly. Now it's a grudge match between the four of you." He paused, then added, "Of course, you can choose to gang up or fight one-on-one, I have no objection. As long as it doesn't affect innocent people and doesn't damage my precious baby, it's fine." Lin Chen pointed to the Strike Freedom Gundam in the sky, which still exuded a terrifying aura. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. Xiao Yuanshan took a deep breath and looked at Murong Bo. "Old dog Murong, you spread rumors back then, causing my wife and children to be separated. Today, it's either you or me who dies." Murong Bo sneered. "Xiao Yuanshan, we're even. If it weren't for your Kaitan's wolfish ambitions, there wouldn't have been the Battle of Yanmen Pass. Today, let's settle this once and for all." Before they could finish speaking, they were already locked in a fierce battle like two whirlwinds. The palm strikes whistled, and the energy radiated in all directions. Xiao Feng watched his father's figure with a complicated expression, but did not intervene. This is his father's revenge. Murong Fu's eyes were bloodshot as he stared intently at Xiao Feng. "Xiao Feng! It's all because of you. If it weren't for you, how could my father have—" "Mad dog!" Xiao Feng roared, unleashing the 18 subduing dragon palms with ferocity. He was also seething with anger. Although Murong Fu's shifting stars technique was exquisite, it seemed somewhat inadequate in the face of absolute power and Xiao Feng's current rage. Bang, bang, bang! The four fought fiercely, and the scene became chaotic. Lin Chen leisurely pulled Wang Yuyan back to their small stool and continued eating sunflower seeds. Yuyan, look, Xiao Yuanshan's palm technique is wide and powerful, while Murong Bo's is insidious and vicious. Chief Qiao truly lives up to his reputation as a war god. He completely overwhelmed Murong Fu. Wang Yuyan. She no longer knew what expression to wear when facing this man. He actually managed to treat this chaotic scene like a play. The battle quickly escalated to a fever pitch. Xiao Yuanshan and Murong Bo were both top-notch masters, and both were prepared to die, so every move they made was a desperate fight. Puff! Xiao Yuanshan struck Murong Bo in the chest with his palm, causing Murong Bo to spit out a mouthful of blood. However, Murong Bo also pointed a finger at Xiao Yuanshan's lower abdomen, Dantian. Ha! Xiao Yuanshan, you won't survive either! Murong Bo collapsed with a bitter laugh. To die together with you, you old thief, it's worth it! Xiao Yuanshan slowly sat down, his breath rapidly fading away. He looked at Xiao Feng, a relieved smile appearing in his eyes. Feng, father is gone! On the other side, Murong Fu was struck by Qiao Feng's regretful dragon move, causing him to spit out blood and fly backward, crashing into a flagpole and breaking it. I am the Emperor of Great Yen, my empire. Murong Fu struggled to his feet, his hair disheveled and his eyes unfocused. He picked up a broken flagpole and used it as a jade seal, issuing commands to the air. My beloved subjects, rise. Please take your seats. He's gone mad. The successive blows, especially the hopelessness of restoring his country and the reality of his father's tragic death, completely crushed him. Qiao Feng looked at the insane Murong Fu, then at his father who had already died and Murong Bo, and was filled with mixed emotions. In the end, he let out a long sigh. The grudges are settled, but all that remains is emptiness. Lin Chen clapped his hands. All right, the first round of grudges is over. Next up is the family ethics drama of the Dali Duan family. Upon hearing this, Duan Zhengchun trembled and turned ashen-faced. Duan Yanqing, leaning on his iron crutch, stared intently at Duan Yu. You are my son. The scene was quite awkward at one point. In the following days, the entire Shaolin Temple, and even the surrounding Songzhan area, became the scene for the settlement of grudges and feuds in the novel demigods and semi-devils. Under the friendly observation of a large number of Dragon Flame Special Forces members and heavy equipment, the old grievances between the various factions were brought up one by one and then resolved in a relatively civilized manner. The royal family of the Dali Duan clan experienced a considerable battleground. The specific process is unknown to outsiders. All they know is that there was a small fight every 2 days and a big fight every 3 days. In the end, Duan Yanqing, the leader of the Four Evils, still couldn't have the last laugh. In the midst of the chaos, he was stabbed in the back by an unknown confidant, and died. After experiencing the absurd plot of, "Your father is not your father, your mother is not your mother," Duan Yu was somewhat dazed, but ultimately stabilized the situation with the support of Emperor Duan Jingming of Baoding. As for Su Zhu, this silly boy was greatly shocked after witnessing his own father, Abbot Xuanzi, commit suicide and his mother, Yirnyang, being dismissed from the family by Master Xuanku. He did not receive Wu Yazi's teachings as in the original story, nor did he become the leader of the Xiaoyao sect or the master of Lingzhou Palace. He chose to stay at Shaolin Temple, living a simple life with the ancient Buddha and the dim lamp, becoming an ordinary little monk. In his words, "Fighting and killing are too scary, chanting scriptures is more suitable for me." Meanwhile, the 3 members of the free and unfettered sect, Tianshan Tonglao and Li Qiushui, argued for 3 days and 3 nights after Wu Yazi was invited out. Ultimately, after witnessing Ding Chunqiu's humane annihilation and Wu Yazi's expression of utter despair, the 2 old women, whose combined age was nearly 200, seemed to have come to terms with it. They took the half-dead Wu Yazi and found a beautiful, secluded place to live in seclusion. It is said that they are going to study how to reassemble Wu Yazi. The martial arts world seems to have become much quieter all of a sudden. After settling all scores, Lin Chen once again summoned representatives from various sects. This time, it was at the foot of Shaolin Temple, in a temporary conference center set up with military tents. Chapter 42 Ding. Mission complete. Reward settlement in progress. Sitting below the stage were the leaders and elders of various sects, each with a look of weariness and confusion on their faces. Everyone, after this period of friendly negotiations, I believe that the grievances in everyone's hearts have been settled to a large extent. Lin Chen stood on the stage, with a huge projection screen behind him. I know you must have a lot of questions right now. For example, who are we? Where do we come from? What do we want to do? He smiled slightly and pressed the remote control. On the screen, a carefully edited video begins to play. From the vast cosmos to the blue planets. From bustling modern cities to various advanced technological weapons. Fighter jets roared into the sky, aircraft carriers cleaved through the waves, and missiles streaked into the clouds. Finally, the image freezes on the rising mushroom cloud and the Strike Freedom Gundam, which descends like a god. The world is vast, but the universe is even larger. Lin Chen's voice slowly rang out. The world you live in is but a drop in the ocean. While you are fighting to the death for so-called martial arts manuals and the elusive position of martial arts leader, the outside world has already undergone earth-shattering changes. We come from a higher dimensional civilization, and our goal is the stars and the sea. The audience was completely silent, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. These words and images completely overturned their worldview. It turns out that their martial arts skills, which they were so proud of, were so vulnerable in the face of true power. It turns out that the martial arts world they fought over their whole lives was just a tiny pond. Today, I have opened a new door for you. Lin Chen continued. I hope you can put aside past grievances and take a longer-term view. The outside world is wonderful, and there are many things you can learn from it. Of course, if you want to continue fighting amongst yourselves in your own little corner, we won't interfere. Just don't do anything that endangers national security or affects social stability. Otherwise, I wouldn't mind setting off a few more big fireworks for you to see. He looked at the crowd below the stage with a smile, but to them, that smile was more terrifying than the devil. After a series of educational sessions reshaping one's cosmology, worldview, and outlook on life, the martial arts tournament, the World Peace and Development Symposium, came to a successful conclusion. The members of each sect dispersed, filled with shock and a mixture of anticipation and uncertainty about the future. It is foreseeable that the martial arts world of the future will no longer be the same as it was before. Lin Chen stretched and felt refreshed. Finally, all this mess is sorted out. He turned around and saw Wang Yuyan staring at him intently, her beautiful eyes filled with admiring adoration. Over the past month, she has followed Lin Chen and witnessed one mind-blowing scene after another. From initial shock, to subsequent numbness, and now, to taking it all for granted. She realized that she had been completely captivated by the man in front of her, who was sometimes cynical and sometimes domineering. Young Master Lin. Wang Yuyan's pretty face flushed slightly, her voice barely audible. Lin Chen walked up to her, and seeing her shy appearance, his heart stirred. He suddenly knelt down on one knee, took a foxtail grass out of his pocket, and wove it into a simple ring. Ms. Wang Yuyan. Lin Chen's expression was more serious than ever before. Although we haven't known each other for long, and although I usually seem a bit unserious, but my feelings for you are real. I don't make those vows of eternal love like those chivalrous heroes, nor do I say sweet words of forever. I only have one question for you. He raised his head, his gaze fixed intently on Wang Yuyan, and in front of the remaining martial arts figures in the square, as well as the stunned Longyan team members and researchers beside him, he loudly proclaimed. Wang Yuyan, would you be willing to be my girlfriend, Lin Chen's girlfriend, and my wife in the future, and have a bunch of kids for me? Wang Yuyan. She covered her mouth, her eyes instantly reddening, and tears rolled down her cheeks like broken pearls. Happiness came too suddenly, too directly, too unpredictably. The Dragon Flame team members around him were all trying to suppress their laughter, their shoulders shaking uncontrollably. General Thunder, watching this scene from his command vehicle in the distance, spat out a mouthful of water. That brat! He's even got a wildly impressive way of picking up girls! Xin Huiyao piloted the Strike Freedom Gundam, hovering in midair, and sighed softly through the cockpit window. Sigh, such a good cabbage is going to be eaten by a pig. Overjoyed, Wang Yuyan wept, choking back tears as she nodded vigorously. I do! The strategic command center of the main world. Around the huge circular conference table, core members such as Elder Long, General Lei Tang, and Analyst Wang were all present. Their gazes, now filled with scrutiny and curiosity, fell upon the stunningly beautiful woman beside Lin Chen, who was still dressed in ancient costume. Wang Yuyan wore an elegant pale yellow dress, her black hair cascading down her back. Her face, without any makeup, surpassed all the heavy makeup in the world. Her eyes were slightly lowered, and her slender fingers nervously twisted her sleeves. Her pitiful appearance created a strong visual contrast with the cold, steely modern environment around her. Lin Chen, on the other hand, was calm and composed, even with a hint of pride, as if he was showing off the rare and precious item he had just acquired. He cleared his throat, breaking the slightly awkward silence. Ahem, esteemed leaders, this is Wang Yuyan, my girlfriend. Also, an important participant in this mission. General Thunder's lips twitched. He tried hard to keep his serious, square face taut, but his eyes clearly said, "You're something else, kid." Old Master Long remained as calm and composed as ever. He smiled gently, his eyes filled with the kindness of an elder. "Comrade Yuyan, welcome to our world. Don't be shy, just make yourself at home." Wang Yuyan timidly raised her head and gave Elder Long a slight bow. "Thank you so much, sir." Just then, the familiar notification sound of the idiot system rang out in Lin Chen's mind without warning. Ding dong! Congratulations, host, for completing the main quest in the world of demigods and semidevils, winning over Wang Yuyan. Task completion perfect. Task reward calculation in progress. Please wait. Lin Chen grinned. Here it comes, the exciting moment of unpacking. The others in the conference room immediately sat up straight, their eyes fixed on the holographic projection in front of Lin Chen. On the pale blue screen, lines of text began to appear, in the system's usual somewhat silly style. Given the host's outstanding performance in the mission and the successful return of the important target to the main world, the reward has been increased. Please select 2 from the following 5 options as your final reward. Chapter 43 Ding. Reward, choose 2 out of 5. Option 1, Great Rejuvenation Pill Formula, military grade improved version after consumption. It can increase pure internal energy by 10 years, can also be used by ordinary people, limited to 1 pill per person, multiple doses are ineffective. Comes with complete industrial mass production technology, low cost, outstanding effects, comparable to the 6-flavor Remania pill of the martial arts world. Lin Chen's eyes widened when he saw this. 10 years of hard work. It can still be mass-produced. As cheap as Luei Dihuang pills. If we gave 1 to each of our brothers in the combat troops, the image is too beautiful to contemplate. Option 2, Martial Arts Compendium, includes almost all mainstream martial arts manuals from the world of demigods and semidevils, optimized and organized by the system, removing the dross and retaining the essence, making them easier to learn and more powerful. From the I Jing Jing and 6 Meridian Divine Sword to the Taizu Long Fist, it has everything. This is great. It directly brings over the entire martial arts system of the wuxia world in 1 step. When Wang Yuyan saw this, her beautiful eyes lit up with excitement. As a walking treasure trove of martial arts, she was most interested in this. Option 3, Martial Will, passive when a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom, whose identity needs to be verified, successfully completes any of the basic martial arts assessments included in the General Principles of Martial Arts. They will automatically awaken martial will. Effect 1, a basic mental barrier, providing some immunity to low-level mental control and confusion effects, and enhancing resistance to negative mental states. Effect 2, makes martial arts learning twice as effective. This sounds a bit mysterious, but it also seems quite impressive. If this is implemented for everyone, wouldn't everyone be immune to any form of psychological attack in the future? Option 4, 5 large-scale, complex rare mineral veins, coordinates randomly generated within the Dragon Kingdom containing, but not limited to, elements required for superconducting materials, elements required for new alloys, and some unknown high-energy reaction elements. Simple and straightforward, but extremely practical. You can never have too many resources. Option 5, One random technology blueprint level? It could be a wrench manufacturing blueprint, or a Dyson sphere design blueprint. It all depends on luck. There's a surprise inside. Lin Chen. He dared not accept this surprise. If he actually comes up with a wrench blueprint, he can demonstrate a tear-off system on the spot. As Elder Long looked at the 5 options, a thoughtful glint appeared in his wise eyes. This great rejuvenation pill sounds like a miraculous elixir from a martial arts novel. Analyst Wang adjusted his glasses and calmly added, 10 years of refined internal energy, which can be used by ordinary people, and the complete industrial mass production technology, which is inexpensive. If true, its military and social value is immeasurable. This means that we can train warriors who are beyond ordinary people in large numbers, and even improve the physical fitness of the entire population. General Thunder's hawk-like eyes lit up instantly, and his breathing became heavier. Mass production? And at a low cost? He slammed his fist on the table, making the teacup vibrate. Old Long, this is excellent. This must be chosen. If a platoon of soldiers were to fight, it would become a special forces team. What about a regiment? What about the entire army? He could almost see countless soldiers taking the pills, becoming energetic and their combat effectiveness soaring. Xin Yuyao's watery peach blossom eyes curved into crescents as she looked at Wang Yuyan with a hint of curiosity. Sister Yuyan, do such miraculous pills really exist in your world? Wang Yuyan nodded gently, her voice soft and sweet. There are indeed spiritual medicines like the Great Rejuvenation Pill, with extraordinary effects, but each one requires countless rare and precious materials to refine, making it extremely difficult. As for this military industry improvement and industrialized mass production, Yuyan knows nothing about them. She paused, her gaze falling on the second option. The general outline of martial arts. If we could obtain this, it would be of great benefit to our understanding and inheritance of the martial arts of that world. After all, although she had read extensively, she only knew the basics of many advanced martial arts techniques, but not the underlying principles, let alone the optimized and reorganized version from the system. Lin Chen stroked his chin and pondered. The general principles of martial arts is certainly good, but Yuyan, you yourself are a walking treasure trove of martial arts. With you here, the value of the general principles will be somewhat reduced. Moreover, our goal is overall improvement, not just cultivating a few martial arts masters. His gaze shifted to the third option. Martial will, that's interesting. Breaking through the initial mental barrier makes learning martial arts twice as effective. If this can be popularized among the entire population, then the overall mental outlook and learning ability of our Dragon Kingdom will experience a qualitative leap. Elder Long nodded approvingly. Xiao Linshan sees things clearly. Technological development is hard power, while national will is soft power. Both are equally important. As for the fourth one, large-scale composite rare mineral veins, although they are tempting, our main bottleneck at present is not resources, but how to digest and utilize existing and future technologies. After some discussion, everyone quickly reached a consensus. Lin Chen took a deep breath and said to the holographic projection, System, we choose option 1 and option 3. Reward selected, Great Restoration Pill Recipe, Military Grade Improved Version, Martial Willpower, Passive. Relevant technical data and information have begun to be transmitted. Please check your inbox. Pale blue light flickered as massive amounts of data poured into the command center's database like a waterfall. Juan, the analyst, and his team of researchers watched the constantly updating data on the screen with burning eyes, as if they were seeing another powerful engine for the rise of the Star Federation. Very good! These 2 rewards are practically tailor-made for us. Having resolved the issue of rewards, Elder Long turned his attention to Lin Chen. Little Lin Chen, is there no option to obtain a permanent fixed teleportation portal in this demigods and semi-devils world? Lin Chen shrugged, a hint of helplessness on his face. No, these are the best of the 5 options. I guess we were just too lucky in the last source of Calamity World and managed to open a fixed portal. General Thunder frowned slightly. What about the future development of this world? Old Master Long waved his hand, his tone calm and steady. Since there's no fixed door, there's no need to force it. Immediately organize forces to transfer all valuable resources, books, and talents we need from the world of demigods and semidevils back to the main world before the portal closes. Special talents like Comrade Wan Yuyen deserve special protection. Upon hearing this, Wan Yuyen glanced gratefully at Elder Long and then quietly tightened her grip on Lin Chen's hand. Yes. General Lei Ting immediately stood up and began to deploy his troops. Although there is no permanent portal, the gains from this demigods and semidevils world, whether it's the Great Rejuvenation Pill recipe, the martial will, or Wan Yuyen, the walking encyclopedia of martial arts, are enough to elevate the strength of the Star Federation to another level. In particular, the existence of Wang Yuyen is enough to greatly enhance the think tank's understanding of the martial arts world. For a period of time afterward, the two-way portal between the main world and the world of demigods and semidevils became extremely busy. A large number of researchers, engineers, combat troops, and Long Yen, under their protection, poured into that ancient martial arts world. They were like a swarm of industrious bees, frantically collecting anything of value. Some of the selected individuals, including skilled craftsmen and physicians from the Song dynasty, boarded modern transport vehicles with expressions of awe and curiosity, protected by the dragon flame warriors, gazing at the bizarre and wondrous new world before them. Chapter 44. The Heavenly Dragon Gate closes, Gundam and Divine Medicine go off double explosion. The rare medicinal herbs and minerals that each sect had kept hidden away were also taken away through friendly negotiations. Even some skilled craftsmen from the Dali Kingdom were politely invited to the main world, with promises of a better life and higher treatment. With Lin Chen's help, Wan Yuyen began to use the equipment to familiarize herself with this bizarre and surreal modern society. Skyscrapers, bustling traffic, airplanes and high-speed trains, internet information. Everything was new and amazing to her. Lin Chen patiently acted as her tour guide, explaining the various aspects of this world to her. Looking into her beautiful eyes, wide with surprise, Lin Chen felt a great sense of accomplishment. Time slips away quietly amidst busyness and novelty. In the blink of an eye, nearly 2 months have passed since the world portal of demigods and semidevils opened. Everything that needed to be moved has been moved, everything that needed to be taken has been taken, and all personnel have been evacuated. Lin Chen stood in front of the portal, which was still emitting a faint light, and scratched his head. System, how long can this portal last? Portal's remaining lifespan, approximately 100 days, overworld time. Holy crap! There are still more than 3 months left? Lin Chen's face fell instantly, his expression filled with heartache. So much energy, is it really a waste to just let it sit there? Xin Yueyao, standing beside her, covered her mouth and chuckled softly. What, would our advisor Lin like to go inside and have another look? Or, how about we abduct a few more beauties from the martial arts world? Lin Chen blushed and coughed twice. Dr. Shin, don't joke around. I'm a married man. He secretly glanced at Wang Yuyen, who was curiously fiddling with a tablet computer not far away. I feel sorry for all that energy. It would be so much better if we could store it. The emotionless notification sound of the mentally challenged system rang out again. Once the portal's energy is locked, it cannot be recovered. A new world teleportation cannot be initiated until this portal has completely closed. Lin Chen pursed his lips. Okay, there are so many rules. Fine, let's shut it down then. The sooner it's over, the better. I'm still waiting to open the next blind box. He took a deep breath and silently recited the mantra. System, cancel the world portal and demigods and semidevils. Command confirmed, closing the portal. The portal connecting the two worlds began to slowly shrink, its light gradually dimming. Wan Yuyen seemed to sense something. She put down her tablet and quickly walked to Lin Chen's side. Looking at the disappearing portal, his eyes held a complex expression. That place was once her hometown. Lin Chen gently held her hand and said softly, Don't worry, we can go back and visit again in other ways if we have the chance in the future. The light completely dissipated, and the portal vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. Inside the Strategic Command Center, Elder Long smiled as he looked at the words. The portal has been closed, displayed on the screen. The end of one exploration of another world also signifies the beginning of the next unknown. He looked at Lin Chen, his eyes filled with expectation. Little Lin Chen, take a good rest. The future of the Dragon Kingdom, the future of humanity, still needs your continued exploration. It was another early morning with the first light of dawn. Lin Chen awoke from a soft, fragrant embrace, his arms instinctively tightening around the warm, beautiful woman in his embrace. Wang Yuyan's eyelashes trembled slightly as she slowly opened her eyes, which were as clear as autumn water, and met Lin Chen's smiling gaze. Her face was flushed with a faint blush, like a newly blossoming peach blossom, delicate and beautiful. Wang Yuyan let out a soft, cat-like moan, lazily stretched, and her exquisite curves were faintly visible under the thin blanket, like a beautiful painting of a lady. Her long, black hair cascaded down her back, with a few playful strands clinging to her smooth forehead and slightly flushed cheeks, giving her a touch of innocent charm and allure as if she had just woken up. Lin Lang. Her voice was hoarse from the early morning, with a hint of allure, as she gently punched Lin Chen. You're too strong. She paused, as if she had thought of something, her cheeks burning even more, and she muttered softly. Why don't you bring Sister Yueyao along too? Before she could finish speaking, she buried her face in Lin Chen's arms in embarrassment, revealing only a section of her neck, which was so red it looked like it was about to bleed. Lin Chen chuckled softly and planted a kiss on her smooth forehead. My fair Yu Yan, how can you adapt to life in the new world without getting some exercise? He gently patted Wang Yuyan's back, feeling the softness and dependence of the lovely girl in his arms. Wang Yuyan snuggled against him, the sweet smile on her lips impossible to hide. After a tender moment, Lin Chen stood up feeling refreshed. Wang Yuyan also sat up, and the quilt slipped off. She quickly pulled the quilt back up and glared at Lin Chen reproachfully. Lin Chen straightened her slightly disheveled clothes, and looking at her infinitely shy appearance, his heart burned with passion. He has an important meeting today. Inside the Strategic Command Center, next to a huge circular conference table. Lin Chen sat in his seat, with Wang Yuyan beside him still dressed in an elegant ancient costume, like a rare orchid in a secluded valley. She had a small notebook in her hand and was curiously examining the huge holographic projection in front of her. Elder Long sat in the main seat, a slight smile on his aged face, his eyes deep and penetrating, as if he could see into the future. General Thunder seemed somewhat impatient, his fingers rhythmically tapping the table, producing a dull sound. Analyst Wang pushed up his glasses, cleared his throat, and stood up. Distinguished leaders, Comrade Lin Chen. Wang, the analyst, spoke with a calm voice, yet his excitement was palpable. In the 2 months between the successful conclusion of the Demigods and Semi-Devils world exploration mission and the official closure of the portal, the main world has achieved several key breakthroughs in digesting and absorbing the achievements of the other world. On the holographic projection, data streams refreshed like a waterfall, and various intricate and complex equipment models began to appear one by one. First, regarding the assimilation and application of Strike Freedom Gundam technology. The Sky Sword project team has lived up to expectations and has successfully reverse-engineered some of its core technologies. Combined with my country's existing industrial base, it has developed the first generation of domestically produced individual soldier-powered exoskeleton armor, the Dragon Rider system. On the screen, a CG-quality simulated combat video began to play. A Dragon Rider, exoskeleton warrior, dressed in dark gray with sleek, powerful lines, moves at high speed through the complex urban ruins like a ghost. With a single, effortless leap, he crossed the several-meter-high ruins. He lifted a vehicle-mounted heavy machine gun with one hand and unleashed devastating firepower on the simulated target. Its movements are swift and precise, full of violent aesthetics. A rare look of satisfaction appeared on General Lei Ting's usually stern, square face. Great! This thing looks awesome! Let's change the outfits for Long Yan and his gang first. Analyst Wang continued. Secondly, the mass production of the Great Rejuvenation Pill, military-grade improved version, has been fully launched and has achieved remarkable results. Combined with the awakening characteristics of martial will, we have observed an astonishing synergistic effect. In accordance with the highest instructions, the first batch of Dahuan Dan, which has undergone rigorous testing, was secretly distributed to the Snow Wolf Special Assault Brigade stationed on the southwestern border on the 3rd day after the mission ended. On the screen, a steep data curve climbs upwards. Chapter 45. The rabbit also said, "You don't know martial arts?" According to feedback, each warrior who took the pill experienced an average increase of 230% to 310% in basic physical fitness data under the enhancement of internal energy, which is equivalent to 2 to 3 times that of an average adult male. In terms of martial arts world, this is roughly equivalent to gaining 8 to 10 years worth of pure internal energy out of thin air. In the soldiers' own words, they feel like they could punch right through their past selves. Lin Chen was secretly astonished. The effect was even more powerful than he had expected. Looking at the data, Wang Yuyan's beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. The elixir that was considered a treasure in her world could be mass-produced here like candy on an assembly line. At the same time, the awakening and guidance of martial will and the simplified teaching of general outline of martial arts compiled by Comrade Yuyan were also piloted in the first batch of Snow Wolf Brigade. The results are encouraging. With the strong internal energy provided by the Great Rejuvenating Pill, the soldiers are making great progress in practicing basic martial arts moves, and have initially formed the prototype of modern military combat techniques driven by internal energy. Unwavering will and agile skills provide a solid foundation for us to create super soldiers for the new era. Analyst Wang took a deep breath and pressed the remote control. And these results were quickly put to the test in actual combat. Just half a month ago, on the southwestern border, a neighboring country codenamed White Elephant Country once again ignored warnings and sent a small group of armed personnel across the border to provoke us. The holographic projection then shifted to a slightly shaky but highly clear battlefield recording, seemingly a mix of drone aerial footage and individual soldier combat recorder footage. In the scene, a group of well-equipped rabbit soldiers face off against a White Elephant Kingdom army that outnumbers them several times over and is extremely arrogant. A certain elite platoon under the Snow Wolf Brigade, after receiving the order to friendly persuade them to leave, engaged in friendly physical communication with the invading enemy without using any firearms. Lin Chen's lips twitched. There was something off about the phrase, friendly exchange, coming from Wang the analyst's mouth. In the video, a rabbit soldier moved like a ghost, easily dodging the enemy's thrusting rifle. Then, with a seemingly casual outstretched hand, the White Elephant soldier was sent flying 5 or 6 meters away as if hit by a high-speed train, crashing to the ground and unable to get up for a long time. Another rabbit soldier, facing the encirclement of 3 White Elephant soldiers, remained calm and composed. With a mysterious sliding step, he broke free from the encirclement. Then, using both fists and feet, his moves were simple yet powerful. The 3 enemies instantly lost their fighting ability, and lay on the ground groaning and rolling around. Their movements combined the ruthlessness and directness of military combat with a touch of the elegance and explosive power found only in martial arts novels. Our soldiers, empowered by the internal energy of the Great Rejuvenation Pill over 10 years, have all initially mastered the Lingbo way before rapid maneuvering, and are using Shaolin Luohan Fist in conjunction with military boxing for parrying and counterattacks. The analyst, Wang, explained calmly. The soldiers of the White Elephant Kingdom went from initial ferocity to astonishment, and then to incomprehensible fear, all within 5 minutes. A burly man resembling a white elephant officer charged forward, yelling and waving his fists, only to be gently pushed away by a rather young-looking soldier from the Dragon Kingdom with a single palm. "Benefactor, you are attached to appearances." The rabbit soldier was still muttering to himself, but his hands were moving quickly. The burly officer was thrown out like a spinning top, as if he had crashed into an invisible wall or been grazed by a speeding car. He landed in a very awkward position in the ditch next to him, with only his legs sticking out and thrashing about. The entire battle was less a battle and more a one-sided crushing defeat, even bordering on comical. The soldiers of the White Elephant Kingdom completely collapsed, fleeing back the way they came, crying and screaming, wishing their parents had 2 more legs. At the end of the video, the rabbit soldiers are lined up neatly, and apart from a little sweat on their foreheads, it is almost impossible to tell that they have experienced a fierce conflict. General Thunder grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, and slapped his thigh hard. "Well done! These motorized acrobatic clowns finally know why flowers are so red." Xing Yueyao covered her mouth and chuckled softly, her eyes filled with seductive charm. "This is truly a physical act of deliverance, with immediate results." Analyst Wang adjusted his glasses and continued. "This video of a friendly exchange, after being technically processed and strictly screened, was inadvertently released on my country's official media and major online platforms under the guise of accidentally leaked footage from a military exercise. The holographic projection image is divided into two parts. On the left are screenshots from major domestic social media platforms, where the comment sections have already exploded. Holy crap! Is this movie special effects? Are soldiers these days really this strong? One slap and they're all dead? Are you out of your mind upstairs? This is called the reappearance of ancient martial arts. Everyone in our dragon country knows a little kung fu. We just didn't want to be too high profile before, afraid of scaring you. Those who offend our dragon kingdom, though far away, shall be punished. I give this move a perfect score. I urge the country to open up recruitment channels. My child can't wait to bring glory to the nation. Various photoshopped images and memes also emerged, some adding golden light effects to the soldiers, others displaying the message. You can become stronger by spending money, creating a joyful and peaceful atmosphere and igniting a strong sense of national pride. Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle as he looked at the comments. This generation of netizens was truly remarkable. The right half of the screen switched to international news. The words, Joint Secret Service Council Emergency Meeting, were prominently displayed at the bottom of the screen. In the video, a representative from the United States is speaking vehemently at the podium, spitting as he accuses his country. His face turned red and his neck thickened, just like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. We strongly condemn this and demand an explanation from the Chinese nation. Their so-called peaceful rise is a complete and utter lie. He slammed his hand on the table in a fit of emotion. Their soldiers, the abilities their soldiers are displaying completely defy basic physics. This isn't conventional warfare. This is magic. Another representative from a small European country also looked utterly bewildered and stammered as he added to the story. Yes, we have video evidence. Their people can jump over armored vehicles that are 3 meters high. And they can knock people flying from several meters away. This is not scientific. The camera finally focused on the furious American representative. He pointed a trembling finger toward the direction of the rabbit's representative's seat, which was empty, seemingly a strategic absence. You damned rabbits! You still say you don't know martial arts? This question, uttered with a sob and a furious, impotent rage, was broadcast live around the world. The room was initially deathly silent, then erupted into a cacophony of voices in various languages. Pfft! Lin Chen almost spat out his tea, then pointed at the screen and burst into laughter. This eagle is really out of its depth. It's hilarious! Even the usually composed Elder Long couldn't help but smile slightly, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes. It seems they're having some trouble digesting this little gift we prepared. General Thunder snorted coldly, with a hint of disdain. It's more than just indigestion. I think they're scared out of their wits. If they ever dare to stage an accident at our doorstep again, we'll let them taste what the real dragon fist is like. Chapter 46, Taking Leave for Travel. Lin Chen turned to look at Wang Yuyan and found her with a pair of clear, beautiful eyes, looking at the heated debate between those usually aloof and powerful figures on the screen with a hint of curiosity and a smile. So, Yuyan. Lin Chen leaned closer to her and chuckled softly. Isn't our world quite wonderful too? Wang Yuyan nodded gently and said softly, more dazzling than the feuds of the martial world. She seems to have developed a new interest in this kind of bickering and fighting. After Wang's analysis concluded, a sense of high spirits and confidence permeated the entire command center. Elder Long looked at Lin Chen with gentle eyes. Xiao Lin Chen, the gains from the world of demigods and semidevils this time, and the subsequent chain reaction, have far exceeded our initial expectations. The emergence of the Great Rejuvenation Pill and the Marshal Will has bought us valuable strategic buffer time and laid a more solid human resource foundation for the future evolution of the Dragon Kingdom civilization. Next, we need to prepare for the next unknown opening. Lin Chen nodded, feeling both anticipation and a touch of trepidation about the unknown. Understood, Elder Long. He paused, a slightly ingratiating smile appearing on his face. But before that, could I request a few days off? He winked at Wang Yuyan discreetly. I want to take my fair Yuyan to experience the prosperity of modern cities, and by the way, taste all the delicacies from all over the country. As soon as he finished speaking, Xin Yueyao coughed softly. Advisor Lin, isn't it a bit unfair to only bring Yi Yan along? Look, I'm proficient in modern technology, have a good understanding of fashion trends, and am a local. Aren't I the most suitable person to be a guide? A bead of cold sweat appeared on Lin Chen's forehead, and he felt a chill run down his back. These days seemed to be getting more and more exciting. Old Master Long looked at him, a knowing smile appearing on his lips. Approved. Young people should relax more. He changed the subject, his tone becoming somewhat authoritative. However, security must be guaranteed. I'll arrange a small team. Lin Chen's brows furrowed immediately, his face filled with resistance. Elder Long, please stop. I just want to go out and have some fun for a few days. How can I have fun if I'm followed by a bunch of people? What bothers him most is the feeling of being stared at wherever he goes. It makes him feel extremely uncomfortable. Wang Yuyan was incredibly intelligent. Seeing Lin Chen's troubled expression and glancing at Xin Yueyao beside him with a half-smile and shifty eyes, a thought stirred within her. She gently tugged at Lin Chen's sleeve and spoke softly. Lin Lang, Sister Yueyao is more familiar with this place. If she were with us, it would save us a lot of inconvenience, and we could enjoy the experience even more. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen was slightly taken aback. Xin Yueyao's peach blossom eyes curved into crescent moons, her smile deepening, yet she feigned composure. What Sister Yuyan says is true. I've been hitting a roadblock in my research lately, so going out for a walk might give me some new inspiration. Old Long laughed heartily. All right, it's settled then. You young people have a good time, and your expenses will be fully reimbursed. What else could Lin Chen say but silently give Yi Yan a thumbs up in his heart? Our own fairy is indeed very righteous. Outside the base, Lin Chen leaned against an SUV, looking up at the base gate from time to time, seemingly bored. We agreed to set off together, but the two beauties said they needed to go back to their dorm to change into casual clothes. This change took more than an hour. Women are truly amazing creatures. Just as he was about to turn into a stone waiting for his husband, two beautiful figures finally appeared in his field of vision. Lin Chen's eyes widened instantly. Xin Yueyao changed into a wine-red, tight-fitting halter dress. The hem of her skirt barely covered her thighs, perfectly outlining her breathtaking S-shaped curves. Beneath her fair, slender legs were a pair of silver stilettos, each step carrying a deadly rhythm. Her long, slightly wavy, jet-black hair was casually draped over her shoulders, her watery, almond-shaped eyes sparkled, and her full red lips were painted with lip gloss in the same color as her dress, making her breathtakingly sexy. This isn't a research goddess, she's a bewitching enchantress. Wang Yuyan, on the other hand, was still dressed in an elegant ancient style. The moon-white cross-collar ruchuan, a type of traditional Chinese dress, fluttered in the wind, and a light blue silk sash tied around the waist accentuated her slender figure. Her long, black hair was simply tied up with a jade hairpin, and her face was free of makeup, yet she possessed an ethereal and elegant temperament. She walked quietly beside Xin Yueyao, like a classical fairy stepping out of a painting, forming a striking yet harmonious contrast with the modern beauty beside her. One is as passionate as fire, the other as gentle as water. Lin Chen felt his mouth watering. Having two women on either side, what a blessing! He eagerly went to greet them, opening the car door for the two beautiful women with great enthusiasm. Please, two fairy sisters! Xin Yueyao gave him a flirtatious glance. You're so sweet-talking. Wang Yuyan smiled slightly, her eyes filled with a hint of shyness and curiosity. Over the next 2 days, Lin Chen truly experienced what it meant to live a life of luxury. During the day, he took his two stunning beauties on a tour of the most famous scenic spots in the vicinity. Xin Yueyao acted as the perfect guide, knowing everything from astronomy to geography, and could readily recall various allusions. She would also occasionally throw out a few popular internet memes, making Wang Yuyan cover her mouth and chuckle. Wang Yuyan was filled with curiosity about this bizarre modern society. Whether it was the towering skyscrapers or the unique snacks on the streets, they all broadened her horizons. Lin Chen was happy to be a hands-off manager, occasionally cracking jokes, but spending most of his time enjoying the visual feast brought by the two beauties. Xin Yuyao's sexy and fiery nature, and Wang Yuyan's pure and refined beauty, each have their own merits, yet both are extremely pleasing to the eye. In the evening, a deep exchange was naturally inevitable. Of course, this exchange mostly refers to Lin Chen shamelessly squeezing between two beautiful women to watch a horror movie, and then, inadvertently, feeling the softness and fragrance coming from both sides. Whenever Xing Weiyao screamed in fright and threw herself into his arms, or whenever Wang Yuyan's pretty face turned pale and she instinctively grabbed his arm tightly, it was a moment of shock. Lin Chen felt like she was about to burst with happiness. This is the pinnacle of life. This is a wonderful life. Chapter 47 Burning with Rage. Pleasant times are always fleeting. Lin Chen, accompanied by two stunningly beautiful women with contrasting styles, lingered in the bustling city, reluctant to leave. That day, Lin Chen brought two beautiful women to a private restaurant with an elegant ambience. The restaurant is tucked away deep in a quiet alley, with an antique courtyard, a small bridge and a flowing stream, offering a unique charm. The restaurant has an elegant ambience, with soft piano music flowing through the air. Xing Weiyao wore a wine-red halter dress, which made her hot figure even more eye-catching. Her long, fair legs swayed gently under the table, exuding a languid sexiness. She held a wine glass, took a sip of burgundy red wine with her red lips, and her watery, almond-shaped eyes became even more alluring under the dim lights. Wang Yuyan was still dressed in an elegant moon-white ruchuan, a type of traditional Chinese dress, creating a wonderful harmony with the modern luxury around her. She looked curiously at the slowly rotating restaurant and the neon lights outside the window that seemed to have fallen to earth like stars, a hint of wonder on her pretty face. "Yu Yan, try this baked snail, it's a famous dish from a certain country." Lin Chen diligently used a fork to place a steaming snail onto Wang Yuyan's plate. Wang Yuyan frowned slightly as she looked at the unusual food, but under Lin Chen's expectant gaze, she still took a small bite and tried it. Her eyes then lit up slightly. "The taste is very unique." Xing Weiyao chuckled softly to the side, giving Lin Chen a charmingly disdainful look. "Advisor Lin, all he knows is how to fawn over you." Lin Chen chuckled, about to retort, when several untimely figures appeared beside their dining table. The leader was a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, a well-tailored Armani suit, and his hair was neatly combed. A Patek Philippe watch was visible on his wrist. He was followed by several people, who were clearly his henchmen and bodyguards. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses made no attempt to conceal his gaze as it swept back and forth between Xing Weiyao and Wang Yuyan, his eyes filled with a hint of greed and amazement. "Excuse me, ladies." The man with the gold-rimmed glasses put on what he considered a gentle and refined smile, and deliberately slowed his voice, making it sound very magnetic. Xing Weiyao frowned almost imperceptibly, put down her wine cup, and her eyes instantly turned cold. Wang Yuyan felt a little awkward and subconsciously moved closer to Lin Chen. Lin Chen's smile faded, and he could clearly feel the other person's ill-intentioned scrutiny. "What's up?" Lin Chen's tone was calm, yet carried a hint of unquestionable aloofness. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses seemed to disregard Lin Chen, his gaze remaining fixed on the two beautiful women. "My surname is Zhang, and I am a senior partner at K City Law Firm." He took out a gold-embossed business card from the inside pocket of his suit and handed it to Xing Weiyao with elegant movements. "May I have the honor of getting to know you two ladies? Tonight's expenses are on me." Xing Weiyao didn't even glance at the business card. A mocking smile curved her red lips. "No need, we don't know you and we don't need you to pay." Her voice was cold and aloof, clearly conveying a sense of unapproachability. The smile on the man's face froze slightly, but he quickly recovered, though a hint of gloom appeared in the depths of his eyes. Miss, you're so quick-witted." He turned to look at Wang Yuyan, a hint of amazement flashing in his eyes. "This young lady possesses an ethereal grace. May I ask her name?" Wang Yuyan felt a little uncomfortable under his gaze, so she gently shook her head and remained silent. Lin Chen pulled Wang Yuyan and Xing Weiyao behind him, blocking the view of the man with the gold-rimmed glasses. "I'm saying, can't you understand human language?" Lin Chen's voice turned cold. "We don't want to know you. Please leave and don't disturb our meal." The man with the gold-rimmed glasses then looked directly at Lin Chen, his eyes filled with a hint of contempt and scrutiny. My friend, don't get so angry. He slowly put the business card back, his tone becoming somewhat playful. Having more friends means having more options, especially in this case city. It's never a bad thing to know me, Zhang. There was already a subtle threat in those words. Xing Yueyao gave a cold laugh. Oh? Is that so? I'd like to hear what the benefits are of knowing you, Attorney Zhang. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses pushed up his glasses, a hint of smugness flashing in his eyes behind the lenses. As for the benefits, there are naturally many. He lowered his voice, leaned closer, and spoke with a hint of boasting and suggestion. For example, some small companies that are not careful offend people they shouldn't have, and their cash flow dries up overnight, and the boss jumps off a building. He let out a lewd chuckle, his eyes filled with wicked intent. Or some troublemakers always think they have some skills, but what happens? They lose their arms and legs and have to kneel down and beg me to be lenient. He paused, his gaze sweeping once more over Xing Yueyao's exquisite curves and Wang Yuyan's stunningly beautiful face, his Adam's apple bobbing involuntarily. With such stunning beauty, these two young ladies could easily run into trouble in this complex society without some kind of power protecting them. Some beautiful women, who were initially very aloof, were eventually easily manipulated by me using certain methods. He spoke softly, but every word was like a poisoned needle, chilling one to the bone. Wang Yuyan's pretty face, which could express both joy and anger, had turned deathly pale, and her delicate body trembled slightly. She had never heard such vile and malicious words before. Xing Yueyao's face darkened completely, her watery peach blossom eyes blazing with anger, and her chest heaving violently. She had seen plenty of disgusting things, but this was the first time she had ever seen someone so blatantly flaunt their despicable behavior as a badge of honor. Lin Chen's fists were clenched so tightly they were cracking. A chilling killing intent emanated from him. He had witnessed the wickedness of human nature, but this beast in human skin still managed to ignite the most primal rage in his heart. You did all of those things you just mentioned? Lin Chen's voice was eerily calm, like the stillness before a storm. The man with the gold-rimmed glasses seemed to enjoy the feeling of intimidating others, and proudly raised his chin. Young man, some things are better left unsaid even if you see them clearly. I'm just stating some facts to remind you two ladies that sometimes choices are more important than hard work. One of his henchmen chimed in at the opportune moment. Kid, our lawyer Zhang is a big shot in K-City. Even underworld bosses have to serve him tea. You'd better know your place. The other follower was looking at Xing Yueyao and Wang Yuyan with a lewd expression. Two beauties, follow our lawyer Zhang, and I guarantee you'll live a life of luxury. Why suffer with this poor guy? Lin Chen took a deep breath, trying his best to suppress the murderous intent surging within him. But the anger in his heart only burned brighter and brighter. Chapter 48. What's a big brother? I'll teach you a lesson. Oh? A mob boss. Tell me, which one of you is it from K-City? I might even know you. Upon hearing this, Attorney Zhang and his henchmen were stunned, then burst into laughter. Ha! Kid, what the hell are you talking about in your sleep? You know him? Do you know who our lawyer Zhang knows? That's Brother Long from Dongqing. If Brother Long stomps his foot, K-City will tremble. A henchman with a fierce face arrogantly pointed at Lin Chen's nose. Xing Yueyao's willow leaf eyebrows furrowed even more, and a hint of disdain flashed in her peach blossom eyes. A group of frogs in a well boasted to a real dragon that they knew a loach. How ridiculous! Although Wang Yuyan didn't understand what Dongqinglonga meant, she could sense the malice and threat in his words and nervously grabbed Lin Chen's clothes. Lin Chen patted her hand reassuringly, his gaze still fixed on Attorney Shang's face. Dongqing Dragon? Never heard of him. His tone was so flat, as if he were just saying the weather was nice today. It's probably just something that can't be presented to the public. These words were like a red-hot branding iron, piercing deeply into Attorney Zhang's heart. His greatest reliance, the talisman he used to intimidate, blackmail, and satisfy his perverse desires, was described by the other party as something that can't be brought to the table. This is even more embarrassing for him than slapping him in the face. You're asking for it. Attorney Zhang's face instantly turned a deep purplish red, his gentle and refined facade shattered. He suddenly waved his hand. Charge them! Break this kid's legs! I'll take responsibility if anything happens! He had gone completely mad, and all he wanted was to see Lin Chen kneel down and beg for mercy. Those henchmen, who had been itching for a fight, immediately surrounded him with sinister smiles upon hearing this. The other customers in the restaurant were so frightened by the scene that they quickly moved away, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. Xin Yueyao suddenly stood up, instantly gathering 10 years' worth of internal energy within her body, ready to make her move. However, Lin Chen was faster than her. He didn't even stand up. The first henchman to rush forward, a man with a fierce face, swung his fist, sending a gust of wind crashing down on Lin Chen's head. Lin Chen simply leaned back slightly, casually raised his right hand, and used 2 fingers to precisely clamp the other person's wrist. Snap! A sharp, chilling cracking sound rang out. The henchman's movements came to an abrupt halt, and the sneer on his face instantly transformed into a contorted expression of extreme pain. He watched helplessly as his wrist bent at an odd angle, the white bone fragments even piercing his skin. Ah! A piercing scream shattered the piano music playing in the restaurant. Seeing this, another henchman pulled out a gleaming folding knife from his back and viciously stabbed Lin Chen in the back. Lin Chen didn't turn his head, and flicked his left hand behind him. The silver fork in his hand, like an arrow released from a bow, accurately struck the back of the hand of the henchman holding the knife. Pfft! The fork pierced his palm, pinning his hand firmly to an expensive mahogany dining table next to him. My hand! My hand! Another heart-wrenching scream erupted. The whole process was as fast as lightning. The remaining followers stopped abruptly, as if frozen in place, staring in horror at the scene before them, no longer daring to take another step forward. Lin Chen slowly loosened his grip, letting the henchman with the broken wrist writhe on the ground, groaning in pain. He picked up a napkin and slowly wiped his fingers, which had just gripped the other person's wrist, as if he had touched something dirty. The entire restaurant was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Only the painful groans of the 2 henchmen remained. Attorney Zhang's facial muscles twitched violently, his eyes filled with disbelief and horror. His prized force proved to be as fragile as paper in the face of his opponent. Lin Chen finally stood up. He wasn't particularly tall, but at that moment, in Attorney Zhang's eyes, he seemed like an insurmountable mountain. Just because you have some money and some shady connections, you think you can do whatever you want? Lin Chen walked towards him step by step, his voice not loud, but it struck Lawyer Sheng's heart like a heavy hammer. Do you feel a great sense of accomplishment when you force a company into bankruptcy and the boss to jump off a building? Doesn't it feel good to break the arms and legs of those troublemakers who defy you and force them to kneel down and beg for mercy? Do you derive immense satisfaction from manipulating those beautiful women who are powerless to resist, watching them go from aloof to submissive? With each sentence he spoke, Lin Chen took a step forward. Lin Chen walked up to him, stopped, and revealed a cold, killing intent on his face. Yeah? Unfortunately, you won't be able to see it. As soon as he finished speaking, several men dressed in black suits and wearing miniature communicators on their ears suddenly appeared at several exits of the restaurant. They weren't the restaurant's security guards. Their eyes were sharp as eagles, their steps were steady and powerful, and they carried an aura of murderous intent that could only be acquired through the trials of iron and blood. The leader walked straight to Lin Chen's side and bowed slightly. Sir, I'm sorry to have disturbed you with this trash. His voice was calm and respectful. Lin Chen glanced at them, understanding dawned on him, just as he had expected. Although Elder Long verbally agreed not to send anyone, how could he really let Lin Chen, a vital national asset, wander around outside alone? While it wasn't overtly visible, the protective forces operating covertly never left. This security team, composed of elite local Secret Service agents, had been on standby nearby and immediately intervened as soon as the conflict broke out. Clean it up thoroughly. Yes. The Special Operations Captain nodded and then made a hand gesture. 2 team members immediately stepped forward, one on each side, and lifted the terrified Lawyer Zhang off the ground. Attorney Zhang's lips trembled. He wanted to beg for mercy, but he couldn't utter a single word. The Special Operations Captain looked at the 2 cripples on the ground, then glanced at the hand nailed to the table, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes at Lin Chen's skill. He then gave orders to his subordinates. Take these few with you too. Also, notify the K-City police that they can close in. He explained to Lin Chen. Mr. Consultant, this man surnamed Zhang, and the so-called Dongqing dragon behind him, have actually been on the local police's surveillance list for a long time. The arrest was originally scheduled to take place soon. Since we've already collided with it, let's deal with it in advance. Eliminating social ills is part of their duty. Chapter 49. Elder Long's wrath inspires a nationwide crackdown on organized crime. The restaurant manager, as if he had just woken up from a freeze, jogged over, his face full of apologies. Distinguished guests, I am truly sorry to have spoiled your dining experience. All purchases tonight are on the house. Lin Chen waved his hand, his interest completely ruined. What was supposed to be a relaxing and enjoyable holiday was ruined by these flies. He glanced at Wang Yuyan, whose face was still pale, and Xinhua Yao, whose eyes were still filled with anger. The last bit of desire to travel vanished from his mind. I've lost my appetite. Let's go back. Xinhua Yao nodded, took Wang Yuyan's hand, and gently comforted her. The Special Operations Captain immediately understood and whispered the order into his headset. Soon, a black van with an ordinary appearance but bulletproof windows and a Kevlar armor layer inside the body quietly drove up to the restaurant entrance. On the way back, the carriage was deathly silent. The neon lights outside the window rushed past, their dazzling colors highlighting the vibrancy of this modern city. But beneath this prosperity, how many beasts, like Attorney Zhang, are still lurking in human skin? Lin Chen leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, but the smug look on Attorney Zhang's face kept replaying in his mind. Driving people into bankruptcy and forcing them to jump off buildings, breaking their limbs and causing them to kneel, sexually exploiting women. To Attorney Zhang, these things didn't seem like sins, but rather badges of honor he could boast about. A sense of boredom rose from the bottom of my heart. Compared to the grand war in another world, and the burden of preserving civilization, this kind of evil, which originates from the deepest and purest part of human nature, is even more disgusting. It is like a shadow clinging to the light, small yet omnipresent. Wang Yuyan leaned gently on his shoulder, her delicate body still trembling slightly. Lin Lang, what happened to that person? He will pay 100-fold or 1,000-fold price for everything he has done. Lin Chen opened his eyes, his voice soft but carrying an undeniable certainty. Xinhua Yao looked out the window, her voice cold. This kind of social virus should be completely eradicated at the genetic level using the most efficient methods. She paused, a cold glint flashing in her peach blossom eyes. Any healthy ecosystem must undergo a thorough scan and cleanup before it can be upgraded. Otherwise, these lingering underlying bugs will eventually cause the entire system to crash. Lin Chen knew that the version iteration and upgrade she mentioned referred to was the leap in the entire nation's civilization brought about by the dimensional gate. Yes. How could a great civilization about to reach the stars and the sea tolerate such filthy maggots living inside? They are not worthy of enjoying the glorious future that is about to come. The vehicle smoothly entered the underground entrance of the G7 base, passing through several thick alloy gates that were strong enough to withstand a tactical nuclear strike. When they returned to that brightly lit, sprawling underground space, which resembled a scene from a science fiction movie, Elder Long, along with several members of the core think tank, were already waiting on the tarmac. Their expressions, without exception, carried a solemn air of impending doom. Clearly, the Special Operations Team had transmitted everything that happened in K-City back to the command center in real time via an encrypted data link. As the three people got out of the car, Old Long's gaze swept over the worried faces of Wang Yuyan and Xinhua Yao before finally settling on Lin Chen. Xiao Lin Chen, I'm sorry to have troubled you. Lin Chen shook his head. I'm fine, Elder Long. I just feel that some things are more disgusting than enemies from another world. Elder Long nodded heavily, his usually gentle eyes now brewing a storm of fury. You're right. Some malignant tumors grow inside the body. If they are not removed in time, they will become a major threat. He turned around, his voice not loud, but it carried throughout the entire space, carrying a resolute and unwavering tone. Notify all relevant departments to convene a top-level emergency meeting. Half an hour later, at the G7 base, the highest strategic command center. The giant circular screen no longer displays star maps or data torrents from another world. Instead, what emerged was shocking case files and intricate networks of illicit interests. Attorney Zhang and his Dongqing Dragon are just an insignificant node on this huge network. Using them as a breakthrough, the Shenzhou Bureau cooperated with the police in Case City to conduct in-depth data mining and correlation analysis using supercomputers, which took only 30 minutes. A vast criminal network spanning several states and involving multiple sectors such as finance, real estate, and entertainment has been clearly outlined. Black money, violent gangs. Each and every one of these incidents is utterly outrageous. The atmosphere inside the command center was extremely tense. Each and every one of you here is a pillar of the nation, someone who has weathered many storms. But when this freshly released report was presented to them, everyone's face was filled with cold anger. Old Long stood in the center of the command platform, his gaze sharp as a knife, sweeping over the names and crimes on the screen. Ladies and gentlemen, our focus has always been on national development, technological breakthroughs, and unknown challenges. We have devoted all our national resources to developing the heavenly sword and promoting martial arts, so that our people can have more confidence and dignity when facing the future. We envision the great rejuvenation of the Chinese nation and lead our people to a higher level of life. His voice became somber. But we almost forgot to look back. As we prepare to look up at the stars, poisonous weeds are growing in some dark corners on the earth beneath our feet, gnawing at our roots. What happened to Comrade Lin Chen today was not a coincidence. It's like a mirror, reflecting the hidden ulcers and abscesses inside our bodies. Old Master Long slammed his hand on the table, startling the entire command center. Are we, the sons and daughters of Longxia, forced to face wolves from another world on the outside, and then bullied and exploited by the scum among our own people on the inside? What gives them the right? Why is it that while we are fighting and shedding blood for the future of the Dragon Kingdom, they are bullying and oppressing the people in the rear? Why should they use the most despicable means to exploit and line their own pockets when our people are tightening their belts to support national development? His voice suddenly rose in pitch, like a thunderclap. They don't deserve it. They don't deserve to breathe the air of this land. They are even less worthy of enjoying the glorious future that we have won with our blood and fire. Elder Long took a deep breath, his eyes regaining absolute calm, but beneath that calm lay an even more terrifying ruthlessness and decisiveness. I command, the Pure Land Project be launched immediately. With thunderous force, launch an unprecedented, in-depth, and thorough nationwide campaign to eradicate organized crime and evil forces. The State Administration of China, the Special Operations Department, and the Military Intelligence Departments will provide comprehensive technical support and intelligence assurance. The political and legal systems of all regions should take joint action, deploy police from other areas, and conduct cross-jurisdictional investigations to eradicate all criminal gangs from the root. No need to go through any procedures, no need to worry about any impact. I only have one requirement: speed. Ruthless. Allow. I will make those rats hiding in the sewers have nowhere to hide overnight. I will make those self-righteous evil forces kneel on the people's dock before dawn. I want to make this land we love so dearly clean and pure. The Pure Land Project has no end date. Only when we can no longer find a single poisonous weed on the land beneath our feet will this plan be truly complete. Action! With Elder Long's final command, the entire G7 base instantly sprang into action. Encrypted commands were transmitted to all corners of the country via the Quantum Communication Network. A nationwide cleanup campaign, launched with unprecedented intensity and efficiency, quietly began without anyone's prior warning. Lin Chen stood at the back of the crowd, watching the rapidly scrolling data stream on the screen and listening to the commands coming from the command center. He knew that from this night onward countless people would be sleepless. And many more people will find the world much clearer when the sun rises the next day. Chapter 50 Cloudburst 11. A new world begins. 2 weeks later, at G7 base, in the underground command center. Elder Long sat in the main seat, his fingertips lightly tapping the table, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. Sitting between Xing Weiyao and Wang Yuyan, Lin Chen felt like a highly protected individual sandwiched between two stunningly beautiful bodyguards. He stood up straight, trying his best not to look like he had just been pulled out of a brothel. On the left, Xin Weiyao wore a well-fitting dark blue researcher's uniform, her brows showing a hint of competence and anticipation. Wang Yuyan on the right is still dressed in simple and elegant attire, serene and beautiful. However, at this moment, she is attending the meeting as the person in charge of martial arts instruction, and her eyes show a bit more focus. Analyst Wang, please give us a preliminary report on the cleanup operation. Old Master Long's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable weight. Wang, the analyst, pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses. Yes, Elder Long. The virtual screen in front of him lit up, and data flowed. The cleanup campaign has achieved an overwhelming victory nationwide, with an unprecedentedly enthusiastic response from the public and a significant improvement in social atmosphere. According to the latest polls, public trust in us has reached a record high. The backlog of difficult cases in various regions has been resolved quickly and effectively thanks to this favorable policy. General Thunder, standing to the side, snorted, a hint of smugness and satisfaction in his voice. It should have been done a long time ago. Every single one of those rats hiding in the gutter should be dragged out and basked in the sun. Analyst 1 nodded slightly and continued. However, General Thunder, everything has its advantages and disadvantages. Such a large-scale and high-intensity operation has indeed caused some impact on the normal order in some areas in the short term, and some expected fluctuations have also occurred in the economy. Some industrial chains that originally relied on the gray area for survival have broken down and need time to digest and reshape. In short, the national machine, after undergoing a thorough rust removal and maintenance, is brand new, but it still needs a short break-in period to reach its optimal operating efficiency again. Elder Long nodded, his deep gaze revealing understanding. Labor pains are inevitable. It's like scraping the bone to remove poison. How can it not hurt? But we can afford to pay this price, and we must pay it. In the long run, a clean internal environment is crucial for our future exploration of the myriad worlds. He changed the subject and looked at Lin Chen. Little Lin Chen, how was your holiday? Lin Chen jolted awake, quickly sat up straight, and put on a standard sunny smile. Reporting to Elder Long. Excellent. I feel great. I'm ready to contribute my utmost to the nation's exploration of the myriad realms. Xin Weiyao gently pinched him from the side, but couldn't help but smile. Wang Yuyan smiled faintly, her eyes sparkling, as if to say, I'd never believe you. Old Master Long chuckled and waved his hand. All right, stop joking around. Now that we've rested enough, let's prepare to enter the third world. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the conference room suddenly became tense. A glint flashed in General Lei's eyes, and he said in a deep voice, Elder Long, what's the situation with this energy supply? Do we need that big machine again, like last time? He was referring, of course, to that earth-shattering nuclear bomb. When this matter was mentioned, everyone's eyes fell on Lin Chen. Elder Long, esteemed leaders. He cleared his throat, trying to make his voice sound more composed. I think that mushroom and egg combo last time was strong enough, but the after-effects were too strong. Upon hearing this, many people in the conference room showed knowing expressions. Especially the experts in the think tank who almost had a heart attack on the spot because of the choice between the three-body problem and primordial era, nodded in deep agreement. General Thunder raised a thick eyebrow and asked in a deep voice, What? Kid, you're scared after all this? I'm not afraid of that. Lin Chen waved his hand, looking completely innocent, as if to say, I didn't do it, don't talk nonsense. Mainly, I'm worried about that system, it's not very stable. He carefully chose his words, afraid of stimulating the mentally challenged system in his brain that occasionally malfunctioned. Think about it, last time we served it such a fancy dish with all our sincerity, and what was the result? Lin Chen spread his hands, his expression exaggerated. The three-body problem. The primordial era. What are those? Are those places for respectable people to go? If it weren't for the final demigods and semidevils to save the day, I reckon the grass on my grave would be as tall as a person by now. His words were half true and half false, tinged with lingering fear and a hint of grievance. So I was thinking, could we switch to a milder set meal this time? For example, the first one I used, Cloudburst 10, was pretty good. Although the scene was quite spectacular, at least the world that was drawn out was still in the mortal realm. Lin Chen blinked, looking at Elder Long with anticipation. What if this system just likes this kind of thing and doesn't like anything too exciting? We have to give it a chance to change its ways, right? His argument that it was for the good of the system made Xingyue Yao, who was standing next to him, cover her mouth and chuckle. Her peach blossom eyes sparkled, clearly amused. Wang Yuyan's lips curled up slightly, her eyes filled with a faint smile. Her husband's talent for being silly was improving day by day. Elder Long picked up his teacup, gently blew on the steam, and his deep gaze swept over Lin Chen's face before revealing a gentle smile. Xiao Lin Chen's concerns are not without merit. He put down his teacup, his voice gentle. We haven't fully figured out the system's world selection mechanism yet. Since nuclear energy could lead to some uncontrollable and high-risk options, we can indeed try to adjust the type and intensity of energy supply. Analyst Wang adjusted his glasses at the opportune moment and said, Elder Long, the think tank already has a preliminary plan for this. The virtual screen in front of him lit up, displaying the structural diagram and parameters of a new type of bomb. This is a new thermobaric weapon based on the thermobaric 10 technology, with in-depth improvements and enhanced power, codenamed thermobaric 11. According to theoretical calculations, its explosive yield is about 5 times that of Yunbao 10, and it can instantly generate an extremely powerful shock wave in a high-temperature and high-pressure environment. We assess that this energy intensity should be sufficient to meet the system's needs, and its blast radius and aftereffects are easier to control compared to nuclear weapons. General Thunder looked at the data on the screen, his eyes lighting up slightly. 5 times more powerful? That's quite a bit of power. He stroked his chin and nodded. Compared to nuclear bombs, they do give people a bit more peace of mind. Elder Long nodded slightly. Alright, then let's adopt the Yun Blast 11 plan. He glanced at everyone. The test site also needs to be chosen again. The Gobi Desert from last time has not completely dissipated nuclear radiation, so it is not suitable to use it again. Soon, a more remote and desolate uninhabited area in the northwest inland was selected as the new energy absorption site. All preparations are proceeding smoothly. 2 days later. Deep in the boundless desert, the new testing ground is already under heavy guard. Lin Chen, dressed in casual clothes, once again stood in the designated area at the epicenter of the explosion. Attention all units, countdown begins! Inside the distant observation post, General Thunder was personally in charge of command, his voice transmitted to Lin Chen's earpiece via encrypted communication. 10. 9. Lin Chen took a deep breath, feeling the dry and scorching wind in the desert. His eyes were calm, even with a hint of expectation. 3. 2. 1. Detonate! It was accompanied by a deafening roar. A huge white sphere of light, several times brighter than the sun, suddenly expanded in front of Lin Chen. A terrifying amount of energy was released in an instant. The air was instantly sucked out and then ignited by the extreme heat, forming a continuously spreading, almost tangible, fire shockwave. Lin Chen was bathed in this destructive storm of light and heat, and that familiar transparent shield once again perfectly protected him. He could even clearly feel how the system greedily absorbed that violent energy and transformed it into the purest source. Ding! High-intensity explosive energy detected. Absorption initiation. Energy absorption efficiency, 100%, 180%, 350%. Host's invincibility state has been activated. Remaining time, 29 minutes and 58 seconds. The light gradually faded. Centered on Lin Chen, the ground within a radius of several hundred meters had turned into a charred, glassy substance, emitting a pungent odor. A small mushroom cloud was slowly rising into the sky. Although it was far less overwhelming than a nuclear explosion, it was still full of destructive beauty. Energy absorption complete. Total energy absorbed this time, 520 units. The probability of drawing a high-level world item has been slightly increased. Ding! Draw a world? A series of system notifications rang in Lin Chen's mind. He grinned, stretched his limbs, and felt full of energy. 520 units of energy, although less than the last nuclear explosion, is still a considerable amount of energy. Most importantly, this time they're using Cloudburst 11. So surely they won't pull out something like Tekken Blade, or Evangelion 3.0 you can not redo. Again, right? I shouldn't be that unlucky, right? I'm the man who will lead the Dragon Xia Federation to dominate all worlds. Lin Chen thought about it for a moment, but ultimately suppressed his burgeoning curiosity, and decided not to open this blind box gift package in this desolate Gobi desert. Just kidding, what if it's another 3-body problem? Ultimate Pro Max Edition or a Primordial Era Youth Collection Edition? He was afraid that his heart, which had weathered many storms, would suddenly crash on the spot, which would be quite a mess. Yes, we still need to have a sense of ceremony. This unboxing is such an important part, we must go back and share this big surprise with Elder Long and the others. Chapter 51 Godlike? One punch? System, you treacherous subject. You're trying to harm me. The Strike Freedom Gundam streaked across the sky, leaving a trail of blue and white light, and landed steadily on the secret helipad at G7 base. Lin Chen stretched and jumped out of the cockpit, feeling incredibly comfortable. Dr. Shin's skills are getting more and more superb. He gave a thumbs up to Xinhui Yao, who was also wearing a tight-fitting pilot suit and had an alluring figure in the cockpit. Xinhui Yao rolled her eyes at him, and the allure in her peach blossom eyes almost made Lin Chen's legs, which had just regained their footing, buckle again. Stop being so glib and hurry up to the meeting room. Elder Long and the others are waiting. Her voice was still so sweet and alluring. Lin Chen chuckled and followed Xinhui Yao happily. Yes, this tight-fitting driving suit is truly a treasure of human civilization. G7 Base, Underground Command Center. Beside the giant alloy conference table. Lin Chen casually pulled out a chair and sat down between Xinhui Yao and Wang Yiyan. It wouldn't be accurate to say he was embracing both of them, but he certainly gave the impression of having them as his protectors. He feels very safe now. Cough. Lin Chen cleared his throat and glanced at Elder Long, General Lei Ting, Analyst Wang, and a group of Brain Trust members whose eyes were bloodshot from lack of sleep. Distinguished leaders and comrades, it's time for the exciting blind box opening again. The way he said it sounded like a sales pitch in a shopping mall. General Thunder glared at him and said in a gruff voice, "Stop talking nonsense and hurry up. What kind of monster is it this time? I need to be mentally prepared. The last time, those books, the 3-body problem, and the Primordial Era, really scared his heart, which was used to seeing life and death." Xinhui Yao gave Lin Chen a look that said, "Take it easy," but a faint smile played on her lips. Wang Yiyan sat quietly, but her eyes held a hint of curiosity and anticipation. Old Master Long remained as steady as Mount Tai, holding his signature enamel teacup and taking a small sip. "Let's begin, Lin Chen. Let's see what surprise the system has prepared for us this time." "Okay." Lin Chen rubbed his hands together, looking ready to win the grand prize, and communicated with the system through his mind. "System, stop dawdling and serve the food!" Ding. World draw in progress. The next second, the familiar light blue holographic projection in the center of the conference room lit up again. The first option slowly appeared. Shining with golden light and radiating auspicious energy, the 4 large characters, Super God Academy, were written on it in a flowing, dragon-like style. Lin Chen. His eye twitched. Super God Academy? The one from the anime? Is that the one where angels and demons fly everywhere, gods fight, and Earth's daily routine restarts? He remembered glancing at it a few times during his university years, and the fighting power inside seemed a bit too outrageous. General Thunder frowned. Godlike? What the hell? Even more godlike than that Primordial Era thing last time? Analyst Wang adjusted his glasses, his eyes flashing rapidly behind the lenses. According to existing information, Super God Academy is a high magic world built in a modern urban setting, incorporating a large number of mythological and science fiction elements. Its core is a war between different cosmic civilizations, An individual combat power. Well, they have the ability to easily destroy planets or even galaxies. A collective gasp filled the conference room. This is still just delivering food, isn't it? Lin Chen was both amused and exasperated. Elder Long, what do you think of this system? Did it eat too much nuclear bomb last time and now its tastes are getting heavier and heavier? Old Master Long's expression remained unchanged, but the hand holding the teacup paused slightly. Let's move on to the next one. Lin Chen nodded, silently praying. System, next one, be more reliable. The second option slowly appeared. The visuals are simple, even a bit bald. It says 5 words on it. One Punch Man. Lin Chen. Pfft. This time he really couldn't hold it in anymore. One Punch Man? That bald demon king who can take down any enemy with a single punch? He now seriously suspects that the system is deliberately messing with him. What are we going to do? Cheer for Saitama? Or investigate why he's so strong and why he's bald? General Thunder looked bewildered. One Punch Man? What's that? Is it some kind of world where martial arts are incredibly powerful? Wang, the analyst, pushed up his glasses, his expression somewhat strange. One Punch Man. The protagonist, Saitama, became a hero out of interest, and through training beyond his limits, he gained the absolute power to defeat any enemy, no matter how strong, with one punch. He paused, then added, currently its power ceiling is unknown. It is known to easily destroy meteorites and contend with cosmic overlords. Everyone. This is even worse than Super God Academy. That was at least a battle between gods. This is a direct attack from a lower dimension. System, come out here. I promise I won't kill you. Lin Chen roared inwardly. Do you think my humanoid beast isn't enough to deal with, and want me to see what a humanoid natural disaster really is? Seeing Lin Chen's frantic expression, Xin Yueyao couldn't help but burst out laughing. Lin Chen, it seems the system has high expectations for you. I can't bear this expectation. Lin Chen wanted to cry but had no tears. Old Master Long put down his teacup, his tone still calm. There's a third one. Lin Chen took a deep breath, as if heading to his execution, and looked at the third option. Please, let's have one from the living world. A flash of light revealed the third option. The visuals are filled with the cold texture of metal and the bloody atmosphere of a battlefield. A line of bold, steely lettering appeared, Starship Troopers, movie version. Lin Chen was taken aback when he saw those words, then a hint of relief flashed in his eyes. Starship Troopers? The one for killing bugs? Compared to the first two outrageous options, this one seems barely acceptable. Although it is dangerous, at least the enemy is a visible and tangible insect, not some god, demon, or a bald guy with a punch. General Thunder's eyes lit up. Starship Troopers? I think I've heard of them. Isn't it the one where humans fight insects on other planets? There was a hint of excitement in his voice. He's good at killing bugs. Analyst Wang nodded. Yes, General Thunder. The Starship Troopers movie mainly tells the story of a brutal interstellar war that broke out between the Human Federation and an alien insect race known as the Erichi in the future. The core is large-scale ground combat. He pulled up several movie stills, giant insects, soldiers in power armor, and warships flying everywhere. This seems like something we could try. Lin Chen tentatively looked at Elder Long. Old Master Long's deep gaze slowly swept over the three options. In Super God Academy, gods fight, and mortals suffer. Going there means becoming cannon fodder among cannon fodder. In One Punch Man, Saitama's brilliance is so dazzling that their fighting power is probably not even qualified to guard the gate of the Monster Association. Although Starship Troopers features ferocious insects and brutal warfare, it is at least a technological confrontation that offers room for maneuver. It seems that this choice wasn't too difficult. Elder Long spoke slowly, his gaze falling on Starship Troopers. This is it. Lin Chen let out a long sigh of relief, feeling as if he had just returned from the brink of death. Thank you, System, for sparing my life. Chapter 52. Blow them up until they're completely wiped out. World selected, Starship Troopers, movie version. Main quest generating. The text on the holographic projection began to change. Everyone's hearts were in their throats again. Hopefully, this mission won't be as shocking as it was before. Please choose one of the following 2 main quests. After selection, the other quest will be automatically abandoned, and the reward is unknown. The first task option slowly appeared. Mission 1, Genocider. Within the mission period, personally or leading the Rabbit Army, kill a total of 100 million Iraqi Zerg units, and successfully decapitate at least 2 Zerg leader-level units, such as the Cerebrate, the Zerg Queen, etc. There are no restrictions during the mission. When Lin Chen saw this task, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. 100 million? He felt like his tongue was tied in knots. We still need to take down the 2 insect leaders? System, do you have some misunderstanding about the order of magnitude of 100 million? This is for killing bugs, not for stepping on ants. General Thunder stroked his chin, his eyes gleaming with excitement. 100 million? That sounds like a lot, but if we go all out, it's not impossible. The words, without any restrictions, gave him a different feeling. This means that the state can use any means necessary. Before everyone could recover from the shock of 100 million, the second task option appeared. Mission 2, Planet Crusher. Within the mission timeframe, completely destroy the Iraqi Zerg's main hive planet, Pranduf, or a Zerg planet of equivalent strategic value. There are no restrictions during the mission. Lin Chen. All he wants now is to lie down quietly. Explode the bug's home base? What will we use to create this explosion? Powered by love? System, do you think we've already unlocked the Starship technology tree? This second task is even more outrageous than the first. Blowing up a planet. What does that even mean? In the conference room, everyone was stunned by these 2 tasks. One is to kill insects until their hands are sore, the other is to destroy the insect's nest directly. The difficulty level is off the charts, one after another. Looking at Lin Chen's lifeless expression, Elder Long's lips curled up into an almost imperceptible smile. Xiao Chen, which of these 2 tasks do you think is more challenging? Lin Chen said with a bitter face. Elder Long, please don't make fun of me. This isn't just challenging, it's practically killing me. He thought about it carefully. Planet Crusher? What kind of cosmic joke is this? Even if the Federation did indeed create something like the Q-bomb in the 3rd Starship Troopers movie that could directly destroy a planet. But that thing is a top secret of the Federal Army. How could these newcomers, these outsiders, possibly get their hands on it? Will we use love to generate electricity to detonate Planet Klandiv? Or are we hoping the insects will set off a giant firecracker to celebrate the arrival of these visitors from outer space? Lin Chen silently marked Task 2 with a huge cross in his mind. As for Mission 1, Genocide. 100 million insects. That certainly sounds like an astronomical figure. But the bugs and Starship Troopers are everywhere, swarming up like they're free. On a planet, billions or even tens of billions of insects are considered few. The key lies in personally or leading the Star Federation Army. There is also no restrictions. These few words alone are quite thought-provoking. This means he can call for backup. Moreover, it can be done openly and legitimately, using the entire nation's steel torrent to crush them. As for those 2 Zerg leader-level units, those Cerebrates are buried deep underground, making them indeed difficult to deal with. But it's not entirely without a chance. Elder Long, distinguished leaders. Lin Chen cleared his throat, a profound expression on his face that said, I've seen through everything. Mission 2, Planet Crusher, is too ambitious. With our current level of technology, blowing up a planet is about as difficult as creating a black hole with our bare hands. It is not feasible. He paused, his gaze sweeping over General Thunder's eager face. Therefore, I choose Task 1. Genocide, that sounds really cool. It's just 100 million bedbugs, no big deal. He spoke casually, but in his heart he was making frantic plans. Even if each insect kills 1 per second, it would still take more than 3 years to kill 100 million of them without rest. This system is still as incompetent as ever. Upon hearing no restrictions, General Thunder's eyes, as big as copper bells, lit up instantly, and he slammed his large, fan-like hand on the table. Good lad! You've got guts! This is the one we should choose. Let's pull off a huge heist. What's 100 million? As long as we have enough gear, I'll take my men and wipe out all the bugs on Clandiv. The general's fervor for war was on full display at this moment. Old Master Long looked at Lin Chen, then at the excited Lei Ting, a hint of a smile flashing in his deep eyes. Now that the decision has been made, let's begin to formulate the operational plan in accordance with the objectives of Mission 1. Analyst Wang, what preliminary analysis results have the think tank obtained regarding the Starship Troopers universe, especially the characteristics of the arachnids? Wang, the analyst, pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, and the virtual screen in front of him immediately displayed grotesque images of various insects and dense data. Mr. Long, based on our preliminary analysis of the film footage, the Iraqi insectids have the following notable characteristics. First, their numbers are extremely large and their reproductive capacity is extremely strong. They are veritable cosmic locusts. Secondly, they are individually powerful and come in a wide variety of types, including warrior bugs that charge into close combat, tank bugs that spew corrosive liquid, plasma bugs that can provide long-range firepower suppression, and even flying bugs that can fly. Third, their social structure is highly centralized, under the unified command of the Cerebrate or higher-level Zerg leader. The lower-level Zerg are fearless and fearless, which is a typical Zerg swarm tactic. In light of these characteristics, our initial recommendation is to provide saturation fire coverage. Analyst Wang spoke calmly, but what he said raised the temperature in the conference room several degrees. Given the biological characteristics of the Zerg, conventional biological toxin attacks may have very limited effectiveness. Their ability to adapt to harsh environments far exceeds that of Earth organisms. Therefore, the most effective means is to use overwhelming firepower to completely eliminate them from the physical level. General Thunder nodded repeatedly, his face showing even greater excitement. That's right. That's how we should do it. We can't be soft on these beasts. Lin Chen stroked his chin, and the horrific scene of human mobile infantry being overwhelmed by swarms of insects in the movie flashed through his mind. Chapter 53 Double the Joy. Analyst Wang, what about the specific firepower configuration? Analyst Wang said confidently. Our initial idea is that, first of all, we must establish a super-large and super-stable forward base in the area where the portal is opened. The base's defense level must be able to withstand the continuous impact of a large-scale insect swarm, especially to guard against burrowing insects and tank insects that can emerge from underground. Defense fortifications should extend deep underground to form a three-dimensional crossfire network. Secondly, within the effective range of the base's artillery, we must deliver unlimited firepower. Once the Zerg are detected, we must immediately launch a devastating attack. For areas that are far away or where the Zerg population is too dense, we suggest that we consider using high-yield tactical nuclear weapons, or even strategic hydrogen bombs, to carry out targeted eliminations on a global scale. A collective gasp filled the conference room. Global nuclear bombing? This is a bit too much. Lin Chen's eye twitched. Good grief, this is turning the Starship Troopers' world into a second wasteland. However, he likes it. When dealing with insects, you have to use this simple and brutal method. Old Long remained calm, seemingly unsurprised by Analyst Wang's suggestion. The use of nuclear weapons must be approached with utmost caution, and the scope and yield must be strictly controlled to avoid irreversible impacts on our subsequent resource acquisition and base construction. But as a last resort for clearing the area, it can be included in the contingency plan. He turned his gaze to Lin Chen. Xiao Chen, as the user of the system and the core of this operation, do you have any other ideas? Lin Chen thought for a moment. Old Long, since we're aiming for full firepower, shouldn't we bring out our Gundams for a spin? The Strike Freedom Gundam should be extremely effective against large Zerg units, or for eliminating Zerg leaders in a targeted manner, right? Upon hearing this, Xinyu Yao's watery peach blossom eyes lit up instantly, and she looked at Elder Long with a hint of anticipation. As the pilot of the Sky Sword Gundam, she has an almost obsessive passion for it. The thought of being able to drive it across battlefields in another world is exhilarating. Elder Long nodded slightly. Gundam is naturally our trump card. However, we only have one heavenly sword at the moment. In such a high-intensity battlefield environment, the risk of single-aircraft combat is too high. Upon hearing this, Xin Yueyao's eyes dimmed slightly. Just then, Analyst Wang suddenly spoke up, his tone tinged with excitement. Elder Long, I have some good news to report to everyone regarding this matter. All eyes turned to him. Wang, the analyst, cleared his throat, his eyes behind his glasses gleaming with pride. Through the tireless efforts of our research team and an unlimited budget based on the Sky Sword Gundam prototype, combined with comprehensive technological support and our own breakthroughs in materials science, energy science, artificial intelligence, and other fields, we have successfully replicated the second Strike Freedom Gundam. Currently, this new Gundam, codenamed Heavenly Punishment, has entered the final assembly and testing phase, and it is expected that it will be officially commissioned in 2 months at most. Boom! This news was like a bombshell, causing an uproar in the conference room. What? General Thunder jumped up excitedly, his chair sliding backward a great distance. Another Strike Freedom? That's great! That's great! Xin Yueyao covered her mouth in surprise, her beautiful peach blossom eyes instantly filled with unbelievable ecstasy. 2 Strike Freedom Gundams. This means they will have double the happiness, no, double the top-tier combat power. Lin Chen was both surprised and delighted. That's awesome. In such a short time, scientists from China have already replicated this level of cutting-edge technology. Although it's a replica, according to Analyst Wang, its performance is definitely not inferior. Heavenly Sword, and Heavenly Punishment. Just hearing the name exudes an aura of dominance. A relieved smile appeared on Old Man Long's face. Good! Very good! Thank you for your hard work, comrades on the scientific research front. This is indeed exciting news. He looked at Lin Chen, his gaze questioning. In that case, Lin Chen, when do you think it would be appropriate for us to open the portal to the Starship Troopers world? Lin Chen said without hesitation. Elder Long, I think we can wait until the Heavenly Punishment Gundam is officially deployed before opening the portal. 2 months is enough time for us to make more thorough preparations. Moreover, the more Gundams we have, the better we can win and protect our soldiers. Elder Long nodded, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. Okay, it's settled then. 2 months from now, the Starship Troopers World Portal will open. In these 2 months, all units must seize every minute and second to ensure that all preparations are done perfectly. Target, genocide. Target, Krenduff. The atmosphere in the conference room reached its peak at this moment. A raging fire burned in everyone's eyes. 2 months later, a steel storm sweeping across the entire planet is about to begin in a distant, otherworldly realm. G7 Base, Underground Command Center. 2 months, under the full operation of the entire national machinery, seemed to be compressed to the extreme. At this moment, this vast underground space, large enough to accommodate dozens of aircraft carriers, has been completely transformed. It was no longer empty, instead, it had been transformed into a heavily fortified war fortress. Countless, Dragon Fang, series fully automatic defensive turrets, like silent steel sentinels, extend from the walls and the ground, their dark muzzles covering every inch of space. All eyes were focused on the very center of the fortress. There, 2 steel giants, each over 18 meters tall, stood side by side. The one on the left, with its blue and white paint scheme and magnificent metal wings, is none other than the highly decorated Sky Sword Strike Freedom Gundam. On the right, however, is a brand new machine. Its entire body is painted in a more aggressive dark gray and crimson color scheme, and the lines of the body are sharper. Code name, Divine Punishment. Inside the cockpit of the Heavenly Punishment Gundam, Lin Chen felt a slight vibration emanating from the machine, and an unprecedented sense of power filled his limbs and bones. Yueyao, how are you feeling? His voice was clearly transmitted through the quantum communication channel into the cockpit of another Gundam. It feels great. Xin Yueyao's voice carried a hint of barely suppressed excitement as she piloted the Heavenly Sword, and gently moved her fingers across the machine. Double the freedom to strike, double the joy. 2 top-of-the-line war machines stood silently before the open space where the gate to another world was about to open, like 2 guardian deities. Everything is ready. Lin Chen's thoughts drifted back to that crucial meeting more than a month ago. Chapter 54. I also want to lie down, the system won't let me. That meeting, which set the tone for the entire operation, took place just over a month ago. Wang, the analyst, pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses. On the holographic projection in front of him, a piece of original footage from the movie, Starship Troopers, was playing. Against the backdrop of the pitch-black universe, rows of ruggedly designed human Federation interstellar warships are slowly sailing. Suddenly, a bright orange-red, viscous ball of light, like magma, shot out from the surface of a desolate planet in the distance, tracing a dazzling parabola. The warship misjudged the power of the plasma cannon due to a lack of intelligence, and did not take any evasive action. The warship was then precisely struck in the middle section by the beam of light. The thick armor of the ship, which was hit, vaporized and peeled away silently and rapidly, like cheese thrown into a hot iron, revealing the red-hot structure inside. In just a few seconds, this massive war machine was cut in half. This is a long-range artillery unit of the Iraqi Zerg, which the Federation calls Plasma Zerg. Wang, the analyst, rang out in the silent conference room, his voice carrying a hint of solemnity. It doesn't eject cannonballs in the traditional sense, but a high-energy plasma with a core temperature and impact force sufficient to melt any conventional alloy we currently know of in an instant. General Thunder's eyes were fixed on the broken warship in the picture, his bronze face tense. Damn it! This thing is even blacker than an intercontinental ballistic missile. One shot and it's dead. These 4 words weighed heavily on everyone's heart. Old Master Long held his teacup, his gaze deep, and remained silent. Lin Chen's heart sank as he suddenly thought of an extremely terrifying possibility. Distinguished leaders, the location where we are opening the door is inside the G7 base, which is large enough to accommodate more than a dozen aircraft carriers. If, on the other side of the door, there happens to be a plasma bug firing an electromagnetic cannon. The trajectory is right on the portal. Lin Chen didn't finish his sentence, but everyone understood. That orange-red plasma beam will pass through the portal and directly blast into this underground fortress, which has been the result of countless efforts. The consequences would be unimaginable. The air in the conference room seemed to freeze. This is a fatal flaw. Conventional interception methods are probably not very effective against this kind of high-energy plasma. The analyst calmly added, shattering everyone's last shred of hope. Our most effective defense at the moment is... All eyes turned to Lin Chen and Xinhui Yao without prior arrangement. That's right. Xinhui Yao stood up, her peach blossom eyes flashing with intense fighting spirit. Only the Strike Freedom Gundam's beam shield can theoretically withstand this kind of energy impact. We could even take the initiative and take it down with the Sirius beam rifle or the Blaze phased beam cannon before it fires. General Thunder raised a thick eyebrow. The plan is feasible, but who should we send? Currently, the selection process for Gundam pilots is still underway. Those who meet the requirements are undergoing training. Not everyone is as talented as Comrade Yueyao. Elder Long put down his teacup and looked at Xinhui Yao. It's too risky for Comrade Yueyao to go alone. Just as Xinhui Yao was about to say something, Lin Chen spoke first. Elder Long, how about Yueyao and I drive our Gundam to knock on the door? He pointed to himself, then to Xinhui Yao beside him. Our machine should be sturdier than the base gate. Upon hearing this, Elder Long and General Lei Ting's gazes instantly sharpened. No! General Thunder rejected the idea without hesitation, his voice booming like a bell. You're our national treasure, the sole holder of the system. How can we let you take such a risk? Elder Long also slowly shook his head. Xiao Lin Chen, for this operation, you can stay behind and command. Leave the fighting on the front lines to our men. Looking at the resolute expressions of the 2 leaders, Lin Chen felt a warmth in his heart, but a rather helpless bitter smile appeared on his face. Elder Long, General Lei Ting, I also want to drink tea and watch the show from the rear. He shrugged. But the system, it won't allow it. Bite. A holographic projection appeared in front of everyone. According to the system's underlying protocol, the host must enter the selected new world and remain there for at least 1/10 of the portal's duration before returning to the main world. If the host does not enter immediately, the portal will not be open to other units in the main world. Lin Chen's expression grew even more bitter. See? The system has notified you that you must go there and stay for a certain period of time before you can return to the main world. If I don't go in, you can't go in either. He paused, recalling for a moment. Thinking back on it carefully, it seems that I was the first one to enter the second and third worlds before. So, I'm the key that opens the door, the kind that has to be inserted into the lock. The conference room fell into a deathly silence once again. This news caught us even off guard, more so than the threat of plasma worms. After a long while, Elder Long let out a soft sigh, his deep eyes filled with a mixture of helplessness and determination. In that case, we must minimize the risks. He looked at Lin Chen. Are there any other mechanisms that can be used regarding teleportation portals? Have. Lin Chen immediately replied, listing out the rules he had recently communicated with the system, one by one. Lin Chen, this idiotic system won't tell you unless you ask it. First, after I enter the portal, I can close it from the other world at any time. Once closed, the portal will disappear completely, and will not leave any trace in the Zerg world. Second, reopening it does not require energy, but the location will be fixed at the opening point of the first connection to the world. Third, and most frustratingly, the portal's duration starts counting down from the moment it's opened. Time keeps passing whether the portal is open or closed. Fourth, you can tell the system before opening the portal whether you want the portal to be bigger or the duration to be longer. The system will automatically match the best solution based on the total amount of energy required this time. Fifth, each time a portal is opened, all energy will be consumed, and no further energy absorption can be performed until the mission is completed. Each rule is like a heavy weight, constantly increasing the difficulty and uncertainty of this operation. After listening, Elder Long remained silent for a long time. The entire think tank was rapidly analyzing the pros and cons behind these rules. Finally, Elder Long's gaze fell upon Lin Chen and Xingyue Yao, with an unquestionable determination. Order! Comrade Lin Chen, Comrade Xingyue Yao. The two immediately stood up straight. You two will pilot the Heavenly Punishment and Heavenly Sword Gundams respectively, forming the first echelon and entering the portal first. Mission objective: in the shortest possible time, eliminate all high-threat targets within a 50-kilometer radius opposite the portal and establish an absolutely secure bridgehead. Clear all obstacles to pave the way for the arrival of subsequent troops. Yes. Lin Chen and Xingyue Yao answered in unison, their voices filled with the high spirits of those about to head to the battlefield. Chapter 55: The Scene on the Day the Disaster Landed. My thoughts drifted away from the memories. Everything is ready. Just then, General Thunder's booming voice rang out simultaneously in the cockpits of the two men through the command channel. Attention all units! The countdown to the opening of the dimensional gate has begun. 10, 9, 3, 2, 1. Lin Chen's thoughts instantly connected with the system. System, open the door. Energy configuration adjustment in progress. Portal diameter, 200 meters. Duration, 70 days. Open the door! In the open space at the center of the fortress, space began to distort, and a thin curtain of light suddenly opened, like a canvas being torn apart by an invisible hand. Inside the light curtain was a desolate world, dimly lit and filled with dust and an ominous atmosphere. Heavenly Punishment and Heavenly Sword, two mechs, one after the other, charged into the light curtain that represented the unknown and slaughter. The moment the Sky Sword Gundam completely disappeared into the light screen, Lin Chen's voice rang out in the channel, decisive and calm. System, shut down! Then the enormous portal behind her instantly shrank and disappeared without leaving a trace. It was as if it had never existed. The two were completely isolated in this unfamiliar world. Inside the cockpit, piercing alarms sounded almost simultaneously. Warning! Multiple high-energy reactions detected. Trajectory, vertically upward. Lin Chen immediately zoomed out on the main screen, and through the Heavenly Punishment, super long-range optical lens, he saw a scene that made his scalp tingle. Above the dim, yellowish sky of this planet, float rows of crudely designed human interstellar warships, exuding a violent aesthetic. On the ground, streaks of orange-red, viscous light shot out from the distant mountains, trailing long plumes of flame as they tore through the atmosphere and precisely struck the unsuspecting warships. One of the warships was hit by the orb of light, and the armor in the middle section of the ship melted and peeled off instantly, like butter under a hot knife. The 800-meter-long war machine was cut in half in the silent space, and the broken wreckage, trailing flames, fell helplessly to the ground. Holy crap! Lin Chen couldn't help but curse. Have we stumbled upon the Federation Army's final offensive? Xin Yueyao's voice also carried a hint of solemnity. It looks like the scene from Starship Troopers' first season, when the Federation fleet first attacked Klandiv. She brought up the tactical map, where countless red dots flashed on the ground, representing numerous units engaged in combat. Their ground forces are in an even worse situation. Lin Chen switched his perspective to the ground. It was a scene straight out of hell on Earth. Human soldiers wearing crude power armor were instantly overwhelmed by the surging tide of warrior insects, like breadcrumbs thrown into an anthill. The insects' sharp claws easily tore the soldiers' bodies apart, and blood and severed limbs flew everywhere. The Federation forces' lines crumbled almost instantly under the onslaught of the insect swarm. This was a complete massacre. Are these Federal Army commanders out of their minds, or kicked by a donkey? Lin Chen's eyes twitched as he watched. With equipment and tactics like this, they dare to come to the insect's homeland? Let's hide first. Xin Yueyao's voice pulled him back to reality. The scene is too chaotic right now. If any party finds out, it will cause a lot of trouble. The two Gundams immediately activated their optical camouflage, their massive bodies blending into the surrounding barren rock formations, and found a large canyon to lie in wait. As the Federation forces crumbled, the remaining troops cried out for retreat in disarray, and warships in the sky continued to fall under the relentless bombardment of the plasma bugs. Lin Chen decided that he had to send the situation back immediately. He cautiously contacted the system again. The door has been opened again. Then, an encrypted data stream was instantly transmitted back to G7 base. Elder Long, General Thunder, the situation has changed. We've landed precisely at the site of the Federation Army's landing day. The scene is extremely chaotic, like an epic disaster movie. I suggest that the main force postpone its entry and wait for us to clear out an absolutely safe zone. Having done all this, Lin Chen completely severed his connection with the main world. They remained hidden quietly in the canyon for a whole day. Until the clamor of the battlefield completely subsided, and the remnants of the Federation's army had completely withdrawn, leaving behind only a desolate battlefield and endless insect corpses. Under the dim, yellow sunset, the whole world was filled with an aura of death and decay. Yueyao, it's our turn to work. Lin Chen's voice carried a hint of cold, killing intent. Received. Target: all plasma worms within a 50-kilometer radius. Xin Yueyao's response was crisp and efficient. The engines of the two Gundams restarted, and the dark gray and crimson, Heavenly Punishment, and the blue and white, Heavenly Sword, soared into the sky. The ultra-sensitive life detection radar and thermal scanning system are operating at full power. Soon, huge red heat sources were clearly marked on the tactical map. 30 kilometers to the left front, coordinates 774, 913, first target spotted. Leave it to me. As Xin Yueyao piloted the Heavenly Sword, the light wheel propulsion wings on her back suddenly unfolded, creating a dazzling blue wing of light that stretched across the dusky sky. The machine instantly broke the sound barrier, transforming into a streak of light as it hurtled toward its target. Lin Chen piloted the Heavenly Punishment, hovering in midair. His Sirius beam rifle had been configured for sniping, and the crimson scope locked onto a distant target. A moment later, Xin Yueyao's communication came through. Target cleared. The guy didn't even have time to react. Almost simultaneously, Lin Chen also pulled the trigger. A thick beam of particles traveled tens of kilometers and precisely struck the ridge of a mountain range. The violent explosion blasted a huge gash in the ridge, revealing a massive, wriggling creature that resembled a giant dung beetle. That was a plasma worm. Its body was still twitching, but its core had been completely melted through by the high temperature. The next few hours turned into a one-sided hunt. Sky Sword is responsible for high-speed raids and close-range kills. Heavenly Punishment is responsible for long-range sniping and fire suppression. The two Strike Freedom Gundams demonstrated a terrifying fighting power that was completely out of this world. Those plasma bugs that can destroy an interstellar warship with a single shot are as fragile as moving targets in front of them. When the last marked plasma bug was cleaved in two from head to tail by the beamed saber of the Sky Sword, all high-threat range units within a 50-kilometer radius were wiped out. Two Gundams stood side by side atop a mountain, overlooking the ravaged land. "Well done, driving Master Shin," Lin Chen whistled. "You too, Commander Lin." Shin Yueyao's voice was tinged with laughter. Chapter 56 Eagles, are you going to Mars? Lin Chen moved the mechanical wrist of the Heavenly Punishment Gundam, producing a faint metallic scraping sound. "All right, driving Master Shin, warm-up's over. Time to head back and pick up our main force." Shin Yueyao's voice came through the communication channel, tinged with a hint of a smile. "Understood, Commander Lin. Hopefully, our belongings won't scare away the insects here." The two Gundam engines roared, transforming into two streaks of light, and returned precisely to the open space where they had first landed. The planet was surrounded by the wreckage of landing ships left by the Federation forces and countless insect corpses. The air was thick with the stench of blood and burnt flesh, making the planet seem even more desolate. Lin Chen's thoughts connected with the system. "Open the door." Buzz. The space before them distorted once more, and the 200-meter diameter, dark blue light curtains slowly unfolded again. On the other end of the light screen was the brightly lit G7 base. General Thunder's anxious face was the first thing to appear in sight. "Kid! Well done! I thought you two were going to elope to another planet." Immediately afterwards, what flooded into this world were not armed warriors. Instead, it was a steel torrent composed of dozens of giant engineering machines. These special engineering vehicles, codenamed Jintian series, are like mobile mini-factories, their tracks rumbling heavily as they grind across the sand. They don't have cannons. Instead, they have huge superalloy drill bits, hydraulic pile drivers capable of drilling hundreds of meters underground, and robotic arms capable of lifting thousands of tons. Upon arrival, they immediately began a frenzied infrastructure construction operation centered around the portal. Boom! 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 Specially made ground substrates, each 50 meters long and crafted from tungsten titanium alloy, were brutally driven into the depths of the rocky strata of Klandiv by hydraulic pile drivers, stirring up clouds of dust. These base plates are interlocked with electromagnetic locks, quickly constructing an airtight steel dome beneath the ground, perfectly preventing any surprise attack from underground. An advanced base named Jintian is rising from the ground at a speed visible to the naked eye. Following closely behind was the Rabbit's most elite heavy combined arms brigade. They were no longer wearing fragile cloth uniforms, but rather, dragons, exoskeleton armor that gleamed with a cold metallic sheen. The soldiers were not carrying ordinary assault rifles, but rather the Chuanwu 15 electromagnetic rifle with heat sinks all over its body. The ammunition they used was 15mm fin-stabilized discarding sabot armor-piercing rounds, which were capable of penetrating the side armor of main battle tanks. A row of infantry fighting vehicles codenamed Qilong slowly drove out of the portal. They retained the chassis of the Type 99 main battle tank, but the turrets were replaced with menacing 8-barreled 30mm rotary rapid-fire cannons. War is about to begin. The base's frenzied construction was like a boulder thrown into a calm lake, quickly attracting the attention of the planet's native inhabitants. On the horizon, a dark mass began to surge. That's an insect swarm. Tens of thousands, no, hundreds of thousands of warrior insects, moving their arthropods like a black tide of death, swept toward the Jintian base. General Thunder stood on the newly built alloy city wall, wearing a commander-exclusive, Dragon Rider, exoskeleton, which made him appear even more imposing. He looked at the swarm of insects in the distance, his face showing no sign of tension. Instead, he grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, his smile fierce and cruel. "Pass on my orders! Let these beasts see what they've got! Fire!" The moment the order was given, the entire Jintian base transformed into a ferocious steel beast that had awakened. Da-da-da-da-da! On the city wall, hundreds of Dragon Fawn, fully automatic defensive turrets, fired simultaneously, and the interwoven fire lines resembled a net of death, instantly covering the battlefield in front. The warrior insects charging at the forefront didn't even have a chance to react before being torn into countless flying shell fragments by a dense hail of bullets. Fire! Warriors clad in dragons' exoskeletons calmly pulled the triggers, relying on the fortifications. The electromagnetic rifle didn't have a deafening roar, only a sharp sound of tearing through the air. Beams of light, almost invisible to the naked eye, shot out and accurately struck the warrior insects. There was no bloodshed or carnage. When an insect is hit by a 15mm armor-piercing bullet, its hard shell and internal tissues are instantly vaporized by the terrifying kinetic energy, leaving a huge, open hole before it collapses helplessly. The 8-barreled rotary rapid-fire cannon on the Qilong infantry fighting vehicle began to rotate. Whoosh buzz! Amidst the piercing buzzing, a scorching torrent of tracer bullets, like a giant, red-hot scythe, slashed fiercely into the swarm of insects. That wasn't shooting, that was plowing. Wherever the barrage passed, the insects fell like felled wheat, their severed limbs and green bodily fluids mingling and covering the entire battlefield. Roar! A massive tank bug emerged from behind the swarm, its enormous abdomen raised high, ready to spray a deadly corrosive fluid. Anti-materials team, take it down! General Thunder's voice was calm and clear. In the distance, a 3-man combat team quickly set up a 25mm electromagnetic sniper cannon. Target locked, charging complete. Emission! A beam of dark blue light, several times thicker than a rifle bullet, trailed a faint tail and traversed thousands of meters, precisely piercing into the open mandibles of the tank bug. A moment of silence. Then, the tank bug exploded like a gas cylinder detonated from the inside, spraying green flames and shattered shells in all directions, instantly clearing a large area. This scene made Lin Chen, who was sitting in the cockpit of the Gundam, twitch at the corner of his eye. Well, why do I feel like we're a bit superfluous right now? Xin Yuyao's voice also carried a hint of strangeness. Indeed, our task seems to have become watching fireworks. This is not war. This is clearly a case of industrial civilization overwhelming biological civilization. Meanwhile, in the main world on Earth, inside a top-secret underground meeting room at the Pentagon, the atmosphere was so oppressive it felt like you could wring water out of it. An intelligence analysis director with graying hair pointed at the data on the holographic projection, his voice hoarse. Gentlemen, the situation is very bizarre. In the past 2 months, we have observed that the production orders of the top 5 military-industrial complexes in China have increased by 100%. Their official military spending has been increased by 50% without any warning. That's an astronomical figure. More importantly, all the satellites, high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft, and our top infiltration personnel that we deployed in their northwestern interior have become ineffective. He switched to a dynamic map where countless red arrows representing military units surged toward a certain area in the rabbit's interior, and then vanished into thin air. It was like a black hole, swallowing all our intelligence sources. We didn't know what they were doing, what they were gathering, or who their target was. A 4-star general slammed his hand on the table and roared. What exactly are they trying to do? Is it really like those conspiracy theories on the internet, that they've found aliens and are preparing to build an army to conquer Mars? No one answered. The entire conference room was deathly silent. End of star. The insect swarm, under the terrifying firepower of the Xintian base, couldn't even get within 100 meters of the base before being completely reduced to bits of flesh. Chapter 57, It's Explosive. Treasure Hunt? More than 20 days later, at the Xintian Forward Base Command Center, Lin Chen held a steaming cup of goji berry tea, leaned lazily against the commander's chair, and looked at the huge holographic sand table in front of him. On the sand table, countless red dots represent the firepower launched by the Xintian base, which has been plowing the continent of Klandov for a full 20 days. An operations staff officer was giving a report, his voice tinged with weariness and helplessness. Reporting to Advisor Lin, in the past 20 days, our side has launched a total of 327 Dongfeng 41 modified tactical missiles and more than 1.5 million 155mm long-range guided artillery shells, with a fire coverage area of 3 million square kilometers. The entire surface of the planet looks like it has been remodeled by us with cannonballs. But... The staff officer paused, then pointed to several areas on the sand table where faint signals were flashing. Brain worms, or other chief units, have not yet been discovered. These things are hidden deep underground, and conventional seismic wave detection and life signal scanning are interfered with by the thick rock layers and complex underground networks, so the effect is minimal. Lin Chen took a sip of tea and smacked his lips. In other words, we set off fireworks for a month, but the person in charge didn't even show their face. The firepower from the entire command center never stopped, day and night. Intercontinental ballistic missiles were being launched like they were free, and long-range artillery roared every day, keeping the entire planet's sky in an eerie, dim yellow hue. General Thunder, who was wiping his massive tactical dagger, complained in a muffled voice. These little bugs can burrow even deeper than gophers. If we keep bombing like this, we'll loosen the crust of this planet. Just then, Xinyu Yao's communication request came in, and her holographic image appeared next to Lin Chen, with a brightly lit biological laboratory in the background. She took off her goggles, her almond-shaped eyes revealing a hint of excitement. Lin Chen, I've made a new discovery. Besides insects, this planet also has some very interesting silicon-based life forms. Their cellular structure is very stable and may be applicable to a new generation of armor materials. Furthermore, the reserves of several mineral resources here are astonishing, especially several rare isotopes used in nuclear reactors. Xinyu Yao plunged headlong into her research. To her, this planet, teeming with unknown creatures, was a vast treasure trove. Thank you for your hard work, great scientist Xin. Lin Chen's voice softened a bit. When we get back this time, I'll give you the credit for it. Xinyu Yao winked at him playfully. And what about the reward? The reward. Lin Chen stroked his chin, deliberately drawing out his words. How about I reward you by letting you come and go from my bedroom whenever you want? Screw you! Xinyu Yao's cheeks flushed slightly, and she spat out a mouthful of saliva, but the smile in her eyes deepened. General Thunder's eyes lit up upon hearing this. As long as there's profit, that's fine. Otherwise, just the cost of these shells would keep the logistics guys nagging us to death when we get back. He looked at Lin Chen and rubbed his hands together. Kid, besides these mines, is there anything else we can make a quick buck from? Lin Chen's meticulous mind started working at lightning speed. Other useful resources. He suddenly thought of something, and his eyes narrowed slightly. If we're talking about the most valuable things in this world, it's probably not these mines, nor those insect corpses. He pulled up the footage recorded on the first day of the arrival of the sun. In the pitch-black universe, a ruggedly designed Federation interstellar warship was cut in half by a cluster of orange-red plasma light. General Thunder stared at the crashed warship, his mouth practically watering. Damn it, a starship! Although this thing has no shield and is as fragile as paper, its hyperspace engine is an absolute treasure. As for China's technology, in terms of space travel, it hasn't even touched the edge of the solar system yet, let alone faster-than-light hyperspace travel technology. That's technology from a completely different dimension. General Thunder slapped his thigh in regret. What a pity! Those idiots from the Federation, they got beaten up by the bugs and retreated all the way, leaving us with not a single one. In the command center, everyone wore expressions of regret. That is the key that can truly lead human civilization to the stars and the sea. However, as Lin Chen watched the massive wreckage in the image, trailing long flames and crashing towards the planet's surface, a subtle smile appeared on his lips. He stretched out his finger and gently tapped the disintegrating warship on the holographic screen. Who said they didn't leave a single one behind? The entire command center fell into a deathly silence. All eyes were fixed on the falling steel wreckage, following Lin Chen's finger. General Thunder's eyes, which were like copper bells, were first blank, then widened, and his breathing became heavy. He suddenly slapped his forehead. Holy shit! The wreckage of the crash! Yes. The Federation fleet retreated, but the destroyed warships actually fell onto this planet. They can't get a complete warship, but they can assemble a bunch of complete parts themselves. Quick! General Thunder seemed to have been injected with adrenaline, becoming extremely excited, and his voice was so loud it was deafening. Satellite Reconnaissance Department. Use all the high-resolution satellites to turn this planet's surface upside down, inch by inch. Find all the wrecked warships. Don't miss a single part. The order was immediately relayed. Soon, a huge map marked with the crash sites of various debris was presented to everyone. Looking at the huge red markers on the map, General Thunder's mouth watered even more. One of the staff officers spoke hesitantly. General, the length of these warship wrecks generally exceeds 800 meters, and their weight is astronomical. Our Quimping series of large transport aircraft are probably also unable to carry out effective aerial hoisting. Transporting such a massive object from the surface back to the base is no easy feat. General Thunder waved his hand, his face exuding an undeniable air of dominance. If the Air Force isn't working, then send in the Army. Order! Heavy Engineering Corps, all Gentian series engineering vehicles are deployed. The 1st Heavy Armored Combined Arms Brigade, Qilong Armored Vehicles, and Dragon Rider units will provide full armed escort. Lin Chen, Xingyue Yao. Yes. The two voices rang out in the command center. You two, drive Heavenly Punishment and Heavenly Sword and lead the way for our treasure-hunting convoy. General Thunder's gaze swept over everyone, finally landing on the map marked with wreckage, his smile ferocious and fanatical. Target, Federation starship wreckage. Set off. Get those lumps of iron, screws and casings included, pack them all up and ship them back. Chapter 58 Trying to Steal My Stars in the Sea? The journey of 537 kilometers on a godforsaken place like Klandov could mean stepping on insect droppings or corpses with every step. The dust kicked up by the convoy looked like a moving earthen dragon draped over the scorched yellow desert. Lin Chen, piloting the Sky Sword Gundam, idly adjusted the music playlist in the cockpit. I say, Yue Yao, the scenery in this godforsaken place is just so terribly ugly. They can't even put together a background music track to create any passion. Xingyue Yao, piloting the dark red Heavenly Punishment Gundam, rode alongside him, and chuckled upon hearing this. Something is better than nothing. At least we are listening to human music now, not the chirping of insects. No sooner had she finished speaking than a piercing alarm suddenly blared simultaneously in the cockpits of both Gundams. Warning! High-speed flying units detected approaching. Number, over 3,000. Lin Chen instantly entered battle mode, his eyes sharpening. Hey, a complimentary appetizer delivered right to your door. On the distant horizon, countless black dots rapidly magnified. These were the winged leapers. These Zerg aerial scouts clearly saw this massive convoy of steel vehicles as a delicious buffet. Convoy maintain formation, prepare anti-aircraft fire. General Thunder's roar came through the public communications channel. In the convoy, the rapid-fire cannons and missile launchers on dozens of tracked armored vehicles all raised their muzzles. Yue Yao, I'll handle the left wing and deal with the right wing. Try not to let these small fry interfere with the construction team. Clear. Xingyue Yao's gentle voice carried a hint of calm. Heavenly Sword and Heavenly Punishment are like two awakened war gods, with the light wheel propulsion wings on their backs instantly unfolding, and surging energy flowing. Super Dragoon, let him out for a spin! Lin Chen chuckled. 16 Super Dragon Riders emerged like a swarm of bees, drawing deadly blue trails in the air as they precisely met the oncoming horde of jumpers. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Beams flew everywhere, and explosions followed one after another. The relatively fragile bodies of the jumpers, under the concentrated fire of the dragoons, were like being thrown into a meat grinder, turning into a sky full of green slurry and shattered carapaces. Even if any manage to get close, they will be torn to shreds by the close-in weapons system on the Gundam's head, or by the anti-aircraft fire of other vehicles in the convoy. A small-scale skirmish ended in less than 15 minutes. A few drops of green insect blood stained the golden skeleton of the Heavenly Sword, making it look somewhat eerie in the sunlight. Tisk, so fragile. Lin Chen pursed his lips, seemingly still wanting more. The convoy continued onward, but the atmosphere was more somber than before. Occasionally, a few warrior bugs would emerge from underground and attempt to attack the convoy's flanks, but without exception, they were easily dealt with by the escorting armored assault vehicles and Gundams. Some heavy transport vehicles' tires were punctured by those damned insects with corrosive liquid or sharp limbs, delaying the replacement process. After a bumpy 10-hour journey, as the afterglow of the setting sun dyed the desert a blood red, they finally arrived at their destination. The Federation starship, named Agamemnon, resembled a stranded steel whale, with most of its hull deeply embedded in a massive sand dune. The bow section is relatively intact, but it is covered with gruesome impact marks and charred remains from explosions. Even so, its enormous size and remaining sci-fi feel still inspire awe. Lin Chen piloted the Sky Sword Gundam, slowly approaching the steel behemoth that was diagonally embedded in the sand dunes. Wow, this thing is really big. A closer look reveals the grandeur and dilapidation of this Federation starship. The ship's surface was covered with craters of all sizes, some from the melting marks caused by plasma cannon fire, and others from the tearing caused by the impact. Even so, the remaining hull still exudes a cold, technological beauty. Yue Yao, have you found anything over there? Lin Chen asked through the internal channel. Xin Yue Yao, piloting the Heavenly Punishment Gundam, was cautiously circling the other side of the starship to conduct reconnaissance. The stern of the ship was severely damaged, and the engine section was almost completely exposed, but it looks like there was no secondary explosion. Her voice carried a hint of excitement. The main structure is better preserved than expected. That would be wonderful. Lin Chen grinned. Lei Laohu, tell the construction team to get ready, we're about to start unpacking the packages. General Thunder's voice came through the public channel, as always, with its rugged tone. Received. All units, please remain on alert. Engineering Team 1 and Team 2, carrying cutting and dismantling equipment, prepare to enter the wreckage area. Just then, the Gundam's sensors suddenly emitted a slight warning. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. A large number of small biological signals have been detected, which are gathering towards the starship wreckage. On the screen, red dots representing Zerg units surge toward the Agamemnon from all directions like a tidal wave. Strangely, these insects did not show any aggression. Instead, they seemed to be busy with something. Why are these insects circling around this lump of iron like they're attending a funeral? Why don't they come up and kowtow to it? Lin Chen stroked his chin, somewhat puzzled. Xin Yueyao's voice came through. They seem to be carrying some wreckage fragments and the bodies of human soldiers. Moving a corpse? Lin Chen's heart stirred. Holy crap, could there be a brain worm directing things nearby? He suddenly remembered a scene from a movie. Those disgusting brain worms can obtain intelligence by sucking the brain marrow of humans. Wang, the analyst, spoke at just the right moment from the command center, connecting to their squad's channel via encrypted communication. Comrade Lin Chen, your guess is very likely correct. According to publicly available information in the Starship Troopers universe, the Iraq insectoid race has a highly centralized social structure and a command unit called the Brain Worm, which can control other insectoid races through pheromones or mental links. They have a special craving for the brains of intelligent beings. General Thunder roared. Damn it, these bugs are trying to steal our food? Artillery units, blast those swarming bugs apart. However, Analyst Wang offered a different suggestion. General Lei, please wait a moment. If there really is a brain worm nearby, it is probably focused on gathering information from inside the starship, or waiting for more food. This is an opportunity. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Old Wang, you mean? To catch the thief, first catch the king. Wang, the analyst, said calmly. I have mobilized the Keichao satellite to conduct focus scanning of the area in search of high-value biological signals. A few seconds later, Wang the analyst's voice rang out again, tinged with excitement. Found it! Command, the Keichao satellite has detected a strong bioenergy signal at a distance of 10.3 kilometers northeast of the wreckage. The signal source is located about 120 meters below the surface and is moving towards the starship wreckage at a slow but steady speed. Based on the energy fluctuations and movement patterns, there is a 95% probability that it is a brain worm of the arachnid race. 120 meters deep? Chapter 59. Hey! Bring me the big stuff. Lin Chen smacked his lips. That kid's got a knack for getting into trouble. Lei Laohu, do you have any bunker buster bombs? Give it a good one. Send it straight to the Western Paradise, no, to hell. Upon hearing this, General Thunder did not get angry but laughed instead. Hey, you're thinking the same thing as me. We've already prepared for these burrowing rats. He yelled into the communicator. Earth Dragon number 1, target data sent, blast it out. Inside the Jintian base, a special bunker buster bomb, entirely black with a sharp head and stabilizing fins at the tail, was quickly loaded into a specially designed launch silo. With a command given, the launch silo cover slid open, and the tactical bunker buster nuclear missile, named Earth Dragon 1, trailing a long plume of flame, roared and pierced the dim sky of Klandiv, heading towards its designated coordinates. A dozen seconds later, a muffled, deafening roar came from the distant horizon. Immediately afterwards, the earth trembled violently, centered on the starship wreckage, as if an ancient behemoth had turned over deep underground. Even the two Gundams, Heavenly Sword and Heavenly Punishment, each weighing 80 tons, felt a noticeable tremor in the ground beneath their feet. A shockwave, visible to the naked eye and mixed with thick dust, swept in from 10 kilometers away. Then, a small mushroom cloud, not too big but still menacing, slowly rose into the air. While it may not be as spectacular as a nuclear explosion when a portal is opened, it is still breathtaking enough. Cough, cough. This commotion was quite loud. Lin Chen controlled Heavenly Punishment to stabilize his body, looking at the rising column of smoke in the distance. The analyst's voice came through again, carrying a hint of relief after confirmation. Biosignals have disappeared. Target cleared. Well done! General Thunder laughed loudly. Let those little bugs taste our earthquake reversal. With the cerebrate destroyed, the warrior worms and engineer worms that had been busy near the starship wreckage were instantly thrown into chaos. They scurried around like headless flies, without any unified command. All right, obstacles cleared. Lin Chen flexed the mechanical fingers of Heavenly Punishment. Lei Laohu, now you can unpack the package. Construction team, move out! General Thunder gave the order. Dozens of multi-purpose engineering vehicles, under the cover of armored assault vehicles, roared toward the wreckage of the Agamemnon. The engineers, dressed in heavy protective suits and wielding various specialized cutting and disassembly tools, began to dissect the massive starship. The laser cutter emitted a blinding white light, slicing clean cuts into the ship's armor. The hydraulic shears emitted a dull thud as they cut through the twisted metal structure. Heavy-duty cranes lifted huge pieces of ship hull debris and loaded them onto transport vehicles. Lin Chen and Xing Weiyao piloted the Gundam, providing vigilance from the sidelines. Occasionally, they would extend their giant mechanical hands to help move particularly heavy or oddly positioned parts. Weiyao, do you think there might be any valuable treasures completely damaged on this ship? As Lin Chen manipulated Heavenly Punishment to place a broken section of the cannon barrel onto the transport vehicle, he asked. For example, a starship's faster-than-light engine? Or some kind of high-powered naval cannon? Xing Yuyao's peach blossom eyes sparkled with anticipation. These are the technologies we urgently need right now. Especially the faster-than-light engine, if we can successfully analyze it, will be of immeasurable value to our exploration of all worlds. The dismantling work is proceeding in an orderly manner. Although the Federation's starships appeared vulnerable to the Zerg, their technological content was undoubtedly a huge treasure trove for Earth's current civilization. Soon, good news came one after another. Report! A suspected engine core unit has been found. The structure is relatively well preserved. Report! We've located a weapons control room. The internal equipment isn't severely damaged. Report! Storage core of the main control computer has been located on the bridge. Safe disassembly is underway. General Thunder's face lit up with joy, and even the scar on his brow seemed to gleam. Good! 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 You all better watch out, these are all precious gems. Lin Chen looked at the various precision instruments and huge components that were being carefully transported down, and his heart was also burning with excitement. The system's mission is genocide, but it didn't say I can't steal things along the way. It seems that this planet Klandiv has quite a few local specialties besides insects. He chuckled. If this batch of foreign garbage is shipped back, the Americans will probably be shocked. The afterglow of the setting sun bathed the busy dismantling site, gilding the steel wreckage and human figures with a golden hue. 45 days later. Jintian Forward Base, the highest command center. Analyst Wang adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and pulled up a new battle report. Reporting to Elder Long, General Lei, and Advisor Lin. Wang, the analyst, pulled up a new report. With the coordinated efforts of the Magpie Bridge series of reconnaissance satellites and the Sky Sword and Sky Punishment Gundams, we have successfully recovered and preliminarily dismantled the wreckage of 3 Federation main battleships. These are the light capital ship Agamemnon, the destroyer Athena, and a Roger-class transport assault ship whose hull number has not been disclosed. Its core engine components, weapon systems, navigation computers, and some special alloy materials have all been packed and transported to the Jintian base for storage, and are being transported back to Earth in batches. Several photos appeared on the screen. The massive convoy, escorted by Sky Sword and Heavenly Punishment, hauled the tattered but still recognizable parts of the starship across the scorched earth of Klandiv. Each piece of wreckage represents a massive amount of technology points. Well done! Elder Long's gentle voice came through the remote communication, carrying a hint of approval. These foreign garbage are priceless treasures to us. The think tank has established a special research group. Once we digest and absorb these technologies, China's technological level will once again take a huge leap forward. Lin Chen chuckled. Old Long, this is all thanks to the effective leadership of the country and the comrades' courageous fight against the enemy. I'm just a tool for piloting Gundams, and I also pick up trash on the side. He then changed the subject. By the way, how's the progress bar for our genocide mission? Analyst Wang retrieved the data from the computer. Chapter 60, Bloom, Omega Flower. Mission 1, Genocide. Progress 1, total number of Iraqi Zerg units killed, 99, 765, for 32/100, 000,000. Progress 2, decapitated 1/2 Zerg leader-level units. 100 million insects, just one step away from the finish line. General Thunder stroked his chin, a bloodthirsty glint in his eyes. In the area covered by missiles these past few days, there have been noticeably fewer insects. It seems the missiles hit near their lair. Lin Chen looked at the number and clicked his tongue. More than 99 million, this number is giving me trypophobia. But where can we find the second boss? The first brainworm was killed by the Earth Dragon 1 burrowing nuclear bomb. But that thing isn't something you can just find anywhere like cabbage. Wang, the analyst, said calmly. We already have some leads regarding the second top-level unit. During a new round of exploration for rare mineral resources on Klandiv, a geological exploration team discovered an unusually large bioenergy reaction in the region at coordinates XXX, YYY. Based on preliminary assessments, its size is likely comparable to that of a small mountain. Lin Chen's lollipop almost fell. That big of a hill? What is that thing? Is it Godzilla from the Zerg? General Thunder's eyes widened instantly. Damn! This is what a boss should be like. Where is it? I'll take some men and smash it right now. Analyst Wang continued. Based on the energy fluctuation analysis, this unit is very likely a more advanced, or rather, more ancient Zerg leader. The area where it exists has a special geological structure, and it seems to be an important nest or hatchery for the Zerg. Given its enormous size and unknown defensive capabilities, conventional tactical nuclear weapons may have limited effectiveness. Elder Long's voice rang out at the opportune moment, carrying an unquestionable determination. Then let's use the unconventional method. Didn't the arsenal just send over a big guy? Order Jurong 1, prepare. Jurong Number 1. The latest development by China is a super-large hydrogen bomb with a yield of hundreds of millions of tons, which they dare not disclose to the public. Its design goal is to deal with strategic targets of this level, or, when necessary, to loosen the soil on some unruly planets. The scene changes. On the boundless black wasteland, a huge lump of flesh, resembling a black mountain, was slowly writhing. Its surface is covered with countless disgusting holes and wrinkles, and it emits a nauseating stench. Countless small Zerg units crawled in and out of its body like ants, carrying all sorts of nutrients. This is the Zerg boss, which is as big as a small mountain. A barely perceptible streak of light flashed across the sky. The next second, a ray of light, 100 times brighter than the sun, suddenly exploded in the heart of the wasteland. There was no sound. Or rather, the sound had been swallowed up by that extreme light and heat. The terrifying shockwaves swept across everything within a radius of hundreds of kilometers with overwhelming force. The earth undulated and tore apart like waves. That mountain of flesh, along with the millions of Zerg units surrounding it, vanished instantly, leaving not a trace of ash. A long time. As the aftershocks of the destruction gradually subsided, only a bottomless, massive crater with glassy edges remained. Inside the Jintian Base Command Center, you could hear a pin drop. Everyone was so shocked by the devastating scene that they were speechless. Lin Chen silently swallowed. Good heavens, if this thing were launched onto Earth! He dared not think any further. General Thunder also had a solemn expression, but deep in his eyes burned an even more intense flame. This is truly a national treasure! Analyst Wang adjusted his glasses, and for the first time, a noticeable fluctuation appeared in his gaze behind the lenses. Target has been confirmed and completely eliminated. Mission 1, second leader level unit, kill completed. Almost the instant he finished speaking. Bite! A crisp and pleasant notification sound rang in Lin Chen's mind. Immediately afterwards, the familiar, slightly idiotic system interface slowly unfolded before him. Congratulations, host! The main quest, genocide, has been completed. Do you want to claim the mission reward now? It's done! Lin Chen suddenly jumped up from the chair and swung his fist hard. Nice! General Thunder and Analyst Wang also showed relieved smiles. It wasn't easy. The entire national machinery was set in motion at high speed for this moment. Countless researchers, engineers, logistics personnel, and frontline soldiers have made unimaginable efforts and sacrifices. Old Master Long's voice carried a gratified smile. Okay. Xiao Lin Chen, thank you for your hard work. Lin Chen scratched his head and chuckled. Elder Long, this is all I should do. Oh right, the system notified us that we can start the lottery now. Shall we do it now? He was somewhat impatient. Every lottery draw is a surprise. Elder Long pondered for a moment. No rush. Now that the mission to Klandov has been completed, you should take a break. Alright, you guys go back to the G7 base on Earth first. We'll discuss the reward when we get back, and everyone can witness it together. It will also allow those old guys in the think tank to do their homework in advance. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. This is good. Sharing happiness is worse than enjoying it alone. Moreover, if the lottery is drawn in front of everyone, and something amazing happens, the scene would be exciting just to think about. He could almost picture the white-haired scientists in the think tank, so excited by some groundbreaking technology that they danced with joy, some even fainting on the spot. General Thunder also burst into laughter. That's right. That's exactly how it should be. Let those bookworms who spend all their time in the lab open their eyes and see how we bring treasures to the country. The smoke of battle on Klandov is about to dissipate. On Earth, a new technological feast awaits its commencement. Lin Chen looked at the Draw Rewards button on the system interface, which was flashing with an enticing light, and a smile of anticipation appeared on his lips. System, I hope you can pull some strings this time and stop with all that fancy stuff. Ideally, they could just give us blueprints for a starship or something. That would be perfect. Chapter 61: The Self-Cultivation of a Salted Fish. At G7 base, in a luxurious lounge exclusively for Lin Chen, the self-cultivation of a lazy bum is currently unfolding. Lin Chen sprawled out on the sofa, which was supposedly designed with ergonomics to the extreme, as comfortable as a melting cat. On the left, Xin Yueyao, dressed in a well-tailored casual outfit, was holding a tablet computer, browsing some information, and occasionally nudged someone who was snoring softly with her elbow. On the right, Wang Yuyan, dressed in an elegant classical long dress, exudes an ethereal aura as she meticulously peels fruit. Her tranquil presence is itself a form of healing. Life is like this. Lin Chen mumbled indistinctly, his eyes half closed. It's about enjoying this moment of peace before the next storm comes, preferably with beautiful women by your side and plenty of snacks. Xinyue let out a soft giggle, her voice gentle and alluring. Is this national hero getting a little too attached to home? Wang Yuyan gently held a slice of apple to his lips. Lin Lang has been working hard for days and deserves a good rest. This corrupt lifestyle made Lin Chen realize that handing over to the system was indeed the wisest decision he had ever made. An hour later, Elder Long's communication shattered this tranquility. The atmosphere at the G7 base's main command center was slightly more relaxed than during the war, but all the core members were present. Elder Long, General Lei Ting, Analyst Wang, and several other bigwigs with general ranks all focused their attention on Lin Chen. Lin Chen stood in front of the familiar holographic projection interface, while Xingyue Yao and Wang Yuyan stood a step behind him, their expressions filled with anticipation and curiosity. Kobayashi, are you ready? Old Master Long's voice carried its usual gentleness. Let's see what surprises the Starship Troopers world has in store for our rabbit this time. System, reveal the results. Let me see what surprise you've prepared this time. Congratulations, host, on completing the main storyline quest, Genocide, in the Starship Troopers world. Task rewards are being calculated. Please select 2 from the following 5 options as your final reward. With a flash of light, 5 glittering golden options, like 5 concubines waiting to be chosen, slowly appeared. Lin Chen's gaze immediately fell on option 1. Reward 1, 1000 Q-bombs, Planetary Destroyer class. Includes a simplified launch instruction manual, teaching provided, but not guaranteed to be mastered. Puff! Lin Chen almost spat blood onto the screen. 1,000? He felt his tongue was a little tied up. Planetary destruction level? System, do you have some misunderstanding about the word wholesale? Or do you think I look like a cosmic demolition crew captain? One of these things could blow up a planet the size of Klandiv. They'd give us 1,000 of them. They're afraid he won't be able to turn the Milky Way upside down. General Thunder's eyes widened, and he subconsciously leaned forward, his Adam's apple bobbing. 1,000. Goodness, if we throw them all out. Old Master Long's eyes twitched slightly. He picked up his teacup, took a sip, and remained expressionless. Xingyue covered her mouth and chuckled softly, her eyes filled with sympathy as she looked at Lin Chen. Lin Chen reluctantly looked away and turned to the second option. Bonus 2, complete genome sequence map and in-depth analysis technology package of the Iraqi insectoid race, including some applicable modification schemes. This looks much more normal. Lin Chen nodded. At least this wasn't going to be a game of blowing up the Earth right off the bat. Wang's eyes lit up slightly behind his glasses, clearly showing great interest in this option. Then came the third one. Reward 3, 1 random starship from the Galaxy Squad series, adapted and enhanced to match its existing faster-than-light engine technology. Specific model and attributes unknown. Surprise awaits inside. Oh? Lin Chen's eyes lit up. A starship! And an enhanced version at that! This is great, this is practical! Although the words, random, and unknown, made him a little apprehensive, the allure of the starship was too great. Xinyuyao's peach blossom eyes instantly lit up with excitement. As the pilot of the Heavenly Sword, Gundam, her interest in this behemoth far exceeded that of ordinary people. The fourth option features a sudden change in art style. Reward 4, Arachnid Queen, humanoid, 100% loyal to her host, specific abilities and growth potential unknown. On the screen, a blurry female silhouette was thoughtfully provided. Although the face was not visible, the curves, tsk. Lin Chen's expression instantly turned strange. A humanoid empress? He touched his chin, his gaze lingering on the silhouette for a full 3 seconds. 100% loyalty? Unknown abilities? Is this system getting better at understanding people's hearts, or does it simply think I don't have enough beautiful women around me and want to make up a mahjong table for me? Xingyue glanced at him with a half-smile, her red lips slightly upturned. Wang Yuyan turned her head slightly to the side, her ears turning a little red. General Thunder grinned. Humanid insects? Can you even fight these things? The last option is even more significant. Reward 5, 500 plasma bugs, long-range railgun units. Includes a basic feeding guide, friendly reminder, these bugs have a large appetite, you'll need to experiment to find the right feeding method. This system is not responsible for after-sales service. Lin Chen stared at the icons of the 50 plasma worms, his lips twitching. 500, and they're figuring out a feeding plan on their own? Is this thing like raising pigs? What do they eat? Do they gnaw on the fuel rods of the planetary engines? And what they excrete are plasma cannonballs. He could almost picture the miserable scene of G7 base being chased and begged for food by 500 hungry plasma worms. System, come out here! I promise I won't kill you! Is this a reward or a death sentence? An eerie silence fell over the entire command center. Old Master Long put down his teacup and coughed softly, breaking the silence. Lin Chen, these 5 options are indeed very significant. He looked at Analyst Wang. What are the think tank's initial thoughts on these options? Analyst Wang adjusted his glasses and calmly began to speak. Elder Long, option 1, the Q-bomb, is far too powerful and comes in a huge quantity. If it gets out of control, the consequences will be unimaginable. Given our current strategic needs, we don't need to use it for the time being. The risks far outweigh the benefits, so I suggest we exclude it. Although General Thunder coveted the power of those thousands of Q-balls, he also understood the implications and gave a muffled, in agreement. Option 5, the 500 plasma bugs, Analyst Wang continued, is undoubtedly a powerful long-range firepower unit with strategic value. However, the lack of a known rearing plan is a fatal flaw. Unless we simultaneously choose option 2, the Zerg genetic technology, to conduct in-depth research on their biological characteristics, these 500 plasma worms could become a huge logistical burden, or even bring disaster. Lin Chen nodded in deep agreement. That's right, we can't afford to raise them. What if they treat the base like a buffet and devour it? We'll have nowhere to cry then. Chapter 62. The system has dug another hole. Wang, the analyst, continued. Option 2, the Zerg genetic technology, is extremely valuable. It allows us to fundamentally understand the arachnids, and has immeasurable potential for both developing targeted weapons and extracting beneficial genes for our own use. This is a technology reserve with a focus on the future. He paused, then looked at options 3 and 4. Option 3, the random starship, hinges on overall enhancement and adaptability. This means it could very well directly compensate for our shortcomings in interstellar travel capabilities and possess a certain degree of immediate combat capability. The uncertainty lies in the random model, but even the worst starships in the Starship Troopers universe possess interstellar travel capabilities. Xing Weiyao added. Yes, if we could acquire a main warship, even a light one, it would greatly help us analyze the Federation's starship technology. Finally, there was option 4, which caused Lin Chen the most dilemma. Analyst Wang pushed up his glasses and said in an inquisitive tone. Option 4, the humanoid Zerg Queen, has 100% loyalty as its core advantage, while unknown abilities and unknown growth potential are full of variables. She might be a powerful asset, or she might just be a decorative object that requires resources. However, considering her queen-level status, her potential value should not be underestimated. She may possess core secrets of the Zerg or have special abilities. Elder Long looked at Lin Chen with a deep gaze. Little Lin Chen, you've decided on 2 out of 5 choices. Have you thought it through? Lin Chen stroked his chin, scanning back and forth between the 5 options. The bouncy texture is too powerful. I can't handle it, so I'll pass on that for now. Plasma worms are too expensive to raise unless combined with genetic technology, but genetic technology is slow to take effect, so that's also a no-go. Now all that's left is gene technology, random starships, and humanoid queens. These are all good stuff. He looked at General Lei Ting. Lei Laohu, what do you think? General Thunder said in a gruff voice. I think that ship is pretty good. We can go straight to battle. As for that Empress, what use is a humanoid insect? We'd be better off with a few more cannons. Lin Chen then looked at Xing Weiyao and Wang Yiyan. Xing Weiyao said softly, I prefer starships, as they can improve our operational capabilities and technological level the fastest. As for the other one, gene technology and the Empress, they each have their own advantages. Wang Yiyan said softly. In the long run, gene technology will be of immense benefit. As for the Empress, there are too many unknowns, so it's hard to make a judgment. Lin Chen scratched his head, a relaxed smile appearing on his face. Elder Long, everyone, I've made up my mind. All eyes turned to him. This bouncy texture is too volatile. If I accidentally perform a planetary brain surgery on Mother Earth one day, I'll be a sinner for all time. I absolutely cannot choose this one, it's too scary. Those 50 old men of plasma worms are easy to invite but hard to send away. What if they all go on strike and demand extra food? Where am I going to get so many energy blocks for them? Just thinking about it gives me a headache. Oh well. He counted on his fingers and continued. Zerg genetic technology is good, it allows us to know ourselves and our enemy, and we can even develop some advanced technology. But when will we ever see any results from this research? It's a long shot and can't solve our immediate problem. He changed the subject, a sly look appearing on his face. Therefore I choose. He held up 2 fingers and pointed to the 2 options on the screen. Option 3, 1 random starship. And there's also option 4, the humanoid Zerg Queen. Upon hearing this, everyone in the command center, except for Elder Long who remained calm, displayed varying expressions. General Thunder had no problem with the starship, but he remained skeptical of the Empress. Wang, the analyst, glanced behind his glasses, seemingly quickly assessing the pros and cons of the combination. Xin Yueyao and Wang Yiyan looked at Lin Chen with some surprise, especially at his choice of the human queen. Lin Chen laughed and explained. The importance of the starship goes without saying. Overall enhancement and surprise upon opening the box, we have to get this. If we manage to open a Federation flagship model, we'll be set for life. As for this Empress. He stroked his chin, a hint of anticipation flashing in his eyes. 100% loyalty, abilities unknown, growth potential unknown. Everyone, isn't this just a top-tier SSR blind box card? What if she can control other insects? What if she knows all the secrets of the insectoid race? What if she herself is a super fighter or a super support? Even if we take a step back and assume she doesn't know anything, just the words humanoid and Empress are enough to make her look incredibly prestigious. His last sentence made both Xin Yueyao and Wang Yiyan roll their eyes at him. A hint of a smile flashed in Elder Long's eyes, and he nodded. Since you've made your decision, then go with your choice. Hopefully this blind box will bring us a real surprise. Lin Chen chuckled and shouted at the system interface. System! Confirm your selection. Option 3 and Option 4. Byte! A crisp system notification sounded in my mind. Selection confirmed. Reward 4. The Iraqi Zerg Queen, highly humanoid, 100% loyal, has been deployed to the host's private rest area at Base G7. Friendly reminder. This unit is currently in a dormant state but possesses the ability to move independently. Please check on her as soon as possible to avoid unnecessary fright or damage. Lin Chen. A private lounge? Now? He's still in the command center. What if the Empress wakes up and eats all the figurines in his room like snacks? Or did he sit on and break his treasured limited edition game discs? That's a serious emotional distress. Before he could recover from the shock of, the Empress has been delivered, the system's voice sounded again. Reward 3. Countdown begins for the Random Starship Squadron Series Interstellar Battleship Deployment. Time remaining, 59 minutes and 58 seconds. Please select a safe, open, flat, and legally owned deployment location as soon as possible. Special note, this system is only responsible for the one-time deployment of warships and does not provide subsequent services such as vehicle relocation, towing, or valet parking. The host shall be solely responsible for all fines, impoundments, international disputes, interstellar wars, or property complaints arising from illegal deployment, illegal parking, obstruction of fire lanes, or impact on the city's appearance. Lin Chen's face instantly turned green. Damn it! They're doing this again! This system is probably afraid that he'll have too much of a comfortable life, isn't it? Find a place to put the starship within an hour? Also, clear property rights are required? Where is he going to find a starship berth with clearly defined property rights? Are we going to dig a giant pit outside the G7 base? Inside the command center, everyone was bewildered by the continuous stream of system notifications. Chapter 63: The Giant Ship Arrives. General Thunder's eyes widened. Starship, to be released in an hour? Xin Yuyao's peach blossom eyes were also filled with surprise and worry. Where will we put something this big? Wang Yuyan asked softly. Lin Lang, isn't this a bit too hasty? Old Master Long put down his teacup, his brows furrowed slightly, clearly also pondering this sudden problem. Lin Chen wiped his face, feeling a headache coming on. This system is definitely doing this on purpose. He glanced at the bright red countdown timer, 58 minutes and a little over. Time waits for no one. Elder Long, Thunder Tiger, Lin Chen said urgently. This starship must be quite large. Our underground base probably can't fit in there. And even if it could, how would it get out? We can't just let it play bumper boats underground, can we? That would be too ridiculous, General Thunder said. That definitely won't do. That would cause such a huge commotion. Lin Chen gritted his teeth. The only way is to find a place on the ground and release it. Then, immediately raise the martial law level of the base to the highest level and seal off the surrounding area. After a moment's thought, Elder Long decisively said, Yes. Thunder, coordinate immediately to select a suitable flat area outside the base, clear out all personnel, and establish the highest level of security. Yes. General Lei Ting stood at attention, saluted, and then turned to make the arrangements. The analyst adjusted his glasses and calmly added, We need to estimate the approximate size of the starship in order to plan a safe zone, and at the same time prepare the corresponding camouflage and protective measures. Lin Chen slapped his forehead. Right. What if a giant several kilometers long randomly appears? Our little hill won't be enough for it to roam around. He looked at the system interface, trying to find clues about the starship model, but only found unknown, and surprise awaits upon opening the box. System, can't you give me some hints? Like length, width, height, or something? Even the dimensions would be fine. The system remained unresponsive, its aloofness unchanged. Lin Chen was so anxious that he kept stamping his feet. This is truly a surprise that turned into a shock. Xin Yueyao walked to his side and said softly, Don't worry, there's always a way. We can choose the largest possible area first. Wang Yuyan also gently comforted him. Lin Lang, good people are always blessed. Looking at his two female confidants, Lin Chen's anxiety subsided slightly. The problem now is that there's an extra surprise in my room. The thought of that, human queen, made his head ache even more. Should we deal with the time bomb first or handle this timed airdrop first? This is practically a cosmic-level decision-making paralysis. Looking at Lin Chen's conflicted expression, Elder Long's lips curled up slightly. Xiaochen, it seems you have quite a few happy troubles. He paused, his tone becoming serious. The deployment of the starship is of great importance, and must be given priority. As for the person in your room, it's not too late to get to know them slowly after things on the starship are settled. Old Master Long emphasized the word, understand, with a knowing smile in his eyes. Lin Chen blushed. Elder Long, I did it for scientific research. I understand. Old Master Long waved his hand, his smile deepening. Time ticked by, and the countdown had jumped to less than 50 minutes. Initial feedback has come from General Thunder. There is a relatively open Gobi Desert about 15 kilometers northwest of the base that can serve as a temporary drop point. Engineering troops have been dispatched urgently, carrying various equipment to level the site and evacuate any potentially unrelated personnel, although such remote areas are unlikely to have such personnel. Lin Chen looked at the area marked on the holographic sand table and nodded. Let's go there. He took a deep breath and, using his mind, issued a command to the system interface. System, Starship deployment location confirmed as 15 kilometers northwest of G7 base, coordinates XXX, YYY area. The drop-off location has been confirmed. Please ensure that all hosts and related personnel evacuate to a safe distance before the countdown for deployment ends. Friendly reminder, opening the box carries risks. Proceed with caution if you are surprised. This system does not accept returns or exchanges for issues such as incorrect model, disliked color, or unsatisfactory functionality. The final interpretation rights belong to the dimensional gate system. Lin Chen's lips twitched. This system really knows how to use the disclaimer clauses perfectly. He now only hopes that this surprise won't actually turn into a fright. Ideally, we'd like a top-tier battlecruiser from the Federation, equipped with a full suite of weapon systems. The Gobi Desert, 15 kilometers northwest of G7 base, is under heavy guard at this moment. Time ticked by, and the countdown numbers on the holographic projection pulsed like a death knell. 3 minutes left! General Thunder clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead, even more tense than when facing the swarm of insects. Lin Chen put his hands in his pockets, took a deep breath, and stared intently at the center of the open space. I'm saying if this thing were to fall, it would make quite a commotion, wouldn't it? Xingyue rolled her eyes at him, but her peach blossom eyes couldn't hide her nervousness. Don't jinx it. Wang Yuyan gently tugged at Lin Chen's sleeve and whispered. Lin Lang, everything will be alright. The countdown has reached 0. Bite! A soft click, as if a switch had been pressed. The expected earth-shattering roar did not occur. A spatial ripple flashed across the vast cleared ground. Immediately afterwards, a colossal vessel appeared abruptly and quietly before everyone's eyes. It was as if it had always been moored there. A huge shadow instantly enveloped a large part of the temporary base. This is an interstellar warship with a deep metallic gray body, its hull long and menacing, full of cold, violent aesthetics. Its numerous intricate structures, complex turrets, and massive engine nozzles all demonstrate its formidable military power. The length is estimated to be at least 1,500 meters. My goodness! General Thunder's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, and his jaw almost dropped to the ground. Lin Chen stared at the familiar outline of the ship's hull, and the corner of his mouth twitched violently. Holy crap! Isn't this the same ship from the Starship Invasion CG movie where the Federation ship was invaded and controlled by the bugs? The system was right, there really was a surprise inside the box. The warship hovered silently a few meters above the ground. A soft blue light shone from a hatch below the hull, and then a wide alloy gangway slowly extended to the ground. A silent invitation. Let's go up and take a look! General Thunder was the first to react. With a wave of his hand, he rushed forward, his excitement surpassing even that of a wedding night. Lin Chen exchanged a glance with Xingyue Yao and Wang Yuyan, and then followed. Long Lao and Analyst Wang, watching all this intently from the command center via a remote drone camera, were also holding their breath. Stepping onto the gangway, the metallic texture felt cold and solid. The hatch slid open automatically as they approached, revealing a spacious and bright passageway inside. Soft lighting, spotless alloy floor, and a faint, distinctive smell in the air, similar to that of a new car interior. Welcome aboard, Commander! A calm, pleasant female voice, slightly synthesized, rang out in the corridor. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw a virtual blue sphere of light flickering slightly on the wall of the passage. I am Nuwa, the ship's onboard intelligent core. It is my pleasure to serve you. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Nuwa? The system even provided her with a native AI? It seems that this overall adaptive enhancement has been quite thorough. Chapter 64 Good news. We can lay our cards on the table now. Bad news. Rabbit, I can't replicate it. Nuwa, show us around this ship. Lin Chen said without any politeness. Yes, Commander. A virtual orb led the way, and the group followed it to begin exploring this colossal vessel. The spacious hangar houses more than a dozen vehicles and is equipped with various automated maintenance arms and parking bays. The massive arsenal, rows of missile launchers, and menacing energy turret bases made General Thunder's mouth water. Living quarters, medical facilities, research laboratories, all kinds of cabins are fully functional and designed with a futuristic feel. Xinyu Yao's eyes grew brighter and brighter. She would stop from time to time to carefully observe certain devices, muttering various technical terms to herself. Although Wang Yuyan didn't quite understand it, she was still amazed by this creation that was ahead of its time. Finally, they arrived at the heart of the warship, The bridge command room. A massive holographic star map occupied the center of the command room, with countless data streams flashing on it. The commander's seat looks very comfortable and has many functions. Niwa, bring up the detailed data of this ship and take a look. Lin Chen walked to the head seat and sat down without any hesitation. The chair automatically adjusted to his body's shape, providing a very comfortable fit. He leaned back, casually resting his hands on the armrests, his posture calm and relaxed. Yes, Commander. As Niwa's voice faded, the main screen in front of the command center was instantly filled with massive amounts of data and three-dimensional structural diagrams. Dragon Kingdom Battleship Enhanced Version, Deep Space Expedition Type. Ship Type, Warp Drive Heavy Battleship. Dimensions, 1500 m in length times 320 m in width times 220 m in height, including turret. Main weapon, 6-phase particle cannons, single shot yields 15 megatons of TNT. Secondary weapon, 48 times pulse laser array, light speed interception, range 100,000 kilometers. Strategic weapons, 8 antimatter missiles, 1 kilogram warhead, equivalent to 43 megatons of TNT, capable of annihilating a city with a diameter of 15 kilometers. Shield, 3 layers gravity deflection, energy absorption, hive node. Main energy source, 0-point antimatter annihilation core times 1. Fuel, liquid reverse hydrogen, current reserves 200 kilograms, routine mission consumption 0.1 kilograms per month. Backup power source, helium-3 fusion reactor times 4. Fuel, helium-3 compressed spheres, reserves 800 tons. Faster than light jump, 100 light-years/time. Each jump consumes 1K of hydrogen fuel. Tachyon radar, faster than light scanning, real-time imaging with a radius of 5 light-years. Quantum communication array, real-time command across the Milky Way. Overall rating, peak of Type 2, some equipment reaches near Type 3 level. Looking at the rows of dazzling parameters, each word exuding, "I'm awesome," the entire bridge command room fell into a deathly silence. General Thunder's mouth gaped open for a long time, and he almost crushed the communicator in his hand. This firepower, how can we even blast a planet like this? It could flip a table. Xinyu peach blossom eyes sparkled with excitement, and her breathing became somewhat rapid. Antimatter core! Warp drive! Phase particle cannon! This is straight out of a science fiction movie! Even Elder Long and Analyst Wang, who were watching remotely, were utterly shocked. Old Master Long's hand, holding the teacup, trembled slightly. Wang, the analyst, kept pushing up his glasses, his gaze behind the lenses seeming to devour every piece of data on the screen. Lin Chen smacked his lips, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. Great! This surprise is really something! Products from the system are indeed extraordinary. After a while, Analyst Wang's slightly hoarse voice finally came through the communicator. Elder Long, Comrade Lin Chen, the technological level of this warship has far exceeded the scope of our current understanding and replication. His tone carried a hint of bitterness, but more so an indescribable excitement. Its energy system, weapon system, propulsion system, defense system, any one of them alone is enough for us to study for hundreds or even thousands of years. Given our current industrial base and technological level, it is basically impossible to fully understand and replicate it. Old Master Long's voice remained calm and steady. Eat your food one bite at a time, and walk your path one step at a time. This warship itself is our most valuable laboratory and learning object. The think tank immediately established a top-priority special research group to go all out to understand and absorb these technologies as soon as possible. Wang, the analyst, added. Yes, Elder Long. Although the overall replication is extremely difficult, we can start with specific parts. For example, the small vehicles carried inside the warship, such as high-speed interceptor boats, heavy armored landing craft, and the 4 shuttles, are relatively low in technical difficulty and are targets that we can try to analyze and imitate in the short term. Lin Chen nodded. This approach was sound. That's right, let's start with what we can understand. He stood up from the commander's chair and stretched. This super battleship is practically a mobile war fortress, further solidifying our confidence in exploring countless worlds in the future. But Lin Chen touched his chin, remembering something. Speaking of which, this big guy did receive a surprise. It seems there's a little surprise waiting for me in my room. Just thinking about that humanoid insect queen made Lin Chen feel that the excitement of today, one wave after another, was really a bit overwhelming. Lin Chen looked at the impressive data panel on the screen and felt incredibly pleased with himself. Great, great! This surprise is really something! This super battleship is practically a mobile war fortress, further solidifying our confidence in exploring countless worlds in the future. He cleared his throat, breaking the eerie silence in the bridge caused by the overwhelming shock. Elder Long, Tiger Lei, and all the leaders. Lin Chen touched his nose, his face showing just the right amount of embarrassment. I'll leave the research on this warship to you all for now. It seems there's a little surprise waiting for me in my room. He emphasized the pronunciation of the words. Little surprise, which was quite meaningful. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere on the bridge instantly shifted from boundless reverie about future technology to a strange, sarcastic tone. Xinyao's peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly, a half-smile playing on her lips, her soft voice tinged with a hint of sourness. Yes, Hero Lin, it's truly been one surprise after another. I just wonder if we old friends should avoid this surprise? Beside her, Wang Yuyan's ethereal face flushed slightly, and she lowered her head gently, her voice barely audible. Lin Lang, take care of yourself. Chapter 65. Your queen is back. Old Master Long held his teacup, took a slow sip, and his deep gaze swept over Lin Chen, his gentle smile carrying a knowing look. Xiao Chen, young man, it's a good thing to have plenty of energy. However, everything should be done in moderation. It's all about sustainable development. That surprise is also considered state property, so it must be properly preserved and thoroughly studied, understand? The phrase, in-depth research, was spoken by Elder Long with profound meaning and full of implications. Lin Chen's handsome face turned bright red, and he wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Elder Long! Don't talk nonsense! I did it for science! To explore the unknown! For the progress of human civilization! He straightened his back, trying to salvage his precarious image with a passionate speech. Besides, it's a product of the system, so who knows what kind of bizarre alien creature it might be? What if it turns out to be an octopus? Would you still be laughing then? Even he himself didn't believe it when he said that. The system's words? Humanoid, 100% loyal to the host, specific abilities unknown, growth potential unknown. Especially the blurry female silhouette, were deeply imprinted in his mind. General Thunder laughed heartily, patting Lin Chen's shoulder with even more force. All right, I know you're shy. Hurry up and go, don't keep your scientific research subject waiting. Remember, you must report your research findings to the organization in a timely manner. Under the ambiguous gazes of the crowd, Lin Chen practically fled in panic. Xin Yueyao and Wang Yuyan exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of curiosity and a tiny bit of wariness in each other's eyes. The two followed in tacit agreement. After all, as Lin Chen's most important research partners and life companions, they have the right and the obligation to find out the specifications of this new surprise as soon as possible. From the futuristic bridge, through the heavily guarded passageways inside the G7 base, one arrives at the luxurious private lounge reserved for Lin Chen. The smell of gunpowder and metal in the air gradually faded, replaced by a relatively peaceful atmosphere. Lin Chen stood at the door of the lounge, took a deep breath, and slowly exhaled. Even though it's my own room, I feel a sense of tension, like I'm about to step into an unknown realm. He glanced back at the two stunningly beautiful women behind him. Xin Yueyao crossed her arms, raised an eyebrow with interest, and her peach blossom eyes gleamed with anticipation for a good show. Wang Yuyan appeared somewhat flustered, her delicate hands gently clutching the hem of her dress, her eyes filled with worry. I'm saying, if there really is a blue-faced, fanged monster inside, don't scream out of fright. Lin Chen coughed lightly, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. Xin Yueyao chuckled softly. Don't worry, I'm the pilot of Sky Sword, what kind of big scene haven't I seen? But you, don't let the surprise blind you and make you forget the way home. Wang Yuyan added in a low voice. Lin Lang, be careful. Lin Chen no longer hesitated and pressed the access control button. Drop. The door slid open silently. A faint, peculiar fragrance wafted from the crack in the door, cool and unique, unlike any flower scent or perfume on earth. Lin Chen's heart skipped a beat for no apparent reason. He went in first, followed closely by Xingyue Yao and Wang Yiyan. The lighting in the lounge was soft. The curtains were drawn, creating a tranquil atmosphere. Then they saw the surprise. In the center of the living room, a tall and slender figure stood quietly, her back to the door. Just a glimpse of his back is enough to make one's heart flutter. Her long, silvery white hair cascaded down to her waist, shimmering with a faint glow, as if it were formed from moonlight. She wore a tight-fitting outfit made of a unique material that perfectly outlined her near-perfect body curves, a slender waist, a pert bottom, and long, straight legs. Every inch seemed to have been meticulously calculated and sculpted, exuding the ultimate beauty of biological evolution. Seemingly hearing the door open, the figure slowly turned around. The moment her face came into view, even Lin Chen, who was used to seeing beautiful women, couldn't help but gasp. Xingyue Yao's peach blossom eyes widened slightly, a rare sight, and a deep sense of amazement and inquiry flashed in them. Wang Yiyan instinctively covered her cherry lips with a handkerchief, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. The woman before me was so beautiful she didn't seem like a carbon-based being. Her features were so exquisite that they seemed to be the most perfect masterpiece of the gods, and her eyes held a hint of eternal indifference, as if nothing in the world could stir up any waves in her heart. What's most striking are her deep, icy blue eyes. At the edge of the pupil, there seemed to be fine golden specks slowly flowing, like the fragments of billions of stars settling at the bottom of a frozen lake. That look in his eyes was calm, rational, and carried an all-knowing indifference. Her ear tips were slightly sharper than average, adding to her exotic and mysterious aura. Her entire demeanor was noble, aloof, and mysterious, carrying an innate sense of oppression, as if she were a deity descended to earth, or a queen awakened from ancient ice. Normal form. Glug. Lin Chen swallowed hard. System, you really are an artist, aren't you? This isn't a Zerg queen, it's clearly a succubus queen. 100% loyalty, unknown abilities, unknown growth potential. The system's prompts reappeared in Lin Chen's mind, and he suddenly felt that this, unknown, was full of endless temptation. Just as Lin Chen was lost in thought, the human queen's gaze landed precisely on him. Those icy blue eyes flickered slightly, as if an invisible current had passed through them. Her lips parted slightly, her voice clear and melodious, like ice spring water dripping onto a jade plate, yet carrying a peculiar, inhuman rhythm. Confirmation complete. Host Lin Chen. Her voice wasn't loud, but it reached everyone's ears clearly. Luo, she pledges her allegiance to you. The moment she finished speaking, she bowed slightly, performing a simple yet elegant gesture, her movements fluid and natural, carrying an indescribable charm. Lin Chen blinked, feeling his CPU was a bit overloaded. You Luo Shi? This name does suit her temperament quite well. Luo Shi, right? Welcome to, my lounge. Lin Chen scratched his head, feeling a bit at a loss for words. Faced with such a stunner, his usual witty banter was momentarily rendered useless. Xingyue was the first to come to her senses. She stepped forward, her sharp gaze scrutinizing Luo Shi, her tone carrying the rigor and curiosity of a scientist. Miss Luo Shi, your physical structure seems to be significantly different from that of humans. Which civilization do you come from? Why does the queen of the Iraqi insectids possess such a perfect humanoid form? Wang Yiyan also mustered her courage and asked softly. Miss Luo Shi, do you have your own consciousness? What she was more concerned about was whether this unbelievably beautiful being in front of her was merely an emotionless tool. Chapter 66. Wait a minute. She's going to clash with Gundam's beams? Luo Shi's icy blue eyes calmly swept over Xingyue Yao and Wang Yiyan. My existence is to serve the host. The host has the highest right to know about my origins and abilities. Her answer was watertight, revealing neither too much information nor failing to clearly state her position. Everything revolved around Lin Chen. This attitude of absolute obedience, instantly replaced the slight tension in Lin Chen's heart with an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Cough, cough. Lin Chen cleared his throat, regaining his home field advantage. Luo Shi, these two are my, important partners. He pointed at Xingyue Yao. This is Xingyue Yao, a top scientist and the pilot of the Sky Sword Gundam. Then he pointed to Wang Yuyan. This is Wang Yuyan, our chief martial arts consultant, who is very knowledgeable. Luo Shi's gaze lingered on Xingyue Yao and Wang Yuyan for a moment, then she nodded slightly as a greeting, maintaining her aloof and noble demeanor. Lin Chen rubbed his hands together and put on a kind smile. So, Miss Luo Shi, now that you're one of us, could you perhaps reveal a little about your, special skills? What he cares about most now is how much of a surprise this Empress, whose growth potential is unknown, can bring him. Is he a top-tier fighter? Or a top-tier support? Or is it just a pleasing, super vase? She stretched out her slender, fair right hand, palm facing upwards. The next second, a dark blue, nebula-like, dazzling light slowly appeared in her palm, radiating a heart-pounding energy fluctuation. My abilities are closely related to the host's cognition and the world we live in. Her voice remained calm. At present, what I can do may be beyond your imagination. The pale blue light shifted and changed in her palm, sometimes coalescing into sharp spikes, sometimes transforming into a gentle halo, full of unknown possibilities. Lin Chen stared at the ball of light, his eyes gradually burning with fervor. It seems that this time, the blind box yielded a real SSR. 4 hours later, at G7 Base, the Supreme Conference Center. The bright lights illuminated the huge oval conference table clearly. Old Master Long sat upright in the main seat, with the same simple enamel mug in front of him as his teacup. General Thunder and Analyst Wang sat on either side, their expressions still showing the shock of that super battleship. Lin Chen, along with Xingyue Yao, Wang Yuyan, and a striking newcomer, sat in a slightly more back position. Luo Shi. She simply stood quietly behind Lin Chen, her silver hair cascading down her back, her icy blue eyes calm and serene, yet she was a sight to behold. Everyone's gaze, whether intentionally or unintentionally, would sweep over Luo Shi's figure, which was so perfect it seemed unreal. Elder Long put down his teacup, his gentle gaze falling on Lin Chen before turning to Luo Shi. Xiao Chen, aren't you going to formally introduce this special comrade to us? Lin Chen cleared his throat, stood up from his seat, and had a smug look on his face. Elder Long, distinguished leaders, this is another surprise from the system's rewards. He turned to the side and solemnly introduced. Luo Shi comes from a very far-away place. Luo Shi nodded slightly in agreement, her icy blue eyes sweeping over everyone, still cold and aloof. General Lei Ting looked Luo Shi up and down with his large, round eyes, and spoke in a deep, gruff voice. Hey Lin, this surprise of yours is quite pleasing to the eye. I wonder if it's like that warship, all show and no substance. His words, though crude, were not without merit. After all, a beautiful woman who appears delicate and frail is indeed hard to associate with combat power, in the eyes of those accustomed to steel and gunfire. Upon hearing this, Xingyue Yao narrowed her peach blossom eyes slightly and a playful smile appeared on her lips. She had personally experienced the enthusiasm of this surprise. Lin Chen chuckled. Lei Laohu, what are you saying? How can a product made by the system be counterfeit? He snapped his fingers. Come on, let me show you something. The holographic projection in the center of the conference room lit up instantly. The image flickered for a moment, and then stabilized. The first thing that catches the eye is the chaotic state of the training ground. Or rather, it used to be a training ground. Now, all that remains is a pile of twisted and deformed metal wreckage, which can still be vaguely identified as the remains of a Type 99A main battle tank. The turret had flown off somewhere, its thick armor was torn apart like paper, its tracks were broken, and its hull was dented, a truly pitiful sight. In the center of the image, Luo Shi stands still. Not a speck of dust even clung to her unusual, tight-fitting outfit. Immediately afterwards, the scene fast-forwarded. Luo Shi's figure moved like a ghost through the wreckage of the tank, her slender hands seemingly casually brushing over the hard alloy parts. Snap! The sickening sound of metal snapping filled the air. The composite armor, hundreds of millimeters thick, was as fragile as a child's toy in her hands. She didn't even use that dark blue energy, just pure physical strength. General Thunder's mouth involuntarily opened wide. His armored forces, the kings of land warfare whom he cherished, were just torn apart by hand. Or was it a woman who looked frail and weak? This is fucking more exciting than watching a sci-fi blockbuster. A hint of surprise flashed in Elder Long's deep eyes, and his hand holding the teacup paused slightly. The scene then changes. This time, the scene changed to another, more open testing ground at the base. Xin Yueyao piloted the Strike Freedom Gundam, codenamed Heavenly Sword, which had been modified to be a rabbit-adapted version, hovering in midair, its golden PS armor gleaming in the sunlight. In front of the Heavenly Sword Gundam, Luo Shi floated quietly, her silver hair moving without wind. Holy crap! Yueyao, you've got into a fight with her? General Thunder exclaimed in surprise. Xin Yueyao blushed slightly and gave a soft hum. It's just a normal combat capability assessment. In the scene, Luo Shi slowly raised her right hand. A ball of dark blue energy gathered in her palm, growing brighter and brighter, radiating a terrifying aura that sent chills down her spine. Almost simultaneously, the Retsuka, phase beam cannon on the chest of the Sky Sword Gundam also lit up with a dazzling red light. Wait! She's going to clash with Gundam's beams? A young staff officer couldn't help but shout out. The next second, the dark blue energy beam and the crimson high-energy beam collided violently in midair. Boom! The silent roar, conveyed through the violent shaking of the screen and the spatial distortion caused by the dissipation of energy, conveyed a world-destroying power. A blinding light burst forth, turning the entire holographic projection into a blinding white. It took more than 10 seconds for the image to gradually return to normal. Luo Shi remained suspended in place, seemingly unharmed except for her slightly disheveled hair. Chapter 67. The government is giving us a major boost. The Sky Sword Gundam clearly slid backward for dozens of meters, with many parts of the VPS armor on its right leg charred and even showing fine cracks, and faint sparks flashing at the joints. Xin Yueyao's voice, tinged with frustration and resentment, came through the communication channel. Command Center, Sky Sword right leg drive system is 15% damaged. Requesting a halt to testing. Inside the meeting room, you could hear a pin drop. Everyone was so shocked by this scene that they were speechless. Vase? This is a man-eating flower that has become a spirit. General Thunder swallowed hard, and the look in his eyes as he looked at Luo Shi completely changed. It was the look in your eyes when you looked at a monster, or a super weapon. This is the Empress? He muttered to himself. Old Master Long slowly put down his teacup, his gaze deep and thoughtful. It seems that the surprise the system gave us this time was indeed substantial. He looked at Luo Shi, his tone gentle. Comrade Luo Shi, is the ability you have shown so far your full strength? Luo Shi turned her icy blue eyes toward Elder Long, her voice still cold and clear. Not all. At this stage, my abilities are mainly focused on strengthening my own body and gaining preliminary control and application of basic cosmic energy. She paused, then added. Based on the information given to me by the system, I need a specific high-purity energy source for further evolution. What specific type of energy it is, and to what extent it can be evolved, is still unknown. We need to come into contact with the corresponding energy to make a judgment. Everyone was confused, but they all understood one thing. The person in front of me has unlimited potential. Xin Yueyao looked at the damaged, heavenly sword, in the image, and then at Luo Shi standing gracefully beside her, as if the earth-shattering battle just now had nothing to do with her. She felt a mix of emotions. There were setbacks and resentment, but more than anything, there was the excitement of meeting a worthy opponent and the desire for higher levels of power. Wang Yuyan gently tugged at Lin Chen's sleeve, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. Miss Luo Shi is so powerful, can Lin Lang handle her? Lin Chen sensed his wife's worry and gave her a reassuring look. Just kidding, 100% loyal, what's there to be afraid of? He is now more concerned with another practical issue. He rubbed his hands together, a signature look of slight pain appearing on his face. That Elder Long Lei Laohu. Speaking of which, the 99A that was accidentally damaged during the previous test. I shouldn't have to pay for it, right? Old Long waved his hand with a smile. Haha, it's no big deal. Scientific research always involves some wear and tear. The government reimbursed it. He spoke casually, as if the 99A tank that had been torn apart by hand was nothing more than a trivial matter. But we should still be careful next time, after all, it is also state property. General Thunder grinned and added, his eyes constantly glancing at Luo Shi, the meaning of which was self-evident. If we could get more of this assets, tanks would be nothing. Lin Chen let out a long sigh of relief, patted his chest, and looked as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. That's good, that's good. I thought they were going to dock my pay. His petty and stingy manner made Xing Weiyao and Wang Yuyan roll their eyes at him. A few days later, the G7 base's dedicated training ground was bustling with activity. Under the sunlight, Wang Yuyan wore an elegant white training uniform, her black hair flowing like a waterfall, exuding an ethereal beauty. She was patiently explaining the essence of a set of palm techniques to Luo Shi. Miss Luo Shi, the 18 subduing dragon palms emphasizes the balance of strength and gentleness, and the movement of qi at will. Although you possess immense energy, you must contain it and release it with each move in order to unleash its maximum power. Luo Shi stood opposite her, her silver hair swaying gently in the breeze, her icy blue eyes intently watching Wang Yuyan's every move. Her learning ability is terrifying. Wang Yuyan demonstrated it only once, and she was able to imitate it almost perfectly. Luo Shi raised her slender hand, and a dark blue energy emanated from her body as she pushed out with her palm. The dragon that soars too high will regret it. With a clear shout, the palm technique, though unparalleled in its power, possessed an ethereal and eerie beauty when wielded by her. A deep blue energy condensed into a dragon-shaped phantom in her palm, roaring as it hurtled towards a specially made alloy target in the distance. Boom! The target exploded, sending debris flying everywhere. Lin Chen watched in amazement. Good heavens! That dragon subduing 18 palms technique, unleashed by Luo Shi using her own energy, is truly exhilarating. He stroked his chin, thinking to himself, if we get into a fight in the future, and Luo Shi starts off with the dragon regrets and the flying dragon soars in the sky, wouldn't the other person be scared to death? Xing Weiyao stood beside Lin Chen, her peach blossom eyes watching the two sparring in the arena with great interest. Yu Yan's martial arts talent, combined with Luo Shi's special physique, is truly a perfect match. Perhaps, we can reverse engineer the deeper mysteries of the combination of energy and martial arts from Luo Shi. He truly lives up to his reputation as a research fanatic. He can't stop talking about his field. Just then, Lin Chen's personal terminal on his wrist vibrated slightly. An encrypted message popped up. Comrade Lin Chen, please proceed immediately to conference room 1 for an emergency meeting. Long office. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Another meeting? Lately, he feels like he's either in a meeting or on his way to one. Let's go, Yueyao, Yuyan Luoshi, there's probably something new going on. G7 base, conference room 1. The familiar oval conference table, the familiar top-level executives. Old Master Long remained as calm and collected as ever, only his eyes were a bit sharper than usual. General Thunder had a stern face, his fingers tapping unconsciously on the table, making a dull sound. On the virtual screen in front of Analyst Wang, various data streams and summaries of international news were flashing rapidly. The atmosphere was somewhat somber. This contrasted sharply with the relaxed atmosphere Lin Chen had just experienced at the training ground. Everyone is here. Old Master Long took a sip of tea, his gaze sweeping over everyone before finally settling on Lin Chen. Xiao Lin Chen, you must have heard about some of the recent developments at home and abroad. Lin Chen nodded, his expression turning serious. Yes, the internet is in an uproar. Since the Great Rejuvenation Pill and the general principles of martial arts were promoted to all of China, the entire country has been in a state of strange excitement. Initially, when official documents were issued to various streets and communities, and when temporary martial arts popularization points appeared in parks and squares, they were guarded by soldiers with live ammunition. When the government asked people to take pills on the spot that supposedly strengthen the body and prolong life, most of the people were bewildered. What the heck? Has the government given out some kind of super powerful drug? Chapter 68. You're still determined to destroy me. Then I'll reason with you. Take it on the spot. Is this some kind of new lab rat experiment? The general outline of martial arts? Is this a sign that everyone is going to cultivate immortality? Various speculations and jokes abound, with many people observing. Those who responded immediately were mostly retired elderly men and women, thinking that since they were idle anyway, the government wouldn't lie to them. However, when the first group of people who tried the crab, took the great rejuvenation pill and tried breathing exercises according to the basic mental techniques of the general outline of martial arts, changes occurred. Oh my! My old leg pain doesn't hurt at all today. Amazing! I feel so much lighter all over, and my eyes are brighter. Immediately afterwards, the state propaganda machine was fully mobilized. Scenes that once only existed in martial arts novels are now being played out on television and in the news. An elderly man with white hair performed a set of Tai Chi movements in the park, kicking up dust as he stood as steady as a rock. The agile soldiers demonstrated their lightness skill on the training ground, easily leaping onto walls several meters high with just a few running steps and landing silently. Even more remarkably, some soldiers smashed dozens of stacked bricks with a single blow during the drills, drawing gasps of surprise. This visual impact is more effective than any written advertising. Thus, the "it smells so good" principle has been proven true once again. People who were previously hesitant and observing suddenly became enthusiastic. Long queues formed outside each martial arts popularization point, a scene comparable to the rush for train tickets during the Spring Festival travel rush. "Comrade, give me one! No, give my whole family one! Do you still have the general outline of martial arts? I'd like a collector's edition." The emergence of internal energy is like injecting a brand new vitality into everyone's body. Many chronic diseases that have plagued people for years have been significantly alleviated or even suppressed under the nourishment of internal energy. The overall medical burden on the rabbits showed a visibly decreasing trend within just a few days. The overall mental outlook of the people has been completely renewed. Of course, some people had wildly imaginative ideas. Speaking of which, isn't the binding divine skill in demigods and semidevils able to absorb people's internal energy? Could we cultivate a supermaster who can absorb the internal energy of the entire nation and ascend to the heavens in one step? This whimsical post was quickly explained by professionals. In theory, the binding divine art can indeed absorb the internal energy of others. However, through in-depth research on its martial arts, we have discovered that the internal energy cultivated by different individuals has subtle differences in its attributes and frequency. Forcibly absorbing it can easily cause energy conflicts, resulting in damage to the meridians at best, and chi deviation at worst, leading to death by body explosion. Duan Yu's success is due to the protagonist's halo, which cannot be replicated in reality. Wang Yuyan is the most qualified to speak on this matter. With the assistance of her think tank, she meticulously reviewed and assessed the risks of the general principles of martial arts and various divine skills. Inside the rabbit factory, everything was thriving and bustling with activity. Abroad, the situation is completely different. It's so sour, so really sour. Why do good things always happen to rabbits? God, have you really abandoned us, the devout believers? Netizens from various countries expressed their lamentations and envy on social media, their emotions practically overflowing the screen. Various conspiracy theories have also emerged. This must be a genetic weapon used by rabbits. They're modifying their own race. Beware! This is the yellow peril of a new era. Some countries, including the United States, are even more uneasy. They first used the media to hype up the China threat theory, accusing China of hoarding alien technology and attempting to disrupt the global strategic balance. Subsequently, political leaders from various countries took to the stage, delivering grand speeches and demanding that the rabbit, for the well-being of all mankind, unconditionally disclose the formula for the great rejuvenating pill and the core content of the general principles of martial arts. This technology, which can improve the physical fitness of all mankind, should not be monopolized by any one country. the eagle declared righteously to the camera on the lawn of his white official residence. We urge China to demonstrate its responsibility as a major power and share this precious asset with the world, Japan said, bowing deeply at a press conference. That hypocritical face almost made netizens vomit their dinner from the night before. Pa! When you invented the internet and GPS, why didn't you think of sharing them with us? Now that we have good things, you come running over here demanding for all of humanity? Where's your shame? Want it? Trade your fifth-generation fighter jet production line and aircraft carrier technology in exchange. At the UN headquarters, a special meeting is being held regarding the rabbit. The hawk representative spoke vehemently, listing China's crimes of concealing technology and demanding that the UN pass a resolution to sanction China and force it to hand over the technology. The rabbit representative, an elderly man with gray hair but a sprightly spirit, listened quietly with a faint, almost imperceptible, cold smile on his lips. Only after the American representative finished speaking did he slowly stand up and pick up the microphone. First of all, the Great Rejuvenation Pill and the general principles of martial arts are the results of our Rabbit's independent research and development through legal channels. The ownership of them belongs to Rabbit, and no country has the right to interfere. Secondly, regarding sharing. The old man paused, his gaze sweeping across the room like lightning. China has always advocated peaceful development and common prosperity. But the premise of sharing is equality and respect. Some countries impose technological blockades and military intimidation on us on the one hand, and demand that we unconditionally share our core achievements on the other. I ask you, is there any logic to this? As for the well-being of all mankind? The old man sneered. When certain countries stir up trouble and create conflicts around the world to make a fortune from war, have they ever thought about the well-being of all mankind? When certain countries use their technological advantages to ruthlessly exploit and plunder other countries, have they ever thought about the well-being of all mankind? His words were powerful and resounding, leaving the American representative red-faced and speechless. This is the domineering retort, personally instructed by Elder Long. We don't provoke trouble, but we're absolutely not afraid of it. Seeing that pressure was not working, some countries that still harbored ambitions to destroy us began to stir. The United States, together with several of its vassal states, in the Western Ocean, brazenly conducted a large-scale joint military exercise in the waters surrounding China under the pretext of maintaining regional peace and stability. Dozens of warships cruised the waters, and hundreds of fighter jets roared overhead, their weapons aimed at the rabbit. The air was thick with the smell of gunpowder. Meanwhile, some countries with friendly relations with China have sent high-level delegations to secretly visit China. What they brought was sincerity and cooperation and congratulations on the rise of China. The international situation is constantly changing. Elder Long snapped out of his thoughts and looked at Lin Chen. Xiao Chen, I called you here today because of a new mission that requires you, Comrade Luo Shi, and Xin Wei out to participate together. Chapter 69. We can't lose our momentum. The atmosphere at the emergency meeting in Elder Long's office was even more oppressive than the gloomy sky outside the window. This time, the U.S. is determined to make trouble for us right on our own doorstep. General Thunder slammed his hand on the table, making the teacup vibrate. His dark, square face was now filled with rage. Analyst Wang adjusted his glasses. On the virtual screen in front of him, the real-time movements of the U.S.-led fleet were displayed. The dense red icons resembled a pack of hungry wolves, steadily closing in on the warning line drawn by China. According to the latest intelligence, their combined fleet, under the pretext of freedom of navigation, is expected to attempt to cross the core waters of our Donghai exclusive economic zone in 3 hours. The accompanying media have begun to promote this as an opportunity to test the true nature of China's so-called rise as a great power. As Lin Chen listened, a dangerous smile curled at the corner of his lips. Checking the quality? Are they trying to scam us? Behind him stood Luo Shi, her silver hair flowing like moonlight, her icy blue eyes gazing silently at the virtual sandbox, as if everything was irrelevant to her. A hint of excitement and fighting spirit flickered in Xin Yao's peach blossom eyes. Old Master Long picked up his teacup, gently blew on the steam, and looked calm yet as deep as the sea. If they want to play, then we'll play with them and have a good time. He put down his teacup, his voice low but each word carrying immense weight. Pass down the order. Fushi is ready to set sail. Heavenly Sword System, enter Level 1 combat readiness. Xiao Qin, you, Comrade Xinhui Yao, and Comrade Luo Shi will accompany the Fushi ship on its mission. Lei Ting, you will be stationed at the command center. General Thunder suddenly stood up, his voice booming. Yes. Elder Long. I've been wanting to lay my cards on the table for ages. This time, let those bastards see why the flowers are so red. Lin Chen touched his nose. Elder Long, with such a grand display, aren't we giving them too much face? I figured that with those few dilapidated ships, if I took Heavenly Punishment out for a spin, it would scare them to death. Old Long chuckled. Why use a sledgehammer to crack a nut? But sometimes, showing the sledgehammer can save a lot of unnecessary trouble. This time, we not only want to make them back down, but also want the whole world to see clearly that China's bottom line is not to be challenged. On the vast, blue East China Sea, the atmosphere was already tense, as if swords were about to be drawn. Dozens of warships flying the stars and stripes and the flags of its satellite states formed a massive formation and headed straight for the Rabbit's coastline. On deck, the sailors whistled casually, but their eyes were filled with tension and curiosity about the mysterious sea ahead. Hey John, do you think those rabbit people might actually pull out a giant dragon from the sea, like in the movies? Don't be silly, Billy, that's a myth. At most, they'll send out a few small, broken boats to protest. Inside the bridge of the flagship aircraft carrier USS Freedom, Fleet Commander Admiral Marcus was holding a cup of coffee, a haughty smile on his face. General, we are about to reach the 12 nautical mile warning line unilaterally drawn by the Rabbit. Admiral Marcus took a sip of coffee, his tone dismissive. Let them move on. I want to see what they dare to do to stop the fleet of the free world. Just then, a piercing alarm suddenly sounded in the operations command center of the USS Freedom. Report! Radar has detected an unidentified high-speed target, approaching rapidly from the direction of the Chinese mainland, within 300 li. What? General Marcus's smile froze on his face. Immediately determine the target model and quantity. Report. Target, there is only one target. Based on its radar reflection characteristics, preliminary assessment is that it is a 10,000-ton guided missile destroyer of the Chinese Navy. 1? General Marcus almost thought he had misheard. Using a single destroyer to intercept their massive combined fleet of aircraft carriers, cruisers, and destroyers? How arrogant! Or rather, how foolish! Order all ships to maintain battle formation. If the enemy engages in any provocative actions, authorize them to open fire. The flagship of the Rabbit Wintersea Fleet is the 10,000-ton large guided missile destroyer, Dingyuan. Captain Zhao Haifeng, a man nearing 40 with a resolute face, stood on the bridge command post, his sharp eyes fixed on the outline of the enemy fleet appearing on the horizon. Captain, report. The enemy's combined fleet has entered the effective range of our weapons. They are still 50 nautical miles from our territorial sea baseline. Zhao Haifeng took a deep breath, his voice steady and powerful. Attention all ships! This is China's territorial waters. Any foreign vessel that intrudes without permission will be considered a serious provocation against our sovereignty. Repeat. This is Rabbit. Turn around immediately. Otherwise, you will face the consequences. His voice was clearly transmitted to the communication systems of every enemy ship via international public channels. However, he was met with an even more arrogant response from the other party. Several American carrier-based fighter jets roared off the deck of the USS Freedom and swooped towards the Dingyuan, making various provocative flight maneuvers. Zhao Haifeng clenched his fist tightly. Report! Headquarters order! Heavenly Sword and Heavenly Punishment have been launched! The communication soldier's excited voice lifted the atmosphere across the entire bridge. A relieved smile appeared on Zhao Haifeng's lips. Support has arrived. Above the winter sea, clouds churn and roll. The U.S. carrier-based fighter jets, like flies that have smelled blood, circled around the Dingyuan with impunity, making all sorts of extremely insulting flight maneuvers. Inside the command tower of the Dingyuan, Captain Zhao Haifeng's face was ashen, veins bulging on his forehead, and every nerve was pounding at the limit of his endurance. "These scum!" he growled and slammed his fist on the control panel. Just then, 2 golden streaks of light tore through the thick clouds and descended suddenly at a speed beyond the limits of human vision. Those were 2 humanoid mechs, each nearly 19 meters tall, covered in magnificent golden phase transition armor, with light wheel propulsion wings that resembled angel wings unfolding behind them, exuding a suffocating sense of oppression. Strike Freedom Gundam. One of them was the Heavenly Sword, piloted by Xing Weiyao. The other one is Lin Chen's personal vehicle, Heavenly Punishment. Even more astonishing is that a stunningly beautiful figure was casually sitting atop the broad, golden shoulder armor of the Heavenly Punishment Gundam. Her long, silvery white hair danced wildly in the high-speed airflow, yet remained perfectly neat, flowing like moonlight. Luo Shi. She wore that peculiar biotextured bodysuit that perfectly outlined her breathtaking curves, and her 2 long, straight legs swung leisurely in the air. On that exquisitely beautiful face, her icy blue eyes were calm and serene, carrying a hint of indifference, as if she looked down upon all living beings. This scene was instantly broadcast around the world via ubiquitous military satellites and live news cameras. The bridge of the aircraft carrier Freedom. Chapter 70. Come on. I'm going to reason with you. General Marcus's coffee cup clattered to the ground, splashing scalding liquid all over his trouser leg, but he was completely unaware. What the hell is that? He pointed at the 2 golden, demon gods, that had descended from the sky on the holographic screen, and the woman sitting leisurely on the shoulders of the demon gods, his voice trembling with extreme shock. Inside the command center, every single American soldier was frozen in place, staring wide-eyed at the screen. Reporting, General! Target model cannot be identified. No matching information found in the database. They look like characters from a Japanese anime. A young radar operator stammered, but before he could finish speaking, he was glared at fiercely by the sergeant next to him. Footbath, official residence. The emergency cabinet meeting was held in a somber atmosphere. When the 2 enormous golden figures appeared on the big screen, especially their highly recognizable design, all the high-ranking Japanese officials present fell silent. The hand holding the teacup trembled violently, spilling tea all over the table. Gundam? It's Strike Freedom! The foreign minister's well-maintained face instantly lost all color, and he pointed at the screen, shouting in a trembling voice. Damn it! How could the rabbit people have something like this? Where did they get it from? The Minister of Defense looked ashen-faced and muttered to himself. Our Gundam standing tall on the Earth project is still just a model. News anchors and guests around the world were thrown into unprecedented chaos. Dear viewers! We have just seen through satellite imagery that 2 giant humanoid combat weapons have appeared in the Rabbit Winter Sea. Yes, Tom, it's like a science fiction movie come to life. According to our military experts' urgent analysis, the design concept of this weapon seems to be highly similar to a famous anime work from a certain country. Oh my God! Has the rabbit mastered the magic of turning the 2-dimensional world into reality? Countless netizens watching the live stream were in an uproar. Within China, there was jubilation. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! What did I just see? It's the Strike Freedom! I knew it! The country must be hiding something amazing! This is more exciting than any aircraft carrier fleet! The US is dumbfounded, isn't it? Still trying to cause trouble? Just slap them in the face with a Gundam! Abroad, however, the scene was one of widespread despair, filled with incredulous screams and curses. Fuck! This is cheating! This is unfair! The rabbit people must have captured aliens and unlocked their technological potential. Mom, I want to go home. Earth is too dangerous. Japan! Where's your Gundam? Get it out here! If you don't, our house is going to be robbed. Winter Sea, the scene of the standoff. Lin Chen piloted the Heavenly Punishment, hovering in front of the Ding Yuan, standing side by side with Xing Yuyao's Heavenly Sword. He spoke lazily over the public channel, his voice clearly reaching every enemy ship. Hey, you over there, can you hear me? This road is mine, these trees are mine. If you want to pass, leave your toll. Oh no, I mean, please turn around and get out of here, don't pollute our air. Luo Shi, perched on his shoulder, swayed her slender legs in agreement, her icy blue eyes taking in the tiny metal bumps below with great interest. General Marcus's face had turned from white to green, then from green to purple, as if a dye shop had been opened. He felt an unprecedented sense of humiliation. Two cartoon robots that appeared out of nowhere, and a woman sitting on the robot's shoulders, were flirting with him in front of the whole world. General! What do we do? I asked in a trembling voice. Admiral Marcus took a deep breath, a glint of madness flashing in his eyes. These must be a trick by the rabbit. It's some kind of advanced holographic projection technology. They think they can scare us off with something this ridiculous? Dream on! He grabbed the communicator and issued an unquestionable order to the entire fleet. Attention all units! Target, unidentified humanoid unit ahead. Give me authorization to fire. Blast them to pieces. The moment the order was given, the missile launchers and naval guns of dozens of warships in the US-led fleet simultaneously turned around and locked onto the two golden demons in the sky. The blinding beams of fire control radar intertwined to form a web of death. The live broadcast footage, broadcast globally, seemed to be slowed down at that moment. Everyone's heart was in their throat. War is imminent. Admiral Marcus's distorted face was clearly transmitted to the CIC, Combat Information Center, on the flagship aircraft carrier USS Freedom via encrypted communication. Fire! With his hysterical roar, the order to die instantly spread throughout the entire US-led Allied fleet. The next second, the skies seemed to be torn apart by countless ferocious tongues of fire. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Dense missiles, trailing long plumes of flame, roared out from the vertical launch units and inclined launchers of dozens of warships, like a swarm of bloodthirsty locusts. The heavy naval cannons roared, and orange-red shells pierced the air with a sharp whistling sound, heading straight for the two Gundams hovering in the air. The spectacle looked as if it were about to boil the entire sea. Inside the bridge of the USS Freedom, Admiral Marcus's eyes gleamed with a morbid excitement. Shoot them down! Turn them into parts! He was convinced that this was a bluff by the rabbit people. In the live broadcast worldwide, the two dazzling golden mechs were instantly engulfed by countless points of light and smoke. The hearts of countless viewers were in their throats at that moment. Netizens in China clenched their fists in anxiety. Hold on, Gundam! Take them down! At this critical moment, a red light flashed in the eyes of the Sky Sword, Gundam. Xin Yuyao's cool and focused voice rang out in the cockpit. Lock on to the incoming missile swarm and prioritize intercepting high-threat targets. The 8 Super Dragon riders behind Sky Sword separated instantly, drawing elegant yet deadly arcs in the air, and accurately shot at the oncoming missiles. Boom! 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 Clusters of dazzling fireballs exploded in midair, like blooming flowers of death. At the same time, the Sirius beam rifle in the hands of Sky Sword began to fire rapidly, each beam accurately hitting a missile and detonating it in midair. On the other side, Lin Chen, piloting the Heavenly Punishment, Gundam, moved with even greater ease. Wow, so enthusiastic! They're setting off fireworks to welcome us right away? He was being sarcastic, but his hands moved with lightning speed. The 31mm close-in weapon systems on the shoulders of the Heavenly Punishment spew out dense tongues of fire, forming a barrage barrier. The Swordfish 3 railgun at his waist whizzed twice, directly destroying 2 heavy anti-ship missiles that were trying to break through the interception. 2 Gundams weaved through a hail of bullets, their golden wings leaving afterimages, like 2 invincible war gods. Those missiles and shells that could send an ordinary warship to the bottom of the sea are as fragile as children's toys in front of them. In just a few dozen seconds, the first wave of saturation attacks was easily neutralized by the 2 Gundams. In the sky, only lingering smoke and debris from the explosion remained. Bridge of the destroyer, Dingyuan. Captain Zhao Haifeng looked at the 2 golden figures strolling leisurely amidst enemy fire, and felt a surge of adrenaline rush to his head. This is our confidence! The communication soldier beside him was so excited that his face turned red. Chapter 71 Authorization, Unrestricted Counterattack. Just then, Elder Long's calm and authoritative voice came through the encrypted channel. Thunder, notify the front lines. Authorize unrestricted counterattack. Yes, Elder Long. General Thunder stood up abruptly in the G7 base command center, his voice booming like a bell, filled with barely suppressed excitement. Command! Heavenly Sword! Heavenly Punishment! Ding Yuan! Give him a good beating! Captain Zhao Haifeng suddenly straightened his back, a chilling killing intent flashing in his eyes. Clear! He turned to the combat officer beside him, his voice resolute. All firepower units! Open fire freely! Target, enemy flagship! Upon hearing the command from the channel, Lin Chen's lips curled into a crazed smile. Yao Yao, did you hear that? Elder Long has spoken, we can go wild now! A hint of excitement flashed in Xinyu Yao's peach blossom eyes. Receive! The next moment, the two Strike Freedom Gundams were no longer content with passive defense. The blazing fire, phase beam cannon on the chest of the Sky Sword suddenly lit up with a blinding red light, and a thick high-energy beam shot out, instantly piercing through an American frigate that was attempting a sneak attack. The warship, weighing several thousand tons, was like butter scalded by a red-hot iron. A huge hole appeared in the center of the hull, and surging seawater rushed in, causing it to quickly begin to tilt and sink. Divine Punishment went all out. Lin Chen shouted, You little guys, try your Grandpa Lin's full cannon deployment mode! The Super Dragon riders behind them scattered like a swarm of bees, simultaneously locking onto different targets along with the railgun at their waists, and the phased beam cannon at their chests. Countless beams of light and physical projectiles poured out from Heavenly Punishment, leaving trails of death on the sea. An American destroyer attempted to intercept the enemy with its phalanx CIWS, but a single railgun shot from the Heavenly Punishment pierced through the bridge, rendering it instantly silenced. The other cruiser had just launched its missile when it was simultaneously hit by several beam assault cannons from the Super Dragoon, triggering a violent secondary explosion that blasted the entire ship into countless flying parts. On the bridge of the USS Freedom, Admiral Marcus stared blankly at the friendly units disappearing rapidly from the radar screen, his face strained of color, leaving only a deathly pale expression. No. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. He muttered to himself, unable to accept the nightmare-like reality before him. Those cartoon robots that he considered scrap metal actually possessed such terrifying combat power. Just then, a silver-white figure gracefully leaped down from the shoulder armor of the Heavenly Punishment Gundam. Luo Shi. She moved through the air like a weightless feather, adjusting her posture, her silver hair flying in the gale, her icy blue eyes fixed on the massive aircraft carrier below. Lin Chen, leave this one to me. A cool, clear voice reached Lin Chen's ears. Lin Chen. No problem, Sister Shi. Take it easy, don't break any of the parts. We need to take them back for research. Luo Shi did not respond. Her figure drew a graceful arc in the air, moving so fast that it was difficult for the naked eye to catch, and landed straight on the wide flight deck of the Freedom aircraft carrier. Warning! Unidentified humanoid target approaching at high speed! The close-in weapon system on the USS Freedom was activated instantly, and several phalanx CIWS roared, unleashing a barrage of 20mm depleted uranium armor-piercing rounds that hurtled toward Luo Shi like a metal storm. However, Luo Shi's figure swayed slightly, easily dodging all the bullets. She landed lightly on the deck, her peculiar bodysuit gleaming metallically in the sunlight. Several American sailors armed with rifles tried to rush forward, but were swept away by a casual wave of her palm, crashing onto the distant island like kites with broken strings, their fate unknown. Luo Shi walked slowly toward the aircraft carrier's island command tower. Wherever she went, the weapons and soldiers that tried to stop her were as fragile as paper. She didn't even bother to use that dark blue energy. She simply used her physical strength to stomp shallow dents into the hard alloy deck and kick the heavy blast door away. Monster! She's a monster! Admiral Marcus looked through the bulletproof glass of the bridge at the unstoppable figure that resembled a Valkyrie, and finally let out a desperate scream. He frantically pressed buttons on the communicator. Launch a nuclear missile! Kill her with a nuclear missile! Kill them all! However, no one responded to him anymore. Luo Shi's figure had already appeared outside the bridge. She stretched out her slender, fair right hand and gently pressed it against the special bulletproof glass that was tens of centimeters thick. Snap! A sickening cracking sound rang out, and the seemingly indestructible bulletproof glass quickly became covered with cracks like a spider web. The next second, it exploded. Luo Shi gracefully walked into the bridge, her icy blue eyes sweeping over the terrified American officers inside, finally landing on Admiral Marcus, who was slumped in his commander's chair. "Did you order the attack?" Her voice remained cold and clear, yet it carried a chilling pressure that sent shivers down one's spine. Admiral Marcus's lips trembled, and he couldn't utter a single word. Luo Shi tilted her head slightly, seemingly a little impatient. She ignored these ants, turned and flew over the bridge, looking down at the steel behemoth that symbolized the U.S. Navy's maritime hegemony. Then, she slowly raised her right hand. A deep blue energy radiance gathered in her palm, growing brighter and more powerful. Faintly, it seemed as if a dragon's roar, shaking the heavens, echoed between the sea and the sky. "Since you're here, there's no need to go back." Luo Shi's voice was like the coldest ice in the netherworld. She gently patted the deck of the aircraft carrier. "The dragon soars too high, it will regret it." In an instant, a giant dragon-shaped palm print, over 100 meters in diameter and composed of pure, dark blue energy, descended from the sky. The palm print was incredibly lifelike, with clearly visible dragon scales, radiating a terrifying, world-destroying power. Boom! The earth-shattering roar seemed to tear the entire world apart. The aircraft carrier, Freedom, a 100,000-ton class maritime behemoth, was like a toy trampled by a giant god under this palm strike. The sturdy flight deck dented and cracked instantly. The violent energy shockwave blew everything on the deck into the air. Immediately afterwards, a series of violent explosions were heard inside the aircraft carrier. "The ammunition depot has been detonated." The fuel tank was set on fire. A massive fireball erupted from inside the aircraft carrier, turning half the sky red. Under the stunned gaze of billions of people around the world, the once invincible aircraft carrier, Freedom, let out a desperate wail under Luo Shi's seemingly casual palm strike, and slowly sank into the turbulent winter sea. All that remained was a burning sea and countless floating debris. Luo Shi floated in midair, her silver hair flowing and her clothes fluttering, like an ice goddess who controlled life and death. Her icy blue eyes swept coldly over the remnants of the fleeing American fleet on the sea. Those warships that were just moments ago so arrogant now turned tail and fled this hellish place like frightened rabbits. No ship dared to cross the red line drawn by the rabbit. News studios around the world fell into a deathly silence. The host opened his mouth wide, unable to utter a single word for a long time. The military experts were ashen-faced, their glasses shattered on the floor. After a long while, a trembling voice finally rang out. This is the power of a rabbit? Chapter 72. The U.S. Surprised? Unexpected? On the winter sea, all was silent. That earth-shattering palm strike seemed to have emptied the sound of the entire world. At the site where the USS Freedom sank, only a scene of devastation, a sea of fire, and countless pieces of floating debris remain. Billions of eyes around the world witnessed this miraculous scene through cold screens. After a brief period of deathly silence came a volcanic eruption-like frenzy. Within China, the internet was instantly flooded with news. What did I just see? Was that the Tathagata palm? Upstairs, it's terrifying how uncultured you are. That's the young lady's signature move. Didn't you hear her shout the dragon will regret its ascent? Who cares about the palm strike? As long as it's awesome, that's all that matters. Sinking an aircraft carrier with one palm strike. Is that something a human could do? My mom asked me why I was kneeling while watching the live stream, and I said I was praying to the gods. Those two golden ones just now were Gundams, right? Right. I knew the country had some good stuff hidden away. Compared to the white-haired lady, Gundam doesn't seem so appealing anymore. The tone of the comments section gradually went astray. I just took a great rejuvenation pill, and I feel like I could kill a bull. I'm already thinking about how to dominate the square dancing in my neighborhood. And you're telling me that people outside have already started cultivating immortality? Practicing martial arts has suddenly become so boring. Excuse me, if I sign up for the army now, will they give me a basic introduction to cultivation book or will they just give me an energy crystal infusion? I need an answer urgently. I've reported her. She's cheating. We were still leveling up in the newbie village, and she was already max level with God Tier gear, slaughtering the entire city. G7 Base, Conference Room 1. Looking at the diverse comments from the public on the screen, Old Master Long smiled. General Thunder grinned, clearly extremely satisfied with Luo Shi's performance, though he was still muttering to himself. This girl doesn't know her own strength. We wanted to salvage something from the aircraft carrier wreckage to study it. Analyst 1 adjusted his glasses and pulled up another set of data. Elder Long, Comrade Luo Shi's attack has completely disrupted all military deployments of the United States and its vassal states. According to the latest intelligence, their remaining fleet is withdrawing at full speed, and they should not dare to engage in any provocative behavior in the short term. Just then, a piercing alarm suddenly blared throughout the command center. On the screen, a huge red exclamation mark was flashing wildly. Report! High altitude, high speed target detected. Ballistic analysis. The target is an SS-27 Bayangam intercontinental ballistic missile. Estimated nuclear yield is 550 kilotons of TNT. The source of the launch has been preliminarily identified as a secret military base of the United States in the Western Ocean. Target locked on the airspace where our Heavenly Sword and Heavenly Punishment are located. The atmosphere in the meeting room froze instantly. General Thunder's smile froze, and he abruptly stood up, his eyes sharp as knives. A cornered dog will resort to desperate measures? Juan, the analyst, typed rapidly on the virtual keyboard, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The missile has entered the mid-course phase and is expected to reach the target area in 15 minutes. Elder Long's eyes narrowed, and he was about to give an order. Notify Fushi to prepare for high-altitude interception. However, Lin Chen's slightly excited voice came through the communication channel. Elder Long! Wait a minute! The screen switched to the cockpit view of the Heavenly Punishment Gundam, and Lin Chen's handsome face appeared on the screen with a playful smile on his lips. Is there something you've forgotten, sir? This nuclear bomb, isn't it just a ready-made energy block? Elder Long was slightly taken aback, then a look of understanding flashed in his eyes. General Thunder's eyes widened. Kid, are you crazy? That's a nuclear bomb. Using a Gundam to withstand a nuclear bomb? Do you think you're Ultraman? Lin Chen shrugged. Gundam is definitely out of the question, but I can. 30 minutes of invincibility is just enough for the system to have a good meal. He glanced at Luo Shi, who remained calm and composed on her shoulder armor, and then at Xing Weiyao inside the Heavenly Sword beside her. Yao Luo Shi, you two evacuate first and get on the Dinyuan dot. Xing Weyao's voice carried a hint of mischief. Lin Chen, then be careful. Luo Shi's icy blue eyes also looked at him, as if she wanted to say something. Lin Chen grinned. Don't worry, they're professional and experienced. Besides, why not take advantage of a package that's delivered to your door? After a moment of contemplation, Elder Long's gaze swept across everyone in the conference room before finally settling on Lin Chen's face. Good. Master Long made the final decision. We'll do as you say. Thunder, order the Fushi to remain on high alert and be ready to provide support at any time. Comrade Xing Weiyao, Comrade Luo Shi, evacuate to a safe area immediately. Dingyuan is moving at full speed away from the estimated impact area of the nuclear explosion. General Thunder opened his mouth, but ultimately swallowed back the objection that was on the tip of his tongue. Yes, Elder Long. He took a deep look at Lin Chen on the screen. This kid always manages to pull off something amazing. The cockpit of the Heavenly Punishment Gundam slowly opened. Lin Chen stretched his limbs, took a deep breath, and jumped from a height of nearly 19 meters. The wind howled in his ears. He landed precisely on a piece of wreckage from a previously sunken American frigate floating on the sea, and stood firmly. The wreckage was only a few square meters in size, and it undulated with the waves. Yao, move Heavenly Punishment further away, don't let the shockwave damage it, the repair cost is expensive. Lin Chen shouted through the communicator. Under Xing Yao's control, the two Gundams, heavenly sword, and heavenly punishment sprang up their light wings and flew rapidly toward the Dingyuan. Before leaving, Luo Shi gave Lin Chen a deep look, her icy blue eyes seeming to hold a complex emotion. Soon, only Lin Chen's lonely figure remained on the sea, standing on that small piece of wreckage, looking up at the sky. System, dinner is ready. He silently recited it in his heart. Received, host. Invincibility countdown is about to begin. Bridge of the Destroyer, Dingyuan. Captain Zhao Haifeng received the order with a solemn expression. Hard to right. Full engine power. Target southeast. Full speed ahead. This 10,000-ton destroyer, like an arrow released from a bow, left a huge white trail on the sea, desperately trying to escape the impending deadly storm. At G7 base, everyone's hearts were in their throats. On the screen in front of Analyst Wang, the dot representing a nuclear bomb was approaching at an alarming speed. 5 minutes to reach the target. 4 minutes. 3 minutes. Lin Chen looked up at the sky, the sea breeze blowing through his hair. He could even feel the slight tremors of the wreckage beneath his feet. A tiny, almost imperceptible bright spot has appeared on the distant horizon, rapidly growing larger and brighter. That was the trajectory of Death's arrival. This feeling is even more exciting than the last time in Luobupo. Lin Chen clicked his tongue, but a hint of anticipation appeared on his face. The world's attention, still reeling from the shock of Luo Shi sinking the aircraft carrier with a single blow, is now once again focused on this turbulent winter sea due to the sudden nuclear crisis. This time, however, they didn't know that the real protagonist had only just begun to appear. 2 minutes. 1 minute. Wang, the analyst, spoke steadily and clearly. A massive mushroom cloud is about to bloom once again over the sea. Lin Chen opened his arms as if to embrace the impending destruction and rebirth. Invincibility activated. The system notification sounded in his mind. The next second, an extremely blinding white light engulfed the entire world. Chapter 73 Tradition. Reciprocity. Ding! High-intensity nuclear explosion energy detected. Enhancing host's basic physical stats. Enhancement complete. Host's current body data. Physical fitness, 70, the standard for an average adult male is 10. Strength, 70, standard for an average adult male is 10. Agility, 70, the standard for an average adult male is 10. Mental state, 70, the standard for a typical adult male is 10. Overall rating, humanoid beast, intermediate. Total energy absorbed this time, 600 units. Lin Chen felt the terrifying power surging within him, almost bursting out of his body, and a smile curved his lips. This system seems to really enjoy nuclear explosions. Last time the cloud burst 11. Package only added 12 points, but this time it's all done in one go, with all the values soaring to 70. They also gave a full 600 units of energy, which was much more generous than last time. He wondered if he could suggest to Elder Long next time that they organize a Fusion Strike Deluxe lunch, or an Antimatter Annihilation Buffet dinner. The system would probably be overjoyed and just airdrop him a wife, an even more awesome world. As for drawing from the world, he'd wait until he got back. There wasn't even a place to wash his hands on this barren sea. He was afraid that if he drew a mythical beast version of the classic of mountains and seas, he might have bad luck and stage a failed attempt to ascend to heaven in broad daylight. On the spot. 15 minutes later. The aftershocks of the nuclear explosion and the radioactive dust that filled the sky had no effect on Lin Chen under the protection of his invincible state. As the light and heat, powerful enough to destroy everything, gradually dissipated, revealing that solitary figure between the sea and the sky. All the forces around the world that had been spying on this place through various clandestine channels were dumbfounded. Old Master Long's hand holding the teacup was as steady as a mountain, but the meaningful smile on his lips deepened. On the screen, Lin Chen was standing steadily on a piece of charred metal debris less than 2 meters long and wide. That thin iron plate rose and fell with the surging waves. Beyond the iron plate, the rest of the original U.S. frigate had long since vanished without a trace. Inside the secret command posts of countries around the world, there was a deathly silence. Countless eyes were fixed on the tiny figure on the screen, as if trying to see right through him. One person, enduring a nuclear explosion. Unharmed. This isn't science fiction anymore, this is mythology. This is impossible. It must be some kind of shielding technology that we can't understand. Inside an underground bunker in the United States, an elderly white man in a general's uniform was roaring hysterically, his fat face trembling with excitement. No one responded to him. Everyone was immersed in this huge shock that overturned their worldview. The atmosphere on the bridge of the Dingyuan destroyer eased slightly after it retreated to an absolutely safe area at a maximum speed exceeding its design limits. Xin Yueyao and Luo Shi were standing side by side in front of the huge tactical display screen. When she saw Lin Chen standing safely on that surfboard that could sink at any moment, a faint smile appeared in Xin Yueyao's captivating peach blossom eyes, and the corners of her lips unconsciously turned up slightly. Sure enough, this guy really likes this kind of excitement. Luo Shi's stunningly beautiful, icy blue eyes gazed silently at the man who stood at the center of destruction, yet appeared so calm and composed. Xin Yueyao's lips curled up slightly. I'll go pick him up. She turned and walked briskly toward the exit of the bridge, her steps light and graceful. The sky sword, towering figure, like a golden lightning bolt, traced a magnificent trajectory across the sea before hovering precisely above Lin Chen's head. She looked down at Lin Chen, a mocking smile in her peach blossom eyes. Oh, Hero Lin, would you like me to condescend to lend you a hand? Lin Chen looked up and chuckled softly. Fairy sister, you've had a long journey to descend to earth. What merit do I have to trouble you with your grace? He was being sarcastic, but his body betrayed him. He leaped up, taking advantage of the moment when the wreckage beneath his feet was lifted by a wave, and nimbly jumped into the mechanical hand extended by the Sky Sword, Gundam. The heavenly sword steadily supported him and slowly placed him in the passenger seat. TSK, your car still smells the best, Yao Yao. Lin Chen leaned back comfortably in his seat, inhaling the faint fragrance in the cockpit and the unique, captivating scent emanating from Xin Yueyao. Xin Yueyao rolled her eyes at him and activated Heavenly Sword to return to base. She paused, then asked with a hint of curiosity. How does it feel? Withstanding a nuclear bomb, isn't it awesome? Lin Chen stroked his chin and answered seriously. Yeah, it's like having a high-energy sauna. My whole body feels relaxed and refreshed, but it takes a bit of a strain on the system. Next time, we can try something even more exciting. Xin Yueyao. This guy's thought process is definitely different from normal people. The Sky Sword, Gundam, carrying Lin Chen, quickly flew towards the Dingyuan G7 base, Conference Room 1. When he saw Lin Chen being picked up by Xin Yueyao, the smile on Old Man Long's face deepened. Analyst Wang pushed up his glasses, his eyes behind the lenses flashing with excitement and seriousness. Old Long, this time, the US has really played all its cards. They'll probably go even crazier next. Master Long gently put down his teacup, the bottom of which made a crisp sound as it struck the table. He surveyed the crowd, his gaze calm yet carrying an undeniable air of authority. They gave us a nuclear bomb gift. According to our rabbit tradition, we should reciprocate gifts, so we should naturally give something in return. He looked at Thunder. Comrade Lei Ting. Arrive! General Thunder suddenly straightened his back. A cold smile curled at the corner of Long Lao's mouth. Notify Fushi, target, Western Ocean, all lurking strategic nuclear submarines of the United States. Let them experience what a surprise from space really means. Yes. A terrifying glint flashed in General Thunder's eyes, and his voice boomed like a bell. I've been waiting for you to say that. Space, near-Earth orbit. A colossal object with a menacing design and futuristic aesthetics is silently suspended in the dark universe. Fuji, a strategic-class battleship. The emotionless, electronically synthesized voice of the AI Nuwa echoed within the bridge. Reporting to the commander, based on instructions from G7 base, the real-time coordinates of all U.S. Poseidon-class strategic nuclear submarines in the Western Ocean have been located. A total of 6 vessels, all of which are in a state of silent submersion. From Chapter 74 onwards, please call me Master Long. Inside the bridge, A commander with a general's star on his shoulder had a calm gaze as still as an ancient well. On the huge holographic screen in front of him, 6 dark red markers moved slowly across a deep blue ocean simulation. Each marker represents a mobile nuclear arsenal that was once capable of threatening the entire continent. Authorization: Heavenly Punishment Secondary Weapon System. The commander's voice was completely flat, as if he were ordering the clearing out of a few deep-sea worms. The AI in Yuwa immediately responded. Secondary Weapon System Authorization approved. Pulsed Laser Array, fully charged. Target locked, synchronization calibration complete. Launch countdown 3, 2, 1. Emission! On one side of the Fushi ship, 24 pulsed laser arrays simultaneously lit up with a ghostly blue light. There was no earth-shattering roar. It is a slight humming sound that is emitted only when energy is condensed to its extreme. 24 condensed, almost tangible blue beams pierced through the dark universe. Deep sea somewhere in the Western Ocean. Inside the Poseidon-class strategic nuclear submarine, the captain is leisurely sipping coffee. He was completely unaware of the impending nuclear surprise, and continued his undercover mission. The sonar soldier listened listlessly to his headphones, the background noise of the ocean unchanged. A beam of pale blue light had silently pierced through the thick layer of seawater. It hit the Poseidon-class destroyer precisely. There was no explosion. The extreme high temperature lasts only for a moment. The submarine's sturdy pressure hull melted like butter. Seawater surged in frantically. The American soldiers inside the submarine didn't even have time to scream before they were swallowed up by the high pressure and high temperature. Almost at the same moment, the other 5 Poseidon-class nuclear submarines met the same fate. They don't even know where the attack is coming from. The ghosts of the deep sea are utterly vulnerable in the face of space-based weapons. The bridge of the Fushi-class destroyer. On the holographic screen, 6 red markers turned gray almost simultaneously, indicating destroyed. All targets have been eliminated. The AI in Yuwa remained calm. The commander nodded slightly, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. Very good. Notify G7 base, Mr. Long, that the US's underwater Great Wall no longer exists. This return gift is quite substantial. 2 days later, the UN headquarters was brightly lit. An emergency meeting of the Security Council is underway. The atmosphere in the conference hall was so heavy it was almost palpable. The representative of the United States, his face as black as the bottom of a pot, launched into a tirade of accusations, spitting as he spoke. This is an unprecedented terrorist attack. It is a blatant provocation against world peace. We demand that Rabbit immediately explain this matter and bear all the consequences. The other national representatives beside him also echoed his sentiments with righteous indignation. On the Rabbit's representative seat, the newly appointed foreign minister, a middle-aged man with sharp eyes and a faint smile on his lips, listened quietly. He even had the leisure to pick up the teacup in front of him and gently blow on the floating tea leaves. It was as if everything before him had nothing to do with him. After the American representative finished his rant, a brief silence fell over the meeting room. All eyes were on the Rabbit's foreign minister. He slowly put down his teacup, the crisp sound of the porcelain clinking particularly clear in the silence. He stood up and straightened the collar of his crisp Zhongshan suit. His gaze swept across the entire room, carrying an undeniable air of authority. Explain? He smiled slightly and shook his head. I think you may have misunderstood something. The Rabbit never needs to explain to anyone its actions in protecting national interests. The Eagle representative was trembling with anger. You are disregarding international rules. The foreign minister's smile widened, but it carried a hint of cold mockery. International rules? Who set the old rules? Now that the Rabbit has arrived, the rules should naturally change as well. He paused, then his voice suddenly rose, like a thunderclap. From today onwards, please call us Dragon University. As for the UN, he glanced around at the stunned representatives from various countries. You can play however you want. We're not going to play along. After he finished speaking, he nodded to the members of the delegation behind him. Let's go. Amidst countless bewildered, angry, and fearful gazes, the rabid delegation strode confidently out of the conference hall. It left behind only a chaotic mess, with no leader in sight. The world order was completely overturned at this moment. The name, Dragon State, is like a brand deeply etched in the hearts of every nation. G7 Base, Conference Room 1. The atmosphere was completely different from that of the United Nations meeting 2 days earlier. There was an irrepressible excitement and anticipation emanating from this place. Old Master Long sat upright in the main seat, a gentle smile on his face, but deep in his eyes gleamed a shrewd and calculating light. General Lei Ting sat to his left, his back ramrod straight, the menacing aura between his brows dissipated considerably, replaced by an eager excitement. Wang, the analyst, adjusted his glasses. Countless data flowed across the tablet in front of him, but his attention was clearly not on those dry numbers. Xin Yueyao was dressed in a smart white research coat, her expression a mixture of curiosity and mockery. Luo she stood quietly not far behind Lin Chen, like a perfect ice sculpture. With her silver hair and icy eyes, she had a strong presence, yet seemed to be separated from her surroundings by an invisible barrier. Lin Chen sat comfortably in his chair, sipping his special tea. This tea was specially approved by Master Long. It is said to have been grown casually in the cultivation greenhouse of the Huandan, using the same nutrient solution. After drinking it, there is a faint warm current that can soothe the mind. Old Long, the Americans are probably crying their eyes out in the bathroom right now, aren't they? Old Long chuckled. Crying is certain, but whether it happened in the bathroom or not is unknown. General Thunder replied in a deep, muffled voice. I think they've even lost their voice when they cry. Let them keep gloating. Analyst Wang spoke up at the opportune moment. According to the latest intelligence, the U.S. is in complete chaos, with all sorts of blame-shifting sessions emerging one after another. Our Fushi has completely broken their backbone. Xin Yueyao smiled and looked at Lin Chen. Someone endured the sauna of a nuclear bomb, and the effect was outstanding. Lin Chen proudly raised his chin. That's right, look who it is. Anything produced by the system is, occasionally a gem. Everyone smiled upon hearing this. Elder Long coughed lightly, drawing everyone's attention back to him. All right, enough of the small talk. Xiao Chun, can we start on the system side now? Lin Chen perked up, sat up straight in his chair, and finished his tea in one gulp. All done! With a thought, a familiar system interface emitting a ghostly blue light slowly appeared in the void before him. 3 brand new world options, like 3 cards slowly unfolding, float in the center of the interface. The font is simple and elegant, exuding a sense of fantasy and chivalry, Zhu Xian. With its unique art style and abundant, tu chao, meaning to criticize or ridicule, energy it's called 100,000 Cold Jokes movie version. And the futuristic, metallic-looking nanocore. The meeting room fell silent for a moment. Old Master Long held his teacup, his fingers gently stroking the inside of the cup, his eyes deep and unreadable. General Thunder frowned deeply, staring at the 3 options as if he wanted to pierce through them with his eyes. This system still has such a unique taste. Lin Chen touched his nose, and the corner of his mouth, which was holding a lollipop, twitched. They're really going to open blind boxes, huh? Xin Yueyao's eyes swept over the 3 options, a hint of curiosity flashing across them. The nanocore, in particular, made her eyes light up slightly. Luo she remained standing not far behind Lin Chen, her icy blue eyes, like the purest gemstones, reflecting the words on the light screen, without any emotional fluctuation. It was as if, for her, it didn't matter which world she went to. Chapter 75 The Milky Way is also a river. Okay, the system is malfunctioning, and we've known about it for a while now. Lin Chen shrugged, with an expression that said, I'm used to it. Analyst Wang, everyone, it's up to you now. Analyst Wang pushed up his glasses, his gaze behind the lenses calm and sharp. Immediately gather all relevant data and conduct a top-priority analysis and assessment of these 3 worlds. He turned to the think tank members behind him, his voice steady and powerful. Time, 4 hours. Yes. The powerful information processing capabilities of G7 Base were operating at full capacity. Soon, clips from the TV series, Zhu Xian, began playing on the large screen in the conference room. The scenes of flying on swords and using Taoist magic made General Latang's eyes twitch. Next up was the movie version of 100,000 Cold Jokes, whose nonsensical plot and mind-blowing ideas made the atmosphere in the conference room somewhat awkward. When he saw the time chicken with its pixelated head, and the character who could turn his tu chao, meaning to criticize or complain, energy into attacks, even the old man's lips twitched slightly. Lin Chen watched with great interest, occasionally letting out a pft laugh. This Tsukomi, commentator/satirist, is quite interesting. Xing Yueyao rolled her eyes at him. This guy always has such a peculiar focus. Finally, there's the Nano Core, with its exquisite 3D modeling, cool mecha battles, and the large space station called Asgard, which made Xing Yueyao's eyes light up more and more. 4 hours passed quietly in the tense yet efficient analysis. The experts in the think tank combined analysis from the original work, film and television, online materials, and even some unofficial fan fiction settings, and presented a thick report to everyone. Analyst Wang cleared his throat and began his report. First is the world of Shu Xian. This is a world of high martial arts and immortals, with an extremely high upper limit to the power system, and the existence of beings that are almost capable of destroying the world, such as the Beast God and the immortal slaughtering sword formation. He pulled up a comparison image. Our Fushi strategic battleship can go in, and it can deal with those top-tier combat forces. Before the analyst could finish speaking, General Thunder interrupted him. Let's not even talk about whether the portal is big enough or whether it can fit that huge thing inside. He pointed to an elder on the screen with an air of otherworldly wisdom, standing on a celestial sword. This kind of personal flight ability has exceeded our current understanding of physics, not to mention those all kinds of magic. Our individual combat strength is currently top-notch, with Comrade Luo Shi and Comrades Lin Chen and Xing Weiyao piloting the Sky Sword series Gundams. Wang, the analyst, swiped his finger across the tablet, bringing up several sets of simulation data. That's right. According to the energy model analysis, the power of Comrade Luo Shi's regretful dragon is estimated to be equal to the full-force attack of a Shangqing realm cultivator in the world of Zhu Xian. The Heavenly Sword and Heavenly Punishment Gundam unleash their full firepower, with a firepower density comparable to the simultaneous firing of several Qingyan sect disciples' Divine Sword Thunder Control Technique. Sounds impressive, right? Analyst Wang then changed the subject. However, battles in this world are not entirely based on energy levels. A term appeared on the screen, magic item. For example, the Albizia Bell and the Sad Flower do not cause large-scale physical damage, but they can directly attack a person's soul. Whether our marshal can provide a basic mental barrier to withstand this kind of attack is completely unknown. His gaze swept over the crowd before he concluded. Based on our analysis, before our civilization reaches the peak of Type 1, it is too risky and too unpredictable to rashly enter a world dominated by a system of idealistic forces. We do not recommend choosing this path. Elder Long nodded in agreement. Next up, 100,000 Cold Jokes Movie Edition. Analyst Wang turned a page of the report, his expression turning somewhat strange. This world is very special. It involves a large number of conceptual and rule-based capabilities. On the big screen, the famous River God segment began to play. Young warrior, did you drop this golden axe, this silver axe, or this broken axe? Then, the River God, with a solemn expression, uttered that classic line. You know, the Milky Way is a river too. The meeting room was completely silent. The lollipop in Lin Chen's mouth fell to the ground with a thud. He bent down to pick it up, blew on it, and put it back in his mouth, mumbling indistinctly. This actually works? General Thunder's lips twitched. He felt his worldview had been severely shaken. How do we deal with this kind of unreasonable thing? Analyst Wang shook his head with a wry smile. To be honest, it's difficult. This ability, which involves causality and conceptual distortion, is almost impossible to defend against or counter using conventional technological means. Once we provoke such a being, we may find ourselves in an extremely passive situation, or even be killed off by the other party in a way that we cannot understand. Xing Yueyao's expression also turned somewhat solemn. The danger of this world lies not in the intensity of energy, but in the strangeness of its rules. Our knowledge of this type of force is almost zero. Elder Long spoke slowly, his voice carrying a hint of solemnity. This kind of factor, which is completely beyond our control, is too dangerous for us. The world of 100,000 cold jokes may seem funny and nonsensical, but it actually hides the most extreme dangers. Making jokes is fine, but if you actually go in, you probably won't even know how you died. Finally, only the nanocore remained. Analyst Wang took a deep breath, his tone noticeably more relaxed. The world of nanocore is set in the future with a high level of technology. It features an advanced individual combat system called nano armor and the space station Asgard. The power system of this world is mainly based on technology. Although there are some special ability users known as mutants, overall, they are still within the scope of what we can understand and deal with. On the large screen, footage of characters such as Ray, Nova, and Hela piloting nanotech armor in battle was playing. Particle beams, energy shields, high-speed maneuvering. These elements are not unfamiliar to Rabbit, who has already come into contact with the Strike Freedom Gundam and owns the Fushi. The technology of this world has great reference value for us, especially nanotechnology, energy weapons, and the construction technology of space stations. Xin Yuyao's peach blossom eyes sparkled with interest, clearly showing her keen interest in this world. Moreover, the social structure of this world is relatively clear, and the contradictions and conflicts are also relatively well defined, making it easier for us to find entry points and acquire the technology and resources we need. General Thunder stroked his chin and nodded. This sounds much more reliable. At least you don't have to worry about the other side suddenly pulling out a godlike being who can make the Milky Way a river while you're fighting. Lin Chen also thought this was a good choice. At least the art style is normal, and the fight scenes are predictable. He didn't want to experience the fear of being dominated by a rule-following big shot. Elder Long's gaze swept over everyone, finally settling on Lin Chen. Xiao Chun, what's your opinion? Lin Chen grinned, spat out the lollipop stick, and accurately tossed it into the trash can some distance away. I choose nanocore. The reason is, the girls in this world all seem to be pretty. Chapter 76 Departure to the New World. Everyone. Xin Weiyao glared at him, annoyed. This guy was being inappropriate again. Luo Shi's icy blue eyes seemed to flicker slightly at his words. Old Master Long chuckled but didn't point it out. In that case, let's go with the nanocore. He looked at Analyst Wang. Immediately organize forces and formulate a detailed action plan for the nanocore world. Yes. On the system interface, the two options, and slowly dimmed. Only the nanocore remained, emitting a faint blue light. World selected nanocore. Generating main quest. A new line of text appeared on the system interface. All eyes were focused on the constantly flashing state code. Generating main quest. The constantly flashing state code seemed to be whetting everyone's appetite, striking their hearts again and again. Finally, a flash of light appeared. Two new lines of gold-plated characters slowly appeared in the center of the light screen, like two completely different forks in the road of fate. Mission 1: Unification of the World. Objective: to integrate all known forces on the planet, ASA, the Allied forces, Golden Viper, and the mutants, without resorting to extermination, end the conflicts, and establish a new planetary order led by the Rabbit. Mission 2: Technology Theft. Objective: acquire the complete nano-armor prototype, and some core manufacturing technologies, and successfully recover the space station, wreckage of Asgard. A brief silence fell over the meeting room. Lin Chen almost dropped the stick of the lollipop in his mouth. Goodness! He mumbled something indistinctly. One is to ask us to become the director of the neighborhood committee and mediate neighborhood disputes across the entire planet. The other one is to have us go directly to the house across the street and empty out their most valuable possessions. This option presents a stark contrast. General Thunder's brows furrowed into a deep frown as he stared at the line of text for Mission 1, as if he wanted to bore a hole through it. Integrate all forces? These people are already fighting tooth and nail, why should we be their referees? He tapped his large fingers on the table, making a dull sound. Isn't this like getting stuck in a quagmire and not being able to pull your legs out? It's a waste of effort. Xin Yueyao's eyes lit up instantly when she saw Mission 2. Her breathing seemed to quicken slightly. Complete, nano-armor, and core manufacturing technology. Her voice carried in barely suppressed excitement and longing. And then there's the wrecked Asgard. That's an entire space city. Even as wreckage, the materials science, energy systems, and ecological recycling technologies it contains are priceless treasures to us. That's not just simple technology. It's a ladder to the stars and the sea. Analyst Wang calmly pushed up his glasses. The think tank behind him had already thoroughly analyzed the pros and cons of the two tasks. He stood up and pulled up a map showing the distribution of Yuanqing's power. Different regions were marked with red, blue, green, and yellow colors, intertwined and as messy as a bowl of spilled spaghetti. Elder Long, comrades. Task 1: Unification of the world sounds grand, but it is extremely difficult to execute. Based on our analysis of the nano-core world, the conflicts between the various forces on the original planet are deeply rooted, including not only racial antagonism and ideological clashes, but also long-standing blood feuds. He pointed to the area on the screen that represented Asa. If we, as a third-party force, forcibly intervene, we will inevitably become the focus of all conflicts and get caught up in endless political maneuvering and local wars. This would consume a great deal of our time and resources, which contradicts our core strategy of rapidly acquiring technology to achieve a leap in civilization. Wang's analysis is very clear. Task 1 is a pit, a bottomless pit. Everyone nodded instinctively. The rabbit is now the University of Tokyo, the architect of a new world order, but not a saint who saves all living beings. Their goal is to lead the rabbit civilization, and even the entire human civilization, out of Earth, not to be a planetary caretaker in the quagmire of another world. Xin Yueyao's gaze remained fixed intently on Mission 2. But Mission 2 is different. She took over the conversation, her tone decisive. Its goal is very clear: technology and physical products. Nano-armor can greatly enhance our individual combat capabilities and may even give rise to entirely new types of soldiers. And the Asgard space station will advance our space technology by at least 100 years. This has immeasurable strategic significance for our subsequent construction of Dyson spheres and our advancement towards Type 2 civilization. Her analysis showed everyone present tangible benefits. One is the ethereal, new planetary order, and the other is a tangible and visible technological leap. The choice is self-evident. Old Master Long remained silent throughout, simply holding his teacup and listening quietly, his deep gaze sweeping across everyone's face. Xiao Chun, what's your opinion? Lin Chen pulled the lollipop stick out of his mouth, flicked it casually, and the stick drew a precise parabola in the air before landing steadily in the trash can in the corner. He leaned back in his chair, a relaxed smile playing on his lips. My opinion? Old Long, I think this isn't a multiple-choice question at all, it's a freebie. We're going to another world for targeted poverty alleviation, but we're the ones helping ourselves. He shrugged, looking completely matter-of-fact. Help them fight to the death to unify the world? That's exhausting. And they might not even appreciate it. They might even call us invaders. Just pack up their best technology and equipment and take it with them, let them play with it at their own pace. What do you call that? That's called technical adjustment. It's to help them alleviate internal conflicts and promote peaceful development. His absurd reasoning made everyone smile. Even Luoshi, who had been expressionless, seemed to have a faint smile flicker in her icy blue eyes. General Thunder echoed in a booming voice. This kid's words may be rough, but the reasoning is sound. Our goal is to get the stuff, not to be pushovers. Old Master Long put down his teacup, a gentle smile appearing on his face. Good. He made the final decision. Then it's settled. Our goal is not to save the world, but to make our own world stronger. He looked at Lin Chen, his eyes filled with expectation and trust. Xiao Chen, you choose. Lin Chen nodded, and with a thought, he stretched out his finger and gently tapped the option for Mission 2 on the light screen in the void. Mission selected, Technology Theft. The words, Task 1, Unify the World, faded slowly, like sand art blown away by the wind, and eventually disappeared. Only the option for Task 2 remained, radiating an unprecedentedly bright light. Mission objective confirmed: acquire the complete, prototype nanoarmor, and some core manufacturing technologies, and successfully recover the space station, Wreckage Asgard. Chapter 77 on Demolition and Relocation. We are the professionals. Portal dimensions, 400 meters x 400 meters. Duration, 80 days overworld time. Energy consumption, 600 units, already deducted. Lin Chen looked at the 80-day countdown and couldn't help but say something. Holy crap. Luckily, I didn't choose the unification of the world option. Unify the planet in 80 days? Is this system planning to make me the protagonist of an 80-day journey around the world and then just walk away? General Thunder also looked terrified and said in a muffled voice. 80 days is not even enough to clarify who is right and who is wrong with them. Old Master Long smiled gently and turned his gaze to Analyst Wang. Since time is limited, our actions must be more precise and efficient. Analyst Wang immediately understood, stepped forward, and projected an urgently generated analysis report onto the large screen. Based on the mission objective of recover the remains of Asgard, we can conclude that the time we enter must be after the start of the third season of the Nano Core storyline, the Twilight chapter. On the screen, images of the Asgard space station crashing appeared, the massive wreckage scattered across the surface of the original planet, a truly shocking sight. Because only during this period of time is Asgard in its wrecked state. The eyes behind Wang's analyst glasses gleamed with wisdom. This is the most troublesome step for our state, to bring it down from the sky. Xinyao's peach blossom eyes almost shone as she stared intently at the massive space station wreckage, as if she were looking at a priceless treasure. Wreckage is good, wreckage is wonderful, wreckage in hand is awesome. Lin Chen provided the voiceover in a low voice. Xinyao glared at him fiercely, but the excitement in her eyes did not diminish in the slightest. Analyst Wang pointed to the large screen, which displayed a topographical map of Yuanxing and a huge, mountain-like metal structure lying on the ground. Our operation can be divided into two parts. He pushed up his glasses, the lenses reflecting the light from the screen. The main quest will be handled by General Thunder. Upon hearing this, General Thunder straightened his back instantly, and his eyes blazed. The Engineering Corps, Special Operations Forces, and Logistics Support Units will, with the Fuxi battleship as the core, enter Yuanxing as soon as possible, with their target being the Asgard wreckage crash site. Wang, the analyst, drew a large red circle on the screen, completely framing the area of wreckage. Your mission is to establish an advanced base within 80 days, dismantle, and transport back all valuable wrecked parts. In short, it's an armed demolition and relocation. General Thunder grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, and spoke in a loud voice. We guaranteed to complete the task. We're the professionals for this. The surrounding officers all smiled knowingly. When it comes to infrastructure and demolition, they are the pioneers. Xinyao's peach blossom eyes sparkled. She was more concerned about another issue. Where is our air support? Wang, the analyst, looked at her with a slight smile on his face. Of course we're ready. In the past few months, we've manufactured 5 more Sky Sword series mechs of the same class. He paused, then added, Comrade Yao Yao, you will serve as the captain of the Sky Sword Assault Squadron, providing comprehensive fire support and security for the ground troops. Xinyao's breath hitched slightly, and an uncontrollable fervor and excitement appeared on her bright and beautiful face. Would I? 5 rabbit-themed strike freedoms. Just thinking about that scene made her blood boil. Wang, the analyst, looked at Lin Chen. And our other task falls on you and Comrade Luo Shi. He tapped the screen lightly with his finger, and 2 portrait images popped up. One of them is a black-haired girl dressed in Gothic Lolita style with a cold expression, codenamed GA18, Hela. The other picture shows a stunningly beautiful, blue-haired woman with a languid yet dangerous gaze, Blue Sparrow of the Golden Viper Group. Our goal is complete nanoarmor and core manufacturing technology. These 2 things, one is in a person, and the other is in an organization. Wang, the analyst, explained. According to intelligence, GA18, also known as Hela, broke away from the AZA organization at this time and is searching for her father Torres on her own. She is equipped with a top-of-the-line active-duty nano-armor. She is our easiest target, a mobile, living treasure trove of technology. Lin Chen stroked his chin, looking at Hella's delicate but expressionless face. It sounds like scavenging equipment in the wild. I like that. Xinhuao snorted softly beside him, glancing at him with her peach blossom eyes as if to say, "What rude thing are you thinking about now?" As for core manufacturing technology, Juan, the analyst, placed his finger on the portrait of Blue Sparrow. Most of the information on this technology is in the hands of the Golden Viper Group, and this woman is one of the key figures in it. She likes to make instant noodles with red wine. She's a very interesting woman. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. Red wine instant noodles? What a sophisticated person! However, in a place like Xanadu, we can't exactly drive in a Gundam to ask for technology, can we? That would be too conspicuous. Analyst Wang nodded approvingly. That's right, so this mission requires infiltration and penetration, using the most precise scalpel to cut off the piece of flesh we need most. This is precisely where you and Comrade Luo Shi excel. The two of you are our sharpest scalpels. All eyes in the conference room were on Lin Chen and Luo Shi. One is a humanoid ferocious beast with 7 times the overall strength of a normal person. The other is a taciturn, yet silver-haired queen who can tear apart an aircraft carrier with her bare hands. The two of them together represent the current top individual combat strength of the Chinese. General Thunder said, "Leave the rough work of demolishing houses to us, but for the delicate work of infiltration, you'll have to take care of it." Elder Long nodded with a smile and looked at Lin Chen. "Is everything all right, Comrade Xiao Chen?" Lin Chen smiled easily, stood up, and stretched his arms and legs. "Mission accomplished." He turned to look at Luo Shi, who stood silently behind him like a beautiful ice sculpture. "Luo Shi, are you ready to go to another world to catch a lost little girl, and while you're at it, visit a big sister who loves red wine and instant noodles?" For the first time, Luo Shi's icy blue eyes showed a clear emotional fluctuation. She nodded slightly, her voice as cold as jade striking jade. "Obey orders." Chapter 78. The Fushi ship is deployed. 1 day later, above the surface of G7 base, a colossal object is tearing through the clouds and slowly descending. Fushi-class strategic battleship. It's back. The 1,500-meter-long hull blocked out the sunlight, casting a huge shadow that enveloped the entire base. General Thunder stood on the command tower, looking at their own starship, his bronze face full of pride, his mouth wide open, his voice booming. "Everyone, prepare to open the door according to the plan." The commands were instantly transmitted to every corner of the base via a quantum communication array. Lin Chen stood in the very center of the open area, with Luo Shi standing beside him, as still as an ice sculpture. He looked up at the hull of the Fushi, where the dense array of pulsed lasers and the thick armor gave him an unprecedented sense of security. "System, open the portal." Lin Chen gave the order in his mind. Energy source confirmed, spatial coordinates under construction. Metastar link in progress. The air in front of him began to distort, like the surface of water tossed with a stone. A silent crack appeared out of nowhere, and rapidly expanded. A window to another world was thus brutally torn open. General Thunder's roar came through the communicator. "First team, move out!" Lin Chen took a deep breath and turned to look at Luo Shi. "Ready to be a trailblazer?" Luo Shi's icy blue eyes gazed silently into the darkness ahead, nodding slightly. "Obey orders." Without further hesitation, Lin Chen took a step forward and became the first to enter the portal. Luo Shi followed closely behind, and in a flash, she disappeared on the other side of the teleportation portal. The moment the two entered, the Fushi, which was hovering in the air, moved. With the main engines running at full power, the massive ship moved without the slightest hesitation, like a giant sword piercing the sky, precisely and swiftly plunging into the 400-meter-wide entrance. Immediately afterwards, one after another, more rugged heavy transport vehicles, carrying engineers and special forces soldiers wearing dragons, exoskeletons, rushed into the portal in an orderly fashion, like worker bees leaving their hive. A large convoy, fully loaded with modular base components and heavy equipment, followed closely behind. The entire process was seamless, demonstrating a breathtaking level of organizational and execution efficiency. After a slight feeling of weightlessness, Lin Chen's feet touched solid ground. The air of Yuanxing rushed into my lungs, carrying a faint smell of metallic corrosion and the stench of decaying plants. The sky was an eerie grayish-purple, with a dim, yellowish sun hanging listlessly, as if it might go out at any moment. This is Yuanxing. A world shrouded in purple mist is slowly heading towards its demise. Before he could observe carefully, the light above his head suddenly went out. The massive Fushi had completely passed through the portal, its bow slightly raised, and its 4 fusion auxiliary engines unleashed powerful thrust, propelling the giant ship slowly into the air. Sizzle! 48 pulsed laser arrays on the ship's surface were activated simultaneously, forming an impenetrable light-speed interception net that enveloped the entire bridgehead area. The Nuwa AI has taken over the defense system. The emotionless electronic voice of the AI, Nuwa, rang out in Lin Chen's communicator. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he was lucky, the door was in a safe location. Large-scale engineering units have begun operations, modular building components are being rapidly unloaded, all-terrain engineering vehicles are leveling the ground, and soldiers wearing dragons, exoskeletons are carrying out their respective tasks with precision and efficiency. In just a few hours, a fully functional forward base will rise from the ground here. General Thunder's booming voice rang out again. Lin Chen, you've got us to handle the demolition work. You and Luo Shi can get to the fine work now. Lin Chen smiled. Receive. He called upon the AI Nuwa. Nuwa, mark the location of Xanadu and plan the shortest route. The route has been planned. A 3-dimensional map was projected onto Lin Chen's retina, with a red dot marking their current location, while a huge city icon representing Xanadu was on the other side of the map. Destination Xanadu. Straight line distance, 432 kilometers. More than 400 kilometers. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow after hearing this. More than 400 kilometers. The distance is either too far nor too close. Looks like I need to get a means of transportation. He pondered whether to borrow a high-mobility off-road vehicle from the engineering corps or simply have the Fushi ship send down a small shuttle. The former is bumpy, while the latter is too noisy and easily exposed. Just as he was considering which option was better, Luo Shi, who was beside him, suddenly spoke up. Her voice was as clear and cold as an icy spring, without the slightest fluctuation. No need. Just as Lin Chen was about to ask why it wasn't necessary, he felt a lightness in his body. Luo Shi moved. Her movements were incredibly fast, yet they possessed a strange gentleness, without creating a single sound. The next second, Lin Chen found his vision suddenly tilted and his feet left the dusty ground. He was easily held in Luo Shi's arms with a standard princess carry. Lin Chen's mind went blank on the spot. He could feel the cool touch of Luo Shi's special biological material combat suit beneath his arm, and the terrifying, unimaginable power hidden beneath it. A very faint, cool fragrance, like that of a pine forest after a snowfall, lingered around my nose. He could even see Luo Shi's long silver eyelashes in the calm, starry sky deep within her icy blue eyes. Wait a minute, what is this? Lin Chen hadn't finished speaking. A layer of pale blue energy emanated from Luo Shi's body like breath, enveloping the two of them. The energy wasn't scorching, instead, it carried a gentle warmth. Immediately afterwards, he felt a powerful force lifting him up. The ground receded rapidly from view. The forward base was transformed into a sand table model in the blink of an eye, and those huge engineering vehicles now looked like children's toys. The wind whistled in my ears. They took flight. No, it was Luo Shi who carried him into the air. Lin Chen lay in Luo Shi's arms, feeling the pressure brought by high-speed flight, and was a little dazed. What's this? Human transport plane? Or is it a VIP exclusive flight service? Looking at Luo Shi's stunningly beautiful profile, devoid of any expression, he finally couldn't help but speak. I mean, you should at least have given me a heads up. Luo Shi didn't even blink, simply uttering 2 words. Trouble. Lin Chen was speechless for a moment. Well, it is indeed a bit troublesome to talk about human social etiquette with a former Zerg queen. He simply gave up struggling, adjusted to a more comfortable position, put his hands behind his head, and began to admire the purple sky of this other world. I must say, the experience of this private flight is actually quite good. It offers a wide field of vision, excellent shock absorption, and even comes with a built-in constant temperature air conditioner and a special fragrance. It's just that the passenger's posture was a little bit embarrassing. Chapter 79 5 times the joy. Meanwhile, on the southern continent of Yuanxing, at the number 7 No Man's Land Advanced Base, the massive Fuxi battleship hovered in the air, silently overlooking the forward base that was rising from the ground below. The efficiency with which the Rabbit forward base was built was enough to baffle any civilization. Modular barracks, automatically deployable defensive turrets, and rapidly laid energy pipelines, all operated by the engineering corps, resemble a sophisticated symphony. Suddenly, the tranquility of the AI Nuwa in the bridge of the Fuxi ship was broken by her emotionless, synthesized voice. A high-energy biological reaction cluster has been detected. Quantity. Preliminary estimate exceeds 10,000 units. Approaching from the 3 o'clock position on the horizon at a speed of 80 kilometers per hour. General Thunder's booming voice rang out in the command channel. Guests have arrived so soon? Attention all personnel, prepare for level 1 combat. On the horizon, a writhing shadow is rapidly expanding. They were not an orderly army, but a chaotic, violent torrent of life. The enormous monster, covered in bony carapace and eerie purple patterns, moved its arthropod-like giant feet, emitting a dull thud as it stomped. More often, there are smaller creatures that travel in packs like hyenas, running silently with only their scarlet compound eyes gleaming with hunger across the wasteland. The Galos monster. Fire! Thunder's command was concise and cold. Outside the forward base, the Dragon Rider, exoskeleton warriors, already deployed, had their miniature fire control radars on their shoulders locked onto the foremost target. The electromagnetic rifles in their hands emitted eerie blue arcs of electricity from their muzzles. Buzz! There were no deafening gunshots, only the sharp whistling of energy tearing through the air. Hundreds of Gauss warheads, enveloped in a ghostly blue electric light, instantly traversed the distance of several kilometers. The giant gallows charging at the forefront had several bowl-sized holes instantly burst open in its hard carapace. Blue arcs of electricity still crackled and burned along the edges of the charred wounds, destroying its biological tissue. The monster let out a mournful cry, and its massive body crashed to the ground. More gallows were torn apart by a hail of precise bullets, their purple blood splattering and staining the ashen earth with an eerie hue. Sky Sword Squad, it's your turn. Thunder's voice rang out on the communication channel. Receive! Xinyu Yao's voice, tinged with excitement, came through. In the sky, 5 golden streaks of light pierced the purple firmament. The Gundam formation, led by Sky Sword Zero, hovered above the Geros cluster like gods descending to Earth. All gun ports open. Xinyu Yao's peach blossom eyes reflected the densely packed monsters below, and an excited smile curved her lips. The 5 Sky Sword Gundams instantly deployed their Dragoon systems, and the railguns at their waists and the high-energy beam rifles in their hands simultaneously emitted deadly light. The next second, golden beams of light and white energy cannons, like the scythe of death, wove together an impenetrable net of death and poured down. The flames from the explosion illuminated the entire wasteland as bright as day. The earth trembled, and Galos's roar was drowned out by an even more violent torrent of energy. It seems that Lao Lei and the others have already started their feast. Lin Chen clicked his tongue as he looked at the battlefield footage being broadcast live from his personal terminal by Nuwa. With this firepower density, even if another 100,000 gallows were brought in, it would only be a matter of using more ammunition and energy. He put away his terminal and looked down. A vast and fragmented city has come into view on the horizon. Towering holographic billboards flashed bizarre images. Armored hovercrafts traversed planned aerial routes, and the city center was brightly lit, full of futuristic technology. On the outskirts of the city, there are large areas of low, dilapidated buildings, like sores on a shiny body. Xanadu. We should find a place to descend. Luo Shi seemed to understand what he meant. Holding him, she fell silently towards the rooftop of an abandoned high-rise building on the outskirts of the city, like a weightless feather. The moment his feet touched solid ground again, Lin Chen was still a little unaccustomed to it. "Next time, could you please provide a landing notification sound?" He moved his slightly numb body and casually complained. Luo Shi glanced at him silently with her icy blue eyes, without answering. Lin Chen had gotten used to it. He walked to the edge of the rooftop and looked down at the city full of contradictions. Pedestrians on the street hurried by, their eyes mostly filled with a hint of wariness and numbness. Security personnel in uniforms sped past on hovercrafts. In the distance, the sound of arguing could be heard, but it quickly disappeared. This is a world where undercurrents surge beneath a facade of peace. All right, the first step is to find a place to stay, then figure out how to get a legal identity card, and then. Lin Chen was planning his next steps. Luo Shi, who was standing beside him, suddenly stiffened. Her icy blue eyes were fixed intently on a certain direction on the street below. "What's wrong?" Lin Chen followed her gaze and saw that the street was bustling with people, but there was nothing particularly special about it. "Target spotted? Could it be that fast?" He was somewhat surprised. Although the think tank at G7 base was capable, it was impossible for them to send him the target's real-time location. Luo Shi did not answer immediately. Her breathing seemed to stop. After a few seconds she slowly spoke, her voice low and carrying a strange solemnity that Lin Chen had never heard before. "No." She shook her head. "That one looks a lot like me." Lin Chen was taken aback. "Picture?" He looked intently again and finally spotted Luo Shi's target in the crowded throng. It was a girl wearing a black gothic dress, holding a silver-black umbrella. She walked alone on the street, her long black hair and delicate yet cold profile standing out from her surroundings. GA18, Hella? That walking, living treasure trove of armor. She appeared before them without any warning. Lin Chen's mind raced, but he subconsciously asked a question. "How is it like that? You're not wearing Gothic Lolita clothing." Luo Shi's icy blue eyes never left the girl's figure, and her voice remained cold and clear. "None of us were born. Lin Chen's relaxed expression vanished instantly. He understood what Luo Shi meant. One is an extension of the swarm's will, the other is a creation of genetic engineering. They were all manufactured weapons born to serve a certain purpose. "All right." Lin Chen exhaled and resumed his lazy tone. "Since we're so lucky, let's go down and say hello." Chapter 80, The First Unleashing of Strength. The streets of Xanadu. Hella held the silver-black umbrella and walked aimlessly. "Where is Torres? Where can I find it?" The person she called father vanished without a trace, like a pebble dropped into the ocean. The city is vast, but people's hearts are in turmoil. She was like a lost doll, unable to find any direction amidst this false prosperity. Just then, two figures blocked the road ahead. One man and one woman. The man was wearing a dark combat uniform of indistinguishable material. Despite its casual style, it exuded a taut sense of power. He wore a lazy smile on his face, but his eyes swept over her from head to toe like searchlights. She cared more about women. Her long, silver hair cascaded down her back. Her face was so noble it seemed otherworldly, and her gown, which accentuated her perfect curves, made her appear almost alive. Most importantly, Hella sensed a faint, familiar presence from that woman. A cold essence that is, manufactured, rather than born. "Little sister, it's very dangerous for you to wander around the streets alone." The man spoke first, his tone casual, as if he were flirting with a stray cat on the street. Hella's red lips were tightly pressed together, her cold eyes remained unwavering, but her fingers gripped the umbrella handle with a slight tightening. The man seemed oblivious to her hostility. Instead, his lazy smile deepened, revealing a set of perfectly white teeth. "I know you're looking for an older man named Torres, right?" Boom! These words struck Hella like a thunderbolt. Her beautiful eyes suddenly narrowed, and an undisguised murderous aura instantly erupted from her body. Torres. How did he know that name? Who are you? Her voice was cold and clear, each word carrying a chilling edge. Lin Chen did not answer her question, but instead observed her body tense up with great interest. "Don't be so nervous, we mean no harm." He shrugged, looking completely harmless. "I just want to talk to you about a business deal, about your father's business." "I don't believe it." Hella's answer was concise and to the point. Her body had already lowered slightly, assuming a standard attack stance. Lin Chen's smile widened. "It seems that just talking about it isn't very convincing." He moved his wrists, producing a few crisp cracking sounds from his bones. "How about this? Let's find a place to have a friendly spar. If you can satisfy me, I'll tell you a clue about Torres, how about it?" Before he finished speaking, Lin Chen's figure vanished from the spot in an instant. Hella's pupils suddenly contracted, and almost on her fighting instincts, she swung her umbrella sharply to the side and behind her. Clang! A crisp metallic clang rang out. The tip of the umbrella was casually held between two fingers. Lin Chen's figure had appeared behind her at some point, his face still bearing that irritating smile. The response was good, but unfortunately it was a bit slow. Hella was startled and suddenly exerted force on her wrist, trying to pull the umbrella back. But those two fingers were like two unshakable mountains. No matter how hard she tried, they wouldn't budge. The next second, a clever force came from the tip of the umbrella. Hella felt an irresistible force pulling her body forward, causing her to stumble involuntarily. Lin Chen's figure followed her closely, his arm naturally encircling her, but not to attack. Instead, he half embraced her in an extremely ambiguous manner. The warm breath brushed against her earlobe. "Look, the lower body isn't very stable either." Humiliation. The ultimate humiliation. Hella's cheeks flushed instantly, a mixture of anger and embarrassment. She suddenly delivered an elbow strike to Lin Chen's chest. However, they bumped into nothing. Lin Chen had already released her and taken a half step back, but his arms slid down her waist. Smack! A crisp sound echoed through the quiet alley. Immediately afterwards, a flippant voice rang out. "It feels good to the touch and is very elastic." Hella's body froze completely. She slowly, very slowly turned around, and a thick layer of frost had formed on her delicate, doll-like face. In those beautiful eyes, a purple rage ignited, powerful enough to burn everything to ashes. "You're asking for it." Purple light, like a living thing, surged from beneath her skin. A streamlined purple nano-armor instantly enveloped her entire body. The helmet features an ornate crown-like structure with sharp chin guards extending from both sides. The protective wing system on the back suddenly unfolds, its edges shimmering with dangerous energy grids. The suspended semicircular device separated from above her head, transforming into several purple floating attack units that circled around her. Hell has arrived. "Oh ho, they've finally decided to put on their armor." Lin Chen looked at Hella after she had transformed, and instead of being nervous, he whistled. Hella didn't waste any more words. She moved. The ground beneath his feet cracked instantly, and he transformed into a purple afterimage, rushing straight towards Lin Chen. This time, her speed and strength were more than 10 times greater than before. Lin Chen's smile faded slightly, replaced by the excitement of meeting a worthy opponent. His body swayed slightly, and with a bizarre gait that defied the laws of physics, he narrowly avoided Hella's charge. The purple fist, accompanied by a sonic boom that tore through the air, grazed past the tip of his nose. This is getting interesting. The battle erupted completely in the narrow alleyway. The purple figure and the dark figure constantly intersected and collided. Each impact left spiderweb-like cracks on the walls and the ground. Hella's attacks were ferocious and precise, with floating cannons firing energy beams from all sorts of tricky angles, sealing off every space for Lin Chen to dodge. However, Lin Chen was like a slippery, unreliable fallen leaf. Amidst the relentless onslaught, he could always find a sliver of space to easily dodge the attack. He even had the leisure to comment on Hella's armor during the intervals between dodging. "This dynamic resistance switching system is good, but the energy transfer is a bit delayed. TSK, the turning angle of the wing system is too large, wasting energy." Hella was furious. This man was like a nasty fly, impossible to swat or shake off, and he kept buzzing in her ear. "Shut up!" She roared and suddenly spread her arms wide, causing the protective wing system on her back to shine brightly. Go to hell! She decided to stop harassing him and use her full strength to completely obliterate this despicable man in front of her. Her silver-black umbrella snapped open at the tip with a click, revealing the deep muzzle of a cannon inside. Purple high-energy particles began to converge wildly. A chilling aura of destruction instantly enveloped the entire alley. Lin Chen stopped and looked at the cannon that was charging, finally revealing a serious expression. He dared not take the hit head-on. However, he did not hide. Because someone made a move. Luo Shi, who had been standing quietly at the alley entrance, moved. Her figure, unlike Hella's, lacked a ferocious presence. She appeared silently before Hella like a wisp of smoke. In Hella's pupils, which were slightly dilated with shock, Luo Shi stretched out a hand as white as jade. Then, with a casual gesture, he tapped the muzzle of the cannon, which was already brimming with terrifying energy, with his index finger. There was no explosion. There was no sound. The terrifying energy, powerful enough to pierce through the armor of a warship, vanished without a trace, as if swallowed by an invisible black hole. Time seemed to stand still at that moment. Hella remained frozen in the firing position, her entire being frozen in place. She stared at her empty cannon barrel, then at the unharmed silver-haired woman, her eyes beneath the helmet filled with disbelief and horror. Chapter 81: The Consequences of Saying Only Half a Thing. The alleyway was deathly silent. That terrifying energy, powerful enough to melt through a ship's armor, vanished into thin air. Hella's streamlined purple nanotech armor still gleamed with a dangerous light, but she herself seemed to have been boneless, frozen in place. Her beautiful eyes, visible beneath her helmet, reflected Luo Shi's slender, fair, and flawless index finger. How could that be? His strongest attack, the ultimate release of the nano-armor, Hell, was just wiped out by a single finger? Lin Chen slowly walked up from behind and patted the dust off his hands. See? I told you not to make too much noise, or you'll scare the flowers and plants. Luo Shi glanced at him with her icy blue eyes, but said nothing. Hella finally recovered from the enormous shock. She took 2 steps back abruptly, and the protective wing system and floating units on her back instantly retracted. The purple nano-armor on her body receded like a tide, and she transformed back into her black gothic dress. She gripped the silver-black umbrella, her palms sweating profusely. The 2 people in front of her were simply beyond her comprehension. The man dodged his attack like a ghost. And this silver-haired woman, she can't even be described as powerful. They seem to be beings from another dimension. Let's go, let's find a place to sit down. Lin Chen seemed oblivious to the shock and wariness in her eyes, and turned to walk towards the alley entrance. You're treating you choose the place? Hella's red lips were tightly pressed together, and she did not move. Lin Chen took 2 steps, then turned back to look at her helplessly when he realized no one was following. I said, Miss with long black hair, you've already fought, so you should have calmed down by now. We can't just stand here in the cold wind forever, can we? Or are you so confident in your speed that you think you can escape right under her nose? As Lin Chen spoke, he gestured towards Luo Shi beside him with his lip. Hella's body trembled involuntarily. Run? That thought was shattered the moment she saw Luo Shi make her move. In the end, she took a step and followed behind the 2 of them, but kept a subtle distance between them. On the edge of the commercial district, there is a small leisure center. The lighting was dim, and the air was filled with the smell of cheap synthetic alcohol mixed with low-quality fragrance. The 3 of them sat down in an inconspicuous booth. Hella sat upright, with her silver-black umbrella placed beside her, ready to be used at any moment. Luo Shi sat quietly beside Lin Chen, like a work of art completely isolated from its surroundings. Lin Chen summoned a robot waiter and casually ordered 3 of the cheapest synthetic drinks. All right, now we can talk. Lin Chen stirred the strangely colored liquid in the glass, breaking the silence first. Hella stared at him with icy eyes. Who are you? Us? Lin Chen smiled mysteriously. Let's just consider him a helpful citizen who happened to be passing by and knew a lot about certain things. Hella's gaze remained unchanged, clearly indicating that she did not believe such nonsense. Your purpose. Don't rush. Lin Chen put down the cup, leaned forward slightly, and lowered his voice. Before we talk about our objectives, let's talk about yours first. For example, Torres. When Lin Chen uttered the name, Hella's icy expression finally showed a hint of emotion. Her hand gripping the umbrella handle tightened suddenly, her fingers trembling slightly from the force. We do know where he is. Lin Chen interrupted her, his tone calm, yet like a bombshell. It won't hurt to tell you. Hella's breath caught in her throat as she stared intently at Lin Chen, afraid of missing a single word. Lin Chen's lips curled into a smile as he slowly uttered a place name. Right in the Golden Viper's headquarters. Boom! It felt like something exploded in Hella's mind. Golden Viper! It's a Golden Viper again! She suddenly stood up from her seat and turned to leave. The overwhelming killing intent sent a chill down the spines of the several drunken mercenaries around them. A hand gently grasped her wrist. It's Lin Chen. His movements were slow and his strength was not great, yet Hella's body seemed to be frozen in place, unable to move an inch. Hella turned around abruptly, her eyes blazing with fury. Let go! Don't get excited. Lin Chen looked at her helplessly, but did not loosen his grip. You're just going to rush in all by yourself? He raised his other finger and pointed to his head. Leaving aside the Golden Viper's heavily guarded base, which is so heavily guarded that even a fly couldn't get in, can you even find Torres? Lin Chen's eyes became somewhat playful. Even if you're lucky and find it. And then? Can you bring him out? Do you think those soldiers from Golden Viper, equipped with the latest nano-armor, are just pushovers? Hella was speechless when he asked her that question. The anger in her eyes gradually faded, replaced by a sense of confusion and helplessness. Yes. How could she possibly break into the headquarters of the Golden Viper all by herself? She slumped back down, clutching her head in her hands, her long black hair falling down and obscuring the expression on her face. After a long while, she finally raised her head and asked in a weak voice. Then, why are you helping me? She's not stupid. These two people of unknown origin and ridiculously powerful would not lend a helping hand to me for no reason. Hee. Lin Chen smiled. He let go of her hand, leaned back in his chair, and looked relaxed and comfortable. Of course there should be compensation. There's no such thing as a free lunch. You should understand that, right? Hella's eyes became wary again. What do you want? Money? Or intelligence? We don't lack those things. Lin Chen shook his finger, a smile on his face that Hella couldn't understand. He looked at her exquisitely beautiful face, which was filled with wariness. The reward. He paused, seemingly considering his words. Then, he spoke clearly, word by word. I want you. I want you. These 3 words, seemingly light and airy, weighed heavily on Hella's heart like 3 invisible mountains. She froze completely. That exquisitely beautiful face, which was always covered with a layer of frost, suddenly turned red from her neck to her ears. She wasn't unfamiliar with frivolous mercenaries, nor was she unfamiliar with vulgar jokes. But coming from the mouth of this incredibly strong and mysterious man, it carried an irresistible, domineering aggressiveness. You're bullying me! Hella's lips trembled as she managed to squeeze out those words through gritted teeth. Her voice already carried a hint of grievance and trembling that she herself was unaware of. This sentence acts like a switch. Chapter 82. I just want a mecha. 5 years have passed. For 5 whole years, she wandered like a lonely ghost in the wasteland of Yuanqing. Finding Torres was her only obsession with living. She was deceived by the mysterious twilight messengers, and used like a puppet. She rekindled her hope time and time again, only to be doused with the cold water of reality time and time again. No one helped her. Nobody understands her. She could only keep all the bitterness and pain to herself, silently hiding them beneath her black gothic dress and cold nano-armor. And now, this man she had just met crushed her pride with absolute power and tore through her pretense with flippant words. That string, stretched taut for 5 years, finally snapped. A single, glistening tear slid down her beautiful eye without warning, running down her cheek and landing on the table, splashing into a tiny, cool droplet. She didn't cry out loud, but bit her lip tightly, her thin shoulders trembling violently. That kind of suppressed despair is more heartbreaking than any loud crying. The smile on Lin Chen's face froze completely. He was completely stunned. No way? It was just a joke. How did it make someone cry? This script is wrong. According to the normal procedure, shouldn't it be that he arrogantly calls her a shameless scoundrel, and then the two of them go back and forth arguing for 300 rounds? Don't cry. Lin Chen was instantly at a loss, looking like an awkward older brother who didn't know what to do after making a little girl cry. You've misunderstood, that's not what I meant. He was so anxious that he scratched his head and tried to explain incoherently. I mean, I want your armor to study. Yes. It's the armor. Your purple nanotech weapon hell. The complete system data. I want that. Don't cry. These words were even more damaging than the earlier. I want you. Hella's crying stopped abruptly. She raised her tear-streaked face, looking at Lin Chen with eyes full of humiliation and anger. That bastard. He not only humiliated himself, but also coveted his nanotech weaponry. That was the foundation of her being GA-18, the nanotech soldier. It was part of her body. My nanotech weaponry is not a toy for you to research. She stood up abruptly, her voice hoarse from the emotional outburst. Lin Chen was completely dumbfounded. Looking at the gothic girl in front of him, her eyes red and tear-streaked, yet forcing an angry expression, he felt his brain circuits were in a dead knot. I can't coax them anymore. This time, there's absolutely no way to appease them. Beside her, Luoxi, who had always been like a background figure, seemed to have a slight ripple in her icy blue eyes. She looked at Lin Chen, then at Hella. Then, she reached out and gently tugged at Lin Chen's sleeve. Lin Chen looked at her pleadingly, as if he had found a savior. Luoxi didn't speak, but gently pushed the almost untouched synthetic beverage with a strange, sweet smell in front of Hella. The movements were very light, without making a single extra sound. Hella's anger seemed to be paused by this gentle gesture. She stared blankly at the drink, then looked at Luoxi's expressionless yet otherworldly beautiful face. Sit down. Luoxi finally spoke, her voice still cold, yet carrying a strange power. Hella's body, as if out of her control, slowly sat back down. Call! Lin Chen let out a long sigh of relief, feeling as if he had just defused a time bomb. He decided to try a different way of communicating. Feel sorry. He looked at Hella, his tone more sincere than ever before. I apologize for my inappropriate wording just now. Hella's shoulders were still trembling slightly. She lowered her head, her long black hair obscuring her face, making it impossible to see her expression. Lin Chen cleared his throat and continued. I'll say it again, my purpose is to study your nanoarmor Hell. I need all its technical details, from the energy core to the dynamic resistance switching system, and even your neural linking protocol. His tone became serious and professional, without a trace of frivolity. I know this is outrageous, it's like taking a part of your body. But this is very important to us. In exchange, we will help you rescue Torres, and rescue him unharmed. Silence fell over the air. Only the loud music in the lounge and the sounds of people playing drinking games at the next table reminded us of the passage of time. After a long while, Hella slowly raised her head. The tears in her eyes had stopped, but her eyes were still red, like a wronged rabbit. The overwhelming anger dissipated, replaced by a complex emotion mixed with confusion, vigilance, and helplessness. She finally came to terms with reality. The two people in front of her possessed a power that could crush everything and was beyond her comprehension. Resistance is pointless. She asked in a weak, slightly nasal voice. Why should I believe you? Just because of this. Lin Chen didn't offer any further explanation. He reached out and tapped lightly on his personal terminal. A holographic light screen unfolded between him and Hella. A massacre is being broadcast live on the light screen. That was a scene outside the forward base, where the Gyro's cluster was covered by the death ray net of the Sky Sword Gundam formation. Golden beams of light and white energy cannons tore the hideous monsters to shreds, and the explosions illuminated almost the entire screen. Hella's pupils suddenly contracted. What kind of weapon is that? The density of firepower and the precision were far beyond her comprehension. Even Asgard's defense system at its peak would probably be no match for it. The scene changes. Warriors clad in dragon rider exoskeletons wielded electromagnetic rifles that spewed eerie blue arcs of electricity, precisely eliminating any survivors. Their movements were perfectly synchronized and their efficiency was chilling. Hela looked at the soldiers in the video wearing dark gray exoskeletons, her lips slightly parted. This is Rabbit Fushi Plan, Advanced Team, Lin Chen said succinctly. He turned off the holographic image and leaned back in his chair. Now, do you think we have the ability to rescue someone from the Golden Viper's base? Hela fell silent. A tremendous storm raged within her. Rabbit? What kind of force is that? When did such an army with terrifying technology appear on Yuanxing? She suddenly remembered the plan about Type 2 civilization that the Twilight Messenger had mentioned. Could it be? No, that's not right. The man before them, though powerful, did not possess any inhuman aura. In the end, she deflated like a punctured balloon and completely gave up thinking. She asked in a low voice, "Then, if I agree to give you the nanotech weaponry, how do you plan to save people?" Her voice was soft, carrying a hint of compromise and resignation. A smile finally returned to Lin Chen's lips. Well. He deliberately dragged out the sound mysteriously. No rush, we'll wait here for a day. Wait? Hela looked at him, puzzled. Wait for what? Waiting for the demolition team to arrive. Lin Chen picked up the strange drink, took a small sip, and then swallowed it without changing his expression. Soon. Chapter 83 Request for Firepower Coverage. 1 day later. The vast wasteland of Yuanxing South Continent, 1,000 kilometers away from Xanadu. A massive rift valley, like an ugly scar, stretches across the land. In the rift valley, a mountain lies quietly. A mountain, made of metal, composite materials and broken crystals, which should not belong to this world. The wreckage of the Asgard space station. It withstood unimaginable impacts during its fall, yet miraculously maintained the relative integrity of its main structure. The broken ring structure, the tilted central tower, and the exposed energy conduits all speak of its former glory. A massive ship, over 1,500 meters long, glided silently through the sky. Fushi-class strategic battleship. It blocked out the purple sunlight, casting even deeper shadows on the wreckage. Inside the bridge, Captain Zhao crossed his arms and looked down at the steel graveyard below through the huge porthole. His chiseled face remained completely expressionless. Nuwa, skin report. The emotionless, synthesized voice of the AI Nuwa echoed in the bridge. Captain, target area locked. High-density energy detected inside the wreckage, with over 3,000 life signals. Friend or foe identified, confirmed as a stronghold of the Golden Viper Group. A cold smile curled at the corners of Captain Zhao's lips. Very good. Demolition team, it's time to get to work. His voice was instantly transmitted through the quantum communication array to every unit of the steel torrent on the ground. Boom! A major earthquake occurred. The tracks rolled over the gravel, and the engine roared. Led by heavy electromagnetic tanks, followed by a massive force of armored personnel carriers and self-propelled artillery, they began to steadily advance toward the ruins of Asgard. Inside the wreckage, piercing alarms blared in every corner. The Golden Viper soldiers poured out of the various hatches and breaches in a chaotic rush. Their equipment was considered excellent on Yuanxing. They wore uniform exoskeletons, carried pulse rifles, and were followed by dozens of menacing MC humanoid mechs. A man wearing golden nanoarmor, clearly a minor leader, was shouting at the top of his lungs. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Quickly! Activate the defense matrix! Mech squad, advance! On the wreckage, several hidden turrets rose up, and the muzzles of the psionic cannons began to gather light. However, they didn't have time to fire. Beneath the hull of the Fushi, the muzzles of the 48 pulse laser arrays lit up with a faint white light. The next second, 48 white beams, faster than lightning, descended precisely from the sky. Boom! 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 Those newly erected defensive turrets were instantly pierced and turned into bursts of flame. The commander of the Golden Viper watched helplessly as his defensive fortifications were destroyed in the first second, completely stunned. Fire! Open fire! He roared at the top of his lungs. Dozens of MC mechs marched out of the position with heavy steps, and a layer of energy ripples spread across their surfaces. That was their proud phase deflection shield. On the ground, the soldiers of the Rabbit Heavy Combined Arms Brigade raised their electromagnetic rifles almost simultaneously. Buzz! A dense hail of blue bullets formed a deadly storm that swept away. The Gauss warhead struck the MC mech's phase shield, creating ripples that deflected and weakened most of the kinetic energy. Although the shield was flashing violently, the mech itself did not suffer fatal damage. Ha! It's useless! Upon seeing this, the commander of the Golden Viper revealed a ferocious, maniacal laugh. Our mechs are invincible! Crush them! Captain Zhao stood on the bridge of the Fushi, coldly watching this scene unfold. It seems we still have to let the professionals handle it. He pressed the communicator. Sky Sword Squad, stop messing around! Xin Yuyao's excited voice immediately came through the communication channel. Received, General. Brothers and sisters, dinner's ready! Above the sky, 5 golden meteors tore through the purple clouds. Sky Sword Zero unfolded its golden wings, like a god descending to earth. On the panoramic screen inside Xin Yuyao's cockpit, the view of the strutting MC mechs below was locked. Her eyes gleamed with a light that could be described as fanaticism. Let me show you what a technological gap really means. She gently pressed the fire button. Dragon Rider system, fully activated. The wings of light behind the 5 Sky Sword Gundams unfolded instantly, and dozens of Dragoon funnel units flew out like a swarm of bees, leaving deadly golden trails in the air. The Sailfish electromagnetic cannon at his waist and the Sirius high-energy beam rifle in his hand were both fully charged at the same time. The next second, the dance of death has begun. Golden beams of light, white electromagnetic cannonballs, and those Dragon Rider beams fired from all directions at bizarre angles covered the entire battlefield in a completely illogical manner. The phase shield of an MC mech collapsed instantly after being hit by multiple attacks exceeding the threshold. Immediately afterwards, a high-energy beam of light accurately struck its cockpit. There was no explosion, only melting through. That massive war machine collapsed silently to the ground, leaving a smooth, still smoking hole in its chest. This is just the beginning. The Golden Viper's mech force was like canned meat thrown into a meat grinder, unable to put up any decent resistance. Their shields were as thin as a sheet of paper in the face of the saturation firepower of the Sky Sword Gundam. No. It's impossible. The commander of the Golden Viper stared blankly at the icons of his own units disappearing one by one on the screen, his maniacal laughter frozen on his face. What kind of monster is that? Just as he was sinking into despair, a silent squad emerged from behind him. There were 10 people in total, each covered in nanoarmor of a different style. They are the Golden Viper's ace, the Nanoparticle Vanguard Reserve. Captain, let's go! The lead nanosoldier activated the flight device on his back, his voice filled with strong confidence. The commander felt like he had grasped at the last straw. Quick! Go! Shoot those golden flies down from the sky! 10 streaks of light shot into the sky, heading straight for the Heavenly Sword formation. Xin Yuyao's peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly. Oh! Finally, some decent snacks have arrived. She pushed the control stick, and Sky Sword Zero gracefully sidestepped several incoming energy cannons. With a flap of its wings, the machine instantly completed an unbelievable change of direction without inertia. Target locked, floating cannon mode. Xing Weiyao read it softly. Chapter 84. The Heavenly Sword of the Gundam crushes all, the Fushi sets off. All 6 Sky Sword Gundam's Dragoon systems were released, and 48 funnel units wove a dense yet impenetrable golden net of death in the air. Like a flock of self-aware falcons, they were precisely and deadly, playing tricks on the 10 Golden Viper nano-soldier reserves from all sorts of unbelievable angles. The beam of light would occasionally strike in short bursts, blocking movement. Sometimes they would focus their fire to forcefully break through the shield. Those 10 nanosoldiers, who would be considered aces on Yuanqing, were now like mice being toyed with by cat's claws, unable to even mount a proper counterattack. Their attacks were completely unable to penetrate the thin phase-shift armor of the Sky Sword, Gundam. Each attack from the enemy kept them constantly on the run. No! This is impossible! The leading nanotech captain watched helplessly as a teammate's shield was instantly overloaded by the combined fire of 3 dragoons, and then most of his body was precisely vaporized by a serious, high-energy beam rifle that descended from the sky. There was no violent explosion, only a silent melt-through. The nanoarmor he was once so proud of, along with the pilot inside, instantly turned into cosmic dust. The remaining 9 nanosoldiers didn't even get within 5 kilometers of the Sky Sword formation before being toyed with and dismantled by the Dragon Riders and various beam weapons, ultimately losing their combat effectiveness. Their energy systems were precisely cut off, or their movement joints were disrupted, causing them to fall helplessly from the sky like kites with broken strings. Inside the bridge of the Fushi, Captain Zhao watched the one-sided massacre with an expressionless face. For him, this was nothing more than a practical test of the equipment's performance. The result was satisfactory. He simply picked up the communicator and gave the final order. All troops, charge in and enter the wreckage. Except for valuable technical data and equipment, all other targets were completely eliminated. Meanwhile, in Xanadu, inside a room that stands out starkly from the dilapidated and desolate surroundings, a faint, sweet fragrance wafted in the air. Pink wallpaper, lace-trimmed curtains, and several cute plush toys piled up in the corner. It's hard to imagine that this is the bedroom of Hela, the girl dressed in gothic attire who exudes an aura of unapproachability. At this moment, Hela was sitting on a soft, pink carpet, her beautiful eyes fixed on the holographic projection in front of her. The projection showed the battlefield at the site of the Asgard wreckage. When she saw the 10 golden Viper nanobots being helplessly shot down one by the golden mechs in the sky, her fingers gripping the water glass tightened unconsciously. She could even imagine that if she were driving Hell and charging up there, the outcome would probably be no different. Perhaps, before they even have a chance to get close, they will be torn to shreds by that golden net of death. So this is what they meant by demolition team. Xanadu, the central area. Top floor conference room of the Golden Viper Group headquarters building. The atmosphere was so heavy it seemed like it could drip water. A dozen or so senior executives from the Golden Viper Group sat around a huge circular conference table. The leader was a middle-aged man with a sinister face, Luo Lai. He was irritably tapping on the table. It's been 2 hours. Still no news from the Asgard base? A subordinate in charge of communications stood up nervously and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Sir, quantum communication and supersonic communication, all frequency bands are being jammed by strong signals. We can't make contact. Waste. Luo Lai slammed his fist on the table and roared. Asgard is our most important research base. Do you want to cause the entire group to fall apart? Just then, the conference room door was suddenly pushed open. A bald man walked in. He is Gao Jin, Luo Lai's right-hand man. His usual playful expression was gone, replaced by a solemn look. No need to try. We just received urgent intelligence from the East Alliance. Their long-orbit reconnaissance satellite has captured images of a large warship in Asgard. As he spoke, he projected a piece of intelligence onto the central holographic projection. In the image, a ferocious, unprecedentedly massive warship hovers above the wreckage of Asgard. Its enormous shadow, like the palm of a god or demon, enveloped the entire steel graveyard. A collective gasp filled the conference room. What is this? When did warships of this caliber appear on Yuanxing? Luo Lai's pupils suddenly contracted as he stared intently at the side of the warship, where the ship's name was written in standard dragon script. Fushi. He muttered to himself, a chill running down his spine and up to the top of his head. Immediately! Order the 1st and 3rd fleets stationed in near-Earth orbit to proceed at full speed to provide support. All mobile units in Xanadu, mobilize! I refuse to believe that anyone can turn the world upside down on Yuanxing. Luo Lai's roar echoed in the conference room. At this moment, the entire war machine of the Golden Viper Group was fully activated. Countless hover-armored vehicles roared out from the underground exits, and squadrons of mechanical troops headed towards the airport. Above the sky, 2 interstellar warships belonging to the Golden Viper began to slowly turn around, their engines spewing out eerie blue flames. The entire commercial city was thrown into tension and chaos by this sudden turn of events. In that pink bedroom, outside the window, alarms blared across the sky. Lin Chen seemed not to hear him. He stood up and stretched. The fish have all left their nests. He looked at Luo Shi, who had also stood up, and Hela, who looked nervous and expectant. Let's go. Let's go to their house and get something we want. The headquarters building of the Golden Viper Group, like a black sword, pierces the purple sky of the commercial city. The entire city echoed with piercing sirens and the roar of engines, the sounds of the Golden Viper's war machines being mobilized. Below the building, however, the atmosphere was eerily frozen. Dozens of elite guards wearing exoskeletons, their pulse rifles pointed outwards, formed an impenetrable defensive network. Directly in front of them, Lin Chen, Luo Shi, and Hela stood quietly. Hela looked up at the huge gate, cast from a special alloy, strong enough to withstand the bombardment of small naval guns, and her throat felt dry. How do we get in? Chapter 85. As expected of the Empress, she's just that violent. Lin Chen turned his head and looked at her pretty face, which was both nervous and expectant, and smiled easily. Of course, we'll just shoot straight in. He gave Luo Shi a look. Luo Shi, make your move. Luo Shi's icy blue eyes remained unmoved as she simply took a step forward. She raised her fair, jade-like right fist and then gently threw a punch. There was no earth-shattering roar, only a dull, heart-pounding thump. Time seemed to slow down at this moment. The alloy gate, half a meter thick and engraved with the Golden Viper symbol, had a shockingly deep indentation centered on Luo Shi's fist. Immediately afterwards, countless spiderweb-like cracks spread wildly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Snap! A crisp sound, like a signal. In an instant, the entire giant door disintegrated into countless flying metal fragments. A violent shockwave, carrying debris, swept into the building. The guards, who were on high alert, were thrown into disarray by the sudden shockwave, their formation thrown into chaos. Hela's pupils reflected the flying debris, and her small mouth was slightly open. She slowly turned her head and looked at the man with a nonchalant expression. They even said I was reckless. However, this feeling is actually quite nice. Inside the hall, the surviving captain of the guard let out a shrill roar as he struggled to his feet and raised his pulse rifle. Fire! Fire freely! The remaining dozen or so guards reacted immediately, and blue plasma energy blasts instantly formed a crossfire net, sealing off the entrance. Lin Chen didn't even lift his eyelids. Luo Shi remained at the forefront. The energy projectiles, powerful enough to melt steel plates, collided with an invisible barrier a meter in front of her and vanished silently, only causing a few faint spatial ripples. This scene froze all the guards in their tracks. Let's do it, Hela. Lin Chen's voice drifted over. The little monsters have been cleared out. Hela snapped back to reality and, upon hearing those flippant words, felt a surge of resentment. What does clearing out small monsters mean? She bit her red lips, a hint of stubbornness flashing in her beautiful eyes. I don't need you to tell me what to do. Before she finished speaking, purple light once again surged from beneath her fair skin. A streamlined purple nano-armor instantly enveloped her entire body. The helmet features an ornate crown-like structure with sharp chin guards extending from both sides. The protective wing system on the back suddenly unfolds, its edges shimmering with dangerous energy grids. Buzz! The semicircular device hovering above her head separated into several purple floating attack units, which then circled around her. She did not hesitate at all. Hell, full power! With her cold command, the several purple floating cannons instantly locked onto all the enemies in front of them. The next second, the purple dance of death has begun. Whoosh! 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 Deadly purple beams shot out from all sorts of tricky and bizarre angles, weaving an inescapable web of death within the narrow passage. A guard who had just raised his gun was pierced through the chest by a beam of light before he could even see where the attack was coming from. He froze on the spot and fell silent. Another guard, who was trying to find cover, was pierced by 3 beams of light simultaneously from behind, side, and top of his head, and his body went limp. The gunfire stopped abruptly. Throughout the entire passage, apart from the flashing red alarm lights, there was no one else standing. The walls and ceiling are covered with crisscrossing scorch marks, as if an abstract painting had been created by a mad artist with a branding iron. Hella floated silently in midair, while the purple floating cannons slowly returned to their positions, reassembling into a semicircular device. She slowly descended, and the nano-armor receded like a tide, revealing her black gothic dress. She turned around, raised her delicate chin, and looked at Lin Chen with a slightly arrogant gaze. Looking at Hella's cautious yet forced composure, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. "All right, my proud little princess. I didn't realize you were so good at clearing out small monsters." Hella's body stiffened abruptly. "Shut up! Who is the little princess?" She bit her red lips, looking sullen, and with her gothic dress she actually looked a bit like an annoyed princess. Lin Chen shrugged, raised his wrist with an innocent look, and a light blue holographic map was projected onto his personal terminal. "New AI has locked onto the key target." He pointed to the flashing red dot. "Torres is on the 3rd basement level of this building, in Biological Laboratory Area B. Stay close." After saying that, he took the lead and walked into the depths of the corridor. Hella glared at him, then glanced at the expressionless Luoshi, bit her lip, and immediately followed. A piercing alarm sounded along the route, and heavy isolation gates descended from the sky. Luoshi simply walked at the front without looking to the side. Those gates that were strong enough to withstand missile bombardment were as fragile as paper in front of her, and she smashed them one by one in the simplest and most direct way. The dull thud echoed through the empty metal passageway. Hella followed behind, her heart pounding as she looked at the twisted and deformed alloy doors. Lin Chen led the 2 people to a heavy metal door marked B07 and stopped in front of it. "This is it." Hella's breathing almost stopped at that moment. Her hands began to tremble uncontrollably. 5 years have passed. The person she had been searching for 5 whole years was right behind this door. Luoshi stepped forward, still with that same fair and slender fist. Boom! The 1-meter-thick alloy door, as if struck head-on by a battering ram, flew inward with a piercing metallic twisting sound. The scene behind the door came into Hella's view. It was a huge, futuristic laboratory. In the center of the laboratory stands a huge cylindrical glass chamber. In the pale green culture medium, countless tiny bubbles slowly rise. The figure of a man, shirtless with his eyes closed, floated in the liquid. Torres. Hella's eyes instantly welled up with tears. Tears quickly welled up in her eyes, blurring her vision. This is the person. Although he was not her biological father, he gave her a name, gave her a new life, and was her only family in this cold world. She finally found him. Hella's figure transformed into a purple streak of light, instantly rushing to the front of the cylindrical chamber. She raised her hand, her nano-armored fingertips gleaming with a sharp light. A precise cutting line runs along the edge of the glass compartment. Splash! The entire glass panel shattered, spilling out the pale green culture medium and flowing all over the floor. Hella rushed forward, carefully removed the tubes from Torres' body, and gently carried his weakened body on her back. Let's go. Lin Chen's voice came from behind. Hella nodded, turned around with Torres on her back, and prepared to leave. Chapter 86. One slap and he's done for. That feels good. However, just as they turned around, a dozen figures slowly walked into the other exit of the laboratory, through the metal door frame that Luoshi had just knocked away. The leader was a handsome young man with a morbid madness. Rorschach. He was dressed in splendid clothes, a mocking and cruel smile on his face, and clapped his hands lightly. Hey, isn't this the famous J-18? His gaze fell on Torres on Hella's back, and his smile became even more playful. Where do you plan to take this piece of trash? A dozen or so Viper soldiers, clad in full-body black tactical armor, spread out in a fan shape, their weapons aimed at the 3 men, completely blocking the passage. Hella's body tensed instantly. Her eyes, which had just been misty with tears, were now filled with an icy chill. Luo Xia seemed oblivious to the murderous intent in her eyes. Instead, he took 2 steps forward and spoke in a boastful tone. Speaking of which, I personally pulled out the nano core of this piece of junk. You know what? The feeling of having your core removed from a living person's body is just wonderful. He screamed terribly at the time. Boom! One sentence caused the string of reason in Hella's mind to snap completely. I'm going to kill you! She let out an angry roar, and the protective wing system and floating units on her back instantly activated, emitting a brilliant purple energy light. She was about to rush forward regardless of everything. A hand gently rested on her shoulder. It's Lin Chen. Don't act impulsively. The moment you make a move, the thing on your back might be gone first. Lin Chen's voice was calm, yet it abruptly stopped Hella's movements. She then noticed that although the soldiers in the black nano-armor opposite her were pointing their guns at them, they were more subtly aiming at Torres behind her. Lin Chen's voice was calm, yet it abruptly stopped Hella's movements. Hee, this gentleman is indeed sensible. Rorschach laughed even more wildly. Put Torres down, then disable your nanotech weapons, and I might consider letting you die a quick death. Lin Chen didn't even look at him, but turned his head and asked Luo Xi beside him. Do you think this kind of person has any reason to live? Luo Xi's icy blue eyes quietly watched the young man shouting wildly opposite her, then she gently shook her head. Understood. Lin Chen nodded. He looked at Luo Xia and gave him a bright smile. I was hoping to play with you, but unfortunately you're too noisy. Luo Xia's smile froze. What did you say? Lin Chen did not answer him again. He simply gave Luo Xi a single command. Kill him! Kill him? Rorschach's smile twisted even more at those words, as if he had heard the funniest joke of the century. The dozen or so nanotech soldiers behind him had black armor covering their bodies that glowed with an eerie energy light, and their pulse weapons had already locked onto their targets. You guys? His words remained forever here. Luo Xi's figure disappeared from the spot. There was no sonic boom, no afterimage, and not even a slight change in the flow of air. She was like a pixel that had been erased out of thin air. When it reappeared, it was already standing in front of Rorschach. The two were so close that they could see the cold yet exquisitely beautiful face reflected in Luo Xia's pupils. Luo Xia's manic smile froze completely. His entire body was sending out the highest level of alarms, but his body felt like it was filled with lead, and he couldn't move even a single finger. Time seemed to be stretched out infinitely. Luo Xi simply raised her fair and jade-like right hand. With fingers together and movements gentle, it was as if he were brushing away non-existent dust from the corner of his clothes. Then, a slap landed gently. There was no sound. There was no impact. There wasn't even a breath of wind. The hand landed on Rorschach's face. The next second, Rorschach's entire body, like snow exposed to the scorching sun, silently decomposed into billions of tiny light particles starting from the edges. His magnificent attire, the madness on his face, and the horror in his eyes all vanished completely in this gentle light. It was as if he had never existed in this world. The entire laboratory was deathly silent. The dozen or so elite soldiers, clad in full-body black nano-armor, were completely dumbfounded. Their tactical eyepieces, their life detectors, all their sensors were frantically malfunctioning. The target vanished into thin air. The young master, alive and well, was slapped to death right before their eyes by a woman. Enemy, enemy! The captain, his voice trembling, was about to give an order. But he only uttered one word. Luo Xi's gaze swept over indifferently. A faint glimmer of icy blue light appeared deep within her eyes. An invisible, dark blue energy fluctuation spread out instantly from her center. Sizzle, crunch! A sickening metallic creaking sound emanated from the dozen or so nanosoldiers. Their advanced armor, made of special metal and capable of withstanding the frontal bombardment of electromagnetic cannons, was now being gripped by an invisible giant hand, being squeezed and deformed wildly inward. The chest of the armor was caved in. His limbs were twisted into a pretzel shape. The helmet was crushed into a flat metal disc. Before they could even utter a scream, they were crushed into an indescribable mass inside their own prized armor. when the energy fluctuations dissipate. At the entrance of the passage, only a dozen or so oddly shaped, black metal lumps remained, maintaining an eerie posture. They looked like a group of failed creations arbitrarily distorted by a mediocre artist. Hela, carrying Torres on her back, was completely petrified. Her beautiful purple eyes reflected the unbelievable scene before her, leaving her mind blank. She was just basking in the glory of her new tactic of precision strikes to paralyze the enemy. But what was happening before her eyes was completely beyond her understanding of the word battle. There was no roar of energy cannons, no flash of beams, and not even any collision of limbs. Just a slap, a thought. The young master of such a large golden viper is gone just like that. Lin Chen gently patted Hela's streamlined nano-armor shoulder armor. The crisp sound made her stiff body tremble violently. Let's go, what are you waiting for? I also need to visit the instant noodle lady. Instant noodles. Andy? Hela's beautiful purple eyes struggled to leave the pile of black metal lumps that could no longer be called corpses, and she looked blankly at Lin Chen. What exactly is this man's brain made of? After such a one-sided erasure that didn't even qualify as a massacre, he was actually thinking about instant noodles? What are you looking at me for? Follow me. Lin Chen had already turned around and walked towards the deep passage, with Luo Shi following closely behind, her steps light. Oh! She adjusted her posture to make the unconscious Torres on her back more stable, then floated and followed. Chapter 87 Lin Chen, Planetary Extinction Device. Golden Viper Group, Core Database. This is less of a database and more of a private domain belonging to a specific person. The cold server array was cleverly hidden behind the matte black walls. In the center of the room was a sleek, curved workbench with several floating holographic screens, an open bottle of expensive red wine, and a steaming instant noodle cup. A blue-haired woman with a curvaceous figure, wearing a purple bodycon cheongsam, is elegantly picking up a strand of noodles with a pair of silver chopsticks. Her name is Blue Sparrow. She didn't even turn around when the heavy alloy doors slid open silently. Lin Chen strolled in, followed by Luo Shi, who had no expression, and Hela, a girl carrying Torres with a complicated expression. Instant noodles with red wine, Ms. Blue Sparrow's taste is indeed unique. Lin Chen's voice broke the silence in the room. Blue Sparrow finally put down her chopsticks, turned the ergonomic chair, and slowly faced the three of them. Her gaze swept over the wary Hela, lingered for half a second on the icy, statue-like Luo Shi, and finally landed on Lin Chen's smiling face. The scene from the surveillance footage, where the woman named Luo Shi slapped Luo Xia into elementary particles, still replayed in her mind. Signing uninvited is not a good habit. Bluebird's voice was as mellow as the red wine in her glass, yet it carried a hint of coolness. There's no way around it, your family's standards are too high. If you don't do it yourself, you probably won't be able to get in. Lin Chen casually pulled over a chair and sat down. I've come to discuss a business deal with you. Business? Blue Sparrow raised her phoenix eyes slightly, and a mocking smile curled at the corner of her mouth. You've treated the Golden Viper's defense system like an amusement park ticket. Blue Sparrow's voice was unreadable. She picked up her wine glass and gently swirled the crimson liquid inside. That's why I've come to you to discuss business. Lin Chen spoke as casually as if he were discussing the weather. Luo Lai has been completely fooled by those charlatans, the Twilight Messenger, and the Golden Viper Group will be led astray by him sooner or later. He looked at Lan Kei's slightly upturned phoenix eyes, a knowing smile on his face. And you, Ms. Bluebird, are a smart person, a pure technology seeker. Instead of cooperating with those lunatics who want to resurrect their wives with the Ark of the Sacred Relic, and those charlatans behind them who want to destroy the world, it's better to cooperate with us. Blue Sparrow paused for a moment, holding the wine glass. Lin Chen leaned forward slightly, like a seductive devil. We can give you everything you could ever dream of. For example, complete technical documentation on warp drive. Or the construction principle of a gravity deflection shield. He stretched out his finger and gently drew a circle in the air. I might even take you away from this planet to see the wider universe. These words struck Blue Sparrow like a thunderbolt. Her body trembled involuntarily. Leave Yuanxing? Want to see the real universe? This temptation was fatal for a woman who had dedicated her life to science and technology. That sounds very tempting. She put down her wine glass and the bowl of instant noodles that had gone cold. She slowly straightened up, her purple body hugging Cheongsam, outlining her breathtaking curves. But seeing is believing. How do I know you're not just dangling an even bigger pie in the sky? Simple. Lin Chen stood up and walked to her. The two were so close that they could almost feel each other's breath. He looked into Lan Kei's clear yet deep eyes, as if trying to see right through her. You think that so-called sacred ark is a wish-granting machine? Luo Lai was tricked by those Twilight messengers, who said they could resurrect his wife. Blue Sparrow's pupils involuntarily contracted. Lin Chen continued. That thing is actually an ecological extinction weapon left behind by a certain level 2 civilization that used to reside here. When the civilization on your planet develops to a certain level, it will automatically activate, isolate the stellar energy, and turn the entire planet into a cold, dead star. He paused, his gaze sweeping over Hela, who looked completely bewildered. By a twist of fate, the assassins took away its 3 cores. Oh, so you mean the prototype you mentioned, the core of those few primitive nano-armor sets? Even Hela froze. She subconsciously looked down at her hands covered in purple armor, and an unprecedented chill ran through her. For the first time, Blue Sparrow's breathing became somewhat rapid. A deathly silence. Even the low hum of the server array seemed to have disappeared. How do I know you're telling the truth? After a long while, Lan Kei finally found her voice, but there was a hint of dryness in it that she herself hadn't noticed. The others are relatively easy to prove, but the entire arc of the Sacred Heart is a bit troublesome. Lin Chen shrugged, looking helpless. Without activation, that thing is just an ordinary coffin. No one can tell what it's all about. He suddenly laughed again, a laugh so bright it was almost blinding. Or you could consider coming with me to our world. How about we treat it as a spontaneous trip? His tone suddenly shifted, becoming somewhat domineering. Besides, on Yuanqing right now, I really can't think of anyone else who has the deepest understanding of nanotechnology besides you. So you have to leave whether you like it or not. Blue Sparrow was completely stunned. Looking at the man's matter-of-fact expression, she didn't know how to react for a moment. Is this an invitation? This is clearly kidnapping. Blue Sparrow's alluring phoenix eyes were fixed on Lin Chen, as if trying to find even the slightest hint of falsehood in his clear eyes. But all she saw was an unfathomable confidence. She pondered in silence for a long time, the light in her phoenix eyes constantly shifting. Finally, as if she had made some kind of decision, her tense body relaxed again. Good. Then take me to see the world you've been talking about. She sat back down in her chair, picked up the glass of red wine again, and looked at him with a hint of scrutiny and challenge. Of course, if it's not as good as you make it out to be. Sister, I might just show up but not actually put in any effort, you know. Chapter 88 Rabbit, We Never Lie. The rooftop of the Golden Viper headquarters. The strong airflow made it impossible to open one's eyes. A jet-black, futuristic-looking vertical takeoff and landing transport aircraft hovered silently in midair, its engines emitting a low hum. This is a private vehicle that Bluebird arranged by using its own authority. The cabin door opened, and Lin Chen walked in first, followed by Luo Shi, who had no expression, and Hela, a girl carrying Torres with a complicated expression. Blue Sparrow was the last to board the plane. She glanced back at the chaotic city below, her alluring phoenix eyes remaining calm and serene. Then I'll take you to our base first. Lin Chen found a comfortable spot to sit down, and was about to introduce the food at his base to Lan Kei when the monotonous electronic voice rang out in the cockpit. Alert! High-energy reactive target detected approaching at high speed. Speed Mach 2.3. Threat assessment, high risk, possesses anti-armor capabilities. Contact expected in 10 seconds. As soon as he finished speaking, a white streak of light tore through the purple sky of Xanadu and, in an unreasonable manner, instantly blocked the front of the transport plane. It was a white nano-armor with sharp lines, but the joints looked a bit worn. GA-17, badder? Redas. Oh, it's G-17. Lin Chen looked at the white aircraft hovering outside the porthole, his tone as calm as if he were greeting a long-lost neighbor. Ray did not respond. His eyes, hidden beneath his helmet, were fixed on the golden viper emblem on the fuselage of the Ghost transport plane. He had just witnessed from the shadows of the building across the street that the Golden Viper headquarters' main entrance was blasted open with a single punch. Just as he saw the instant noodle lady board the transport plane with the two mysterious people and prepare to leave, he could no longer restrain himself and chased after them. "Anti-instant noodles, what are you Golden Viper up to now?" Ray's cold voice came through the public channel. Blue Sparrow's lips twitched involuntarily. Ray is the first young person who dared to call her that, and is still alive and well. "And who are you people?" Roy remained vigilant, the energy core on his armored chest flashing, ready to fire at any moment. "A group of kind-hearted citizens who were passing by." Lin Chen's answer made Ray's eye twitch violently. "We're taking Hela and Torres to a safe place for treatment now.